My life took a sharp turn the day I stumbled into this pirate-infested world. I, Zhang Dai, an ordinary man thrust into extraordinary circumstances, hold a secret that could reshape this chaotic realm, a mystical summoning circle, capable of pulling beings from other dimensions. My first improbable ally? None other than Tom Cat, that mischievous blue blur of fur and fury. Together, we face down bloodthirsty pirates, navigate treacherous alliances, and unravel the mysteries of this world, all while dodging cannon fire and chasing down legends whispered on the salty winds. My journey is one of survival, discovery, and the forging of unlikely friendships, a testament to the power hidden within even the smallest of paws. Join me, as I rise from obscurity to become a legend in this world of pirates, where cartoon chaos collides with cutthroat reality. For hulking figures, knives glinting menacingly in the dim alley light, closed in on me. Their leader, a brute with a cruel sneer, growled, "Boy, hand over your money if you know what's good for you." My heart hammered against my ribs, but I tried to project an air of naive fear. These thugs looked like they wouldn't hesitate to carve me up, and frankly, for against one weren't odds I liked. Perched on my shoulder, Tom, my blue cat companion, mirrored my apprehension with a surprisingly realistic expression of terror. It was uncanny how much emotion that furry little face could convey. I don't have any money," I stammered, trying to look appropriately desperate. My mind raced, searching for an escape route. "Please, let me go. I'll get you some later." The leader's sneer deepened. He thrust a crumpled wanted poster in my face, his voice laced with menace. "I'm Machete Sword, with an 8 million Bailey bounty on my head. You think I'm playing games? I've killed 56 punks just like you." That's when I saw my chance. I scrutinized the poster, a flicker of recognition sparking in my eyes. With a newfound confidence, I gently placed Tom on the ground. "Tom," I said, my voice steady, "go. Get him." A moment of stunned silence hung in the air before it erupted into a chorus of mocking laughter. "He's using a cat to fight you, boss," one of them howled. "Maybe he thinks he can tickle us to death and collect the bounty himself," another chimed in, their laughter echoing off the alley walls. Their amusement was almost palpable. Almost. Sword's 3 little brothers have a stomachache from laughing. What can a cat do? Look at his stupid look, still staring at the boss in a daze. This poor little kitten must have been so frightened that he even forgot to run away, right? Sword wiped the corners of his eyes. He laughed so hard that tears came out just now, and he finally regained his ferocious expression. It seems that he was completely underestimated. It's no wonder they laughed, it's because Tom's appearance is too intimidating. Standing upright, Tom is about the same height as Chopper, and that cute appearance doesn't seem to have any fighting power. Tom stood upright, and looked at the young man innocently with his big eyes. He put a finger in his mouth, and his face was full of confusion. "I am just a cute kitten, you let me deal with such terrible fellow." But now I can't allow Tom to think too much. Sword's big knife has already slashed down on his sky cap, not to mention a mere house cat. Even a tiger, Lord Sword, can kill him with a single blow. However, this time Sword missed. Seeing Sword's movement, Tom's hair exploded, and he turned sideways subconsciously. The sharp knife rubbed against his back and slashed down, scaring Tom's little heart thumping wildly. It was a real thump-thump, a heart-shaped area on Tom's chest that was popping out and retracting quickly. Cold sweat broke out on Tom's forehead. With great difficulty, he pressed his beating heart back with 2 small paws. He turned his head and looked behind him in fear, and then shed tears of sadness. He saw his bare back, a small pile of blue short hair on the ground, and a white tail with a sharp point. Whoa! Tom knelt on the ground sadly, tears falling on the ground. Tom carefully gathered the fur into a pile, picked it up and put it on the back, and the back was back to normal. Then he picked up the tip of the tail, aligned it with the incision on his own tail, twirled it a few times like twisting a bottle cap, stroked it lightly, and the tail returned to its original shape. Then he looked at Sword with fear and anger. The robbers stared dumbfounded at Tom's actions. This cat, what's the reason? With their minds, they naturally thought of a possibility. Could it be a person with abilities? The eyes of the 4 big men lit up in an instant. There is a population auction house on this island, where ability users are very valuable. If you catch one, you can rob them hundreds of times. It's just that the ability users I met before were all powerful pirates, and with their abilities as a few little robbers, they didn't dare to make any crooked ideas. And now, just a cat. What kind of robbery is this? As long as this cat is caught and sold, it will be enough for the brothers to be cool for a long time. Sword immediately shouted, "Be careful, Lao Tzu, don't beat me to death." "Got it, boss." The 4 surrounded the shivering Tom with smirks, while the sensible young man had already retreated to the corner and was ignored by them. The young man watched the play silently, as if he was not worried about Tom's safety at all. Come on, I will lose if I can hack him to death. I thought so, but his right hand was already on the back of his left hand, as if he was preparing for something. Go! Sword gave an order, and the two younger brothers immediately opened their hands and rushed forward. Tom gasped in fright, opened his mouth wide, and stretched out his tongue, and then the whole cat lay on the ground with its head in its arms. So the two little brothers in midair were unlucky, and with a bang, they bumped into each other face to face, making their eyes stare. The two pairs of hands that originally wanted to grab Tom happened to be together, and their fingers interlocked. The two stayed in the air for a second, and then fell to the ground smoothly, with their eyes circling, and fainted beside Tom. As if hearing the sound of the two falling to the ground, Tom secretly raised his head to observe, and after seeing the stupidity of the two, he jumped up energetically. Aha! Tom covered his stomach with one hand, pointed at the two idiots with the other, and laughed very humanely. Those two idiots! Sword was a little annoyed, and was laughed at by a cat, and couldn't bear it. Block his way, I will deal with him myself. The only remaining younger brother obediently stopped behind Tom with a knife in his hand, while Sword raised his big knife and slashed at Tom. He deliberately used the back of the knife because he was worried about killing Tom. And what happened next was completely beyond Sword's imagination. He split left. Tom ducks to the right. He cut right. Tom ducks to the left. He swept. Tom got down nimbly. He sweeps down. Tom lifted himself up by the tail. 3 minutes later, Sword was out of breath and sweating profusely. Obviously, even if he fought fiercely with others, he could still be very energetic for an hour or two. Today, I don't know why, so tired so quickly. Not far away, a young man who was a melon-eating crowd yawned. This person only used a few moves back and forth, and didn't even call out the name of a handsome move. He really didn't know how to pack himself. After Tom avoided more than 100 hacks in 3 minutes, his movements became more and more proficient and smooth, and his smile gradually became more unrestrained. This person is even more stupid than he imagined, and Jerry and his relatives are many times stronger than this guy. Seeing that Sword stopped with a big knife, Tom opened his mouth with both hands and stuck out his tongue, slightly soup-style provocation. The effect is outstanding. Sword's eyes were red, and he used all his strength to slash out with the knife in both hands. This was the strongest knife he slashed today, and he used the blade instead of the back of the knife. At the moment he swung the knife, Sword even had a premonition that this knife would never fail again. There was a scream, but it wasn't from Tom. Sword slashed firmly, his only little brother. Tom stretched out his legs at some point and tripped the younger brother who was trying to avoid him. The poor younger brother fell to the ground and was cut by Sword. Boss! A deep knife mark appeared on the younger brother's chest, the wound burst into blood, his eyes turned white and he fell down. The knife in his hand was thrown up with the swing of his arm. Coincidentally, the knife flew to the top of Sword's head, and the handle of the knife hit Sword's head, and Sword, who was exhausted, was hit so strangely that his eyes rolled up and he was on the verge of falling. Tom smiled triumphantly, hopped lightly on one foot, and flicked the back of Sword's head with a curled finger. Sword hit the street. Tom looked in the direction of the young man triumphantly, and clapped his hands up and down, expressing that it was easy to solve. Good job, Tom. I'll have another meal later. The young man walked over and stroked Tom's cat's head, and praised him happily. Tom enjoyed rubbing the young man's palm, and drooled when he heard the extra meal. First tie them up and send them to the naval base. If it's really worth 8 million, then we can move out of Uncle's house soon, and we can also give you a comfortable cat litter. Tom imagined his beautiful little nest in the past, nodded happily, reached out his hand to dig out from behind, took out a rope from nowhere, and expertly tied up several robbers. The young man was familiar with this scene. Tom could always pull out all kinds of props as long as he flipped his hair over his back. No one knew how many things Tom had hidden behind him. If you lift Tom upside down and shake it, matches, firecrackers, mousetraps and other messy things will fall out. It is like a 4-dimensional pocket behind you, which is very magical. Just like now, Tom even took out a bunch of tools, found a lot of wooden planks around, built a simple flatbed cart on the spot, and stacked the 4 big men on it. The 4 big men were stacked irregularly, and they looked like they might fall down at any time, but they swayed back and forth, left and right strangely, but they didn't fall out of the range of the cart. 1 person and 1 cat worked together to pull the flatbed truck and walked to the nearest naval base. The young man's name was Zhang Dai, and he was originally a student in a certain college in Jiangcheng. Being poor cares themselves, being wealthy cares the world. Zhang Day, that is to say, he will benefit the world at the same time. The implication is good, but his unscrupulous roommates prefer to call him nicknames Xiao Zhang Jungler, arrogant jungler. Because when playing a certain computer game, he only plays jungle, and cooks like a master, so every time the game starts, his roommates complain, arrogant jungler, if you don't give it away. He himself has gotten used to it, the nickname, anyway, it's just for fun, just have fun, and of course it's mainly because he can't resist. The reason why Zhang Day also came to this world started from the morning when they slept together in dormitory 404. That day, the four of them ignored things like breakfast by coincidence. Until noon, Zhang De and two other roommates coaxed his roommate Ren Ming to go to the cafeteria to help bring meals at the cost of calling 88. As a result, Ren Ming lost contact, did not answer the phone, did not reply to text messages, and did not connect to the internet. Generally speaking, it is nothing unusual if the phone cannot be connected. It may be that you did not hear it, so just call again later. But Zhang De couldn't stand the hunger anymore, so he decided to go out to eat, and take a look at what the kid was doing, leaving only two lazy people waiting in the dormitory. However, when Zhang De also stepped out of the dormitory door with his right foot, he lost consciousness. When Zhang De also woke up, he found that he was lying on a wooden board, surrounded by an endless sea. Afterwards, his first reaction was to touch his trouser pocket, and the familiar feeling told him that the phone was still there. It felt a lot more at ease. Then Zhang De also began to think about whether he was dreaming, and wanted to be like those people on TV, pinch himself when encountering unbelievable things. But in fact, when he pinched his thigh, he already had the answer in his heart. No one would think of pinching himself when he was dreaming. When the pain came, Zhang De also tried his best to keep himself calm. This was either because he had traveled through time, or he had encountered some supernatural phenomenon. Surrounded by the sea, there is no reference to confirm the position. Zhang De also took out his mobile phone and checked it. The battery is 100% sufficient. It seems that it is a good habit to fully charge the mobile phone before going out. I glanced to the side, no signal, not good. Pull down the status bar to confirm. Wi-Fi and data network are both turned on. It seems that there is really no signal. Zhang De tried to call his roommate in disbelief, and tried to make a few emergency calls, but all he heard were not in the service area. This time, Zhang De also panicked. He realized that he would either be lucky enough to meet land or other rescues soon, or he would have to follow Mr. Bei to survive in the wilderness. It took a while to accept reality, but his stomach growling from missing breakfast and lunch told him he'd better hurry. First of all, Zhang De also confirmed his status. There is no discomfort other than being very hungry. In this case, it is not good to be hungry, right? Next, you need to confirm your belongings. Even if you survive in the wilderness, you must have some suitable tools. The clothes are still the ones he wore when he went out, long-sleeve t-shirt, black jacket, blue jeans, and white sneakers. Zhang De also felt the current temperature, which is quite suitable and should not be frozen. Then, he took out all the things in his pocket and placed them in front of him, a campus card, a key to dormitory 404, nail clippers, ear picks, and a Luo Tianyi pendant. He only wanted to go to the cafeteria to eat when he went out, so he brought such a few things, counting the mobile phone and the wooden board that carried him. It was all the props at this stage. Zhang De also looked at the mobile phone, campus card and keychain in front of him and fell into deep thought. Can I really live on these things? I'm hungry. Zhang De also lay weakly on the board, staring straight at the sea surface, hoping that one or two small fish would swim by. He pulled out a shoelace, spent a lot of effort breaking a small key ring into a simple fishhook shape, tied nail clippers on it to act as a lead pendant, and then went fishing without bait. It's a pity that there was no harvest until nightfall. I was too hungry in the afternoon and didn't feel any better. But at night, my stomach felt as if it was on fire, and my lips were a little dry and chapped by the sea breeze. Zhang De was also desperate enough to try to draw Mickey Mouse's head on the wooden board. It's a pity that no one from Disney flew a helicopter to sue him for copyright infringement. If I can survive this time, I must get up on time, eat on time, pay attention to balanced nutrition, and not waste a little food. Zhang De also tied the fishing line on his hand while his mind was clear, turned over and fell asleep in a daze. In the early hours of the morning, a waning moon was covered by light clouds, and the sky was full of stars flickering. A shooting star dragged a beautiful long arc across the night sky and disappeared. The screen of the mobile phone in Zhang De's pocket lighted up quietly, as if he was about to respond to something, but he was stuck on the lock screen page. No one entered the password. The whole world seemed to be awkwardly quiet for a second. At this time, there was a slight ups and downs of the sea, and the wooden board shook accordingly. The key to the 404 dormitory happened to rest on the phone screen. The virtual buttons on the screen began to jump wildly, as if they were cracking a password. When the first ray of sunlight fell in the morning, the mobile phone and keys were smashed together, and together with the campus card, they turned into dots of light and merged into the back of Zhang Dai's left hand. A purple circular magic circle pattern slowly took shape, and the chaotic and orderly lines in it looked very much like the abstract lines superimposed by the school badge and keys. A burst of purple light scanned Zhang Dai also's whole body, and then a translucent screen the size of a mobile phone popped up above the magic circle. In the upper left corner is a photo with a simple message next to it. Name, Zhang Dai. Age, 18 years old. Introduction: a former student of Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology, went out to look for food and find lost roommates, and it seems that because a roommate made a wish on a shooting star, he traveled to another world. The screen stayed on for 30 seconds, dimmed, and then swiped to another page like switching screens on a mobile phone. At the top is the time, with 5:05 written in large letters. Below is the circular magic circle pattern on the arm. The edge is like a progress bar. About 90% of the part is bright, and the rest is a bit dark. Energy is sufficient. Do you want to start summoning? Yes, 30s, no. Zhang Dai also obviously couldn't answer. 30 seconds later, the translucent screen turned into tiny light spots and fell beside Zhang Dai, forming a magic circle with a diameter of 1 meter. The blue light lit up, and a figure less than 1 meter tall appeared in the center of the magic circle. It was a cat with mostly blue fur, only white on the paws, the tip of the tail and around the mouth. At this time, the cat was standing on 2 legs, carrying a wooden stick on its shoulders, and a small red cloth package was tied to the wooden stick, as if it was about to run away from home. The light from the magic circle dissipated, and the light spots flew back to form a screen above Zhang Dai's wrist. Name, Tom. Former names, Thomas, Jasper alias Tang Outyin, Fake Sophisticated, Ergotzi, Big Potato, etc. Introduction: the magical cat from the world of Tom and Jerry seems to have an immortal body. One day, Tom's original owner brought back a Doraemon, and successfully drove Jerry out temporarily, but he couldn't catch it. Tom, who lived in Jerry, was kicked out of the house by his master. This page didn't last long, and a pop-up window suddenly appeared. The power is less than 3%, it will shut down after 30 seconds, please charge it in time. Tom stared at the screen curiously, looked left and right, and waited until the screen disappeared before turning his attention to Zhang Dai. I saw that Zhang Dai's face was sallow, his lips were chapped and there was not much blood, and it seemed that his health was not in good condition. Tom immediately put down his luggage, lay on Zhang Dai's chest to listen to his heartbeat, opened his eyes to look at his eyelids, pinched his mouth to look at his tongue. After a series of professional-looking inspections, Tom quickly opened his small package. Inside was a bottle of milk, 3 boxes of canned fish, and a wad of green paper money. Tom thought for a while, picked up the milk and uncovered the bottle cap, licked the bottle cap and threw it away, then turned the glass bottle upside down, and stuffed the mouth of the bottle directly into Zhang Dai's mouth. Generally speaking, people who are fed milk like this would choke, but strangely, Zhang Dai didn't either. The milk flowed smoothly down the throat and into the stomach. With a sound of "bow," Tom pulled the bottle out of Zhang Dai's mouth, opened his mouth after raising it high, and shook the bottle up and down. 2 drops of milk trickled down from the bottle and fell into Tom's mouth. Suck ha! Tom smacked his lips in enjoyment, put down the bottle and squatted obediently beside Zhang Dai. After a while, Zhang Dai also opened his eyes, and habitually touched around, but failed to touch the phone. Only then did Zhang Dai recall his situation, and sat up abruptly. It would be great if I found myself in the dormitory when I woke up. After muttering, Zhang Dai also noticed the cat beside him. Why does this cat look so familiar? Tom? Zhang Dai also called out tentatively. Tom nodded quickly. Zhang Dai also looked at the glass bottle beside Tom, feeling that he was not as hungry as yesterday, and the taste of milk remained in his mouth, and asked, "Did you drink milk for me?" Tom nodded again and grinned, showing a row of small white teeth. "Thank you, Tom." Zhang Dai felt a sense of security instantly. No matter where he was, with Tom around, he should be able to survive. There was Tom first. It's just drifting at sea. As long as Tom is given a surfboard or a fishing rod, even a shark can overturn it. By the way, Tom, how did you get here? Zhang Dai also asked. Tom stood up and bouncing around, and Zhang Dai didn't understand at all, so he stopped him and said, Stop, you should be able to talk, right? Zhang Dai also remembered that Tom was a master of languages, proficient in multiple national languages, and even dialects from all over China. Why didn't he just speak? As soon as Tom opened his mouth, Zhang Dai also brought an incomparable sense of intimacy. I'm so tired of talking, my throat hurts after I finish talking. This authentic big ballast taste. Zhang Dai also nodded.
The body structure of cats and humans is different. It is understandable to feel uncomfortable when speaking human language. What a ghost! Tom's structure is different from ordinary cats, right? Then why don't you write? Zhang De also suggested that Tom didn't like to talk, and it was hard to force him. Tom nodded, raised a finger, flicked out a sharp claw, and just scratched the wooden board below. Zhang De was also very ashamed of the neatly printed square characters. A few minutes later, combined with the writing on the wooden board and some body movements of Tom, Zhang De also understood what happened to Tom. It turned out that Tom was very sad after being kicked out of the house. At this time, a contract appeared in front of him. The general content of the contract is, summon Tom to go to another world to help Zhang De also overcome the difficulties. Tom can make reasonable demands, and the contract will take effect after signing his name. And Tom signed the contract after thinking for a while, and wrote his own requirements. Let Zhang De also become Tom's new owner, and let Tom be a happy house cat. Zhang De is also completely dumbfounded. Is this the legendary free gift? Is there something wrong with Tom's brain circuit? Although the contract was not created by Zhang De, he always felt guilty of kidnapping an ignorant cat. Sensing his own conscience, Zhang De also asked, Tom, with your ability, you can live well on your own, right? Why do you have to find a master? Tom shook his head, and wrote a few more lines. A cat with an owner is a house cat. A cat without an owner is a stray cat. A stray cat will be hungry, cold, and bullied. I want to be a house cat. After finishing writing, Tom looked at Zhang De carefully, for fear that he would dislike him. Zhang De was also so shocked by Tom's powerful logic that he couldn't speak. After a while, he reached out and touched Tom's head, and choked out a sentence, from then on, I will be your master. As long as I have a bite to eat, you will have a bite. I will try my best to give you a warm home. Zhang De also remembered that apart from playing with Jerry, Tom's favorite thing was to sleep in by the fireplace, and open the refrigerator to eat and drink. He could spoil a big dinner with just one cat. The average family can't afford Tom. Zhang De also felt that if he wanted to raise Tom, he would probably have to work hard to make money in the future, and there was a long way to go. Tom got an affirmative answer, and happily rubbed the top of his head against Zhang De's palm. According to Tom's description, this is a different world to him, so it may be to Zhang De, too, but neither of them know where it is. At this time, Zhang De also started to study the ring on the back of his left hand. At this time, the inner lines of the magic circle were dim, and only the outer ring could be seen clearly. According to Tom's description, this should be the one who summoned him. I don't know if I can use this to escape? Zhang De also tentatively poked it with his finger. The ring flickered, and a 3% appeared in the middle. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the screen when his mobile phone is charging. This thing, is it out of power? Zhang De also came up with this idea naturally, and touched his trouser pocket. The phone seemed to be gone, and now only the ear picks and the pendant remained. Zhang De also scratched his head and made some guesses, but it seems that he has no conditions to study how to charge him now. Tom tilted his head to watch the new owner's movements, not knowing why. Zhang De also smiled. Alright Tom, you have seen the situation now. We are floating on the sea, we have to find a way to find land, and we need to get some food and water. Speaking of food, Zhang De's stomach growled again. Tom quickly dragged his small package over and pushed it to Zhang De. Zhang De also looked at the 3 boxes of canned food and a stack of green bills in the small parcel, and knew that this was all Tom's possessions when he left home. To be honest, he was a little moved. I can bear it for a while, let's try fishing first, and save the cans for emergency. Tom patted his chest and signaled to leave it to me. Then he picked up the wooden stick he was carrying when he went out, took the fishing line Zhang De also made out of shoelaces and the hook made out of a key ring, and made a simple one. Fishing rod. One shoelace was a bit short, and Zhang De also contributed another one. Seeing Tom throwing the hook professionally, Zhang De was also full of anticipation. Tom seems to be quite good at fishing, right? Especially when using Jerry as bait. Half a day passed with no results. Tom looked at Zhang De aggrievedly. It was really difficult to fish without bait. Moreover, they have been drifting along the waves now, and there is not enough food, and they have no conditions to make nests. It is difficult for clever cats to catch fish without bait. No way, the two had no choice but to open a box of canned food, a metal box with a knob on the side, the kind that could roll up the lid after a few turns. There were 6 small fishes more than 10 centimeters long in the box, and Zhang De and Tom split them in half. I don't know if it's because of his extreme hunger. Zhang De also felt that this was the most delicious fish he had ever eaten. When he ate the first fish, he wished he could chew all the bones and swallow it. He recovered after eating the second and third fish. The way normal people eat.
Zhang De also made the fish bones scattered, and Tom was amazing. He took the whole fish tail and put it into his mouth. After a few seconds, he could spit out a complete fish skeleton without even a trace of meat on it.
Down.
After barely finishing his lunch, Zhang De also collected a little meat residue and soup from the box, wiped it on the hook, and gave it to Tom to fish. I don't know if it's reliable to use fish to fish, but some carnivorous fish will take the bait, right? The canned box was not willing to throw it away, and Zhang De was also going to try to use it to distill a little fresh water out of the glass bottle that originally contained milk. Fill the can with seawater, and then put the empty milk bottle in the middle of the box, and then Zhang De also encountered difficulties. It would be great if there is a piece of plastic sheet. A transparent plastic sheet was handed to Zhang De.
Thank you.
Zhang De also took the plastic sheet, gesticulating over and over again, trying to figure out how to set it up.
5 seconds later.
No, where did you get the plastic sheet? Zhang De also looked at Tom's back thoughtfully, and whispered, it would be great if there was a small rock. Without looking back, Tom stretched out his hand to touch the back, took out a small stone the size of a fingernail as if by magic, and handed it to Zhang De.
Zhang De.
It seemed that it was because Zhang De didn't take the small stone for a long time. Tom turned his head and showed a vivid puzzled expression. Zhang De also decided to ask directly, Tom, how many things are hidden behind you? Is there anything we can use now? Tom thought for a while and began to take things out one by one: mousetraps, firecrackers, matches, cigars, ropes, blindfolds. All kinds of sundries piled up into a hill, and there were even 2 revolvers among them. Zhang De also thought about it. As a cat who had been a cowboy, it seemed reasonable to carry 2 pistols with him, right? Unfortunately, there is no food and water. Zhang De also found a few thin wooden sticks from the pile of debris. It seemed that he had to rely on himself to get fresh water.
Wait a minute, Tom, why are you using my shoelaces as a fishing line when you have rope?
Tom smiled embarrassedly, because he didn't think of his own because there were ready-made ones in front of him. Zhang De later chose to forgive him, and after a lot of effort, he tinkered with a device for collecting fresh water. Cover the can box and the milk bottle with a plastic sheet, place a small stone on top of the plastic sheet, make that place lower than the surroundings, and the lowest point is aligned with the mouth of the glass bottle. In this way, the seawater in the can evaporates and condenses on the plastic sheet to form water droplets, which will flow down the plastic sheet and drip into the bottle. Looking at his own work, Zhang De also happily showed off to Tom. See if there is no Tom. With this, we will have fresh water to drink tomorrow or tonight. Tom sat on the edge of the board and concentrated on fishing when he heard Zhang De's voice and turned his head. Looking at the rickety distilling device, Tom almost laughed out loud. Sure Shiran put down the fishing rod, disassembled the distillation device 2 or 3 times under Zhang De's astonished gaze, and reassembled it at a speed sufficient to dazzle Zhang De. The iron box and the glass bottle are fixed together with a string so that they will not be knocked over due to the shaking on the sea surface. A layer of cloth is wrapped around the glass bottle to reduce the evaporation of water in the bottle. The bracket supporting the plastic cloth is reinforced. It is also more tightly sealed. Comparing this before and after, Zhang De also felt that Guangong might be referring to himself when he said the big knife in front of him. Tom seemed to have done something trivial, clapped his hands and sat back to fish.
Is this the legendary frustration? Zhang De also felt that he could hug Tom's thigh tightly as a pendant.
The next thing to do is to wait for the fish to take the bait, wait for the water to distill, and wait for the board to land. Zhang De also sometimes thinks about how to increase the 3% on the back of his hand, and sometimes chats with Tom and asks him if he can take him directly to the sky. It's a pity that even if Tom wants to fly, he needs various props, such as giving him a wooden board so that he can try to glide, giving him a special suit so that he can imitate the wings of a bird, or giving him a broom that he can ride fly. However, the first 2 are unlikely to bring people to fly together, and even Tom himself is not sure whether the flying method learned from the dream and the witch can be used. While chatting, Tom suddenly stumbled, and the whole cat lay on the plank. Its upper body was stretched directly, and it was suspended above the sea. A fish was hooked. Zhang De also grabbed Tom's tail, and the next moment Tom's hind legs were also hanging in the air. A healthy cat was pulled to a length of 10 meters. At this time, Zhang De didn't care whether Tom was in pain or not. Anyway, he just couldn't let go, so he stepped back with great effort, allowing Tom's hind legs to step on the wooden board again. At this moment, Tom also began to use his strength, and his body shape gradually returned to normal, but the problem was that they did not retreat, but the wooden boards under their feet quickly approached the fish. What a fish can have such strength?
And is the fishhook made of my 2 shoelaces and key ring really that strong?
Tom pulled the fishing rod back hard, and Zhang De also watched with his own eyes that the hard wooden stick bent into an abnormally exaggerated arc. But he didn't care about these things at this time. He caught the fish first. The hands that were holding Tom's tail began to alternate upwards little by little, passing through Tom's waist, chest, and arms, and finally holding the fishing rod together with Tom. The fish obviously didn't intend to stop. It dragged Zhang De and Tom to swim forward for thousands of meters before slowly losing its strength. Zhang De and Tom looked at each other and nodded, and began to reel in the line. Because there was no roulette, the line could only be reined in manually. A half-meter-long fish was dragged to the wooden board, jumping with its mouth wide open. Tom took out a mallet casually, and bang knocked the fish unconscious twice. Looking at the poor unknown fish, Zhang De also shed tears of sympathy. I'm not even in the mood to think about whether the fish's strength and size are reasonable. When it comes to handling a piece of fish, Tom is professional, expertly gutting and scaling the fish before slicing it into sashimi. Under the current conditions, it is definitely impossible to start a fire. As for the problem of whether there are parasites, let's talk about it after surviving. It's good to have something to eat. At night, a small half of the water was stored in the glass bottle, and Zhang De and Tom shared it in half, which at least moistened the throat. Although Zhang De also felt that the efficiency of that crude distillation device should not be so high, it was a good thing anyway. Zhang De also opened his collar and let Tom get into his clothes. Tom is actually quite afraid of the cold. One person and one cat hugged each other and slept like this, spending the first day they met. And Zhang De finally survived the second day of time travel with Tom's company. This is the fifth morning that Zhang De is also drifting at sea. Tom got out from Zhang De's neckline and stretched himself. These few days have been living a life where there is food, but they are just not starving to death. Both of them are a lot haggard, and both sides of their cheeks are exaggeratedly sunken. But Tom didn't complain about the current situation, at least he could feel the new owner's care for him. Although he doesn't look very smart, his hand ability is poor, and he can't even kill fish, but Tom doesn't dislike him. Master, as long as you treat me better, don't abandon me, especially if you still can't catch mice in the future. If so, don't scold me. Tom's request is so humble. As a cat, he was kicked out of the house because he couldn't catch the mouse. This matter is his eternal pain. Fortunately, even though the new owner knew the reason why he was driven away, he was still very happy to accept him. Tom is used to the new owner's closed eyes and almost wrinkled facial features. He must be having nightmares again, and it has been like this every morning for the past few days. After waking up, he should have told him about the suppression of Wuzishan, the strange dream of a fat orange crouching on his chest, right? Warning, Tom. The first thing Zhang De did when he opened his eyes was to look at the back of his left hand. The number inside the circle had changed to 7%. He had no idea how it came about. Inexplicably, it has risen by 1% in the past few days. Obviously nothing special has been done. Could it be solar charging? After yawning, Zhang De also started to tell Tom about his nightmare. Let me tell you, I dreamed that I became a scorpion spirit at night, and then I was pressed down by the gourd baby under the 7-color mountain peak. The broken mountain is too heavy. I can't breathe. Tom was usually quite interested in the stories Zhang De told, but today he uncharacteristically didn't pay attention to what he said. Tom rubbed his eyes, blinked hard again, and opened his mouth. What's the matter, Tom? Yeah, Tom cheered, and started doing backhand flips on the spot, flipping a full circle along the edge of the plank, and then jumped onto Zhang De excitedly. He tugged at his clothes and pointed in a certain direction. Zhang De also looked at Tom's hand, and there was a piece of green on the blue sea. It's the canopy. That is to say, there is land. Zhang De's face immediately showed joy, and finally the drifting was about to end. Zhang De also cheered immediately, picked up Tom and held it high. Go. Let's row over. Tom and Zhang De also lay on both sides of the board, paddling happily with their hands. It stands to reason that Tom's short-handed paddling efficiency should be very low, but Tom almost turned his arm into a propeller. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the island, Zhang De also noticed something was wrong, because he saw a tall mountain wall farther away from the island. The whole body of this mountain wall is red, soaring into the clouds. It is completely impossible to see where the top of the mountain is, and it is impossible to see the side horizontally. No way? Zhang De also thought of something terrible. Since Zhang De was also in a daze, his strokes also slowed down, but Tom didn't stop, so the board turned in a circle on the spot. Tom, who was still excited just now, gradually calmed down. Looking at Zhang De, the expression on his face clearly said, "You are actually paddling while paddling." "Ah, I'm sorry Tom, I was distracted." Zhang De also said, we may have reached a terrible place. Next, be careful and approach slowly. If there is danger in a while, remember to draw your gun at any time. Tom blinked, seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter, and nodded thoughtfully.
One person and one cat continued to approach the island.
Maybe this is called Wangshan running dead horse. From morning to noon, they gradually saw the scene on the island. The eyes are full of tall trees, with white numbers marked on the trunks. The magic is that there are bubbles of all sizes constantly popping up on the ground, floating upwards, and they are colorful under the sunlight, which is very beautiful. In Tom's eyes, this is a beautiful island like a fairy tale. But in Zhang Dai's eyes, it was not the case. Such a scene reminded him of a place called Chambord Islands in his memory, and the huge mountain wall in the distance might be the Red Earth continent.
This is the world of anime One Piece.
Zhang Dai subconsciously thought it was impossible, but looking at Tom who was paddling next to him, it seemed that nothing was impossible. One Piece, the end of the first half of the Great Voyage, the Chambord Islands, also known as the Soap Bubble Islands. A large number of pirates who have passed the test of the harsh environment will land here, a large number of bounty hunters wandering in the gray area are gearing up, and there are even various criminal gangs and human traffickers gathering. Zhang Dai and Tom were lucky enough to drift on the Great Route for 5 days without encountering any bad weather, and successfully found an island where humans could live. At the same time, the two of them were unlucky enough to end up in such a dangerous place. Zhang Dai also took a deep breath, and now he can only go ashore before talking about it. After all, there are civilians living here, so it shouldn't be impossible to survive at all. First of all, he looked around and found no pirate ship. Zhang Dai also beckoned Tom to slowly paddle to the shore. What he didn't notice was that during this time, the number in the ring on the back of his left hand gradually increased to 81%. 60 GR in front left and 59 GR in front right, these are the numbers of the two big trees in front of Zhang Dai. From a distance, the diameter of the numbered tree trunks is much wider than that of ordinary houses, and the height is even more exaggerated.
Numerous buildings extend far away around the tree trunk, forming a town.
2 trees or islands are connected by a bridge.
There is a certain height difference between the coast and the sea level.
It seems that it is not possible to land anywhere. Zhang Dai also confidently rode into the gap between islands 60 and 59, because he saw a seagull flag hanging on a building on the left from a distance. That is to say, there is a naval base nearby. Maybe when watching anime, it automatically substitutes the perspective of pirates, and sees a lot of navies that are not decent. But now that I am on the scene, I really feel safe when I see the naval base again.
Hello, an uncle's voice came from the bank on the right. Zhang Dai and Tom looked up and saw a man with a square face wearing sunglasses. Seeing that Zhang Dai also noticed him, the uncle asked, at #%?
Zhang Dai was also taken aback. He didn't understand what he said, he thought it was too bad, he didn't understand the language. Because the communication with Tom was smooth and I didn't meet anyone else, so I didn't think about this problem. At this time, the magic circle on Zhang Dai's wrist finally came out to give him a sense of presence, a burst of purple light flashed, and Zhang Dai also saw this translucent screen the size of a mobile phone for the first time. It clearly says, loading the language pack. Obtain the common language of the world, including basic abilities such as listening, speaking, reading, and writing. The screen went off, and Zhang Dai also noticed that the number in the ring on the back of his hand changed to 81% at some point, and now it quickly dropped to 71%. At the same time, he understood the meaning of what the uncle yelled just now. Did you encounter shipwreck? This language pack comes at the right time. A language barrier will cause a lot of trouble. When Hattori Hanzo and Lubu asked for directions, it was because of the language barrier that they fought at the top of the Forbidden City, forcing the audience to be in a comedy. In the movie, I saw the special effects that shamed a lot of sci-fi movies.
Is this a waste of energy to change a language for me? By the way, when is this energy charged? Broken, this thing was seen by that uncle, will something happen?
The uncle didn't seem to notice the change just now, but noticed that Zhang Dai's eyes had become vigilant, and quickly explained, I'm a boatman on Island 59.
I'm not a bad guy. Look, I have tools with me.
Besides, there's a naval base not far away.
No one will cause trouble here.
The uncle seemed worried about being misunderstood, so he took out a jigsaw from his waist and showed it to Zhang Dai. Tom hid behind Zhang Dai fearfully. Little Claw hugged Zhang Dai's thigh. He had already remembered Zhang Dai's instructions, and was ready to draw his gun. Zhang Dai also twitched the corners of his mouth. This uncle looks more like a bad guy with a jigsaw wielding a sturdy look, right?
Moreover, could he not see the screen just now? We have been drifting at sea for 5 days. Where is this place? Can we land?
Zhang Dai's voice sounded a little weak, and he looked haggard, and his clothes were wrinkled. The uncle looked at the fishing rod and water bottle on the wooden board, and immediately believed Zhang Dai's words.
There are too many shipwrecks in this world.
It is not uncommon to encounter shipwrecks. Seeing that this child is young, he must have suffered a lot, right?
This is the Chambord Islands. Have you seen the marks on the trees? Every tree with a mark represents an island.
Islands from 60 to 69 are where the government and the navy are stationed, and islands from 50 to 59 are where we boatmen and shipyards are located. The uncle paused, and continued, if you want to land, follow me, there is a slightly flat place ahead, you can climb up.
Thank you, uncle.
Zhang Di followed his guidance and continued to row forward. After a while, he saw a relatively low place. There is no beach or port, but the simple terrain is relatively low. Zhang Di also put Tom on his shoulders, and climbed to the bank on hands and feet. The uncle reminded, be careful, all the islands here are made up of the roots of the mangrove tree, and the roots will continue to secrete resin, which is very slippery. Zhang Di really felt it, the sticky resin and the moss growing near the sea. If it wasn't for the gentle slope, he might not be able to go up it given his current physical condition. Tom squatted on Zhang Dai's shoulder, following his master's instructions to guard against the uncle's sneak attack. Fortunately, the uncle didn't have this idea. After Zhang Di also stood firm, he asked, where did you come from, brother? Did you meet a pirate? Zhang Dai also felt that his legs were a little weak at this time. It may be that he has been floating in the sea for too long, and he is still a little uncomfortable standing on the land all of a sudden. He always feels that the ground under his feet is still shaking. I came from a faraway place and encountered some emergencies. Zhang Dai also didn't choose to confess his background hastily, and he was worried that it would be bad to be exposed for lying, so he could only choose to be vague. Anyway, Tom and I managed to survive by relying on that piece of wood. We are lucky to be able to drift here. Indeed, little brother, you are lucky. Most people may have starved to death, or died in a little wind and waves. The great route is very dangerous. The uncle sighed. Seeing that Zhang Di didn't seem to want to talk about his background, the uncle didn't force it, thinking that he might have some bad experience and didn't want to mention it. Such things are not uncommon in this world. Oh, by the way, my name is Goodman. As I said just now, I am a boatman and work on Island 59. What do you call me? My name is Zhang Dai. Uncle, you can call me Dai. His name is Tom. So it's brother Tatsuya. Uncle Goodman looked at Tom with a smile. It seems that this cat is very important to you. If it were someone else, I'm afraid it would have been eaten for so long. Meow. The fur on Tom's body exploded. This man is so scary that he actually eats cats. Tom is my important partner. Zhang Di also replied, and then gently smoothed the hair on Tom's body. Uncle is just joking. Tom rubbed Zhang Dai's face, then hid behind Zhang Dai's neck, observing secretly. Ha, I'm sorry to scare you, smart kitty. Goodman smiled heartily, and didn't show much surprise at Tom's spiritual appearance. There are many smart animals in this world. The simplest example is the diligent newspaper delivery gulls. Not only can they carry a large bag of heavy newspapers and fly across the sea, but they can also collect money according to the number of copies of the newspapers. So Tatsuya, what are your plans for the future? I'm planning to find a restaurant or something first, and work part-time to earn some food money. As he spoke, Zhang Dai's stomach started to growl. Tom's stomach seemed to be infected, and he also barked. The paws that were firmly holding on to Zhang Dai's clothes seemed to lose strength suddenly, and the whole cat flowed down from his shoulders like a pool of liquid and fell into Zhang Dai's clothes. Arms. It seems that you are not in good condition. Why don't you go to my house to rest first? Is this okay? No problem. Although I'm not a rich man, it's okay to provide a little food. I mean, why help us so much if I'm the bad guy? Brother, you don't look like a bad guy, and don't look at me like you, I can hit 10 like you. Goodman lightened his muscles and smiled. If you are worried, you should be a kid. Brother, you are right to worry. Zhang Dai also believed it. This uncle's arms were thicker than his thighs, and his height seemed to be more than 2 meters tall. His height of 1.8 meters was not even considered a younger brother in front of him. Tom's stomach growled again, and Zhang Dai also looked at Tom's pitiful look, nodded and said, then thank you, uncle. That's right, a man should be more decisive in doing things. Hesitantly look like, remember when I was young, whether it was work or anything, when I identified the goal, while leading the way for Zhang Dai, Goodman babbled about his heroic deeds. So Zhang Dai also knew not only where his family lived, but also how he became the best boatman among his peers on the entire number 59 island at the age of 24. I learned how he became a foreman at the age of 30 and married a virtuous wife. By the way, I learned that he had a lively son at the age of 35. I also heard him mention that the world's #1 shipbuilder is also named Tom, and he seems to be building some kind of sea train, but because that Tom helped the One Piece build a ship, he seemed to be convicted by the world government. When mentioning Roger of One Piece, he complained for a while, blaming that guy for talking about big secret treasures before he died. In the past few years, many outstanding young people went to sea as soon as their heads got hot, and they don't know what is going on now. What angered Goodman the most was that his 4-year-old son Bayer had heard someone bragging about the story of the One Piece a while ago, and when he got home he clamored to become the One Piece. As a result, of course, Goodman gave him a serious lesson, because he was a little bit harsh, and Goodman was complained by his wife Molly for several days. Zhang De managed to find an opportunity to interject, and asked how long it had been since Roger was executed. Goodman thought for a while. It's been 12 years, right? I remember I was 28 years old at the time, and I just started dating Molly. It's really nostalgic. At that time, yes, I already knew how handsome and strong you were, uncle, at that time, and I also knew how sweet you were. Zhang De was also a little helpless. Unexpectedly, Uncle Goodman, who looked so tough on the outside, was actually a talkative guy, and every time he mentioned things about him when he was young, Zhang De always felt that the person speaking in front of him was Usopp. Reluctantly following Goodman, Zhang De also began to calculate. He still remembered that Luffy went to sea 22 years after Roger's death. 7 or 80-year-old brat? These have nothing to do with him for the time being. What is important is whether there have been any dangerous incidents near Chambord recently. Unexpectedly, apart from Wang Lufei violently beating Tianlong people 10 years later, there seems to be no big trouble, right? Then there should be no need to worry about dying in the aftermath of the Battle of the Strong for no reason. In addition to the Tianlong people who often come to visit the current Chambord Islands, occasionally there will be some small-scale pirates making trouble, but most of the time they are in illegal areas. It's good to hide a little bit. Judging by Uncle Goodman's appearance, at least their house should not have been harassed by pirates. In addition, the right hand of the One Piece and Pluto, Sir Bez Raleigh, should have lived in seclusion on this island now, and it seems that he will not harass the civilians with his character. I hope that what is shown in the anime is the real one. That's all Zhang De can hope for. In this way, as long as you are careful, there should be no danger in a short time, and then. This golden finger needs to be understood quickly. Zhang De also looked at his left hand and was slightly taken aback. The energy seems to have increased again after such a short while? 72%. Although it is only 1% more, it is indeed an increase. First of all, it can't be because of solar and wind power, otherwise the few days at sea would have been full. Zhang De also thought about it. From the moment he loaded the language pack to now, the only things he did were walking, talking, and thinking wildly. A few days ago, I talked and thought wildly with Tom, and I also experienced emotions such as shock, fear, and joy, which should not be the reason for this. Then walk. Is this thing a pedometer? Think about the soaring energy during the period before going ashore. At that time, all I could do was paddling hard. So, it's very likely that this thing is a pedometer, or a sports bracelet? Can only be recharged by exercise? Check it out later. Zhang De also made a preliminary judgment, and Goodman's ramblings came to an end temporarily. It's almost here, the street ahead, the second house is my home. Zhang De also looked at the place Goodman pointed at, which was still within the range of Island 59. Goodman's home is a small 2-story building. The first floor is nothing special, and the second floor is a spherical building. Not only the house of the Goodman family, but looking around, many buildings around have a spherical structure on it, which seems to be the architectural style of this generation. Zhang De also doesn't know much about architecture, but he just thinks which country it resembles, but he can't say in detail. As for Tom, at this moment Tom only had food in his mind, and if he had food, even that uncle who ate cats would not seem so scary. Oh, husband, didn't you go to work? Who is this little brother? The door was opened by Mrs. Goodman's wife, Mrs. Molly, with black curly hair, regular features, and an apron on her body, who seemed to be doing housework. This is brother Tatsuya and his cat Tom. I'll talk about the details later. Anyway, let's get them something to eat first. Goodman urged. Molly nodded and let Goodman and Zhang De in. She poured 2 cups of tea and prepared a small saucer for Tom to pour water on. Drink some water first, the food will be ready soon. Thank you, Sister Molly. Zhang De didn't remember who he heard it from. When he saw a strange woman older than himself, he just called her sister, and he could put his seniority aside depending on the situation. In fact, Mrs. Molly is 37 years old this year. For women in this world, she is at her most domineering figure at this age. After the age of 40, they will have a high probability of being infected with a virus called Oda's curse, and their body and appearance will gradually change.
I can't call my sister. Oh, my brother can really talk. Mrs. Molly held her face and went to the kitchen happily.
Zhang De also sipped hot tea, and Tom licked the water in small sips. It was rare that he behaved like a normal cat.
Well, Molly is as good as I said, right?
Goodman took this opportunity to continue talking about the heroic deeds of how he, who was handsome at the time, made Molly fall in love at first sight. In less than 10 minutes, Mrs. Molly came out with 2 plates, one large and one small, and placed them in front of Zhang De and Tom.
Are you bragging again?
Mrs. Molly ruthlessly exposed Uncle Goodman, and said to Zhang De with a smile, "It's almost enough to believe 1/10 of what he said. Come and try seafood fried rice." "How can you say that?" Goodman complained dissatisfiedly, mumbling "remember when I was young" in a low voice. Zhang De also thanked him calmly, and then picked up the spoon to prepare to eat. In a short period of time, he has gotten used to Goodman's character.
He is probably an enthusiastic uncle who likes to brag. It smells so good. After taking a mouthful of fried rice, Zhang De couldn't help but praise it. Fortunately, he didn't set up any flags randomly, so he couldn't be regarded as the incarnation of Jingza.
Tom took the little spoon too, and tasted it, his eyes shining. "As long as it suits your taste." Mrs. Molly smiled, and looked curiously at Tom, who could use a spoon, but she wasn't too surprised.
Zhang De also ate sashimi for several days in a row.
At this time, eating a piece of fried rice was like eating some delicious food, and he couldn't stop eating one spoonful after another.
Tom's eating habits are actually very similar to humans.
Even though he has a preference for fish and birds, he still likes to eat cooked food. While the two of them were eating, Goodman told Mrs. Molly how he had met Zhang De. In fact, he went to the bank to release water after finishing the work at hand, and then found Zhang De and Tom paddling over on the plank. Goodman saw that Zhang De didn't look like a bad guy, so he kindly reminded him of the login location, and brought him back when he saw that he was not in good health.
"Thank you for the hospitality.
I haven't eaten such a delicious meal for a long time." Uncle Goodman said that Sister Molly's craftsmanship is good, and it really comes from the heart.
No rice was left.
Tom licked off the rice grains hanging from his beard, slumped on the table and rubbed his belly, showing a comfortable expression.
"Oh, my brother is exaggerating."
Mrs. Molly covered her mouth and smiled happily.
"I'm just telling the truth."
Zhang De also stood up, feeling his strength recovered after eating a full meal. "I've been bothering you for so long, I should leave now. Thank you Uncle Goodman and Sister Molly for taking care of me."
"Are you in such a hurry?" Mrs. Molly asked. "Goodman just said that my brother wants to find a place to work, right?"
Zhang De also nodded. "Well, at least the problem of eating has been solved first, and then we can think about other things." Goodman kept silent about his cut, and said with a smile, "In this case, I have a job here that suits you." Zhang De also thought that he was going to take him to work in the dock, so he shook his head and said, "I can't do it as a boatman.
If you don't know how to do carpentry, it will only make trouble for Uncle, right?" Don't worry, I didn't ask you to be a boatman, brother, you can't do it with your physique."
Goodman laughed. Zhang De's small body is really weak, like a chicken in his eyes.
"I'm so sorry for being so weak."
Zhang De also complains silently in his heart. Even a fitness expert in the original world would probably be able to punch and scream in front of this Uncle Boatman. As if suddenly realizing that it is not good to make fun of others like this, Goodman coughed lightly and continued, "That's right, I think you have received a good education, brother?" Zhang De also nodded. "I was still a student before I came here."
Goodman looked at him expectantly, and said, "That would be great.
In fact, I want to invite you to teach that brat in my family for a while."
"Me?"
"My level may not be as high as you imagined." Zhang De didn't know what to teach, and we didn't know much about this world. Goodman said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, as long as he is taught to read and do simple arithmetic. You may not believe it, but I just learned the characters of this world." Zhang De also thought that it would not be a big problem if he only taught literacy and arithmetic, and the Goodman family seems to be quite reliable, so he went outside to find a new one. At work, you may also encounter unscrupulous bosses. If that's the case, let's bother you for a while longer. Zhang De also agreed, so at least there is a temporary place to stay. As for living under the fence or something, he doesn't have the money to stay in a hotel now, does he? What clatter. Zhang De also took a bath in the bathroom of Uncle Goodman's house. After agreeing to be a tutor here, Mrs. Molly immediately tidied up a guest room and prepared a change of clothes and toiletries for Zhang De. When asked about their son, Mrs. Molly said that Bayer went to play with old Bob, and asked Zhang De to take a good bath and rest, and then start class tomorrow. And Goodman wanted to go back to work, and before leaving, he said that he would go back and inquire about the salary of the tutor, and he would never treat Zhang De badly. Zhang De also had no choice but to rejoice that he met a good person, and then he did as he wanted. After applying the shampoo for himself, Zhang De also lathered Tom all over. The whole body of the cat was covered with white foam, only 2 eyes were exposed. I heard that human shampoo is not good for cats, but
Tom is no ordinary cat.
At this time, Tom was sitting on a small stool, resting his chin in one hand and enjoying Zhang De's scrubbing service comfortably. Rinse off the foam on Tom's body, Tom shakes the water, and in a blink of an eye there is a brand new cat again. Next, Zhang De squatted down. Tom stepped on a small stool and rubbed Zhang De's back with a towel. Despite Tom's small stature, his hands were not bad at all.
While enjoying Tom's back rubbing service, Zhang De looked at his sunken cheeks in the mirror. Just 5 days without enough food, can you really starve people like this? Because he didn't have such experience, Zhang De couldn't make a judgment.
He always felt that such a big change was a bit exaggerated. But since Tom is hungry and thin, it should be normal for me. Zhang De also suddenly noticed something was wrong, turned his head and asked, "Tom, why did you recover so quickly?" "There was a problem with the time calculation in the last chapter, I changed it secretly." "Thank you for your correction." Tom tilted his head, not understanding why Zhang De was also surprised. He would lose weight when he was hungry for a long time, and he would get fat when he was full. Isn't this normal? Zhang De also wanted to smash his cat's head and tell him that it was not normal at all. Thinking that he is Tom, Zhang De was also relieved. He should study his cheating finger if he has this time. The right hand pressed the ring on the back of the left hand, and the number 72% in the middle of the ring dimmed and turned into thin lines, forming a magic circle. At this time, the light screen lights up, hovering above the back of Zhang De's left hand, and will follow his left hand to move. The upper part shows the time, and the lower part shows the magic circle of energy. Zhang De also tried to click on the magic circle, and a prompt popped up on the screen. Reminder, insufficient energy, unable to activate the summoning, please charge to more than 90%. Then Zhang De also tried to swipe left and swipe right. The top reads, inventory bar, and there are small square grids below, all of which are empty at this time. After thinking about it, Zhang De also picked up a piece of soap and tried to put it on the screen, but there was no response, so he tried to put it on the back of his hand. Reminder, only summoning items can be stored. So, is it possible to summon items from another world? Although it is not a universal portable space, Zhang De is not too disappointed. He closes the item bar, slides to the left, and the top reads, character column, and there are only 2 avatars below. One is Zhang De and the other is Tom. After clicking, the basic information and profiles of the 2 of them will pop up. Looking at his profile, Zhang De also has a toothache. The reason for the time travel is suspected to be because a roommate made a wish on a shooting star? Which cheater is so good at playing? Wait until I see the shooting star that day, and send away all of you bastards. Flipping several pages back and forth several times, worrying about missing any functions, but in fact it is only that simple. It's just that during the exploration process, Zhang De also felt that the cutting screen effect of this thing was the same as his missing mobile phone, and the pattern of the magic circle, no matter how you looked at it, it looked like his school badge and keys were superimposed. Didn't expect 2 irrelevant things put together, and then abstracted into lines. It looks quite tall. After confirming that there was nothing to operate, Zhang De also pressed the back of his left hand again to make the screen disappear. After rubbing his back, Tom was looking curiously at Zhang De, who was also busy. Zhang De also touched Tom's head with a smile, washed it off, changed his clothes and went out. Brother Tatsuya, your room is ready, go in and rest for a while, and I will introduce Bayer to you later.
Mrs. Molly greeted. I'm causing you trouble.
You are too polite, Bayer will trouble you later. Zhang De also took Tom into the guest room, where there was a single bed, neat bedding, and a small blanket for Tom. There are water glasses and snacks on the bedside cabinet, as well as a stack of newspapers. This is too thoughtful. Zhang De also sat on the bed, he just needed this to get some information. Picking up the newspaper and flipping through it, there are 5 copies in total. The dates on them are from May 5th to May 9th, 1510 in the sea calendar. It seems that I have prepared 5 copies because I heard that I was drifting at sea for 5 days. Let's read it first, and then look for the old newspapers to learn something. The first thing Zhang De opened was the one on May 7th, not because of anything else, but because the photo on the front page was so attractive. It was a beautiful woman with Rapunzel-cut hair, wearing a pair of snake-shaped earrings, boldly dressed, with a proud look, and a snake coiled behind her. It seems that no matter who they are, they will be attracted the moment they see her, but unfortunately there are only black and white photos in the newspaper. Zhang De didn't bother to find out if there was a reward, because the headline of the news was, "The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, is invited to become the king's Shichibukai. Becoming Chi Wuhai will revoke the reward, and of course there will be no more reward orders." The writer of this news seems to understand the readers very well, and spent most of the text praising the Empress's beauty and temperament. Afterwards, she briefly mentioned the fact that she received a reward of 80 million baileys for the first time she went to sea, and was then invited to become Chi Wuhai. Finally, I did a little popular science on Daughter Island Amazon Lily, and called Daughter Island a man's paradise. Zhang De, who knew the truth, also said that he would die if he went there, and he didn't know how he died. If the Empress has just become Kueihai, that means Kueihai hasn't got it all together yet? It seems that there is only such a big piece of news in this newspaper, and the rest that made Zhang De take a second look is, Major General Catalu has been transferred to the Chambord Islands. After all, if you want to live here for a period of time, it would be good to know a little bit about the admirals here. The following briefly mentions the resume of Rear Admiral Catalu. He is a subordinate of Lieutenant Admiral Poliusolino, the former chief of the G2 naval fortress, and what achievements he has made. The name Poliusolino is also very familiar to Zhang De. Later, Huang Yuan, one of the 3 admirals of the navy, who has the ability to shine fruit, looks very wretched. Some netizens spoofed that he was Monkey D. Huang Yuan, Wang Lufei's second uncle, an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, and part-time director of a kindergarten. One mouthful is scary, 1 foot is a supernova, the salary is in place, and the 4 emperors are useless. If he is only a lieutenant general now, then it is estimated that Akakanu and Akiji are similar. Sengoku was still a general, and the admiral is steel bone empty? However, it is estimated that the 3 generals of the navy have gathered in the past few years. Zhang De also continued to rummage through several newspapers for reference information, and his level of seriousness was probably only comparable to that of King of Newspapers. Speaking of the King of Newspapers, there is really a piece of news from him, not Lao Sha, but Doflamingo. The pirate ship of the Don Quixote family encountered the general ship Crane in the North Sea, and fled away. At this time, Doflamingo is still being chased all over the world by Tsuru Admiral, which means he hasn't become Shichibukai yet, and he doesn't know what's going on with Luo and Corazon. The red-haired pirates entered the Great Rout. Red-haired Shanks lost his arm. What kind of powerful enemy did he encounter? You may not believe it, the red hair not only lost his arm, but was also opened by the Thief King with a wine bottle. After reading several newspapers, apart from these familiar people, there is only one interesting serial comic, Sora the Brave Sea Warrior in Germa, the Evil Legion. It tells the story of Germa being defeated again and again. The Sea Warrior Sola wears the seagull logo on his body, and there are also seagulls among his combat partners. No matter how you look at this comic, it doesn't look like a newspaper based on strength. Haha, there was a slight voice next to him. Zhang De also turned his head to look. Tom had already fallen asleep, wrapped himself in a small blanket like a caterpillar, his head was resting on Zhang De's lap, and there was still a big and small bubble hanging from his nose. Zhang De also smiled. Tom has worked hard these days, so he put down the newspaper, gently picked up Tom, and put him on the pillow. A burst of drowsiness struck, and Zhang De also lay down beside him to sleep for a while, but he couldn't sleep so comfortably while floating in the sea. Pop! Tom's snot bubble burst. Zhang De and Tom woke up at the same time, rubbed their eyes and stretched at the same time. Looking at the time, after sleeping for more than 2 hours, Zhang De felt that his body seemed to be much more relaxed. Let's go, Tom, let's go out for a walk and study charging. Tom yawned again and squatted on Zhang De's shoulder obediently. Oh? You are Brother Tatsuya? Mrs. Molly looked at Zhang De, who walked out of the room with some surprise. Zhang De was stunned and said inexplicably, "It's me, what's wrong?" "Wait a minute." Mrs. Molly found a small mirror and handed it to Zhang De. "Brother, you have changed a lot." "Huh?" Zhang De looked at himself in the mirror and touched his cheek in disbelief. His cheeks were still sunken after taking a bath, and he looked malnourished. How could he recover completely after sleeping? I don't know what's going on. Zhang De has only seen this situation in Luffy in the anime, who was so hungry that he was skinny, but he recovered after eating a meal. Oh no, there's also Tom. Tom also recovered after eating before. Could it be that I have the same ability as them? Life returned? Anyway, it's a good thing to recover.
Do you feel uncomfortable? Mrs. Molly quickly accepted the strange phenomenon. There are so many strange people on the sea. This guy might also be an extraordinary person?
Zhang Di also replied, no, I'm in good spirits now, and I want to go out for a walk. Well, taking a walk is also good, but there are some things you must remember, brother.
Mrs. Molly's expression became serious. What?
Mrs. Molly raised a finger. First of all, Goodman should have told you that there are 79 islands in the Sabaody archipelago. Each island has a number on the trunk of the tree, and the islands are connected by bridges. You can walk around the area near our house, but you must not go to islands 1 to 29.
Why? Because most of those islands are illegal areas that the Navy and the world government are unwilling to manage.
There are many vicious pirates in them, which are very dangerous.
Zhang De also nodded. He remembered the term illegal area.
The so-called human auction house is in that area, and Xiaqi's extortion bar is also there. If he rashly goes in with his delicate skin and tender flesh, he will either be chopped or sold.
Mrs. Molly raised the second finger. In addition, Island 44 is where ordinary ships enter and exit the Sabaody archipelago. Pirates usually sneak in there. Although the newly arrived pirates usually act low-key, it is better for us to stay away from there.
Well, I know. Zhang De also agreed.
He didn't want to see pirates at all now.
Mrs. Molly raised her third finger. The most important thing is that some celestial dragons will come here when they are in a good mood. If you meet them, either hide as quickly as possible or kneel down with others.
The less conspicuous the better. You must remember this. I remember. I will just walk around. Celestial dragons are also troublesome. Zhang De doesn't want to kneel down to those guys, so it's better to stay away.
Zhang De also walked out of the door of Goodman's house, thinking about whether to save some money and leave.
He felt very unsafe in the Sabaody archipelago.
But if he left, he would take a merchant ship or a passenger ship. He was worried about being robbed, and where to go was also a problem. It seems that it is not safe anywhere in this world without some strength.
Even in the so-called weakest sea, the East China Sea, Garp went back from time to hang out, and there were still pirates like Aaron and Creek causing trouble, not to mention that the Golden Lion was still hiding in that corner preparing a big plan. Maybe one day you are eating hot pot and singing at home, and the whole island will fly up or be smashed. So you have to exercise to become stronger, and of course you have to study the magic circle that my poor XX mobile phone has become to see if it is charged by my exercise. Zhang De opened the screen and wrote down the time and energy. It's 15:07 now, 72% energy, let's jog first. Zhang De jogged along the street.
Some pedestrians looked at him curiously, while others ignored him.
It seemed that they all, like Goodman, could not see the light in Zhang De's hand. At present, except Zhang De, only Tom can see it, or perhaps only the characters he summoned can see it.
After running for a while, Zhang De found that his energy had become 73%. He stopped immediately and looked at the time, 15:08.
Jogging for 1 minute increases 2%? Maybe not accurate enough, let's try again.
This time, Zhang De started running at the moment when the time became 15:10, and stopped when his energy reached 83%. He felt a little tired, but he could still hold on.
He looked at the time and saw 15:21.
So it should be about 10 minutes of jogging to increase 10%.
The energy should have been just over 72 the previous time, and my time calculation was not very accurate? When it reaches 90%, the summoning can be activated. Let's run for a while.
Zhang De looked at the goal that could be achieved soon, and he was full of motivation. Tom watched Zhang De exercise, and ran from his left shoulder to his right shoulder, intending to help him balance. After jogging for about 20 minutes, Zhang De felt his calves were a little sore, but he didn't feel like he was panting like a dog when he ran 3 or 4 laps around the playground when he wanted to exercise. My physical fitness seems to have improved a little, but this is not the focus now. Zhang De looked at the 91% number on the back of his hand with a little excitement.
He could start summoning.
Worried about making too much noise, he found an empty alley and opened the screen and clicked on the magic circle.
Energy is sufficient, do you want to start summoning?
Yes, 30s, no, Zhang De didn't have the patience to wait for the countdown, so he just chose yes. There was no big noise, not even a special effect, but the energy was reduced by 80% in an instant, and then a window popped up. Congratulations on obtaining Tom's Cool Cigar *3, Tom's Magic Milk *1, saved in the inventory.
Zhang De also showed the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What's all this? Consuming 80% of the energy is just like this? And since it only needs 80%, Why must it wait until 90% to start? Is it a battery protection?
Zhang Di also curiously opened the inventory, and sure enough, there were two more icons. One was a cigar, with the number 3 marked, and the other was a blue metal basin, which was filled with 2/3 of milk.
If you look closely, the milk is still bubbling. Tom's cool cigar. The first puff of smoke after lighting can be sprayed into any shape you want.
Tom's magical milk, originally prepared as a poison, but in fact it can make people who drink it gain powerful strength in a short period of time.
Zhang Da.
Zhang Dei also seems to know these two props. Needless to say, the cigar is used by Tom to play handsome and flirt with the little female cat when he meets the little female cat.
He can blow smoke rings in a fancy way. The milk seems to be because Jerry always drank milk secretly.
Tom poured a lot of dangerous chemicals into it in order to get revenge on Jerry. Unexpectedly, Jerry turned into a devil muscle rat after drinking it, and beat Tom hard.
Beat up. Perhaps this can be understood as a rage potion?
With this, there is a sense of security, at least not a complete weak chicken. Zhang Dei also took out a cigar from the inventory, intending to try to see if it was so magical. Looking at the brown stick-shaped object in his hand, Zhang Dei also had a difficult time. He doesn't know how to smoke, and he doesn't even know which side is up and which side is down when the cigar is in his hand.
I had to ask Tom how to play this thing. Of course Tom understood very well.
He reached behind his back and touched it, took out a small prop, clicked and cut the cigar for Zhang Dei, and stuffed it into Zhang Dei's mouth. Then he groped behind his back again, took out a match, and struck it on the soles of his feet with a flick. The match was lit, signaling Zhang Dei to bring the cigar over and suck it hard. Zhang Dei also did the same, and the cigar was lit smoothly. Like a smoker, he clamped the cigar with 2 fingers and took it away from his mouth, exhaling a puff of white smoke. "Hello world." The white smoke condensed into 2 words, and after a few seconds, it drifted away with the wind.
It's actually really good.
Zhang Di also felt very novel. He didn't know anything else, he didn't even know how to smoke at all, he just sipped it and spit it out. Tom watched Zhang Dei also puffing out smoke rings, showing a very interested expression. He also took out a cigar from behind, cut it and lit it himself.
White smoke forming, go on. Zhang Dei was also happy, and took another sip, but there was nothing.
He tried it unbelievingly, but it still didn't work. There is no way, only the first sip can be controlled.
Tom tilted his head, inhaled and exhaled, and the white smoke formed 2 Chinese characters. Really? Zhang Dei was also dumbfounded, but Tom's performance was not over yet.
From simple circular smoke rings, to English letters, to Chinese characters, he was almost omnipotent, and he could even spray smoke rings from his ears. Finally, I spit out a cat's smiling face as the end. "Well, Tom, you are really good. I'm a weak chicken who can only rely on props."
Zhang Dei can only admit that he is good.
Tom put his arms around his arms, moved his mouth, and moved the cigar from the left corner of his mouth to the right, showing a smug expression. Zhang Di also snatched the cigar from Tom's mouth and extinguished it together with his own. "Okay, don't play anymore, smoking is harmful to your health."
This is definitely not jealousy, so is Tom smoking really bad for his health?
Zhang Dei also made a gesture of throwing a cigar, thought for a while, then withdrew his hand, and tried to stuff it into the inventory, but Tom couldn't stuff it in, but his own could, but it took up an extra space.
Used Shashwai cigar, no special effect, but for smokers, it tastes really good. I don't know where it's at all.
Forget it, keep it for now. Anyway, there are quite a lot of grids. What if it is used in the future? The hamster-type player starts thinking, as long as the backpack has a place, he is reluctant to throw anything away. As for the magic milk, another prop, Zhang Dei also took it out to have a look and then put it back. It was really bubbling and bubbling, looking like it was going to explode at any time.
Tom was a little panicked when he saw it. Zhang Dei didn't dare to try it, and he wasn't willing to waste it.
Let's talk about it later when there is danger and he needs to put all his eggs in one basket. Looking at the time, Zhang Dei also decided to exercise for a while, which can not only recharge the magic circle, but also exercise his body, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Looking at the slowly rising numbers, Zhang Dei was also full of energy. "Helping me up, I can still run." After barely running for half an hour, raising his energy to 43%, Zhang Dei was really exhausted this time, panting non-stop. He found that running speed also has an impact on energy gain. In general, jogging for an hour and a half can accumulate enough energy, and if you run faster, it may take an hour. In addition, he also tried exercises such as push-ups, which can indeed increase, but the efficiency seems to be not as good as running. In short, in the future, you must exercise for at least 1.5 hours a day. When your physical strength increases in the future, you may be able to recharge your energy several times a day. Judging from Zhang Dai's current physical strength, no matter which sport he chooses, it will be a difficult test. At this time, he is extremely envious of those who are physically capable. But no matter how difficult it is, you have to persevere. If your strength is too weak, you will not feel safe in this world anyway. Zhang De was also exhausted, and walked back slowly with Tom. Just now he was concentrating on researching charging, so he didn't take a good look at the scenery on the island. Fortunately, he didn't have the serious road-crazy attribute like Sauron, otherwise he would definitely not be able to go back. Looking left and right, he observed the surrounding exotic buildings, pedestrians coming and going, and bubbles rising from time to time on the ground. Tom looked curiously at the man riding the bike in the bubble, and the man who put the luggage in the bubble and pulled it with a string like a balloon. Tom, let's try it. Zhang De also casually grabbed a bubble that floated in front of his eyes, and pressed it on Tom's head. Before Tom could understand what was going on, his head was already in the basketball-sized bubble. I was a little panicked at first, but then I realized that it was nothing, my breathing was smooth, and my vision was not affected. Zhang De also waved his hand in front of Tom's eyes. You don't feel uncomfortable, do you? Do you want to try to get in the whole thing? Tom was very moved. The cat always wanted to get into something round when it saw it for no reason. So, the curious Tom was stuffed into the bubble by Zhang De, curled up into a cat ball, blinking innocently with his big eyes. As Zhang De let go of his hand, the bubble containing Tom floated upwards. It is said that the bubbles here are formed by filling the special resin secreted by the roots of the mangrove trees with the gas produced when they breathe. These bubbles will continue to rise until they break away from the special environment of the Chambord Islands. As a student of science, Zhang De also subconsciously thought about the air exhaled by the tree roots and the air density in the normal state. The rise of the bubbles seems unscientific? Not to mention a cat inside. Ha! Where is my cat? Zhang De also raised his head and found that Tom was looking at the ground farther and farther away from him in horror, struggling to get out of the bubble. Tom, use your claws, make a bigger cut and it will come out. As if being pardoned, Tom popped out the tips of his two front paws, grabbed it hard, and the bubble burst with a bang. Tom's face brightened, and then he seemed to think of something suddenly. He poked the tip of the tail and found that it was empty, and then it fell down with a whizzing sound. Tom's eyes protruded out of fright, and his limbs waved in the air. Zhang De quickly reached out to pick it up, but unfortunately he was a step too late. Tom slammed into a cat cake. Zhang De also bent down and tore the cat cake off the ground, held it in his hand, and then saw Tom return to its original shape. Tom, I read in your profile that you are immortal, why don't we do some tests? Zhang De also remembers that Tom can recover no matter whether he is chopped, flattened, burned to ashes or whatever. He has just seen the appearance of being flattened. Do you want to try something else next? Tom looked at Zhang De in horror, his eyes seemed to be looking at some kind of demon. In the end, Zhang De didn't do anything to Tom. After all, he was not a psychopath, and he couldn't do those messy things to the cute cat who was dependent on him. Walking slowly all the way back, he contributed a little more energy to the magic circle. On this day, he had a temporary residence and a means of self-protection, and Zhang De was in a good mood. Zhang De, who returned to Goodman's house, also saw a child with a round head and a pot head. The ratio of head to body was very strange. If he had to say it, he looked like a big-head son. Oh, little brother Tatsuya is back. This is my son Bayer, please call him brother Tatsuya. Mrs. Molly introduced. Brother Tatsuya. 4-year-old Bayer greeted Zhang De crisply. You're fine too. Zhang De wasn't sure how to respond, he shouldn't be so particular about it. And doesn't it mean that this is a brat who clamors to become the One Piece? No matter how well-behaved she looks. Brother Tatsuya, please sit down with Bayer for a while, I'll prepare dinner right away, and it's almost ready to eat when Goodman comes back. Okay. Zhang De also looked at Mrs. Molly, who was in a hurry to get an apron, and then at Bayer, who had a big head. Is this the big-head son and the apron mother? It's a pity that Uncle Goodman wears sunglasses, not short-sighted glasses. Zhang De and his eldest son Bayer sat facing each other. Bayer's two short legs were dangling in the air, staring curiously at Tom on Zhang De's shoulder. Tom yawned and didn't want to pay attention to him. Children are very troublesome. Tom and Jerry once took care of a baby, and in the end they were caught by the police as a bad cat stealing children, which made him miserable. Brother Tatsuya, are you from another island? Bayer, who grew up in Chambord, was full of curiosity about the outside world. The place I came from is not really called an island, because the land area is very large.
Is it bigger than Island 59? Is it bigger than Chambord Islands? Zhang De also silently estimated the area of Island 59.
He had already seen the edge of the island without running far today, and it was estimated to be the size of a town.
Then the 79 islands of the Chambord Islands are added together. Zhang De also nodded. It's hundreds of times bigger than Shampoo Land.
In fact, he didn't figure out how big it was for a while, so he just said a number casually.
Several, hundreds of times.
Little Bear stretched out his fingers and counted for a long time but couldn't figure out the result, and finally he could only say it's amazing.
Then, Brother Tatsuya, have you ever seen a pirate? Do you know One Piece?
The child's eyes sparkled when he mentioned the pirate.
I've never seen a pirate in the end.
Zhang Di also secretly said, if he had seen it, he would probably be cold by now.
One Piece, are you talking about Roger?
Yeah.
Bear nodded quickly, and then imitated with a thick voice, my treasure? If you want it, go find it, I put everything there. Does it look like it?
Bear patted the table cheerfully, I will become such a big shot in the future.
Super handsome.
After speaking, he immediately became depressed and said angrily, it's a pity that my father won't let me, and even beat me up.
Did you like Roger just because he thought he was handsome?
The child might be saved.
Zhang Di also asked softly, does Bear like Roger very much?
Where did you hear these words? Bear waved his little hand. From Grandpa Bob's tavern, there are often people reading newspapers and telling stories, many interesting stories.
The tavern, no wonder Uncle Goodman couldn't find anyone to get angry with.
Zhang De also suddenly realized that it is indeed easy to get all kinds of information in the tavern. As for whether children can enter the tavern, Wang Lufei often ate and drank in Makino's tavern before meeting the red-haired Shanks.
Hearing that Zhang De also mentioned his father, Bear shrank his neck. Does Brother De also hate Roger, the One Piece?
Zhang De also thought about it, and said, I'm not very good at evaluating this. I still know too little about this world, and I don't know what Roger wants.
Is a character like him good or bad? I'm afraid it will take many years before the final conclusion can be made, right?
But judging from the present alone, the wave of the great pirate era he set off not only displeased those in power, but also victimized many innocent civilians.
This is the reason why many people hate him.
I've always wanted to know the ending, but unfortunately I didn't catch up. Bear put his hands on his chin, I don't understand it all, but Brother Tatsuya is really amazing.
Accidentally talking too much, Zhang Di also said with a smile, why am I so good?
Because Tatsuya brother can say a lot of powerful things. My father just said don't say you're a pirate or something, and then started beating me. This brat seems to have been beaten a lot, so I have to talk to Uncle Goodman about the carp-style education method. Then I will teach you how to read from tomorrow, so that in the future you can read newspapers, learn more knowledge, and then you can say a lot of powerful words.
Bear jumped up and put his hands on his hips. Okay. I also want to say something powerful to surprise Dad.
The door opened with a touch, and Goodman came in with a big smile. Who wants to surprise me? Bear sat back with a whoosh. Cute.jpg. Mrs. Molly came out of the kitchen and complained. How many times have I told you to open the door gently? It will break.
The door I made with my own hands is not so easy to break. It's a big deal and just do it again. Goodman said indifferently.
Really, go wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon.
Mrs. Molly said and went back to the kitchen. Got it. Goodman responded, and then greeted Zhang De. Hey, Brother Tatsuya, have you rested in the afternoon? It seems that you and Bear are getting along quite happily. Zhang De also nodded. Well rested, Bear is a very good boy.
That's good.
Goodman walked towards the bathroom, waving to Tom before leaving. Tom swished and hid behind Zhang De. Obviously he hadn't forgotten what the uncle said about eating cats.
Bear's affection for Tom increases by 100, so you are also afraid of my father. The bear child has a kind of joy of finding a confidant. The three members of the Goodman family, plus Zhang De, sat around the dining table. Mrs. Molly specially prepared a food bowl for Tom, with a little bit of each food, the kind that is enough for ordinary adults to eat. Perhaps it was to welcome Zhang De. The meal was extraordinarily rich. Mrs. Molly's craftsmanship is very good, and Zhang De also has a big appetite. After counting, he ate food for 3 people. In the end, he was a little embarrassed himself. Goodman patted Zhang De on the shoulder with a smile. Eat more to look good. A man needs to eat more. Only when his body looks like me can he be qualified. Zhang De also smiled awkwardly, seeing his physique taller and stronger than Dayo, he thought it was unnecessary. But in this world, it's a good thing to eat more, right? A little rest after dinner was necessary, especially for Tom, because he was stuffed and his belly swelled like a ball. Bayer squatted next to Tom and poked Tom's round belly curiously. Oh ho ho, Tom lay on his back, making a sound that seemed to be laughing and screaming in pain, and the funny expression made Bayer laugh. Is Tom going to be okay? Those foods. I seem to have given too much. Molly asked worriedly. It's okay, he just needs to lie down for a while. Zhang De also has confidence in Tom's physique, his stomach can reach all the way to the tip of his tail. I just ate a little more. I remembered that when I was young, one meal could feed 10 people. Goodman said proudly, Bayer also needs to eat a little more to grow up quickly. Yes, Dad. For Bayer, the word grow up quickly has an unparalleled allure. Mrs. Molly poked it out angrily. I'm bragging again, why didn't I know you could eat 10 people? Goodman didn't change his face. That's a bit of an exaggeration. In fact, I can only eat 9.5 servings. Really? Mrs. Molly held her forehead, and finally decided to save her husband some face, and turned around to pack the tableware. After bragging for a while, Goodman talked about the business. Brother Tatsuya, I went to inquire about the salary of tutors, and then I realized that only nobles would hire them, and scholars like that, people like us can't invite. Speaking of this, Goodman was a little embarrassed. Because of this, he was teased by his workers all afternoon, saying Goodman wants to be a nobleman or something, and only then did he realize how disrespectful he was. Don't worry about these, uncle, you have helped me a lot, work and so on. Zhang De also didn't expect that the tutors in this world are so tall, so he just wanted to find something else. Seeing that Zhang De also misunderstood, Goodman quickly interrupted. No, I mean, our family doesn't want to cultivate any nobles, so the salary for my brother may not be that high. If you take an hour of class every day, how about 100,000 pele a month? Of course, we are still responsible for the board and lodging. Zhang Di also didn't know much about the prices here, but he remembered that Nami's adoptive mother, Beliamel, was killed by Aaron because she couldn't make up the protection fee of 200,000 Baileys. Aaron's rules are 100,000 for adults and 50,000 for children, and all her savings are only 100,000, all of which are used to pay for the lives of Nami and Nuachigao. Therefore, it is not easy for ordinary people to earn 100,000 yuan a month, but Zhang Di can earn this by teaching children to read for 1 hour a day, which is already very high in comparison. Will this be too much? If you give me so much money, uncle, your family, Zhang De also expressed his worries. It seems to be taking care of him. It would be bad if he affected the life of this family. Goodman patted Zhang De on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Don't underestimate my income, I am the best boatman on Island 59. Hearing what he said, Zhang De felt relieved. That's right, ships in this world are equivalent to luxury cars in another world. In the Chambord Islands, it is estimated that the cost of building and repairing ships is not small, so the boatman should belong to the high-end industry. The income group is right. I have to mention here that it costs about 100 million berries to buy a second-hand ship that is about the same size as the Meili, so a new ship like the Meili is estimated to cost 200 to 300 million berries. Really rich woman, hateful Usopp, a winner in life. As for the later Little Lion Sunny, the wood of Baoshu Atom alone cost 200 million yuan, and the top boatman of the entire Seven Waters city worked tirelessly to build it, plus a lot of black technology. Based on the bounty of the Straw Hats, it is estimated that they would be reluctant to sell their entire group to buy this ship. It's getting smaller. It's getting smaller. Bayer's excited shout came from the side. Goodman and Zhang De also turned their heads to look, and saw that Tom's swollen belly was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally returned to its original shape, as if nothing had happened. Tom sat up and rubbed his stomach, and ran over to rub Zhang De's leg. Zhang De also picked up Tom and touched Tom's belly. He always felt that the cat's physique was very similar to that of Luffy. What an interesting cat. Goodman asked with great interest, do you want to eat some more? Tom shook his head. He was really full and didn't want to eat anymore, unless there was something that made his mouth water when he smelled it. Feeling that he had almost rested, Zhang De also planned to go out and exercise for a while before it was dark. Bayer yelled to go together, but was dragged back by Goodman. When Zhang De also walked out the door, he heard Goodman's voice asking, did I hear some other messy story from old Bob? Take a step, while running, while watching the energy change, 45%, 46%. Up to 81%, Zhang De also felt that his trachea was hurting when he breathed, panting like a bellows, so he had to walk slowly. He didn't even think that he was so tired in the afternoon, he just took a rest and had dinner for so long. The food for 3 people is really not free. It seems that the goal of exercising for an hour and a half a day does not seem to be the goal.
Difficult to complete. After the soreness in his legs eased, Zhang De finally gathered the remaining energy to activate the summoning again. Like last time, the energy was instantly reduced by 80%.
Congratulations on getting bandage *1, Little Mouse Taffy's Pocket Firecracker *1, it has been stored in the inventory.
Does this mean that every summon must produce 2 things?
And it seems that only things from Tom's world appear, but for a while, I can't remember whether there are props that can permanently increase strength in that world. Zhang Di also clicked on 2 new icons, bandage, Tom's favorite bandage when he is injured, but his abnormal recovery speed does not seem to have anything to do with the bandage. Little Mouse Taffy's Pocket Firecracker, smaller than Tom's nose, but its power will never disappoint you. No one is stupid enough to put this kind of firecracker on his nose, right?
Tom, who was watching the excitement on Zhang De's shoulder, silently covered his nose.
He really put this little firecracker on his nose, and it hurt him so much.
Almost sent him away.
The bandage seemed to be just an ordinary thing, but the firecracker, Zhang De also knew from Tom's expression that it was really powerful, even though it was only less than 1 centimeter long.
Zhang De also went back satisfied. Today can be regarded as a fruitful harvest. Set a small goal, and continue to exercise tomorrow, and continue to summon. Early the next morning, Zhang De also got up to take a shower. I didn't stay in bed because I didn't have a mobile phone to play last night. I clicked on the magic circle and clicked on the 3 pages dozens of times when I was bored. It turned out that the energy had decreased by 1%, and Zhang De was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Sleep resentfully. He fell asleep early and woke up early.
After folding the quilt, Zhang De also stretched out his fingers to pop Tom's snot bubble. With a snap, Tom woke up with a start, his little head turned left and right, and he breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the surrounding environment and Zhang De's face clearly. Let's go, Tom, go to morning exercise. The 10,000 meter high red Earth continent stands in the east of the Chambord Islands. Even if the distance is not so close, it still makes the sunrise of the entire Chambord Islands much later. It was only getting dark when Zhang De went out, and I don't know how long it will take for the sun to fully rise, but many bubbles that floated near the top of the alchemon mangrove tree were already shining with colorful lights, and then crackled. Exploded. If he could see such a scene before crossing, Zhang De would probably choose to take photos and videos and send them to Moments. But now only Tom is interested in appreciating these things, and Zhang De just wants to recharge his energy. Half an hour passed quickly, and Zhang De was also satisfied with the charging progress.
Today I feel a little more relaxed than yesterday.
I will go back to teach Bayer first, take a break, and then work harder to recharge the energy.
After having breakfast together, Uncle Goodman went to the dock.
Mrs. Molly said that she was going to chat with her neighbor, Mrs. Nabel, leaving Bayer and Zhang De to attend classes.
Hey, Brother Tatsuya, what are you going to learn today? Bayer sat by the desk, looking forward to it. Uncle Goodman specially made the desks and matching chairs for Bayer, and he even made a blackboard and pointer for Zhang De. Are shipbuilders all craftsmen? Zhang De also waved the pointer twice to find out the feeling, and said to Bayer, let's learn from your name.
Bayer, bear, means the bear of the bear child. It is definitely not possible to talk to him like this. Zhang De also praised his name at the end, and then taught him how to write stroke by stroke. Asking him to practice a few more times and memorize it, Zhang De also picked up today's newspaper and read the news. In the May 10, 1510 issue of the Haiyuan calendar, the headline on the front page was a Tianlong man wearing a square bubble hood. The world's aristocrat Charlemagne plans to travel to the Goa Kingdom in the East China Sea, and the Goa Kingdom celebrates with the whole country. Goya Kingdom in the East China Sea, a familiar name, seems to be the hometown of Garp. The 3 brothers of Luffy should be there now. Sabo should go to sea at this time, and it turns out that he happened to meet the ship of the Tianlong people. Afterwards, Sabo was bombarded, severely injured, and lost his memory, and was taken away by the dragon to join the revolutionary army. There are quite a lot of big events in the past few days, big events for Zhang De. In fact, there is another incident that was not published in the newspapers, but only circulated among some people, that is, Germa was hired to attack a non-world government member country in the East China Sea. What these people also did not grasp was that the 3rd son of the Vinsmoke family escaped from Germa during the war and entered the East China Sea. Brother Tatsuya, I remember. Bayer shouted. Okay, write it for me. Zhang De also looked at Bayer's crooked handwriting. Very good, next I will teach you to write the names of parents. Zhang De also learned to write the names of his whole family before he learned pinyin and strokes when he was a child. Maybe this is more interesting, and he has to remember how to draw those characters. So here I also plan to let Bayer learn to write a few names first, and then teach him the basics of writing. It seems that the effect is very good, and the child always learns quickly about the things he is interested in. After completing today's teaching goal, Zhang De also told Bayer a story in the new issue of the newspaper. The sea warrior Sola fought against the super fighter Spark Red of the evil army Germa.
This issue mentioned Germa's technology in combat suits, and Bayer looked very yearning. In fact, Zhang De is also yearning for it.
Battle suits, transformation, others may read it as a story, but Zhang De also knows that it is true. Being handsome is one aspect, but mainly being strong. Only 4 or 5 people can hold back a lot of combat power of the big mom pirates and create opportunities for the protagonists to escape. It's a pity that they are all customized according to genes. Zhang De can only wipe his saliva and start his own exercise. 2 interesting things were summoned today. Sturdy fish tank. It was originally a fish tank for keeping goldfish, but a shark head was squeezed into it. Uncle Jerry's guitar, a small and exquisite guitar, but the strings often break. You must know where I got the guitar strings? Zhang De also didn't have a deep impression of the fish tank, but the guitar. Took out the guitar. It was smaller than Zhang De's hand, and played it a few times. The sound was pretty nice. But Tom covered his beard the moment he heard the voice, and he suddenly recalled an unpleasant memory. Zhang De also smiled and put away the guitar. This thing is really not very friendly to Tom. Zhang De still ate a lot for lunch, and went out for a run after taking a nap at noon. Fortunately, the weather now feels like spring, and it doesn't feel hot. Although Zhang De also remembers the location of the Great Route, according to the animation, it should be on the equator of the Earth, and it should be hot all year round, but it seems meaningless to talk about common sense before crossing in this world. Exercise, exercise. Stop and rest when you are tired, and continue running when you have enough rest. Getting stronger is a long-term goal. You won't see the effect for a while, but the energy numbers in your hands are not deceiving. See and feel. Thinking of these things, Zhang De is also full of motivation. Of course, it may be because there is nothing else to do. Until the evening, Zhang De finally got enough energy and got something new, grand piano, the piano Tom used in the concert. Tom's superb skills won applause from the audience, even though there was a little accident in that performance. Tom's large refrigerator, vegetables, fruits, meat, eggs, milk, and all kinds of desserts. The 2 large items made Zhang De feel a little embarrassed. Even if he wanted to see it, he couldn't take it out rashly, and it seemed that it was not very good at Uncle Goodman's house. Sure enough, I still have to move out. After I get my salary, I can rent a house by myself. It's too inconvenient to live in someone else's house. Or take some props and sell them for money? This is a long-term plan. Ordinary things can't be sold at a good price, and magical props are worried about being targeted. As for the piano, it should be worth a lot, but it is too big, and I can't move it by myself, and I don't want to show the ability of the inventory in front of others, so let's wait. Try to see if you can summon a ticket ovo. The next days passed almost like this. Every morning, I would do morning exercises, teach Bayer after dinner, and then go out to exercise. When I had enough energy, I would summon them. Some of the props were magical, and some seemed useless. Keep it well. The nearby streets were all run by Zhang De out of caution. He rarely left the range of Island 59, and the surrounding residents also noticed this handsome guy who was running almost all day long. Some people who like to gossip will know after a little inquiry that this little brother suffered a shipwreck and temporarily stayed at Goodman's house. How can I say that Goodman is also the best boatman on Island 59, and he is well known in this area, and it is impossible for his family to have no social activities. Many people who came and went came to know Zhang De. Sometimes Bayer would bring a few friends back to listen to Zhang De's storytelling. From then on, besides Roger and Sola, the children around here, there was another one who jumped from the rocks. Out of the monkey. No child can resist the charm of this monkey, not even the other world. Zhang De is also not disgusted with the current living conditions. After so many days, this so-called one-piece world is no longer a fictional world for him. The people here are real people. Some people are not interested in him, some people are very enthusiastic about him, some people will complain that Zhang De is leading children badly because their children are holding a wooden stick and shouting about the Monkey King. I admire Zhang De also because of the bizarre stories he told. These are ordinary people living on this island, not just a few simple lines in a comic book. Tom, do you think I have become a little stronger after 20 days of exercise? Zhang De also lifted his clothes and felt his abdominal muscles looming. Although his main exercise is running, he also does push-ups and sit-ups. Zhang De doesn't know much about fitness. With his limited knowledge, he only knows these simple exercises, but now it seems that the effect seems to be unexpected.
As expected.
Tom rested his chin in thought, then nodded. There are some changes, but that's about it for Tom, who can get this effect in a day or two if he wants to, but once he stops exercising, it will return to the original in a day at most. Tom also tried his best to defeat Jerry's eldest cousin, but later he found that it was more comfortable to be a lazy cat, and then he has been like this. Zhang De also suggested that when Tom was exercising, Tom gestured and said these things, so he didn't force Tom anymore.
Protecting one's cat should be something the owner should do, right?
After tidying up his clothes a little, Zhang De was about to go out to exercise, but was stopped by Goodman. Brother Tatsuya, if there is nothing particularly important, it's best not to go out today.
Zhang De also asked strangely, what's the matter? Is there anything special today? Today is June 1st. What happened on June 1st? Is there also Children's Day here? Zhang De couldn't figure it out either. Goodman continued to explain, the first of every month is the day when the Career Security Office is open.
There is a high probability that world nobles will come to Chambord. Although it is unlikely to come to us, how can we speculate on the thoughts of those big people?
Get it? So it's better not to go out at all.
It was only after hearing Zhang De, the nobleman of the world, that he realized that the so-called job security was just a whitewash of the population auction house, and there might be some Tianlong people coming to buy some slaves.
That's right, then I won't go out today. Zhang De didn't want to cause trouble, so he might as well do some indoor sports today. But there are still some things he can't figure out.
I remember that the boss behind the population auction house is Doflamingo, but I saw the news a few days ago that Doflamingo was chased all over the world by Lieutenant He.
Said that he is not Kuei-hai, so is he capable of setting up this auction house now? Uncle Goodman, do you know who the boss of that job security office is? Goodman was stunned for a moment. I've never heard of this. Anyway, the background must be very deep.
That's it.
This kind of thing has nothing to do with us. Anyway, we just need to avoid that area. Goodman didn't seem to want to mention this, and asked in a low voice, brother, the king of the daughter country, huh?
Zhang De didn't hear the second half of Goodman's words. At this time, Mrs. Molly passed by the living room. Goodman cleared his throat, his eyes fluttered. Berto, let me ask you, what happened to Monkey King after he was stung by the scorpion spirit? This is definitely not what you want to ask. Zhang De also kindly did not expose him, but called Bayer out to continue telling the story. Zhang De also did push-ups after the lecture, and Bayer followed suit curiously, but he couldn't hold on after a while, so he had to squat beside him to help Zhang De count. Push-ups followed by sit-ups, obviously more tiring than usual, but the speed of energy accumulation is much slower than usual. Zhang De is also bleeding in his heart, the evil Tianlongren.
The Goodman family has long been used to Zhang De exercising all the time.
They also asked the reason, and Zhang De only said that it was because he was too weak and lacked a sense of security. They only thought that Zhang De also encountered some terrible things at sea, and then Mrs. Molly thoughtfully added more meat to the table. Even though Zhang De also's appetite continued to increase, he never complained. As for Tom, he had no choice but to go out. He would lie on the sofa for a whole day, and the only things he could move around were food and sunshine. After finally getting through this day, Zhang De also returned to his normal life the next morning. After he was full of energy, he couldn't wait to find an empty alley and start calling, "Congratulations, you have obtained matches *10, mousetrap *1, it has been stored in the inventory."
Match, a match that can be lit by rubbing it almost anywhere.
Mousetrap, sturdy and sensitive, with reliable quality, it is Tom's favorite mousetrap prop, although it always hurts himself. Zhang De is no stranger to the mousetrap. In the past 20 days, he got a total of 6, which is indeed Tom's favorite mousetrap.
But this is the first time I have seen this kind of match.
It is said that the early matches were like this, and they can be ignited by scratching anywhere. However, this kind of match is not very safe.
If it is not stored properly, it is easy to spontaneously ignite. Safety matches that can only be lit on the side of the box.
However, this kind of matches is more convenient for Zhang De. Anyway, there is no problem with the safety of having items in the inventory. Zhang De also resolutely adjusted the matches and firecrackers in the inventory to adjacent positions. At this time, Tom pulled Zhang De's clothes to remind him to look around. They were surrounded. For burly men with machetes in their hands clearly harbored malicious intentions. When I was a kid, I never understood the kind of matches that Tom used. Machete sword, with a bounty of 8 million Baileys, doesn't sound like he's very strong, and the bounty is probably increased because he killed too many people. The Tianlong people just left yesterday, and today they went to the illegal area to make trouble.
Maybe they thought that the Navy and government officials would send people to escort the Tianlong people back to the voyage, resulting in insufficient troops here?
Zhang De, who was surrounded, was also a little panicked, but not particularly panicked. After all, there are a lot of props in hand that can be used. The big deal is to drink that bowl of magic milk to try the effect.
But before that, let Tom try. Tom, come on. Kill him.
One sentence helped Tom stabilize the hatred. See Chapter 001 for details on the battle process. Zhang De also thought that Tom would draw out his two guns to show off his marksmanship, but he didn't expect the battle to end in such a dramatic way.
In short, the result was that Zhang De and Tom took Sword and his three younger brothers to the naval base with a cart.
The location has already been inquired clearly. The place where the Navy is stationed is Island 66, which is not far from Island 59 where Zhang De is located. Because it was still early and there were not many pedestrians, Zhang De also pulled the four big men without attracting too much attention. When he walked out of the range of island number 59 along the small bridge between the two islands, it marked that Zhang De finally had the courage to walk out of Xingqiu village.
However, when coming down from the bridge, the simple scooter slammed, and Sword's head was lightly hit.
It hurts. Sword opened his eyes, recalling what he had just been teased by a cat. He felt ashamed. You stinky brat, and that damned cat.
How dare you? Collapsed. Sword was so angry that all the ropes on his body were broken by him.
Before he rushed over, Zhang De also heard his voice and realized something was wrong, and used the fighting method he had just made a plan for. Take out the firecrackers and matches. Struck a match over Tom's head, light firecrackers and throw them over, pull Tom back.
A small firecracker less than 1 centimeter long fell on Sword's face. Sword even thought he was just bitten by a mosquito, and he was about to rush towards Zhang De without even moving. However, boom! Intense flames, thick black smoke.
Zhang De also picked out his ears at the same time as Tom. This thing is much more exciting than kicking 2 kicks when he was a child. After the smoke cleared, Sword's whole body was dyed black, and he belched out a puff of black smoke. What is it? After saying a word, Sword fell heavily to the ground and rolled his eyes. Even the 3 younger brothers were so smoked that half of their bodies were scorched black. Little Mouse Taffy's pocket firecracker, smaller than Tom's nose, but its power will never let you down.
Sure enough, it didn't disappoint me.
Zhang De also sighed looking at Sword's miserable state, and at the same time looked at the other types of explosives in the inventory, full of anticipation in his heart. Is explosion. The border area between the two islands seems to belong to the suburban area, and no one has come to investigate for the time being.
Zhang De and Tom quickly reloaded Sword and ran to the naval base quickly.
The naval branch of 66 GR in the Chambord Islands is similar in style to other naval bases. It is a tall silver-gray building with 2 big characters Navy written on it and a seagull logo painted in the middle, which is very conspicuous. When the 2 soldiers standing guard at the gate learned of Zhang De's intentions, not only did they not make things difficult for him, but one of them politely led the way for him. The Bounty Exchange Office is located in an inconspicuous place in the base. You don't need to enter the depths of the base. It may be to guard against people with ulterior motives. After all, many bounty hunters are wandering in the gray area, and some may even become pirates at any time. The soldier leading the way saluted the people inside the window. Major Clow, this gentleman has captured Machete Sword and is here to exchange for the bounty.
I see.
Major Crow nodded lazily inside, and waved his hand to his assistant to look for the reward order, while he himself looked at Zhang De and said, "Please wait a moment, we need to confirm our identity."
Zhang De also nodded in understanding, and asked, "He just called you Major Clow?" "Yeah, my name is Crow, Lucy Crow, Major of the Navy Headquarters. What's the matter?" Crow put one hand on the table and rested his chin with the other. The appearance of a salty fish made Zhang De think he saw arrived at the yellow ape. "It's nothing, I just feel a little familiar, but I can't remember where I heard it. Maybe it's an illusion?" "Sorry." "Ah, this is the best way." Major Clow whispered, "It will be very troublesome if you become famous." The assistant found the reward order, walked out from the door next to him, and wiped Sword's black face vigorously. Fortunately, it was only blackened and not disfigured. Sword, the machete with a bounty of 8 million, has confirmed his identity, and 3 other subordinates, 4 weapons. Major Clow took out a piece of paper from the drawer, and while filling it out, he said, Sword offered a bounty of 8 million, and 3 of his subordinates didn't have a bounty, but they had 4 ordinary weapons. How about compensating you for another 100,000 Baileys? Well, weapons are also quite valuable, and Zhang De doesn't want them either, because he has drawn weapons in a lottery, but it's not easy to take them out usually. Yes, it was a lottery, and Zhang De didn't want to talk about the word summoning anymore. It was called summoning only when producing characters.
and it was only called lottery drawing when producing props. It's just that I didn't expect to get some subsidies for turning in the weapons, which is not bad. Seeing that Zhang De had no objection, Major Clow handed the list to the assistant, who took the list and left, and returned a few minutes later with a small bag and 2 soldiers. Zhang De also took the bag from his assistant and opened it to check. There were 8 stacks of banknotes of 100 bills each, and 10 loose bills, all of which were bills with the largest denomination of 10,000 baileys. After Zhang De also confirmed the amount, 2 soldiers left with 4 fainted men. As for the simple scooter, Zhang De didn't care. Anyway, it was assembled by Tom casually. Then the delivery is over. Please continue to support the Navy's work in the future. Major Crow spoke listlessly, and finally asked a routine, do you want to join the Navy, brother? Let's fight for justice together from now on. Your lazy tone is totally insincere. Hey. I'll think about it carefully, but I'm still too immature now. Zhang De didn't say too much. He is now thinking about what to do in the future after getting rich, whether to leave the Chambord Islands with a passenger ship or something, settle here directly to do some business. To be honest, he has experience of drifting at sea, but now he is a little timid about going to sea. In fact, the Navy is indeed a good place to go. When the 3 generals take office in the near future, the strength of the Navy will be unprecedentedly strong. It is said that the Emperor of the Sea is so and so. In fact, the Navy is the real overlord of the sea. It's just that the immediate boss of the Navy is a bit annoying, and if he is not strong enough, he will be cannon fodder everywhere. Strength, strength. With Zhang De's current situation, it's better to grow up first. The soldier who brought him in led the way when he went out, probably because he didn't want him to wander around. It has been a week since the book was opened, and the results seem to be okay so far. Thank you for your follow-up and votes these days. The book friend group still uses the group of the previous book, and I want to build a new group after it is put on the shelves. The main reason is that I am too lazy to take care of it. Thanks to the 2,000 point coins rewarded by the Maggot King. Thank you Tianzu Taoist for the reward of 500 points. Thanks to readers 131595772763380531 for the reward of 500 coins. Thank you for the 200 dots that don't believe in Papyrus 101 points rewarded by the forest robbery of the second coming of heroes. Thank you for the 100 coins rewarded by O under the Bodhi tree. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded in the next version. Thanks to book friends 201905020126044798 for rewarding 100 coins. Thank you for the 200 reading coins rewarded by Cred Qinsho Changwon. When Zhang De left the naval base, his hands were heavy, and his heart was also heavy. He was just an ordinary college student before, and he had never received so much cash in his life. This is enough cash to buy 80,000 choppers. Tom squatted on Zhang De's shoulder and rubbed his hands happily. Although he had no idea about the prices here, he must be able to buy a lot of things with so much cash, right? Seeing Tom's bright eyes, Zhang De also took a deep breath. Tom, don't be tempted by a little money like this. Keep a normal mind, just 8.1 million baileys. I only need to work for 81 months earned. Speaking of this, Zhang De also followed his own conscience. I'm not interested in money. Tom looked at him with contempt. If your voice doesn't tremble when you say this, Meow will believe you. What does it feel like to carry a lot of cash in his hand? Zhang De also expressed his desire to hold it in his arms, and then slipped back quietly as if he was stealing a dog. But reason told him not to do that, just calm down and walk back normally. He also tried to ask Tom to help put it away, but it was unreliable at the critical moment. It was okay to hide a few banknotes, but it couldn't be done with this big bag. Therefore, Zhang De also decided to simply buy more things on the road, so that the extra bags in his hand would not be conspicuous. I just took the opportunity to choose a few gifts for the Goodman family, so I can show my gratitude to them a little bit. Half an hour later, Zhang De also walked back with his wallet and several gift boxes contented. Tom was holding a marshmallow that Chopper liked most. His heart felt more at ease, but he still couldn't completely restore his calm. At least he didn't remember that there was something called bubble bag on this island that could free his hands. After finally returning to Goodman's house, but no one was there, Zhang De also put all his things beside the bed, lay down on the bed and began to think about future plans. If you want to leave the Chambord Islands, where to go? The New World will rule it out first. It is better to stay in Chambord to go there, and the islands in the first half of the Great Route are generally the only way for pirates. Not too peaceful. And if you want to go to the Four Seas, you have to think carefully. First of all, the most chaotic place should be the North Sea. The Kingdom of Jerma and the Don Quixote family are still in the North Sea. Drake estimates that the Navy will not mention it for the time being. Hawkins and Luo in the Evil Generation were also born in the North Sea.
That's totally insecure.
And Shihai is the hometown of the red-haired Shanks. Capone Becky should still be the godfather of a gangster on a certain island, but when it comes to Shihai, the most likely person to think of is Robin. Robin fled for a total of 20 years before joining the Straw Hat Pirates, so she should have been wanted for 10 years now, and she should be about 18 or 19 years old, and she probably hasn't entered the Great Route yet. According to her in the anime in retrospect, Shihai was not stable either. Zhang De also had to admit that he liked this character very much before, but he definitely wouldn't just approach him foolishly, because the result would be that he would either be brought down by the vigilant Robin, or he would be arrested and interrogated by the world government. South China Sea is actually the birthplace of Sengoku and Akiji, but Zhang De is also more impressed by Eustace Kid, who offered a higher bounty than Luffy when he first arrived in the Chambord Islands. According to Xiaoqi, the reason is that Kid virtue harms ordinary people. Zhang De didn't know when he became a pirate, anyway, he didn't want to become that ordinary citizen in the past.
The last is the East China Sea. Garp often goes home to visit his relatives. The
sudden change of One Piece's hometown into the weakest sea has nothing to do with him. In Garp's hometown, Fengche Village, it seems that there have been no major incidents except for the Bandit King beating the redhead violently.
It has been a while since the Tianlongren visited the East China Sea last time. It should be calm for a long time, so should we go?
If you really want to go to Donghai from Chambord, there are usually two ways. The first is to cross the windless belt directly into the East China Sea. If he wants to go back like this, unless he can catch Garp's boat, he has to row a boat like Hawkeye, because the windless belt is the lair of super large sea kings. No one dares to die like this. The second way is to go to the Red Earth continent, submit the application through the world government, take the elevator, then walk through the vicinity of Marie Joya, and then take the elevator directly down to the New World or the Four Seas. The Tianlong man who bombarded Sabo should have gone to the East China Sea in this way. After all, the technology of embedding sea stones on the bottom of the ship to hide the breadth of the ship is not mature at this time. So if Zhang De really wants to go to the East China Sea now, the only way is to go to the Red Earth continent, but he obviously doesn't dare to go this way. Being so close to the Tianlong people, there are too many uncertain factors. God knows if those people with abnormal thinking will suddenly fall in love with him and take him as a slave. Zhang De also learned from the newspaper that Fisher Tiger made a big fuss with Mary Joya 2 years ago, which resulted in a lot of guards on it. If there is a chance at that time, he probably can only choose to blame himself. After counting with his fingers for a long time, Zhang De had no choice but to find out that for him now, the safest thing to do is to stay in Shampoo. So if he stays here, he needs a place of his own, and then it's not enough to live off the mountain with the little money on hand, and he has to find a way to make money. His thoughts were chaotic. He never imagined that while he had money, he also had troubles.
Unknowingly, the time is approaching evening.
Zhang De also heard the sound of someone coming back, and went out with a gift.
Oh, Brother Tatsuya is here. Mrs. Molly closed the door and said mysteriously, "Have you heard?
A murderer and 13 of his men were arrested today." Mrs. Molly vividly narrated the rumors she heard from other people's homes, how vicious the machete sword was, how powerful the person who caught him was, how one slap could knock sword twice, and so on. Excited as if she saw it with her own eyes. Zhang De also felt that the plot was a bit familiar, but it was completely different.
Didn't I do it? But where did the 13 people come from? Why didn't I know that I was so powerful?
Just as he was about to explain, the door was pushed open, and Bayer ran in on his short legs with excitement on his face. "Mom, Brother Tatsuya.
Have you heard? A villain was defeated by a hero."
The hero was handsome, thick-backed, holding Rui Vidra water and fire stick, and single-handedly defeated Sword and his more than 30 subordinates in an instant.
So amazing. Mrs. Molly couldn't believe it. This was different from the version she had heard, 30 people? Bayer nodded with certainty. Grandpa Bob said so.
Listening to Bayer's narration, Tom held his heart in his hands with an expression of admiration on his face.
How could this be even more outrageous? And Tom, you were there at the time, don't be led astray by them. Zhang De also couldn't laugh or cry.
However, the door was roughly pushed open again at this time, and Goodman walked in with a bottle of wine in his hand, and greeted him when he entered the door. "Molly, hurry up and get some food, and bring the wine glass. Let me tell you about the big event that happened today."
In the last chapter, that Kuro was just rubbing his name, hoping not to be beaten by the boss.
"What, you all know about Sword?"
Goodman poured himself a glass of wine with some disappointment, and brought it to his mouth. "That means you have heard about the Big Bang? Explosion?" Molly and Bayer pricked up their ears.
They had never heard of an explosion. Zhang De was also relieved. Uncle Goodman's dock was the closest to the scene of the incident, so the rumors should not be so outrageous. Goodman suddenly became energetic, and drank the wine in the glass with a sip. Let me tell you, at that time, I was strengthening the mast of a ship, and suddenly I heard a loud noise. If that kind of power is for gunpowder, I guess at least this number should be used. However, Mrs. Molly was not interested in the amount of gunpowder, and urged, what happened next? The boatmen in the entire dock were so frightened that they hugged their heads and wanted to dig a hole to get in. Only I finished the work at hand calmly. Who am I? I'm Goodman. I remember when I was young, Mrs. Molly patted him on the back. Get to the point. I heard later that the explosives had been buried long ago. That brave and resourceful person deliberately lured Sword and his men, 300 people there, and then detonated them, killing 300 people. All exploded to the sky. Mrs. Molly covered her mouth, and little Byer's eyes were shining. Tom also has a tendency to be assimilated. Zhang De also quickly explained to them, in fact, they hurt themselves. Then I dragged them to the naval base to exchange for bounties, and then there was an accident on the way, which caused the explosion. He didn't say that the last explosion was caused by himself, and he couldn't explain the source. As for the Navy, it probably won't go into the details, it's just a bounty of 8 million Baileys, it's not worth it. After listening, the excited expressions of the Goodman family cooled down. Mrs. Molly tilted her head, it's so ordinary. Bayer tilted his head, so poor. Goodman tilted his head, it's so boring. Tom tilted his head, meow. Zhang De also picked up Tom, rubbed it into a ball and flattened it. Tom, don't join in the fun. I have tolerated you for a long time. Meow meow, Tom begged for mercy, waving his paw. In short, there are no heroes, number 300 or 300 subordinates, it's just that I was lucky enough to get a bounty. By the way, these are for you. Zhang De also handed over the prepared things. Give them. Oh, what a nice apron. This hat is so cool. Isn't this the latest Sumo Panda sunglasses? Goodman tried it on happily. He had planned to buy a pair a long time ago, but that part of the budget promised to pay Zhang De, so he wanted to wait for the next one. Moon. Mrs. Molly also noticed that the apron Zhang De gave her and Bayer's hat were both Sumo Panda brands, and said worriedly, will it be too expensive, Brother Tatsuya? Even if you get a lot, it's better not to spend a lot of money on bounties. It's okay, as long as you like it, it's just to thank Uncle Goodman and Sister Molly for taking care of me during this time. Don't be so polite, and it sounds like a farewell. Hey! Brother Tatsuya is leaving? Bayer stopped fiddling with the new hat, obviously reluctant. Well, I plan to move out and buy or rent a shop nearby. I have caused you a lot of trouble these days. Zhang De also always felt that Goodman's offer of 100,000 berry work for 1 hour a month was too generous. He said it was work, but in fact it was more like taking care of him. The same goes for Mrs. Molly, whether it's food, clothes, or various daily necessities, she helps him prepare everything, and most of the time it's like a sister taking care of a younger brother. It's obvious that they are not relatives, but the kindness of this family makes Zhang De feel ashamed. In the past, it was fine if there was no other way, but now that you have a little capital, it's still unreasonable to rely on someone else's house, right? Mrs. Molly wanted to persuade him to stay, but Goodman stopped him. All right, Molly, don't underestimate a man's determination to live independently. But, Goodman waved his hand, there's nothing wrong with it. A man should be more decisive in doing things. That's what I told Brother Tatsuya at the beginning, and it's still the same now. Now that you've decided, just do it. Bayer looked at Goodman with burning eyes. What's the matter, Bayer, don't you think it's wrong? No, I just thought my dad just now was so handsome. Ha ha ha. Goodman broke his skills in a second. What kind of handsome is this? Thinking of when I was young. I am 100 times more handsome than now. Okay, stop bragging. Mrs. Molly mentioned the serious matter. Is there anything specific you want to do, Brother Tatsuya? Zhang De also said, I haven't thought about it yet, I need to look around for suitable stores, and I don't know what I can do with my money. 8.1 million Baileys sounds like a lot, but he really doesn't know how much he can do. Goodman thought for a while. In this case, maybe you can go and see Bob's Tavern. Tavern? Goodman nodded. That's right, it's the one Bayer often went to play. Old Bob is almost 70 years old and wants to sell the tavern and retire. But the tavern, can I manage it well? Zhang De is also mainly worried about safety issues. Is it easier for pirates to make trouble in the tavern? Old Bob has been in business for so long like that, brother, you must be fine. Goodman said, most of the people who will go there are us boatmen, and officials from the Navy and the world government will occasionally go there.
No one will make trouble.
Zhang De was also a little tempted.
He knew the tavern. It was located on the west side of Island 59.
There were not many competitors such as restaurants and bars around.
Many boatmen liked to go there to drink a little wine and brag after get off work. Zhang De has been here for almost a month, and he hasn't heard of anyone making trouble there.
It seems that it is indeed a good place to go.
How much would it cost to buy it? At most 10 million Baileys? Goodman said a price that even Zhang De couldn't believe. So little?
I heard that a sailing ship costs hundreds of millions of berries.
Goodman looked at him strangely. The ship is different from the house.
Every ship has been poured into our boatmen's efforts, and there can be no mistakes. But like Bob's Tavern, our shipyard randomly sends a few apprentices and it will be made.
Zhang De was also at a loss for words. Is the real estate in this world so worthless?
Goodman added, of course, the place where the nobles live, or the fortress like the naval base is another matter.
Sumo Panda is a clothing brand in Pirates.
Nami has a t-shirt of that brand, which costs 10,000 Baileys, which is almost equivalent to more than 1,400 yuan for a t-shirt in our place. In addition, she also has a cotton coat of 28,800 Baileys, which was lent to Luffy in the Drum Kingdom, and then Luffy broke it. I have sorted out the price list in Pirate, and I didn't make it up randomly. The windmill on Aegean's Head 50, newspaper 100, after at least 2 price increases, eggplant 100, cabbage 150, ice cream 500, marshmallow 500, takoyaki 500, bubble bike 500 a day, 10,000 a bite, curry rice plus egg plus tofu 500 plus 20 plus 50 gam for life-saving service 500, one city of water double brew, cow and fish, 1,000 a day, Nami's Sumo Panda t-shirt 10,000, Nami's cotton coat 28,800, Nami's fist of happiness 100,000, ordinary sword 50,000, Aaron's protection fee 50,000 for children and 100,000 for adults, record pointer 100,000, 3 generations of ghosts 1 million, Hidao text 10 million, devil fruit starts at 100 million, a second-hand ship larger than the Meili, about 100 million, city banquet 100 million, the black market price of Baoshu Atom is 200 million, new ships in the capital of water 300 million, the total wealth of Dressrosa is 10 billion plus Golden Emperor 20% of the world's Pele. In addition, one of the bounties in the hands of Joseph and Johnny is 50,000 Baileys. The name is unclear, but he should be the one with the lowest bounty besides Chopper. The one that Sanji hit when he first appeared. Captain Hebby once ridiculed that the Sword Master is a bounty hunter who targets small roles, and it seems that he is right. Now that the topic is here, Goodman will give Zhang De some popular science. By the way, the circular structures that are often seen in the buildings of the Chambord Islands are actually made of bubbles as the basic material. Just find a bubble of the right size, brush a layer of special material on the surface, and of course there are some subsequent processing steps. Generally speaking, it is very easy to add a spherical floor to your own building. At number 35 GR on Hotel Street, many hotels are built in this way, saving time, effort and money.
Zhang De's expression is roughly like this, although it's not scientific, but it's very piratey. At the end of the chat, Goodman decided to take Zhang De to negotiate the price with Bob. The reason was that the old profiteer would bluff Zhang De when he saw how young he was. Did not count with him. After dinner, Zhang De also followed Goodman to the entrance of the tavern when he estimated that the tavern was about to close. This tavern looks like a 2-story building from the outside. There is no spherical second floor made of bubbles, but a very ordinary pointed wooden house. The first floor is used as a tavern, and the second floor is used for accommodation. The yard, according to Goodman, also dug a basement for a wine cellar. In fact, Zhang De also wants to ask, the islands of the Chambord Islands are essentially composed of the roots of mangroves, can they really dig basements? But when he thought that the island was full of flowers and plants like ordinary ground, and even had trees, he was relieved. Trees can grow on trees, but digging holes on trees is not enough. The roots of the mangrove tree are so big, it's not a big problem if the people on it cause a little trouble, right? Bob's Tavern. The signboard at the door is simple and straightforward. Maybe the names here are all in this style, like Xiaqi's Ripping Bar, even the ripping off is written on the surface. Zhang De also wondered if he would call it Diaz Tavern, Grandpa's Tavern in the future? Goodman? It's really rare. Don't you want to be a good man who goes home after work? Why are you willing to come here? Bob has a bald head, a thick beard, and a gray beard. He does look old, but he is very energetic. A closed sign had already been posted outside the tavern, and at this time Bob was wiping a wine glass with a white cloth.
Without waiting for Goodman to answer, he immediately put his eyes on Zhang Day, and said loudly, "I know this little brother, Running Day. I heard from Little Bear that you are living in his house now?" Because Zhang Day also runs all over the streets and alleys of Island 59.
Almost everyone has seen him running.
Some drinking buddies gave him such a title, and some boring guys even started betting on him the next day.
Will it pass through a certain place or something? And Zhang Day himself had a question mark on his face. What the hell is Running Tatsuya? Who gave me the bad nickname? I was just running normally. When did I run wild?
Goodman said impatiently, Okay, since you know him, don't talk nonsense.
Frankly speaking, Brother Tatsuya has a little interest in your tavern.
In order to pity you, an old man who wants to retire, he plans to buy it and give me a reserve price.
Hearing this, old Bob put down his wineglass and said sincerely, Hey, brother, you have a good eye. This is an old tavern that has been in business for 30 years. There are a lot of repeat customers, and the monthly income is at least this amount.
Old Bob stretched out a hand while speaking, with 5 fingers spread out, and Zhang De didn't understand whether he wanted to say 50,000 or $500,000. Since you were introduced by Goodman, I can give him a face. As long as 12 million Baileys, this tavern will be transferred to you immediately.
Goodman interrupted, the price of a 30-year-old dilapidated house, thanks to your open mouth.
I said, Goodman, it's true that this tavern has been open for 30 years, but didn't you see it with your own eyes when it was rebuilt 5 years ago?
You have to find a suitable reason to help lower the price, right?
Goodman slapped the table. Okay, let's talk about the fact that you brought Bayer badly.
Bob put on a straight face. How can it be said that everyone bragging in the tavern was caused by me?
Goodman looked like he was relying on him. I don't care, I let Bayer come here to play because I trust you. You actually did such a thing.
Bob retreated. Okay, I'm afraid of you. Now that you've talked to this extent, I'll give you an account.
Including the drinks in stock and the furniture, it will cost at least 10 million Bay profit, or I will lose. Goodman felt that the price was almost cut, and patted Zhang Day on the shoulder. Next, brother, you can make a decision. In fact, in my opinion, his wooden tables, chairs and counters are a bit rough in workmanship and not worth it.
A few dollars. Hey, Goodman, I have been with you for decades. Why do you always help this kid to tear me down? Goodman didn't like this. Have you ever given me a Bailey's discount for decades of friendship? Besides, I didn't cut too much. If you say the price, if you can sell this tavern, it will be a long time ago. It's sold, but why wait until today? Businessman, do you understand? You can't do business if you talk about friendship. Bob said in a low voice, and then looked at Zhang Day, this little brother Day who was running wild. Please remove the modifier running, thank you. Okay, then brother Tatsuya, how much are you willing to pay? Zhang Day also tentatively said, 6 million? The corners of Bob's eyes twitched. He was afraid that such ignorant people would bid indiscriminately. If he asked him, he might as well chat with Goodman for a while. Goodman also felt that Zhang De was too ruthless, so he helped to make peace. In the end, it was sold at a price of 9 million yuan, 7 million yuan was paid, and the remaining 2 million yuan was paid within 2 years, and a little more interest was paid at that time. Zhang De also has $1 million left in his hand to use as turnover, to buy drinks and food, or to replace or add tables and chairs. The next day, Bob took Zhang De to the agency on Island 63 to go through some formalities. It was the department sent by the world government to manage the Chambord Islands here. Zhang De would have to pay the tax for the tavern in the future. That's right, from the time he left the tax department, Zhang De will start to pay taxes as a legal citizen of Chambord Islands, or he can pay the heavenly gold. Although he felt a little nervous, but now he does enjoy the asylum of the Navy and the world government, so it should be regarded as paying protection fees. Old Bob helped Zhang De to introduce his purchase channel, a wine merchant and winemaker named Grogus. After providing perfect after-sales service, Old Bob moved out of the tavern quickly. He still has a house on the nearby island number 58, where he can go fishing, bask in the sun, and play cards with his old friends in the future up. And Zhang De and Tom, on the day of June 3, 1510 in the lunar calendar, in this unaccompanied world, had a house of their own. Perhaps it should be said that it belonged to their home. In fact, I always thought that the green land on the Chambord Islands was made of moss, but after a closer look, it turned out to be grass. When I returned 2 years later, there was a small tree clearly in the background of the quarrel between Zaro and Sanji. Thank you for the 100-point coins rewarded by Bitter Melon Pharmacy. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by Candle Wine and Cooking Wine. Thanks for changing the name.
Why is it so hard to reward 1500 coins? Thanks for the 3200 coins rewarded by the Maggot King. Thanks to Paladin 1996 for the reward of 1500 coins. Thank you for the 100 point coins rewarded by the Law of the Wasteland. Thank you for the 600 coins rewarded by the legendary Lazy Man. Thank you for the 100 reading coins rewarded by Q Reading Whirlpool Mangua. Thank you for the 100 reading coins rewarded by the author of Kredding. There are a lot of chores involved in moving, but fortunately, neither Zhang Day nor Tom has much luggage, and all personal belongings are nothing more than a few clothes and toiletries. When she left, Mrs. Molly wanted to settle Zhang Day's wages no matter what, but he was not willing to ask for it. He had received so many favors for nothing. The so-called work was more like Goodman found an excuse to help him. In the end, he refused, so he had to accept half of it. Later, when little Bayer went to play with him again, he would still teach him how to read or tell him stories. However, he did not agree to Mrs. Molly's help in cleaning the tavern. Take Tom back to the tavern, first throw away some useless sundries left by old Bob, replace the bed bedding with his own, and then put Tom's nest that he got in a lottery next to the bed.
Tom's nest, a hand-woven circular cat nest with soft cushions inside. It is Tom's favorite cat nest.
After cleaning the bedroom and other rooms, Zhang De also thought it would take a long time to clean the tavern by himself, but he ignored Tom's ability. Tom's wish is to be a happy house cat. Although Tom's life was very comfortable when he was boarding with the Goodman's family, he ate and slept without any worries, but it was not his home after all.
Now that the owner has bought this tavern, this will be his home from now on, right? Who can understand how a stray cat longs for a home?
This mood brought about Tom's current state, holding a rag in his right hand, a mop in his left hand, and a brush on his left foot. When Zhang De also finished cleaning the bedroom on the second floor and was about to go downstairs to throw out the trash, he saw what it means to have a window that is clean and tidy as new. If the floor is not made of wood, it may already be able to reflect people. Tom was so exhausted that he slumped on the floor with his back against the bar and wiped the sweat from his brow.
Tom, did you do this? It's too strong. Zhang De also looked at the clean floor, almost reluctant to step on it. Hearing Zhang De's praise, Tom made a smiling face and nodded. He wants to rest for a while and eat something. Zhang De also looked at the space inside the tavern. First of all, the gate is 2.5 meters high. In addition to the ordinary door leaf, there are also 2 waste doors. Now the gate is closed tightly, and there is a temporary closure sign on the outside. It is not uncommon for people in this world to be 2 meters tall, and there are not a few people who are close to 3 meters tall, so restaurants, bars and other shops have to build higher doors and ceilings. This tavern is considered conservative. The ceiling on the first floor seems to be only about 4 meters. If Erky from Supernova comes here, stand up and be careful of the chandelier hitting the roof. After entering the door, there is an aisle in the middle, with 4 wine tables and matching chairs on each side. At the end of the aisle is a bar counter, and 3 round stools are placed in front of the bar counter. On the wall behind the bar is a shelf for wine. There is a gap on the left-hand side of the shelf, and a small door leading to the back is opened on the right-hand side. You can go straight upstairs, turn right into the kitchen, or go around to behind the stairs. A stairwell leads to the inconspicuous basement wine cellar. There are small arched shutters on the 3 walls, and the sunlight can only leak in through the limited gaps, making the whole tavern look a little dark. There are a few pots of unknown green plants in the corner, and it seems that they have not been carefully taken care of. The entire tavern hall is not small, and because the wine tables are far apart, it looks a bit empty. It was hard work for Tom to clean such a large hall in such a short time. Zhang De also checked that the space on the left-hand side of the bar was the right size, and took out an item from the inventory. Tom's big refrigerator. After opening the refrigerator, a gust of cold air hits the face. It has been stored in the inventory for more than 20 days. Both the refrigerator and the food inside are still in their original state. The plug of the refrigerator can be plugged into a free socket on the wall. The technology in this world is very strange. There are all the necessary electrical appliances, and the faucet and gas stove in the kitchen also made him a little dazed, but Zhang De also forgot to ask about the water, electricity, and gas bills. Where is it paid, and maybe it is all included in the tax. Zhang De also took out the roast chicken, sausage, deli steak, milk, fruit and 2 ice creams from the refrigerator, and put them on the bar. Tom smelled the fragrance and floated up, licked his lips suckingly, and looked at Zhang De expectantly. Let's start. There are almost all the things that can be eaten directly. Let's make a meal like this at noon. Let's go buy some ingredients and recipes later. Zhang De also knows how to cook, but most of the time he has to rely on Dunyang to follow the recipes step by step. Speaking of which, the tavern didn't even hire a chef before.
According to old Bob, most people come to drink, not to eat, so it is good to prepare some convenient cooked food and snacks with wine every day. If it doesn't work, you can also order food from a nearby restaurant and earn a little difference. After the meal, Zhang De also put a small blanket on the bar to let Tom have a good rest, and he counted the drinks himself. It wasn't long before old Bob finished his purchase last time, and compared it with the wine list he left behind. The retail price ranged from 500 Baileys to 10,000 Baileys. 500 Baileys is probably enough to eat a curry meal in a small restaurant, and 10,000 Baileys is almost enough for an ordinary person to live for a month if you are more frugal. After seeing the purchase price, Zhang Zhengde also realized that this tavern is so dark, most of the profits of these wines are more than 50%, and 60% is not uncommon. Even so, the evaluation of old Bob's pricing is still in the no expensive.
Maybe this is really a very common thing?
Zhang De, who has never done business, also said that for the time being, he just needs to follow the example of old Bob. When Zhang De also walked out of the wine cellar, Tom was still snoring on the bar, and he seemed to be sleeping more soundly than ever. Zhang De didn't bother to wake him up, and ran to the yard to exercise by himself. The small yard attached to the back of the tavern is about half a basketball court, which is barely enough for Zhang De to exercise. To be honest, he doesn't really want to be a running Tatsuya. After practicing for a while, Zhang De also remembered the things that were inconvenient to take out in the past, and some weapons that he got in the lottery. Tom's saber, the western sword Tom used when he was a palace guard, it is very sharp. Tom's cat life experience is very rich. Being a bodyguard is a trivial matter, although it is still inevitable that he will be punished by Jerry. Zhang De also waved it a few times, and felt that the size was still a bit small for him. As for the corresponding swords of Jerry and the little mouse Tai Fei, they could only be used as toothpicks. Zhang De is also thinking about the possibility of learning swordsmanship with Tom, but he still prefers another kind of sword compared to this one, ordinary knight sword. Although it is only placed in the corridor of the palace as a decoration, its quality is not bad at all. The long sword feels a bit heavy in the hand, but this kind of double-edged sword with a slightly wider blade is more suitable for him.
Let's see if Mr. Tom will think about it.
Compared with being handsome, becoming stronger is more important. In addition to swords, Zhang De has also drawn flintlock guns, double-barreled shotguns and revolvers, all of which are props that Tom has come into contact with. Before achieving certain achievements in physical arts, firearms are also a good means of self-protection. After putting away a bunch of weapons, Zhang De also started physical training. In this world, wanting to become stronger is the foundation of everything. Even eating a devil fruit requires strong physical strength to use it, right? When Tom woke up and found him, Zhang De was already sweating all over. Seeing that the energy had just reached 80%, Zhang De also stopped. "Are you awake, Tom? Let's go shopping after I take a shower." Tom nodded, and felt bored after waiting for a while, so he opened the refrigerator and rummaged through it. He was not hungry, but simply wanted something to eat, and this refrigerator was so familiar, he couldn't help but want to rummage at a glance. Zhang De was also a person who survived at sea with Tom, and he was saved by Tom. Of course, he would not be like Tom's previous owner, who scolded Tom for stealing food, because Tom turned over the things in the refrigerator.
If you mess up, hit him.
He would only sort out the messy vegetables little by little, clean up the eggs that were accidentally broken, and then educate Tom not to waste food. "Don't forget those days when you survived at sea, Tom. Every bit of food is precious, and the few eggs you broke were enough for the two of us to have a big meal at that time." The experience of starving at sea made Zhang De also unacceptable to wasting food, and felt uneasy every time he was hungry. But during the lecture, he also realized that perhaps he should prepare some more snacks for Tom, such as cat food and small fish. There are also cat toys and cat climbing frames. He has never regarded Tom as an ordinary cat, so he ignored these things. Tom knew that he had made a mistake, and obediently put his hands behind his back to listen to his master's narration. In fact, he was ready to be beaten up. He had experienced before when the original owner grabbed his tail or hit his head with a mop when he made a mistake. It's good not to be beaten now, but hearing the pain of the current owner when he talked about wasting food, he also felt that he was indeed wrong, so he just nodded and admitted his mistake, and swore with 3 fingers that he would never do it again.
What do you want with such a cute and sensible cat?
Of course he chose to forgive him. Zhang De put Tom on his shoulders as usual and went shopping. The first goal is the bookstore.
There are many kinds of books here.
There are rows and rows of bookshelves in the seemingly small space, and some labels are roughly pasted.
There are also medicine, biology, geography, and history.
It will not involve the so-called blank 100 years.
There are also literature, storybooks like The Big Liar Nalando, and even newspapers.
Most people buy their newspapers directly from Newsbird or the newspaper delivery gull, but some people may miss it, or want the old newspapers. At this time, the newspapers in the bookstore come in handy. Zhang De also directly bought the newspapers of the past year. To live here, it is not enough to rely on the simple impressions he got from the previous animations. It is necessary to know more about this world. Anyway, a newspaper is only 50 belly. Nami once complained to the Newsbird about how the price has increased again, indicating that the price of the newspaper is only 100 belly after more than one price increase, and more than 300 newspapers or less than 20,000 belly the profit can be taken away. Not many people bought so many newspapers at once, and the bookstore owner cheerfully sorted them out, murmuring in a low voice that he never thought that running Tatsuya would come to take care of his business. Zhang De probably didn't expect his nickname to spread so widely, so he searched for recipes in the store on his own.
The cooking method of Donghai cuisine. Looking to the side, there is indeed a complete collection of delicacies from the West, South, and North Seas.
After flipping through, Zhang De saw that there were not many repetitive parts, so Zhang De also directly picked up the 4 books and paid the bill together with the newspaper. The boss has thoughtfully put more than 300 newspapers in order, and also helped to stuff them into bubble bags, and warmly greeted Zhang De to come more often in the future. More than 300 newspapers are estimated to weigh 30 catties. Fortunately, this weight is mainly because it is not easy to carry.
It is much more convenient to have a bubble bag.
A large bubble contains a large stack of newspapers and 4 books, and it can still float steadily beside Zhang De.
He has given up thinking about whether this thing is scientific or not, but it is very useful anyway. After that, I went to buy some vegetable and meat seasonings, added a few changes of clothes for myself, and chose some snacks for Tom. The two returned with a few bubble bags. After returning to the tavern, put the things away first, Zhang De also checked the time, and decided to exercise before dinner to recharge his energy. It has been almost a month since I crossed here on May 5th, and now on June 3rd, the number of times I recharged the magic circle is not counted in detail. Most of the time it is once a day, and sometimes it is 3 times in 2 days. After exercising like this day by day, the progress is still obvious. At least for now, as long as you work hard, you can basically fill it up twice a day, although it feels uncomfortable to be exhausted. As night fell, the cold moonlight shone down through the gaps between the branches of many mangrove trees. Zhang De in the small yard also saw that the energy had reached 90%, and he couldn't wait to activate the call after he had his own home. He didn't need to go to there are people hiding in some alley. He was about to read the description of the item, but he was stunned. Without the item, the energy was not reduced by 80% as before, but directly dropped from 90% to 0. Before he could think about the meaning of this representation, the screen in front of him turned into tiny light spots and fell on the ground in front of him, forming a magic circle with a diameter of 1 meter. It was obviously a purple light screen, but after being broken for some reason, it turned into golden light spots, forming a golden magic circle. Didn't Tom say blue at the beginning? Is this cat colorblind?
The golden light lit up, and a figure appeared in the center of the magic circle. The delicate face slightly tilted to the side, the calm green pupils, the blue dress is gently swinging, the silver breastplate skirt is eye-catching, and the golden yarn-like hair is wet by the moonlight. This is a 15-year-old girl who seems to be holding an invisible weapon in her right hand. In such a scene, no matter how gorgeous words are used to describe the beauty of the girl, it is not an exaggeration, but Zhang De, who felt the girlish temperament up close, almost blurted out so handsome. Compared with the beauty of appearance, the charm of a perfect knight seems to be more prominent. The slightly petite figure exudes a heroic temperament that cannot be concealed, which makes people unforgettable at a glance. When the golden light dissipated, the whole picture of the girl was finally shown in front of Zhang De. She raised her eyes slightly and fixed her eyes on Zhang De's face. A clear and crisp voice came out of her mouth, "Servant Saber, come here according to the call. May I ask, are you my master?"
"Collection and tickets, can you follow the call?"
The light screen reappeared, and some information about the girl was displayed on it. Name, Arturia Pendragon alias, King Arthur, King of Knights, King of Silly Hair, etc. Introduction. From the Moon World, King Arthur, the hero and British legend, felt remorse for blaming himself for the demise of Britain.
If we go back to the past and re-elect the king, will Britain not perish?
With this in mind, Arturia signed a contract with the world consciousness. Let King Arthur get the Holy Grail and use it while he is alive. If her wish can be fulfilled, she will become a heroic spirit after death as a price.
However, in the Fourth Holy Grail War held in Fuyuki City, as the master, Amiya Kiritsugu ordered Artoria to destroy the polluted Holy Grail with a command spell, after which Artoria was sent back to the battlefield of Cameron. After a few seconds, a pop-up window suddenly appeared. The power is less than 3%, it will shut down after 30 seconds, please charge it in time. Even dying for 30 seconds, this is really my broken phone. It turns out that summoning a character will directly consume 90% of the energy? No wonder it takes more than 90% every time to start summoning.
But now Zhang De can't take care of these things for the time being.
Facing Artoria's inquiry, he actually doesn't know how to answer.
It's definitely not possible to lie to her, and he doesn't know if she has signed any contract like Tom. Thinking about Artoria's character, it's okay to tell the truth, even if she is not facing the master, she will not easily embarrass ordinary people, right? Zhang De also hesitated for a while and finally said, "It is true that I summoned you here, but there is no Holy Grail war here, and I don't have command seals, so I shouldn't be considered the master?" Artoria noticed the light screen in front of Zhang De just now, but because she couldn't see the handwriting clearly on the back, it should be the power that brought her to this world, the power of the contract she signed? It's true that I don't feel the bondage similar to the command seal. Is it a contract with relatively loose binding force? Artoria feels her own state, descending in the form of her own body, or rather her whole being has been transferred from the original world. At this time, she can't feel the contract she made with the world at all, and she can't force herself to order all actions can follow one's own will. According to the agreement, I will be your guard for the next period of time and provide you with some help within my abilities, Artoria. Saying this, she had a smile on her face, and her green eyes met Zhang Da's gaze.
Guard? Zhang De couldn't read any information from her expression.
After all, he is not a master of psychology, so he had to introduce himself first. "My name is Zhang De, just call me De."
This kind of response seems a bit rotten, he thought, seeing Artoria nodding to show that she remembered. He immediately turned around. "Tom, come here, we have a new companion." Tom waved to Artoria as a greeting.
To him, it didn't matter who the master summoned, as long as he didn't summon another cat. Of course, if it was a cat, it must be a beautiful little female cat.
When Artoria saw Tom, she tilted her head in doubt and asked, "Warcraft?"
Zhang De also said casually, No, Tom, like you, was summoned by me from another world."
"It's not a monster, it's just an ordinary house cat."
Tom put his arms around his arms and nodded in agreement.
"Yes, we are just an ordinary house cat."
Although he is proficient in many languages, is good at various ball games, knows a variety of musical instruments, can conduct and sing tenor, and has worked in various occupations such as cowboy, sailor, and bodyguard, he really thinks that he is an ordinary domestic animal.
Cat. Artoria looked at Tom and then at Zhang De, the hair on her head moved, tending to bend into a question mark, and questioned, "Normal?" It's not that common."
3 people gathered around a wine table, and Artoria had already put away her armor and long sword, leaving only the long blue dress, which was more like a formal dress, and the temperament of the whole person was more inclined to a beautiful noble lady.
8 dishes and 1 soup were neatly laid out on the table, mostly made by Tom.
Originally, Zhang De also planned to cook by himself. For things like cooking, he only needs to follow the recipe step by step.
The temperature control is also a bit of a problem.
At least the food is still edible, and if the seasoning ratio is not too outrageous, the taste is also good, which is roughly the average level of home-cooked food. However, after the first dish was out of the pot, Tom tried the taste, and pushed Zhang De away with a look of disgust. He did not know where to find a small apron to tie it on, and patted his chest to signal him to do it. Zhang De had only seen Tom making sashimi, so he really didn't know much about his skill in making cooked food, but he had to let him try it because he was so confident. I saw Tom browsing through the recipes at a glance, accurately selecting various ingredients, and then picking up the kitchen knife to shred or cut various vegetables and meat, as neat as if they were measured with a vernier caliper.
He even held a knife flower when he put away the knife.
Next, ignite the fire, pour oil, put ingredients, stir-fry, sprinkle seasonings, and put them out of the pan, all in one go. After trying it with Tom's confident expression, Zhang De also realized that the adjectives such as smooth and tender, fat but not greasy in the recipe are not deceiving at all. If there is any sentence that is false, it is only the sentence, "The picture is for reference only."
The one made by Tom is exactly the same as the picture.
In the end, Zhang De had no choice but to pat Tom on the shoulder to say that we will hand over the kitchen to you in the future, and then take up the heavy responsibility of serving the dishes. If there is anything Tom is not good at, it is that he is not proficient in using chopsticks. Although Tom was very smart in Goodman's house before, he still ate directly in his own rice bowl. But after having his own home, Tom sat on a chair and ate with utensils like a human being. This also gave Zhang Di a chance to show off and help Tom pick up what he wanted to eat.
It is estimated that the learning ability will be mastered soon.
Arturia didn't have any troubles in this regard at all. She used a pair of chopsticks very skillfully. Her movements are quick and elegant. Obviously all kinds of food are poured into her mouth continuously, but her cheeks never bulge exaggeratedly, and she will show an expression of enjoyment after picking up the dishes made by Tom, which makes Zhang Di mediocre. There is no dislike for the work. Before drinking soup, I wipe my mouth with a napkin to prevent food residue from sticking to the rim of the bowl, and there is no sound when I put down the tableware. In contrast, Zhang Di's eating was obviously just a very ordinary appearance, but at this moment, he could only be described as bold and unrestrained. When the soup was full, Zhang Di also asked about the contract. Tom put forward his own conditions before accepting the sum, and although that was too generous for me. What about you, Arturia?
Is there anything I can help with? Arturia's background story is too long, so I will only write a little bit of what is necessary.
If you are interested, you can check Mogirlpedia. Everyone asked where the saber was, and I said it was from today's meal at Amiya's house. Laughs. Thank you for the 200 coins rewarded by the flashing running. Thank you for the 100 dots that don't believe in papyrus. Thank you for creding. I am the 100 reading coins rewarded by LQL. In terms of conditions, when I came to this world, I have already achieved part of it. I will pursue the rest of the goals by myself.
Thank you for your kindness.
If there is anything that needs help, please help me understand this world.
Other than that, outside, 3 meals a day are enough.
3 meals a day, this requirement is too low, right? Food, clothing, housing, and transportation are things I should consider for you. The place where I live has a room that has just been cleaned up today, and it is good to spread the bedding. Fortunately, the tavern opened only after the day after tomorrow. I will take you out for a walk tomorrow, so I am familiar with the environment here, and at the same time buy some clothes and daily necessities. I don't know what your habits are like when it comes to food and drink, but there should be no problem with Tom in this regard. Zhang Di also talked a lot, and when he talked about food, he sighed in his heart that it was great to have Tom around. Then about this world, most of the area is ocean, and people live on scattered islands. The world is divided into 4 seas, south, east, north and west. Our position is, about the powers in the world government established 800 years ago is the biggest power now. There are currently more than 100 affiliated countries with violent institutions like the Navy and Cypherpol. Arturia just listened quietly. Nobles and commoners, the era she lived in also had such a class division, and it was a matter of course for her to rely on her own ability to make achievements and then get honor. For example, for the 20 kings who founded the world government back then, she would have respect for their achievements, but for the descendants of the 20 kings, the dragon people, if they were purely enjoying themselves, she would only slightly dislike them, but relying on the recklessness of privilege is enough to disgust her. About pirates, there are many people who go to sea to become pirates because they can't afford the high amount of money in the sky, and there are also people who are not members of the world government who encounter catastrophe for some reason and go to sea. Of course, some are purely for freedom and to get rich. Among the pirates, there are many people who burn, kill, loot and do all kinds of crimes, and there are also some guys who simply like treasure hunting and adventure. 12 years ago, a pirate named Gold Roger found the legendary island Raftan Road. It is said that he learned the truth of the world there, but few people know the specifics. Maybe like the blank 100 years, it is a taboo of the world government, and we have no way of judging whether this thing is good or bad. However, under the instigation of Roger's last words before his death, the era of great pirates has intensified in recent years. Perhaps we can only judge whether what he did is right or wrong until the answer is revealed. After that came the Revolutionary Army that appeared in recent years and gradually grew stronger. They hid their whereabouts, encouraged the oppressed people to rise up and resist, and their ultimate goal was to overthrow the Tianlong people. The government regards it as the worst criminal. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Di was also holding dumbbells up and down in the small yard. As for the origin of the dumbbells, Tom's fitness dumbbells, just exercise for a while, and you can gain the strength to fight Jerry's big cousin for a round. Believe you're evil. Tom did a bit of exercise and punched the big cousin, and then, the big cousin opened the third gear and knocked Tom into the air. When watching Luffy in third gear before crossing, Zhang Di also suspected that One Piece found inspiration from Cat and Mouse. Later, when he saw the awakened Luffy and Kaido fighting, it was just a drawing of Cat and Mouse, okay? After trying it for a while, Zhang Di also found that this dumbbell is just an ordinary fitness tool, and it can't speed up the speed of getting stronger. Anyway, he used it before buying it.
He doesn't know any fitness methods.
The method of exercising in reference to Pirate World is simple and rough practice, hard work. Katie's kind of baby fat man can start to learn the 6 naval styles after a few months of hard work.
It's just unreasonable. Artoria and Tom were sitting at the door, eating the fruit plate, watching Zhang De also lift the dumbbell until he couldn't lift his hands, then leapfrogged around the yard, and tossed the dumbbell again when he couldn't move anymore. Altria has already agreed to teach Zhang De swordsmanship tomorrow. She was not optimistic about Zhang De's achievements in swordsmanship, but if she always worked so hard, she might not be sure. One of the reasons why Zhang De is so desperate is that he wants to become stronger. The main reason is that he wants to recharge his energy. After summoning Tom, all the things he drew came from Tom's world. Now that he has summoned Artoria, does it mean being able to draw something from the moon world, in other words, opened a new prize pool? Isn't that a chance to get a treasure? Let's not be greedy, just a blazing sky covering 7-fold ring for the defensive treasure, and the whole deviant sword for the attack treasure. However, after struggling for more than an hour, the reality told him that Gushyolawan was very cruel. Congratulations on getting Amiya Shiro Sportswear, Gilgamesh's throne. It has been stored in the inventory. Didn't Artoria's profile say that she had just participated in the 4th World War? For Mao, I took out the pan from the 5th World War, but it doesn't matter, the second one looks like a good thing. Gilgamesh is the oldest king, and his king's treasure contains the prototypes of all the treasures. How could his things be bad? Zhang De also looked forward to opening the inventory to check what he just got. Gilgamesh's throne, the street lamp that Gilgamesh stepped on when he appeared on the stage, although it has been broken, must have a collection value equivalent to the throne for those who worship the oldest king. Fortunately, miscellaneous repair. Thank you, sir. Waited for a long time and this is the result? Zhang De also took out the street lamp and threw it on the ground with a bang, kicking him hard. Then I hugged my right foot and jumped up and down in pain. Arturia put a small piece of cut apple into her mouth, chewed it carefully and swallowed it, and looked at Tom next to her. What's wrong with Tatsuya? Tom spread his hands, shrugged and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what was going on. But seeing him calm down quickly, when he put away the street lights and started exercising again, the two continued to be the melon-eating crowd with peace of mind. Holding his breath, Zhang De didn't stop until his legs were weak. Arturia and Tom changed the fruit bowls several times. You two will enjoy it. Zhang De's mood now is like when he was standing in the military posture in the military training. He saw the unscrupulous seniors in the sophomore and junior years watching the excitement and eating ice cream. Tom had just peeled off the last orange at this moment, and handed him the orange as he heard his words. This made Zhang De feel a little bit relieved, but looking at the eyes of the two foodies, he finally chose to divide the oranges into 3 portions. Recommendation ticket, for the author's treasure, the author's mood +1 when coding. Monthly ticket, for the author's treasure, the author's mood +100 when coding. Thank you for the reward of 200 coins from East of Winter. Thank you Tianzuwei Taoist for the reward of 500 points. Thanks for the 1600 coins rewarded by the Maggot King. The following is the PY content. Arceus Journey of Pirates. When Pteranodon becomes a fossil pterosaur, when Brachiosaurus becomes a tropical dragon, the combination of Pokemon and fruit abilities will bring new changes to the world. The glory of Lunaria will surely be restored. A master bedroom, 2 secondary bedrooms, a bathroom and a utility room. This is the layout of the 2nd floor of the tavern. Zhang De also lived in the master bedroom with Tom, and arranged for Arturia to be the 2nd bedroom next to her. It's just that it's the 2nd bedroom, but it's actually not that small, and she doesn't seem to have any requirements for this aspect. Zhang De only prepared a quilt and toiletries for her, and quietly slandered her, but Wang didn't bring his own quilt. I always feel, Tatsuya, you seem to be thinking about something impolite. Nothing. Good night, Arturia. Zhang De also fled in despair. Arturia blinked and began to make her own bed. When they got back to the room, Tom was rubbing around in his own den, and finally found the most comfortable position to curl up in a ball. Good night, Tom. Tom responded with a wave of his hand. What a fulfilling day. Zhang De also turned off the lights and closed his eyes. Early the next morning, Tom came out from the gate of the tavern, looked left and right, suddenly smiled, took out the newspaper in the mailbox at the door, picked up 2 bottles of milk at the door, and brought them back to the tavern. The milk was ordered yesterday, and someone will deliver it every morning. Newspapers need to put enough coins in the mailbox every night. The next morning, the newspaper delivery girl will take the coins, and then put the corresponding number of newspapers according to the price, and even give change. Tom put the newspaper and milk on the table, and turned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. At this moment, Zhang De and Artoria went downstairs one after another and sat at the table.
Zhang De also picked up the new issue of the newspaper, and Arturia took an old newspaper, more than 300 copies, even just reading the headlines.
Sun Pirates cadre Aaron was arrested, revealing the death of Fisher Tiger. A few days ago, Aaron, the cadre of the Sun Pirates, attacked the warship and was arrested by Lieutenant General Palyasolino. After interrogation, Aaron's actions were revenge for Fisher Tiger. According to Aaron, Fisher Tiger, the former captain of the Sun Pirates, was ambushed by the Navy and was seriously injured. After escaping, humans refused to transfuse him and died of excessive blood loss. Zhang De also made a judgment on the fake news, but it is not considered fake news. It can only be said that Aaron lied. Fisher Tiger himself refuses to use human blood. He hates humans very much and would rather die than accept human blood, but he does not want the hatred of humans to spread to other Murlocs because of him, so ask the crew of the Sun Pirates to hide the truth. And Aaron obviously couldn't understand his approach, and directly made up a reason that could arouse the anger of the Murlocs even more.
Discrimination and hatred are not problems that can be solved by simply solving them.
It is said that after this incident, Huang Yuan should be promoted to general.
To catch Aaron and bring back the news of Fisher Tiger's death should be regarded as a great credit to the Tianlong people and the world government.
Meow.
Tom came out with a plate, reminding the two newspaper readers that it was time to eat. 2 slices of toast, with lettuce and ham sandwiched in the middle, some with sliced meat and tomatoes, evenly spread ketchup or salad dressing. Simple ingredients make different combinations and different tastes, each cut into triangles, the whole neatly stacked on a large plate bigger than Tom. At the same time, Tom also set up 3 glasses, opened 2 bottles of milk, licked the bottle caps with enjoyment, then poured them into 3 glasses, and even seriously took out a ruler to measure. "Okay Tom, don't be so careful, I'll tell the boss to order an extra copy today." Zhang De couldn't laugh or cry. Tom gave up and sat on his stool, and the 3 of them started together. "It's delicious." Zhang De also couldn't help praising. Artoria nodded in agreement, and then took 2 bites of a sandwich. Talking would only affect my eating speed. Tom happily accepted the compliment, enjoying the fruits of his labor. In the end, Zhang De was also responsible for the task of washing dishes. Although he hated washing dishes, if he didn't do something, he would suspect that he was the pet kept by Tom. But think about it carefully, the things I do every day, eating, sleeping, and having fun and exercise, apart from not being cute enough, it seems that they are really no different from pets. No, just wait for the tavern to open. From now on, I will make money to support Tom and Arturia. That's right, struggle. Fight. Tom sucked his fingers, always feeling that there was a flame burning behind his master. Arturia thought about it. Is washing dishes so exciting? This is the dock, which belongs to the island under our feet. Well, it should be called a pillar industry. In this world, ships are really important. There are residential areas, mostly the residences of boatmen, and the vegetable market is far away from here. It's also very close, and Tom and I buy ingredients here. For the clothing store, you can walk 2 streets away. In fact, the clothing store here is relatively small. The shopping street on Island 30 is relatively powerful, but I haven't been there. Well, even if you say don't care about these, I don't want to treat you badly. By the way, do you want Tom to come with a suit? While walking, Zhang De also pointedly introduced nearby shops to Artoria. Although she didn't care much about clothes, Zhang De couldn't ignore it. You can't let Arturia wear that long blue dress with long johns all the time. Tom and Zhang De were also walking side by side. Their walking posture was no different from that of humans. After hearing Zhang De's suggestion, they shook their heads decisively. Clothes and the like were too troublesome, unless there was a beautiful kitten to tease, otherwise it would be completely don't want to wear clothes. In the past, Tom was kept on his shoulders because he was worried that others would treat him as a fur tribe and cause trouble, but now there is no need for this. With the responsibility of force, Zhang De is also a little bit flustered. Following Zhang De's instructions, Artoria looked left and right, carefully observing the scene in the other world. At this time, she was holding a bubble the size of a basketball. Although I heard you explain the reasons for the formation of these bubbles, I still feel that it's incredible. There is no magical breath, it is completely formed by nature. Zhang De also smiled. If you want to talk about magic, this place is not bad. I know that in this world, there are empty islands floating in the sky at a height of 10,000 meters, and there are also Fishman Islands with a depth of 10,000 meters under the sea, and there are also natural islands full of people. The Boeing Islands with various delicacies. Actually, I really want to see them, but I might die if I am so weak.
In the next second, Zhang Di also seemed to see an afterimage. Arturia had stopped in front of him, held Zhang Di's right hand and shook it up and down, staring at him with green eyes, and said sincerely, Tatsuya, please become stronger as soon as possible, I will teach you with all my strength. Zhang Di, huh? Did I say something I shouldn't? I can't find out exactly when the three generals were promoted, but it should be after that. Now the Warring States period is only a general. If you have any information, please provide it. If not, it will come according to my timeline. Thank you for the 5,000 points rewarded by the book in your hand. Thank you for the 2,500 coins rewarded by Foma. Tom, who was walking upright, did not attract much attention. On the contrary, Arturia's image and temperament were too prominent, which attracted a lot of attention. Zhang Di was also somewhat famous on Island 59, thanks to this because of his fame and his good appearance, he was not regarded as the servant of the noble lady. Morning, Brother Day, the sister is a new face. The little girl greeted Zhang Di with an empty bucket. It's Muku, this is Arturia, she just arrived here not long ago, and she will live with me next time. Zhang Di also briefly introduced. Miaoko, 13 years old this year, is a very energetic little girl who helps deliver milk to everyone in the town every morning. Zhang Di also met when she ran around every day. Hey, Miaoko glanced at Zhang Di with gossiping eyes, obviously thinking too much. Hi sister Arturia, I always feel that my sister is more beautiful than that pirate empress. In fact, Arturia's age has stagnated at 15 years old, and her appearance is completely immature, but I don't know if it is because of her charisma. When the little girl saw her, she couldn't help but want to call her sister. Hello. Arturia was not as familiar as she was, so she just responded politely. After a few words, Miaoku was about to leave, and she still has a job. By the way, Miaoku, change the milk to 3 servings every morning. Zhang Di also shouted at Miaoku's back. Okay, the little girl waved her hand energetically, with a long tail. Ha! Speaking of which, Arturia, how do you know the language of this world? Zhang Di also asked. The servants summoned by the masters in the Holy Grail War will directly acquire the basic knowledge of that era, and the language is naturally absent. By the way, there is no Holy Grail War here. Arturia said, it's the power of the contract. When I was summoned, I saw the words, consume 10% energy, load the language pack. So the 10% more energy spent in summoning characters is used here? I thought it was just because characters are more special than items. But why didn't Tom mention this? Forget it, Tom can't analyze it with common sense, and it may be that he knows too much, and he didn't pay attention to one more language. Forget it, it's almost time to visit here, let's go to other islands. Zhang Di had been cowardly on an island before, and now he finally couldn't help but want to go to other places to see. Arturia has nothing to do, she wanted to know more about this place. Then the shopping street on the 30th island is a bit far away. Let's go there by bike and take a tour along the way. Originally, I wanted to ask Arturia if it was inconvenient to ride a bike in a long skirt, but after thinking about it, she would look the same even when riding a horse, so I still didn't ask. Cycling refers to the unique bubble bicycles of the Chambord Islands. If you rent one, you will pay 500 Baileys a day, and if you buy one, you will pay 10,000 Baileys. Zhang Di also decided to rent 2 and buy them later if needed. Come on, Arturia, you get in first. Drill? With the help of Zhang Di, Arturia lay reclined in a big bubble, then held the handlebars that were also stuffed in, and stepped on the pedals with both feet. A propeller-like device is exposed outside the bubble, so that the entire car and people are suspended in the air, maintaining a strange balance. As long as you step on the pedal like riding a bicycle, it can generate power to make the car move forward. Arturia mastered how to use the bubble car the moment her feet stepped on the pedals, and walked around Zhang Di a few times with great interest. It's very easy, it feels like riding a horse. You got it right away, you're such a smart girl. The boss casually said some free compliments. Zhang Di also got into the bubble and got used to this special bicycle. If you want to ask how he feels, he is actually more used to normal bicycles. If you have time, ask Akiji where he bought the bicycle. See you if you arrive. Tom huddled in Zhang Di's arms. Since he had the experience of falling into cat cake last time, he didn't dare to make bubbles by himself, poor boy. Because the boss knew Zhang Di, he didn't ask for any deposit. In fact, think about it carefully. When Luffy and the others rented a bubble car when they arrived in Chambord, it didn't take long before they encountered the kidnapping of the mermaid Kaini, and then beat up Tianlongren. Running away in all directions, it seems that the bubble car has not been returned? If the deposit is not paid, the boss will lose money. Zhang Di and Arturia rode bicycles side by side.
First, they headed north, and then went west after arriving at Island 40. It would take an hour or two even to ride a bicycle, but for sightseeing, it's okay to slow down. The islands from number 50 to number 59 are similar, with docks and residential areas, and there are many sightseeing areas and specialty shops from number 40 to number 49. The terrain of some islands is very strange, because the ground under their feet is formed by the roots of trees. Many places are very high because the roots of the trees are raised, but there are still people who build houses on them, which reminds Zhang to push open the window. There may be a city on the main road outside the window. After walking like this for a while, Tom seemed to find that there was no danger, and gradually got used to staying in the bubble, and became interested in the bubble car. Seeing Tom begging for the clothes in his arms, he couldn't refuse at all, so Zhang De had no choice but to give up his seat to Tom. Tom stepped on the pedals happily. With his height, he couldn't sit or half lie down if he wanted to hold on to the handlebars, but Tom didn't mind. He was fascinated by the feeling of being able to float in the air while riding a bicycle. Shaking left and right, and trying to adjust the suspension height, after Tom was familiar with the car, he rubbed his hands seriously, and quickly caught up with Artoria in front of him. When she turned her head to look over, Tom made a grimace and then go away. Artoria froze for a moment, then laughed. Is this a competition? Interesting. Then, accelerating suddenly, her level riding skills allowed her to maximize the performance of the bubble car and quickly catch up with Tom in front. Tom opened his mouth happily at first, and his tongue was floating beside his face like a streamer, which made Zhang De a little worried that his saliva would float on his face. But seeing the opponent who caught up so quickly, Tom's face showed a frightened expression, and his two short legs stomped wildly. Zhang De also found it funny. When it comes to riding a bicycle, no matter what, Tom can't be better than Artoria, right? But he seems to be like this. Every time he masters a new skill or feels that he has a great advantage, he will be very flustered. In layman's terms, it means that they don't understand the principle of being obscene and growing up. But he stopped laughing soon, because Tom's legs turned like Hot Wheels when he was pedaling, and the speed of the car rose sharply, once again surpassing Artoria by a body, but obviously he was not feeling well. Doda sweat dripped from his forehead. By the way, do cats have sweat glands on their foreheads? Oh, this is Tom. Don't hold on if you feel uncomfortable, Tom. Zhang Di also persuaded, this is not an important game. Tom didn't respond, but Artoria spoke up first, and said seriously, no, how can you give up before the winner is decided? I will definitely win this competition. Wind King Barrier. Zhang De, is it necessary? Do you have that, the thing called ticket? Thank you Dianfen for the 100 points. Wind King Barrier. Artoria usually uses this trick on her own sword. The wind around the sword body changes the refraction index of light, making it impossible for people to see the true face of the weapon in her hand, thus hiding her identity, and at the same time it may also make the enemy misjudge the length of the weapon and be at a disadvantage. In addition, this trick can also be attached to the vehicle to reduce resistance and increase speed. With the riding skills, it can even make ordinary motorcycles explode at a speed comparable to that of noble phantasms. At this time, the Wind King enchantment covered the sports car, and the bubble car seemed to be wearing a layer of streamlined armor. The speed increased suddenly, and it caught up with Tom almost instantly, and then passed him. Tom chased after unwillingly, and Zhang De could only see the scene in front of him retreating rapidly. 48 gr, 47 gr, 46 gr. The two passed through islands like the wind, dodging pedestrians on the road, and crossing uneven ground. Thanks to them, they can ride the bubble car faster than a motorcycle, and can perfectly avoid various obstacles. If there is any imperfection, Zhang De's heart can't stand it. He has ridden a motorcycle, but he has never ridden a cross-country motorcycle. It's so exciting. The two of them could no longer be stopped. Arturia was high-spirited, Tom was chasing hard, and there was only one thing Zhang De could do, and that was it was too embarrassing to scream. He could only try his best to restrain himself, hoping that Tom's driving skills were reliable, and that Artoria could protect him in time if he was thrown out. At this time, Zhang De also inexplicably thought of Victoria Zindualai who fell from the stage and died in Shihai in the original book, and Kuina who fell to death from the stairs in Donghai. No, I want to become stronger, to be a teacher Kai who can't die even if he jumps off the Sky Island. But that can only be said after surviving, and now he can only hold on to the body of the bubble car to prevent himself from flying out. In the end, Tom stopped first. His whole cat was almost exhausted and collapsed, his upper body was lying on the handlebars, his tongue was hanging down and he was panting heavily, his body was covered with drops of sweat. The sweat is not so much coming out of the skin as it is more like flowing directly from the hair. The victorious Artoria dispelled the Wind King enchantment, rode the bubble car to a beautiful flick, stopped firmly in front of Tom, stretched out her hand through the bubble and shook Tom's hand with a little smile, said, "You are strong, Tom." But Tom didn't have the strength to respond to her anymore. Zhang De also touched Tom's head as comfort, then knocked on Tom's head, and complained, "I thought I was going to die here." The words were addressed to Tom, but Artoria blushed a little. As long as it was about winning or losing, she would always unconsciously get serious. Putting the master in danger because of her own whim is not what a good follower should do. Although she is not a follower now, the responsibility of guarding is not too much, right? After a while, Zhang De also recovered, and Tom also took a breath. There are no buildings or people around, so it should be on the edge of an island. Zhang De also saw the number on the tree, 32GR, and also saw the towering bubble Ferris wheel and jumping machine in the distance. Then Island 30 is not far away. Thanks to Tom and Arturia, the time spent on the road was at least an hour shorter than expected. Ahead is Chambord Park. Do you want to go in and play? There was no response, because Arturia's eyes were staring at a person not far away. Her expression was unprecedentedly serious. Zhang De also followed her gaze. It was a tall man with red hair, a black cloak, and a knife on his waist. The exposed part looked like the hilt of a western sword. Isn't it? Red-haired Shanks? Does Tatsuya know him? Well, the captain of the red-haired pirates is very strong, and he should still be growing. When he enters the new world this time, it shouldn't take long for him to become the emperor of the sea. Fortunately, compared with ordinary pirates, he should be regarded as a better kind, but I think it is better to avoid it to avoid trouble. Shanks or something. I like it when watching anime, strong, calm, face-saving, and have a funny personality when facing friends. But now I'm still a little flustered when I really see it. No matter what, he's a pirate, and his fame is earned through battles. Is it good? Yi Gong Hailong is almost like this. He has noticed us, but he doesn't seem hostile. Arturia's hand has already made a gesture of holding the sword. Zhang De also understood that hiding was useless, so he had to silently think about the things he could use to save his life: milk, firecrackers, firearms, mousetrap. Well, nothing can bring him a sense of security, so I have to hug Tom tightly, hoping that Shanks will treat ordinary people as harmlessly as he does in anime. As Shanks approached, the surrounding air seemed extraordinarily quiet and oppressive. There was no superfluous expression on his face, he just looked at Artoria with a little curiosity. When the distance between the two was less than 3 meters, an invisible wave was released centered on Shanks. Tom exploded instantly, and Zhang De's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. When he looked at Shanks again, he seemed to see some ferocious beast it is choosing and devouring with its mouth wide open. Almost at the same time, the dull hair on Arturia's head seemed to move, and there was also an invisible ripple spreading from her body. On the one hand, it competed with Shanks' aura, and on the other hand, it also affected Zhang De. Also with Tom. It was a positive influence, and Zhang De also felt that the oppressive feeling brought by Shanks was swept away, and there was no fear left. Although intellectually he still feels that he is absolutely unable to resist Shanks, but mentally he can look him in the eyes without panic at all, and he can even calmly think about how to deal with it next. The first thing to do is to hold down Tom, because the cat is more affected, and has already rolled up his sleeves and wants to fight Shanks. This should be Arturia's Blevel leadership quality. It has the power to boost the morale of the army. In this world, it seems to be very similar to the domineering color of the Overlord, but it can offset the effect of the enemy's Overlord color. When it comes to strategy, the meaning is more practical than the Overlord color. I remember that there was an army commander in the Revolutionary Army who was capable of encouraging fruits. There should be similarities. This is not important, the key is what Shanks wants to do, on a whim. Before Zhang De could figure it out, Shanks had already pulled out his saber griffin. The next moment, a silver armor appeared on Artoria's body, and the sword in both hands matched the knife in Shanks' hand. Clang! Swords clashed, and strong winds blew up. Thanks for the 6,800 point coins rewarded by Die Squid Girl. Thanks for the 3,200 coins rewarded by the Maggot King. There is no vision of tearing the sky and clearing the clouds like the Overlord fights in the anime, and the knife in Shanks' hand has not turned black. The two fought each other like ordinary swordsmen. If it wasn't for the disappearance of the Wind King's enchantment and the sword in Artoria's hand showing its true colors, Zhang De might think so too. Tom had calmed down by now, his hair was blown to pieces by the wind, the red-haired man in front of him seemed a bit scary, and he was not at the same level as the stupid big man they took for money. Tom has always thought of himself as an ordinary cat, the kind that is afraid of death. Although the owner said that he has an immortal body, he always thinks that he is lucky to survive,
and even if he is really immortal, if he is beaten it will still hurt. Sure enough, it's a sword. I'm sorry, little girl. I couldn't help but slash it when I felt someone was pointing at it. Having said that, it's really not polite to point the tip of a sword at someone. Shanks didn't seem to be hostile. After seeing the weapon in Artoria's hand clearly, she put away the knife and smiled, but for a while, she couldn't see whether it was the fruit ability or the special sword technique that just hid the sword body. Arturia was still pointing at him with the sword glowed faintly with golden light. Do people who wantonly vent their arrogance also care about politeness? I just don't want to make too much noise, it seems like I've gone too far. Shanks put his hands on the back of his head and smirked, the little brother over there seems to know me? Zhang De also nodded, red-haired Shanks, I only saw the report of your entry into the Great Route last month, and I didn't expect to arrive at the Shamboard Islands so soon. Shanks said with a smile, I just passed by and came to find someone. You don't look like Navy or bounty hunters. Why don't you give me face and let it go like this? Oh, let me save face then. Shame on Shanks? Zhang De also felt that he was not ashamed, and said that he was more or less aware of current affairs. But you have to respect your companion's opinion, and worry that she wants to fight, Artoria? Arturia nodded and put away her sword. She and Shanks have no deep hatred, and it was because of a misunderstanding, and her strength may be worse than the other party. If she had to fight, she would not be afraid, but she was worried that she would not be able to protect Zhang De. Enough. After Shanks left, Zhang De and the others lost the mood to go to the playground, and went directly to the shopping street to buy clothes, exercise equipment and bamboo swords. As for whether to report to the Navy, it's fine. Shanks said he was looking for someone, and 99 out of 10 he wanted to go to Rayleigh. The Navy might think he was meddling. On the other hand, Shanks was in a good mood, and happily told a white-haired old man about his experience. Mr. Raleigh, I was really shocked at the time. In the East China Sea, a kid actually told Captain Roger if it's the same, the captain's oath. So you sent out the straw hat. Riley held the flagon, looked at Shanks' broken arm and asked, but what happened to your arm? Shanks stroked his broken arm with his right hand, without any regret on his face, I bet it on the new era. Really, this is really a big gamble. Laylee held the jug in one hand and looked at his younger generation with a smile. The kid back then has also grown to this level. It's far worse than the captain. Then Shanks seemed to remember something, by the way, I met an interesting person on this island just now. Shanks originally thought that the little girl named Artoria, who looked so young but was so strong, would be difficult to talk to, but she didn't expect the other party to stop so simply. Is my face really useful? Arturia has already changed into new clothes, with a white blouse on the upper body, a blue ribbon tied into a bow at the neckline, and a blue mid-length skirt with black stockings and boots on the lower body. When I first came, the King of Knights took off his armor and became a noble lady, but now he changed into a long skirt and suddenly became a high school girl. When she had just changed her clothes, Arturia had a smile on her face, opened her hands and turned around in a circle, changing from her previous heroic and valiant appearance, to appear cute and cute. At noon, I found a good-looking restaurant nearby for dinner. The food cooked by the chef of the restaurant was even better than Tom's. Zhang De also secretly thought that the chefs in this world still have something. Haven't tasted a real top chef dish. The combination of handsome men, beautiful women and cute pets has attracted a lot of attention, and no one came here to make trouble, especially when an ordinary kitten skillfully picked up a knife and fork to eat. The people around felt that they had no origins. Easy. At the checkout, the restaurant owner was very happy, because the price of delicious food was a lot of Baileys, and the three of them ate a lot. It is roughly estimated that this meal cost more than a month's living expenses of an ordinary family of three. This made Zhang De also doubt whether he could support the three foodies including himself by simply opening a tavern. Tom, do you want to ride again? Tom looked at Artoria who was eager to try, shook his head, and signaled you two to play. I'm tired. Zhang De wasn't so stupid as to play with Artoria in a drag car, he just rode back in a very ordinary way. By the way, Artoria, do you still remember the intimidating aura that Shanks released just now? Artoria nodded. Well, that person makes me feel like a king. That kind of power is called domineering and domineering here. It is said that those who have the qualifications to become a king will have it. In addition to being used to deter the enemy, it can also strengthen the power of their own attacks. When you confronted him, did you feel the power in your body? Wake up or something? I didn't notice the power you mentioned. What I use is more like a naturally occurring temperament, not a power that can be used directly to attack. Also belonging to the domineering are the armed color and the knowledge color,
one is used to attack or defend, and the other is used to listen to the voice, or to perceive the breath of others. Zhang De also briefly talked about the usefulness of domineering, and the use of domineering can counter some devil fruit abilities. If it is an auxiliary attack, you can use magic power, but it is not sure whether you can hit the entity that captures the natural ability user you said. As for the method of sensing the enemy's breath, if you use intuition, you can also achieve short-term damage in battle. The effect of future vision.
Altria has mastered many combat-related skills.
It is hard to say whether she can master the three-color domineering from another world, but she basically has alternative methods for the effect that domineering can achieve.
The only thing that is uncertain now is the natural system. Whether the enemy can handle it.
Zhang De also reckoned that if she went to the Navy, she would definitely be fine as a major general, but as a lieutenant general, it would be difficult for her to be a general because she would not be domineering. In addition, he is not too good at guessing the release of the treasure, because the curry stick is said to be a city-level treasure, but every time she releases it, it seems that she is either chopping the Holy Grail, or on the way to chop the Holy Grail. In fact, Zhang De is also looking forward to what the battle between Artoria and Hawkeye will look like, and also looking forward to whether Tom can make two moves with Hawkeye. And the premise for him to have the confidence to witness this is to ensure that he will not die from unknown AoE while watching the battle.
In the world of One Piece, being weak is the original sin. Author, why don't you save face and vote for me? Reader, how about giving us a face and updating quickly?
Author, the new book period needs to be updated twice a day, waiting for the website recommendation.
The current situation is every night at 12 o'clock and one chapter at noon. Reader, tear, your ticket is gone. Author, blah blah. Let's learn how to hold the sword first. You must be steady on your feet.
When holding the hilt, your fingers must. In the small yard behind the tavern, Artoria was teaching Zhang De and Tom sword skills. That's right, Tom has to learn too. His use of a sword in the past was not considered swordsmanship at all, and he relied entirely on his reaction ability as a cat to mess around. Zhang De also didn't want Tom to eat and sleep every day, and now there is no Jerry to accompany him to run around. If he doesn't exercise much, he is afraid that he will become fat. So when I bought a bamboo sword, I also bought a sword for children for Tom. Fortunately, he is still interested in learning new things, and he learns well.
Maybe it is the cat's curiosity that is causing trouble.
As for Zhang De, he discovered that the process was different from what he had imagined. Imagine a beautiful girl like Arturia helping you correct your standing posture and holding a sword. Even if there is no magical unfolding in the romance drama, when the two hands touch, there should be a plot that makes the heart beat faster. However, the actual situation is that Zhang De's hand was pinched red because of the incorrect posture, and Artoria's hand strength is really a bit strong. Zhang De also gritted his teeth, resisted not making a sound. Thinking about these miscellaneous things, it can only show that he is not serious about his studies. Next is the main point of the stabbing action, the main point of the slashing action. When you exert your strength, you must. Arturia demonstrated the basic movements while explaining, and Zhang De also followed Tom's example, and then followed her prompts to adjust the movements at any time.
After mastering the main points, it is boring practice.
Swinging the sword 100 times is only a warm-up, and 1,000 times is a practice.
Teacher Artoria is very strict when teaching, and there must be no mistakes or slack.
Zhang De is also okay, he has been exercising for a long time, but Tom can't stand it.
As an unscientific cat, his physical strength is very limited.
Whether he is holding a piano recital or directing a symphony, he will be tired and sweaty, although Jerry was there on both occasions.
That's the mess factor. At the beginning of learning, it was okay to put on all kinds of handsome moves.
Tom was in high spirits and had a great time learning, but if he swung his sword 1,000 times, Tom thought it would be better to kill him. After a while, the whole cat was almost exhausted into a puddle of liquid, but when he saw Artoria standing in a row with them and swinging a sword with a serious face, Tom wanted to stop pitifully but dared not stop. Thieves peeked at the movements of the two for a while, and a small light bulb lit up on Tom's head. The reason why Arturia practiced with Shanks was because she realized that her strength might still be insufficient after a fight with Shanks. Now she is different from the state when she came through the power of the Holy Grail. Her existence does not need the master to provide magic power, and battles are completely dependent on their own strength. Moreover, she can continue to become stronger through exercise now, but it's not that easy.
One sword, another sword.
Zhang De also repeated the same movements like a machine until his arms became sore and limp, and would deform if he didn't pay attention to the movements. The energy on the back of his left hand rose from time to time, which somewhat gave him a little motivation to persevere. When he felt that both arms did not belong to him, he finally heard Artoria's voice to stop.
Take a break, take this time to recall the essentials of the movements, and then, have you seen Tom? Tom? Isn't it right next to me?
Zhang De also remembered seeing Tom swinging his sword from the corner of his eye. But when he turned around, there was no Tom, only a wooden board standing there, cut to match Tom's silhouette, and painted with the same color paint as his body. Two arm-shaped boards that can move up and down are fixed at the front of the board, and the bamboo sword is tied to it. At first glance, it looks like Tom is holding the sword in his hand. There is also a rope tied to the hilt, which leads all the way into the house. As long as the rope is pulled, the bamboo sword will swing, and then it will be bounced back to the original place by a small mechanism such as a spring, and then the rope is pulled again.
Zhang De was also dumbfounded. After all, Tom was a handmade man. It's not surprising that he could make such a mechanism. The question is, how did Tom replace himself under the eyes of him and Artoria? It was easy to find Tom along the rope.
The guy turned out a beach chair out of nowhere, and put a small table next to it. While reading the newspaper, he drank iced juice with a long straw. Tom hadn't noticed that the two people were looking at him, and his legs were crossed comfortably. As long as he shook his legs, the string would be pulled, and the wooden board outside would swing his sword once.
Arturia opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. Zhang De also twitched the corners of her mouth and walked over with gritted teeth. I'm tired like a dog outside, but you're like a cat inside?
Tom took a sip of the juice, and suddenly found himself surrounded by a shadow. He put down the newspaper and saw Zhang De's kind smile. Tom froze for a moment, bared his teeth and showed an awkward smile, and moved his legs quickly to make the stand-in outside swing his sword faster, indicating that he was working hard.
Tom.
Zhang De also looked back at the wooden stand-in outside, wondering whether he was annoyed or amused by him, whether this cat is stupid or not. Tom was frightened by his yell, and frantically tried to untie the rope on his feet, but this body hit somewhere, and the beach chair snapped together, clamping him completely, leaving only his hands and feet outside to ask for help like waving.
Ha, Zhang De really laughed this time. Even Artoria couldn't help laughing.
What can such a stupid and cute cat do with him? Of course it chooses to forgive him. Tom, who was rescued, brought drinks to the two of them in a flattering manner, and additionally brought snacks to Artoria, and got a pat from the king.
Zhang De would not be envious of a cat.
After adding a little water, he ran out to fill up the energy to activate the summoning, and then started the lucky draw with great anticipation. Congratulations, you have won Amiya's frying spoon, Little Mouse Tie-Face diaper. It has been stored in the inventory.
Is this asking me to grab all the kitchen utensils from Amiya's house? Can you change the family to cause harm? The hyena is crying. And what the hell is a diaper? After the new prize pool is opened, is the prize pool of the cat and mouse world still there? The probability of getting a treasure is much smaller.
However, as the physical strength increases, the number of recharges per day will also increase. There will always be a chance when the number of lucky draws increases. Even if the requirement of the lottery is put aside, physical strength is really important. Those top powerhouses fight for 5 days and 5 nights, 10 days and 10 nights. Although I don't know if I can reach that level, but dreams always need yes. I don't have a favorability system here, and I don't know how to write that the summoned person falls in love with the protagonist for no reason, him. By the way, does Tom need love? In short, those who want to watch brainless pushing girls have gone to the wrong door. A real swordsman can cut off the author's keyboard when he wants to cut, and when he doesn't want to cut, he can cut even a small ticket. Thanks to Paladin 1996 for the reward of 1,500 coins in the evening, Tom is in charge of cooking as usual. He plans to try all the dishes in the 4xc food cooking method encyclopedia, and then write down the dishes that everyone likes. Artoria sat upright, with the sword horizontally placed on her lap, as if she was feeling something. The sword was called the Sword of Promised Victory. It was 115 centimeters long, with a dark blue handle, a golden grid, and a silver-white blade that seemed to hide a golden light. As a noble phantasm, it can be revealed or hidden at any time according to the owner's will. The reason why Artoria became what she is now may be that Zhang De also told her about the sword masters in this world, saying, when you want to cut, you can cut through steel, and when you don't want to cut, you can cut through a piece of paper, and they did not rely solely on brute force and domineering, nor did they rely entirely on famous knives to do this. The swordsmanship she has practiced for a long time is not of the same type as the swordsmanship of this world, but the move she fought against Shanks today gave her some understanding of the fighting style of this world. Zhang De is also making preparations before the opening of the tavern, making sure that the wine glasses are clean and sufficient, and that there is no problem with the wine reserves. If he didn't do well, it's because he doesn't understand wine, but it doesn't matter, he can just look at the price and it's over. Anyway, those who come to the tavern to consume are not masters of wine tasting. The most popular one, just buy more. The old signboard at the entrance of the tavern has been removed and replaced with a new one, which says Tatsuya's Tavern in a very ordinary way. It is not creative, but it fits well with the naming style of this world tavern. The new signboard was delivered by Uncle Goodman on the day he bought the tavern. He said that he would bring his workers to join him when it opened. Anyway, many of them were regular customers of this tavern. Zhang De also immediately said that the people brought by Uncle Goodman will pay half the price. It was just rejected by him. According to him, those bastards are very rich. You can just give them a 20% off or 10% off on the opening day, and then kill them hard. Zhang De also had no choice but to agree. He knew that Uncle Goodman was not short of the money, so he probably just wanted to save face by asking for such a small discount. Goodman may brag like this when he gets old. I think of when I was young, the little brother who gave face to the 4 emperors also gave me face. Tatsuya, if the tavern opens tomorrow, what should I do? Artoria put away her sword at some point, and asked Zhang De, who was busy. Just sit at the bar with Tom, drink tea, read the newspaper and eat snacks. Zhang De also feels that there is nothing to help. Old Bob usually runs it by himself, and it always feels wrong to ask Artoria to serve dishes and wine, and it is not in the official carnival. Arturia looked at him, but I also want to help. Zhang De also thought about it, then it's better to be the guard of the tavern. If someone makes trouble, you can kill him for me. If someone doesn't pay for drinking, you can help me kill him. Yeah. Arturia nodded earnestly, and Daimao followed her little head, then asked again, then what about when no one is making trouble? Then sit at the bar with Tom, drink tea, read the newspaper, and eat snacks. Arturia felt that she was being perfunctory, but she had no proof. But the delicious food that Tom brought out next made her ignore it for the time being. Take a bite of beef, it is so fragrant and delicious. Take another bite, she's so happy. I am so happy that special effects are about to appear helping the tavern or something, whatever. After the meal, Zhang Di also continued to practice swinging the sword until his hands trembled. The next day, Tom was still the first to get up, and he sat on the banister of the stairs and slid down to retrieve 3 bottles of milk and a newspaper outside the door. After browsing the news headlines and finding nothing interesting, they folded them up on the bar, turned around and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Zhang Di also went out for morning exercises with Arturia. Physical exercise cannot be put down no matter what, the space in the yard is still too small, running is uncomfortable. So running Tatsuya reappeared, accompanied by a beautiful little girl with blonde hair. Arturia, who put on a tracksuit, looked more like a middle school student. Some people noticed the two of them when they were shopping together yesterday, and today the two of them doing morning exercises together attracted a lot of attention. A few boatmen who saw them on the way to work have already prepared a 3,000-word manuscript to brag about at work today. And the two parties were chatting while jogging, and they still had enough energy for this kind of exercise. Arturia, do you think I should wear weights when I run in the future? Zhang De is almost used to the eyes of others watching the excitement, and he might as well ask more about exercise if he is entangled in that. Arturia also didn't care about other people's eyes. You can wear it. When you can run around the edge of the island twice and feel that you have enough energy, it's about time to try it on. Zhang Di also estimated the size of the island. Oh, it's a bit difficult now, but it shouldn't take long. My physical strength has grown quite fast recently. Hearing this, Arturia looked at Zhang De's arm. Is your arm okay? The intensity of yesterday's sword swing training has exceeded the scope of beginners. Zhang Di also bent his arms while running. I'm fine when I wake up in the morning. I feel that I can increase my strength today. Arturia was thoughtful. I always feel that your physique is a little different from ordinary people. It is indeed much better than before, and sometimes it looks weird. For example, I was starved and thin before, but I recovered quickly after eating a lot, just like returning to life. Zhang De also gave Arturia explained a bit about Naval 6 and Life Return. It's an interesting move. If you really master the Life Return, you can almost pay no attention to it during normal training. The problem is that I haven't learned it before, and it should be activated by conscious control, but I don't feel it at all. Zhang De is also a little distressed. Actually, I am most interested in the moonstep and the 6 moves. Indeed, if you master the method of being able to move in the air, you will have more fighting methods to choose from. However, walking in the air by stepping on the air is too unimaginable. Perhaps you can only get some clues if you see it with your own eyes.
The difficulty of creating a move is different from that of imitating a move.
Many martial arts masters can know what kind of force is produced by watching one of the Navy Six styles, so they can crack or imitate it, but they have not created it. On the one hand, it is not necessary for them, after all, there is no need to train recruits. On the other hand, it is too difficult to create out of thin air. The two chatted and jogged all the way, walked around 2 blocks and returned to the front of the tavern.
Before the tavern opens, Teacher Artoria will add a new course to Zhang Day.
Thank you Shi Huang fans for a reward of 100 coins crack.
Oops. The bamboo sword landed on Zhang Day's forehead, and Artoria taught him a lesson: pay attention to blocking. Crack. Ah.
Another sword strike, be careful to dodge. Crack. Hiss, try to find an opportunity to attack.
Sister, you are my own sister, I can't even catch your 2 moves, so attack with my head.
Zhang Day also complained endlessly. Practicing moves and actually fighting are completely different things. Artoria doesn't deliberately feed her moves, at most she only needs to use some strength when fighting down.
As long as there is a slight mistake, the bamboo sword will hit the body immediately, and whoever suffers will know the feeling. Snapped. Concentrate, the movements are deformed. I see.
Woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then went out for a morning jog and didn't come back until close to 7 o'clock. After breakfast and rest for a while, sword training began at 8 o'clock, and then Zhang De was beaten for almost 2 hours. At the beginning, he frantically made 1 move in seconds, and then he was gradually able to block 1 or 2 moves, or dodge 1 or 2 moves. Although Artoria would definitely seize the opportunity to counterattack when attacking, but with such a little effort, it can be said that he has made progress.
Soon.
The reason why he has improved so fast may be because it really hurts to be beaten. His forehead was swollen, and there were still many bruises on his body. Zhang De also took off his shirt and applied the potion on himself. As for the source of the potion, Tom's medicine box, it contains commonly used family medicines and simple medical equipment such as thermometers and tweezers.
One time Jerry pretended to be shot, and Tom brought the medicine kit within 3 seconds. If this is not love?
Sorry Tatsuya, am I being too strict? Maybe it's too early for you to practice like this. Artoria looked at Zhang De carefully applying the medicine, feeling a little embarrassed.
Don't worry about it, it hurts and your memory grows. Let's continue when I recover from my injury.
Zhang De also thinks it's okay to be beaten, as long as he can learn something. Even the redness and swelling on his forehead was not easy to get rid of, so Zhang De took a small mirror and rubbed the lotion with difficulty. Hiss, it hurts, it's not easy. Zhang De also thought about asking Tom to help, he has rich experience in applying medicine and bandaging. But Arturia spoke first, let me help you. As she spoke, she involuntarily took the tweezers and cotton balls in Zhang De's hand. Zhang De was also sitting on the stool next to the wine table.
Artoria bent over slightly, brushed the hair on his forehead, dipped some potion and daubed it lightly.
Thanks. It's too close. At this angle and distance, Artoria's level of exquisite face is simply not something that can be sketched by mere anime. Zhang De was also at a loss for a while, so he had to close his eyes, but his ears were still a little hot. It was natural to smell the smell of potion, and the aroma of shampoo also penetrated into his nostrils. He felt the moist cotton ball on his forehead, and the slight tingling made his eyebrows tremble slightly. Okay. Arturia's apology eased a bit by helping to apply the medicine, and she asked expectantly, how do you feel? Zhang De also opened his eyes, looked at her expectant expression, and moved his arms deliberately. It's much better. Tom, who was lying on the table watching the fun, rested his chin on his hands. Feeling that the master was lying, he wagged his tail and poked the bruise on Zhang De's waist. Oh, Zhang De also jumped up from the stool in pain, grabbed Tom's neck with both hands and shook back and forth, growling, Tom, do you want to die? Tom was dizzy from the shaking, and his eyes rolled in circles. Artoria looked at Zhang De fighting with Tom with a bright smile. The tavern opened at 11 o'clock in the morning, and Zhang De also opened the door ahead of time and took off the closed sign. The inside of the tavern has been cleaned up, and Artoria really did what Zhang De said, sitting at the bar with Tom, drinking tea, reading newspapers, and eating snacks. These two cute foodies are serious about the work that Zhang De also explained. There were still vacancies in the tavern, and Zhang De also took out the piano he had drawn earlier. Of course he would not be able to play it, at most he would press it randomly or swipe it from the beginning to the end, and then swipe it back. He intends to use it for Tom. A cat who can play the piano may attract many guests. Tom, do you want to try it? After shouting, Zhang De was also suddenly a little depressed. At the beginning, he vowed to raise Tom, but now it seems that Tom is raising him instead. Zhang De also felt that he might suffer from Tom's dependence. Tom aroused a little interest, and Shiran walked to the front of the piano, took out a set of tools that Zhang De didn't know, pressed keys on the piano for a while, and twisted it for a while, as if he was tuning. After adjusting for a while, Tom stopped in satisfaction, then pointed to his body, and gestured to Zhang De. Is it so ceremonial? Zhang De will happily take out a tuxedo from the inventory and put it on for Tom. Putting on a tuxedo, Tom's aura changed, and the whole cat looked unfathomable. He lightly lifted the hem of his clothes and sat on the piano bench. Tom adjusted his bow tie one last time and began his performance. The sound of the piano ding-ding-dong-dong sounded, and a relaxed and cheerful melody played in this small tavern. Tom played Mozart's Piano Sonata No. 11 in A major. So many people don't know what it is, but its third movement may be better known as the Turkish March. Zhang De also belonged to the kind of person who didn't understand the seriousness. He only knew that it sounded good, and it was enough that it sounded cheerful. He leaned his back against the bar and propped his elbows on the table, listening very comfortably. Arturia sat on the high stool in front of the bar, took a bite of the snack and narrowed her eyes happily. Her dangling feet swayed gently with the music. It took more than 10 minutes to play the whole song. I don't know if Tom's playing skills are full. Arturia and Zhang De also feel that they are still full. At this time, there was a noise at the door, which seemed to be applauding. What? Brother Tatsuya invited a musician quietly. The song just now was so good that we didn't dare to make a sound outside. Goodman took the lead in pushing open the waist door and walked in, and pointed behind him with his finger. I will bring these bastards to cheer you on as promised. Immediately came a dissatisfied voice from behind. We were going to come here, okay? How can you help me? Brother Tatsuya, we came here spontaneously. That's it. A group of people swarmed in with echoing voices. Ha! Goodman said dissatisfiedly. Brother Tatsuya said, give my name a 20% discount today. Remember what you just said, you came by yourself. More than a dozen big men bowed together. I'm sorry, we were brought by Goodman. Welcome. Zhang De also smiled. It seems that those who can play with Goodman are also interesting people. One sentence settled a group of bad friends, and Goodman smiled all over his face. Where was that musician just now? Thank you Siechuan for the 200-point coins. Thank you for the 916 reading coins rewarded by Q reading and abandoning the world. Thank you for the 100 reading coins rewarded by Creting L. Are you kidding? The cat plays the piano? When Goodman asked where the musician who just played was, Tom calmly got down from the piano bench, pulled his bow tie, and bowed very gentlemanly. The eyes of a group of boatmen popped out in shock. No, Brother Tatsuya, I know Tom is very smart, but there must be a limit, right? Goodman knew Tom a little, but now he found that he only knew a little. Does Tom want to play it again? If you feel tired, just a short paragraph. Zhang De also asked for Tom's opinion. Tom nodded and sat back down, playing the last little Turkish march. Watching Tom's movements and listening to the sound of the piano, the boatmen opened their mouths wider and wider. A few minutes later, the sound of the piano stopped, and the boatmen pushed back their chins that had fallen to the floor, and burst into cheers. Marvelous! What a great cat! Where can I buy this kind of cat? Tom glanced at these stupid humans, and was very indifferent to the cheers. He walked steadily to Zhang De step by step, took off his tuxedo and handed it to Zhang De. After taking off his tuxedo, Tom seemed to be a different cat. He waved his hands triumphantly amidst the cheers, and then slipped back to the bar to drink tea and read the newspaper. Zhang De also looked at the group of idiots who were so excited to whistle at the door. He patted his forehead helplessly and asked, everyone, uncles and brothers, what are you doing here? Goodman reacted, oh, yes, I almost forgot the business. Uncle Goodman was still reliable, so he quickly took them to buy wine, and Zhang De felt a little relieved. I just heard him continue, there is a more important thing to do today besides drinking, and that is, speaking of this, Goodman put his arms around Zhang De's shoulders, and asked treacherously, the lady who ran with you in the morning is the one sitting there, right? Tell me, what is your relationship? Zhang De? Why are you guys so gossip? Reluctantly, he introduced Arturia to everyone as the guard of the tavern. These guys didn't bother to be amazed at how such a petite figure of Arturia could be a guard. They all cried and asked why she wasn't Zhang De's lover, sister, or bartender. Only Goodman laughed happily, because none of the others missed the bet he opened, and the dealer took all. Zhang De also just wanted to say that these people are really full. 15 boatmen turned their grief and indignation into drinks, each holding a bottle of wine, blowing directly on the bottle without holding the cup. The wines he took were all above 1,000 Baileys, which made Zhang De smile. The leader is Uncle Goodman. When we first arrived here, Tom and I received a lot of care from their family. Zhang De also brought them some food such as roast chicken and roast meat, and returned to the bar to give Al introducing Toria.
Sounds like a good person.
Artoria nodded, seeing that the noisy crowd showed no signs of trouble, and ate snacks on her own. After bragging with the workers for a while, Goodman came to chat with Zhang De.
How is it, little brother, are you going well these days? It's okay, it's just busy cleaning and counting the goods. If the guests are as worry-free as they are now, it seems to be quite easy to open a tavern.
Most of the time, otherwise, how can old Bob not lose money after operating for so long?
Goodman took a sip of wine, but you are really clean, not as greasy as before.
Greasy. Of course it was clean, Tom wiped it with his own hands. It was an honor not to dismantle the tavern and cover it again.
Maybe there are many people who prefer the greasy feel of old taverns?
Zhang De also felt that the old taverns in the movie were a bit dilapidated and greasy, and a stove would be more atmospheric. However, the place where I live and run my own business is better to be clean. Anyway, there is no hearthstone to rub.
Goodman is obviously unfeeling. Where is there such a weirdo?
Zhang De also smiled. Why haven't you seen little Bayer these days?
Molly doesn't allow him to trouble you, because you are worried that you will be busy in the past few days after opening. Goodman said.
As you can see, I'm not that busy here, so I can come and play anytime. Zhang De also felt that Bayer was the most sensible one among the many brats he had met. Okay, I'll tell him, but I plan to take him to the dock as an apprentice recently.
Is he not 5 years old?
What's wrong with being 5 years old? Remembering when I was young, Goodman was stuck, and he couldn't be as young as 5 years old.
It's embarrassing to brag about this.
Raising the wine bottle, tons, in short, I don't want him to run around like this every day.
Zhang De also nodded. Familiarity is familiarity, and he can't say too much about how other people's families educate their children. Brother, when did you meet that young lady? Doesn't she look like an ordinary person?
Goodman hooked Zhang De's shoulder and lowered his voice, smiling like an elder. And Molly, she heard you went shopping with girls, and you said with a smile that brother Tatsuya is also at this age, and you specifically asked me to ask, are you really not, that kind of relationship?
Artoria looked over there strangely, and Zhang De also waved his hand to indicate that it was okay.
After being sprayed with alcohol, Zhang De also pushed Goodman away with a bit of disgust. It's been said that she is a guard, a knight from Britain, and a very reliable person. Goodman still wanted to ask, and other people shouted, brother, there is not enough wine.
So is the meat. Here we come.
Zhang De was also busy delivering things.
Goodman, did you run over there to avoid drinking? Hide a fart, I can put 10 of you down.
Noisy, the group spent nearly 100,000 Baileys, and this was because they had to work in the afternoon and couldn't drink too much.
The profit is very high, but the high tax makes him a little distressed. He thinks it's better to wait until he is strong enough to move to the illegal area and just cheat like Xia Qi.
After the boatman left, some guests came one after another, some drinking alone, some in small groups. Occasionally, old customers from the previous tavern inquired about the situation of old Bob, and Zhang De also told the truth, trying to chat with the customers, nothing more than talking about which pirate group caused trouble, which naval general made meritorious service, etc. news. The tavern was open from 11 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, temporarily closed, and Zhang De also cleaned up the messy wine tables. I took the time to eat lunch when there were few customers, and I was in a hurry. Zhang De was also considering whether to advance lunch to 10:30 in the future, and then reopened at about 11 o'clock.
Tom rolled lazily on the bar, not wanting to move.
On the contrary, Arturia followed Zhang De's example and helped with the work. Seeing her holding a mop as seriously as a sword, Zhang De was a little worried that she would poke a hole in the floor.
Should a congratulatory gift be accepted for the opening of a tavern? Just collect 100 million points to count the votes.
There is no lunch break, and Zhang De will start class with Mr. Artoria after finishing the work.
The same sword swing training as yesterday. Zhang De's movements are very standard, but with the actual combat, beating, experience in the morning, he knows that most of the time, except for the first move, the enemy rarely asks you to act handsomely, posture, then call out the name of the second child and then move comfortably. The meaning of practicing the basic moves is to make him familiar with the power of each move, so that he can use the power of each move as perfectly as possible in the battle. Of course, if you want to do this, you need to go through a long period of practice and battles. Drink! Ha!
Zhang De also felt that shouting while swinging his sword was more imposing, which reminded him of early martial arts films.
Artoria didn't care about him. In fact, she didn't need to, because it didn't take long for his voice to be unbearable,
and there was a price to pay for the second grade. As for Tom, he picked up his small bamboo sword and waved it a few times, then ran back to sleep impatiently. The two of them knew that even if they forced him to continue practicing, he would think of inexplicable ways to be lazy, so they simply let him go.
Tatsuya, stop for a moment. Artoria said. Zhang Di also retracted his sword and stopped, asking, what's wrong?
Artoria stood in front of him and looked up for a while, then said, take off your clothes.
Ha?
Zhang Di was also a little confused. The bruise on your forehead has disappeared.
I want to confirm how your injury is. Artoria tilted her head, what's wrong? It's okay, please don't say anything misleading with a calm face.
Zhang Di also lifted up his shirt as she said, revealing his more obvious abdominal muscles these days.
Artoria didn't have so many messy thoughts. She stretched out her finger and poked somewhere where there should have been a bruise. It's really gone completely. Is the medicine you applied before a special medicine?
No, it's just an ordinary medicine for reducing swelling and pain. Zhang Di also touched the original wound himself, and felt that he had fully recovered. The medicine box contained only ordinary medicines, which was what the briefing said when they were drawn. When Tom was injured, he didn't need to rely on medicines to recover, even bandages were for psychological comfort. Before I came to this world, I was just an ordinary person. I'm sure I don't have any special powers such as super resilience. Zhang De also raised his left hand. If there is any difference, it is this. He has tried it, and the magic circle in his hand is something that only he, Tom, and Arturia can see. Now he wonders if this thing has changed his physique.
Arturia nodded, this may be the reason. Next, pay more attention to any abnormalities in your body. Anyway, it seems to be a good thing now.
Well, since the injury is healed, let's practice sparring. Oh, no, let me finish the basic training first. Zhang De also has plans to exercise his arm strength, and he is worried that he will be disabled in a while. During the period, he saw that the energy was full and drew a second prize. Now he no longer draws at 90% of the time, but waits for it to be full, thinking that maybe the burst rate will be different or something. But he probably thought too much. The summon item still consumes 80% of the energy, and there is nothing special about the item. Congratulations on getting the kotatsu from Amiya's house and the rolling pin from Tom's house.
It has been stored in the inventory.
The rolling pin was mediocre. Anyway, this broken magic circle couldn't get through the kitchen. Either it harmed the kitchen of Amiya's family or Tom's family. I don't know whether these things disappeared directly in their world or were copied. Kotatsu Zhang Tatsu has never seen the real thing, but only heard that it is an alluring and depraved artifact in winter, the kind that anime characters become lazy and don't want to come out as soon as they get in.
You can experience it in winter. By the way, do Shamboards have winter? He really didn't specifically ask about this, and the weather in the Great Route is messy, so it's not surprising that it will directly enter winter in the next second, right?
After a short rest, Zhang De and Artoria fought together wielding bamboo swords.
After having the experience of being beaten in the morning, Zhang De has made some progress. At least the frequency of being beaten has decreased.
From being 2 moves by Artoria in seconds to up to 3 moves in seconds in the afternoon, it has improved by 50%, which is gratifying. At the end of the training, there will inevitably be another injury. At this time, Zhang De will inevitably think of Sauron, who was beaten by Guena for 2,000 games when he was young. I don't want to be beaten for thousands of games in a row, right? It hurts, the medicine is still needed, at least it can relieve the pain temporarily, and the tavern will be open for a while at night, so as not to affect the action. Lifting up his shirt to reveal the scars on his body, Zhang De also did it neatly, or a little stiffly, and handed over the task of applying the medicine to Artoria. It is impossible for her to stop at a critical moment during duel practice. Teacher Artoria takes the teaching task very seriously, but she still wants to do something within her ability to express her apology afterwards. At first Zhang Di also refused, because she was somewhat embarrassed, but under her insistence, she still accepted the kindness half-heartedly.
If you don't want to bother me, get stronger quickly. Artoria said.
I don't know how long I will be beaten in the future. In order to let her have no burden when teaching, I will reluctantly adapt to it slowly. I don't know how much joy there is in this reluctance.
Artoria.
Zhang De also half-jokingly said, have you ever heard of a saying called playing chess with a stinky chess basket? The more you play, the more stinky you become. If you practice swords with a beginner like me every day, will you become weaker and weaker? Arturia continued to apply the medicine on her hand, and explained seriously, there will be no such thing. I don't know about others, but for me, every swing of a sword is a process of accumulating experience. Whether it is practice, it is still fighting, no matter whether the opponent is strong or weak. because every sword of mine is swung seriously, even if it is insignificant. As long as I swing the sword,
I will become stronger. Zhang De was also silent for a moment. I feel like I've been hit. This is simply a self-contained swordsmanship experience bar.
She is good-looking, powerful, and has cheats.
Arturia is treated as the protagonist in the novel. Should it be said that she is a Night King who has become a hero by her own strength?
Okay. Arturia threw away the cotton ball, put away the tweezers and the wound medicine, and encouraged, "Don't underestimate yourself. Even I rarely see people as hard-working as you, and with such recovery with strength, Tatsuya, you might become stronger than me in the future."
Receive encouragement from Arturia, mood +1.
In fact, he wasn't too depressed. Compared with innate conditions, Charlotte Lingling, also known as the Ant, was the king. It is enough to have a body with strong resilience, and the only thing left to do is to work hard.
As long as you work hard, you can achieve your goals. Is it already a very happy thing? At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Master Tang brought out a sumptuous meal from the kitchen.
By the way Tom serves food is getting more and more fancy, with one plate in his left hand, one plate in his right hand, and another plate on his head.
I'm afraid he will suddenly play acrobatics with these things. Since moving to the tavern, Zhang De has never bothered about the leftovers.
Even if Tom didn't get his portions right when he cooked, there was always just enough to eat when he cooked less, and just enough to eat clean when he cooked too much. Zhang De also asked cryptically if Arturia was full, but he always answered in the affirmative. But as long as you don't train after a meal, you always have snacks, and the appetite is puzzling.
After dinner, they open for business. They only plan to open until around 8 o'clock in the evening.
Although making money is very important, you can't leave it behind for late training. Compared with money, strength is the most important thing.
Brother Tatsuya, I'm here again. A young boatman greeted enthusiastically. Welcome. Zhang De also recognized the guests brought by Goodman at noon.
The names were not introduced at that time, so he did not know.
However, this young boatman was very familiar with himself, and he approached Zhang De mysteriously and asked, "Brother, will Tom still perform tonight?" Zhang De also turned his head and took a look.
Tom put a cushion on the bar, lay on his back, and raised his legs.
Mouth.
Arturia sat beside her, carefully read a newspaper, glanced at the boatman who was talking to Zhang De, and found no hostility, took a sip of tea and continued with her own business.
Tom, do you want to play the piano tonight?
Tom stopped chewing and shook his head. Playing the piano was not as comfortable as lying down.
Sorry, Tom doesn't want to perform. Zhang De also replied.
No, little brother, please let him play a song. The young boatman cried sadly.
Although Tom plays the piano really well, you're not so addicted to it, are you?
Zhang De also thinks that this person may need an anti-addiction system.
That's not the reason.
The young boatman looked around and said, "Actually, I'm making a bet with my friends. As long as they come here and see the cat playing the piano, I can earn 30,000 baileys, and then I will divide it into small pieces.
Brother, half of you, help me."
Zhang De also spread his hands. Although I'm very tempted, I'm not a circus here, and I won't force Tom to perform.
If you want to watch it, you can convince him yourself.
Why is this?
Well, I will convince him. The young boatman walked towards Tom with a firm face.
Zhang De didn't bother with him, and continued to deliver wine to the guests who came in one after another. A few minutes later, he saw the boatman running out in a hurry, and running back after a while, with a lot of things in his arms clattering on the bar. Zhang De also vaguely recognized that the things he carried included cat food, canned fish, dried fish. Then I saw Tom jumping up with a smile on his face. The young boatman happily greeted Zhang De, and went back to call his unlucky friend.
Zhang De also reached out and poked Tom, who was lying on the pile of food. "You've been bribed? Have you prepared some snacks at home?"
Tom showed an embarrassed smile, gestured at these things, and signaled that the three of them would share. Zhang De also patted Tom's head, rummaged through the inventory, and found out all of Tom's clothes he had drawn before and gave them to him, so that he could wear them when he wanted to. When the young boatman brought his friends over, he made a pleased gesture to Tom.
Tom changed his costume in a second, walked to the piano and started his performance under the shocked eyes of unsuspecting guests.
Perhaps it was because he took something from others. Tom took out the extremely difficult Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2 very seriously this time, which is the one played in the performance that Jerry messed up. As there was no interruption this time, Tom performed so well that he didn't even bother to help the false collar that had fallen off. When Tom finished playing and bowed, the audience was silent, and then immediately burst into enthusiastic cheers. Not everyone here understands music, but they can all hear the sound of the piece and feel the emotions when it is played, especially when such a powerful performance is performed by a kitten who has always been inconspicuous, which is even more impressive. Excited. Judging from their discussions, it is estimated that Tom will soon become a star of 59 gr. Zhang De also looked at Arturia, who opened a bag of cat food and put it in his mouth, thinking that even if someone has evil intentions, he should be able to cover it.
But, Arturia, that's cat food, I'm just checking the quality for Tom.
Choo-choo, Arturia blushed a little, and said seriously, it's not bad, it tastes like fish and chicken. Zhang De also raised his forehead, don't analyze the taste of cat food so seriously.
I want to try it too. Arturia finally put down the half-pack of cat food and opened a box of canned fish.
Zhang De also expressed his relief, at least it is the food eaten by normal people, the cat food is obviously not tasty at all. After Tom returned to the bar, someone still wanted to listen, and cleverly followed the example of the young boatman to buy some snacks to bribe Tom. But Tom really didn't want to play this time, he was tired.
Zhang De also came forward to persuade them to go back.
Although not everyone was satisfied, most of them had an extra drink or two because of their knowledge, and contributed a lot of Baileys to the tavern. After sending away the last customer, Zhang De also calculated the profit on the first day of opening the store. After deducting the costs, he made a net profit of more than 120,000 Baileys. Much of this was due to Tom. Calculating the food expenses without buying too expensive ingredients, you need 20,000 to 30,000 berries a day, so it seems that it is not difficult to feed the 3 foodies in the tavern, including yourself. Even if the business in the future is not as hot as it is today, it is not a big problem. Even if the income is discounted in half, after deducting the food expenses, there will be a lot of surplus to buy clothes and other daily necessities. No, it seems that I didn't take into account the issue of paying taxes in the 2 million Baileys I owed when I bought the tavern.
So, it seems that one day's income is only enough for 2 days' food expenses? Is the profit of opening a tavern so low? Zhang De also had a frown.
If this continues, he will doubt whether he can repay the debt of 2 million Baileys. In fact, what he overlooked was that even for the Straw Hat Pirates, when they first landed on Sky Island, the daily food expenses of the 7 members of the group were only 30,000 to 50,000 Baileys. That's what Nami said when she first arrived at Sky Island. She still has 50,000 berries left in her hand, which can only last for a day or two.
Luffy taught them sternly that they don't know how to save money.
Then he got scolded because most of it was his food bill. Link, the heavens, starting from setting Tang San on fire, the idea of making Tom a star like Brook was fleeting, and it was better not to do it until he couldn't afford to eat, and Tom didn't necessarily like that. The next 2 days are nothing more than training, lottery, and opening a store.
Tom's reputation was spread by the first 2 groups of guests.
Some people just listened to it as a strange story, while others immediately believed it, because this sea is too vast, and any kind of thing is possible. So many people came to see Tom. The business of the tavern showed signs of getting better and better, and Tom earned a lot of snacks by playing the piano every day. The guests who often come to the tavern to join in the fun gradually develop the habit of bringing some snacks to give Tom, and they always order more wine to take care of business. It's not that no one has noticed Arturia's beauty, but she looks too young, so few people come to strike up a conversation. That afternoon, Zhang De also locked the door of the tavern, rode on the bubble car, and drove Tom and Arturia out. This bubble car was bought for 10,000 Baileys and used for procurement. Unlike the single-person bubble car, which needs to be drilled into the bubble to ride, this car installs the mechanical part on top of a donut-shaped bubble, with a bucket at the rear. This type of car is probably equivalent to the small 3-wheeler of the cooking class de joie in the bubble car. In fact, if a man is riding a bicycle and a woman is sitting in the back seat, this feeling can usually be described as first love. But if the man is riding a small tricycle and the woman is sitting in the bucket, this kind of scene is usually that the old man takes the old woman out for a walk. Grandpa Zhang is going to take the 15-year-old Grandma Arturia and their pet cat out to buy some things today, including ingredients and phone bugs. At the delivery tavern, old Bob helped Zhang De introduce the wine merchant Gragas, and also left his phone bug number, but Zhang De never bought a phone bug. The original phone bug in the tavern was taken away by Bob, not because the phone bug was expensive but because he didn't want to change the number. The appearance of phone bugs is similar to that of snails. There are big and small ones, and they can be used after being caught in the wild and equipped with special equipment. Phone bugs themselves seem to be willing to be captured by humans, because that means that they have no worries about food and clothing. The 3 picked and finally chose a blue ordinary phone bug and 3 baby phone bugs, which was equivalent to buying a landline and 3 mobile phones.
After purchasing the ingredients, Zhang De also returned by bike.
Artoria and Tom curiously poked the phone bugs, and poked the baby phone bugs, woke them up and fed them with some vegetable leaves. They sleep most of the time and usually only wake up when talking and eating.
I'm lucky this time. I can buy Neptune meat, but the price is a bit expensive. Zhang Di also said, does Tom know how to cook Neptune?
Neptunes in the Great Route are relatively common, but there are not many fishermen capable of catching them, so they are not often available for sale. Sea beasts and sea kings are not the same concept. To tell the difference, mammals in the ocean are usually called sea beasts, while those non-mammals that are close to fish and amphibians are sea kings. For example, the manatee moo of the Aran pirates can only be regarded as a sea beast, and the king of the near sea who bit off Shank's arm is a sea king. Compared with sea beasts, sea kings are usually more violent, stronger, more difficult to capture, and of course the price is higher. Tom was still recalling the recipe, but Arturia said first, this is the meat cut from the fish-shaped sea king. The cooking method can be stewed, fried, etc. If you want to stew, what side dishes are needed? Stop, why are you so clear? Zhang Di also couldn't help asking after listening to her reporting side dishes and seasonings item by item. Don't you know Tatsuya? Obviously, we read the same newspaper every day, and there is an introduction in a certain issue of the food column. Artoria criticized straightforwardly, Tatsuya, we need to understand the world through newspapers, collect the necessary information is what you said, and now it seems that what you have done is not enough. Zhang De, did I show you the newspaper to let you read this? No wonder you consume snacks very quickly every time you read the newspaper, it turns out that you are reading the food column. Sooner or later our tavern will be ruined by you. After returning to the tavern, I put all kinds of ingredients into the refrigerator, and put the phone bug on the bar. Its back shell said 0210, which is its number. The phone bug number is very messy, with several digits. Zhang De also picked up the phone and dialed Grogus number 4396. Porp, Kacha. The phone bug in front of Zhang De also grew a big orange beard, his eyes changed shape, and a thick uncle's voice came out of his mouth, I'm Grogus, who are you? The three people who used the phone bug for the first time watched its changes curiously, and Tom even reached out to pull its beard treacherously. Not to mention, the beard seems to be just a light and shadow effect produced in a special way. Hello, Uncle Grogus, this is Day's Tavern. Zhang De also wondered if the phone bug on the other end had also changed into his own appearance. I need to order a batch of wine, the type and quantity are as before, it's good practice, it's best to deliver it today. The bearded phone bug was silent for a while, showing an expression of sudden realization. Except for Tom, it was the first time they had seen such a rich expression on the face of an animal, it's running Tatsuya brother. The delivery address is still at the Old Bob's Tavern, right? That's right, 59 GR Baker Street 221B, the address has not changed. No problem, deliver before 5 o'clock. Thank you very much. Kacha. The phone bug made a sound of hanging up, closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep, and the beard on his face slowly disappeared. It's a magical creature. Arturia put her hands on the table, only showing the upper half of her face, and looked at the phone bug. Zhang Di also suspected that she was acting cute, and joked, it's really amazing, but I don't know if it's good or not. Arturia's eyes flashed, the phone bug woke up in a dream, showing a frightened expression, wanting to escape but not daring to move. Don't be afraid, I'm just kidding. Zhang De also touched the shell of the phone bug and comforted him, let's study how to eat the meat of sea kings. Artoria was a little bit disappointed, but immediately looked forward to looking through the newspapers she had read, and showed Tom the page introducing the cooking methods of Neptune. Tom also took out 4 cookbooks to search for specific dishes, and his saliva couldn't stop. The main reason is that as a cat, he has some preference for fish food, and this kind of big fish wants to try it even more. Zhang De didn't care about the foodies of the two of them, and planned to complete today's training plan before Grogus came. Regarding the phone bug, there are some theories that imitate the appearance of the other party, and some say that it is dressed so that it will not change or even imitate the voice. The basis is that Sanji answered Crocodile's call when he was in the small garden. Pretend Mr. 3 hasn't been seen through yet. I think that one of the reasons why I am slow in coding is that I am always entangled in these things, and then I go to research on a whim. In fact, the most important reason is still laziness, and finally decide how to have fun.
Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by Yenfeng Shari. Thanks to Yenhan Lilua for the reward of 100 coins. Thank you for going to buy you a few tangerines to reward 100 coins. Thank you for donating 100 coins. Thank you for the 1500 point coins rewarded by the Dark King Show. Thank you for the 1500 point coins rewarded by Zan Chenshua. Thanks to the book friend 20220. 12516562823 for the reward of 1500 points. Thank you for the 100 reading coins rewarded by the Q reading ruling. This is the rumored cat. Pianist Tom, right?
Gragas, with a bald head, a thick orange beard, and a big beer belly, is very similar to the phone bug's imitation. His winery is located on island number 43, not far from the port of island number 44. He usually brews some wine himself and also buys wine from overseas.
It's him. I didn't expect you to have heard of it.
Gragas smiled boldly. I'm afraid it will spread throughout the Chambord Islands in a short time.
Brother, prepare for the fire in the tavern. I hope I don't cause any trouble. Zhang De also asked, is the wine I want ready? It's all here, little brother, please count it.
Gragas pointed to the carriage behind him. The carriage was also refitted with bubbles, and its shock absorption performance is top-notch. 2 workers are unloading boxes one by one. Most of them are bottled wine, and Gragas will also use barrels when customers request it. But that is generally reserved for those who need to sail for a long time. Zhang De also took the list and counted the quantity. Tom, Arturia, help me send these counted items to the wine cellar.
Little girl, and the little kitten, why don't I help? These are very heavy.
Gragas watched in shock as Tom picked up a box bigger than him and staggered towards the tavern. Arturia stacked up 3 boxes and lifted them up effortlessly.
Thanks for your kindness, we can do it.
Gragas scratched his beard. It seems that this little girl is not an ordinary person. She is the guard of the tavern. Although she is thin and small, it is not a problem to hit me 10 times.
Zhang De is also a typical self-flattering, mainly because he said too much for fear that others would not believe it. He probably doesn't even have to sweat.
After counting, Zhang De also took Gragas to the tavern to get money, and his income dropped by a small half these days.
Gragas looked at the price of the wine on the shelf, and said, Brother, are you still selling wine at the old Bob's price?
You earn too little. This is a tavern, not a grocery store.
Really?
I thought it would be too expensive to double the purchase price. I made a mistake and didn't go to other stores to investigate before opening. Gragas said, so your price is at most the price of wine sold in a grocery store or store, and an increase of 20 to 30% is about the price that a tavern should have.
Considering that you have a cat pianist here, the price of wine is increased by 40%. Not too much.
Zhang De was also very moved. Then why Uncle Bob, Gragas guessed, that guy may want to retire and is too lazy to adjust the price. Or it may be that he hasn't checked the market for a while. I will take a closer look at it recently. Thank you, Uncle, for reminding me.
You're welcome. Contact me anytime you need wine. Let's go. Won't you sit down and have a drink?
Another day. There are still a few bars to deliver.
Gragas left with his people.
Fried Neptune steak with black pepper, stewed Neptune meat with tomatoes, crispy Neptune meat, garlic vermicelli, steamed Neptune meat, red wine, grilled Neptune steak. The above is the main dish for today's dinner in the tavern, plus a few vegetarian dishes and a soup carefully prepared by the soup master. Although the dishes on the table were not glowing, the eyes of Zhang De and Arturia were already about to glow. The 3 of them rubbed their hands together, picked up the tableware, swallowed in unison, and started.
Well, it's so delicious.
*2 I don't know whether it's because Tom's craftsmanship has improved or the quality of the Neptune's meat is too good. After taking a bite, they couldn't stop at all, and the 3 of them swept the dishes in front of them like a storm. That is to say, Arturia and Zhang De are still relatively reserved, so they don't lick all the soup on the plate like Tom. It was rare for Tom to eat his stomach into balls again today.
Arturia obviously had more to say, and Zhang De couldn't wash the dishes in the first place.
Why do you feel so full today?
Has Tom cooked too much? Tom shook his head, indicating that there was not much difference. Arturia took a sip of tea and said, I'm afraid there is a problem with the meat.
I feel that it has the effect of strengthening the body. Although it is not much, it is still very significant compared with ordinary food. If you eat a lot of Neptune-like meat every day, it will affect your current health.
It's good for you. That is to say, it's better to buy it more often?
Zhang De also felt very excited after hearing this. Of course, it would be nice to speed up the speed of becoming stronger.
That's right. Arturia nodded seriously.
Zhang De also felt that something was wrong, and looked into her eyes suspiciously. By the way, you really don't ask me to buy this meat because it tastes so good? The dumb hair on Arturia's head was bent, and she and Zhang De also staggered their eyes and denied, absolutely not.
Are you guilty? Hey!
Zhang De is also convinced that she must want to eat this kind of meat. It is not a lie that she can become stronger. He is very heartbroken, mainly because of the wallet pain.
This thing is really much more expensive than ordinary meat.
Raise the price of wine in the tavern must rise. Otherwise, the tavern, which is not rich in the first place, will be worse. Why don't we close the shop and go fishing? Of course, this is just a complaint. Zhang De also thinks that this tavern can still be saved. If it can't last anymore, let's have the cheek to ask Artoria to catch a bounty or something. He clearly promised to provide 3 meals a day, but in the end asking others to earn money for their own food is really hard to say.
This evening, the business is still operating at the original price for the time being. I thought it would be as peaceful as before, but I didn't expect a few unpleasant people to come.
Those were 3 people with goggles on their heads, and their walking posture was as arrogant as Doflamingo's. They ordered some wine and meat, put their hands in their pockets after eating and drinking, and walked out swaggeringly.
Guys, did you forget to pay the bill?
Zhang De also put down the tray in his hand and walked over.
I owe you first, and I will pay you back in a few days. One of them said casually.
Small business, no credit. Zhang De also stretched out his hand to block their way.
The leader pressed Zhang De's arm and said with a smile, Brother, you haven't been here for a long time, do you know who we are? The other 2 watched and laughed. Are you famous?
Zhang De also looked at the 3 unremarkable faces of passers-by, and had no impression at all. He wondered if he had met some famous bully in this area. The smiling faces of the 3 people became brighter. No, I mean, since you don't know us, it's easy to handle. After speaking, the 3 of them ran away. Zhang De, who was waiting for them to report himself, didn't react immediately. But just as they were about to run out of the gate of the tavern, a round rope circle flew over and wrapped around the neck of the first person. Lying flat in the air and hovering for a second, he fell to the ground on his back with a bang. Thank you for the 100-point coins rewarded by Fantasy Realists. Thank you for the 1500 coins rewarded by the Century-Old Tour. Thank you Ziyushir Feng Yin for the reward of 100 points. Thanks to Lu Chixing for the reward of 100 coins. The following is the PY link. Konoha, opening binding Namikaze Minato. At the same time, a broom hit the leader's face, knocking him to the ground with a scream, and then poking the 3rd man's stomach with the broomstick, causing him to bow like a prawn and fall to the ground. Zhang De was also surprised to find out that Tom had changed into a denim jacket with a big brim hat at some point, and walked up to the fallen man step by step while holding the rope with his left hand, and took out a pistol with his right hand and hit him on the forehead. Arturia was holding the broom upside down, and pressed the end of the handle against a person's throat, as if she was holding a long gun in her hand. As long as she wanted to, she could stab someone to death without the tip of the gun.
Tatsuya said that those who don't pay will be cut off.
If she didn't hold a biscuit with a bite out in her other hand, the current appearance should be more intimidating. After the 3 guys who wanted to escape the order were put down by Tom and Artoria, Zhang De also felt that his IQ had been shown off, and he became a little annoyed. He took out a shotgun, the one Tom used when shooting wild ducks, viciously pressed on the head of the leading gangster. You said just now that it's easy if you don't know you? At this time, there was a booing sound in the tavern. Oh.
Cowboy Tom is awesome.
Too strong, Miss Artoria. Brother Tatsuya is so poor, the little boss is weak. Tom and the others knew about it, the cat pianist, but they didn't expect him to have such fighting power. As for Artoria, they also know each other, but because she always turns her back to everyone and eats almost non-stop, so in the eyes of a group of tall and thick guys, this little girl is useless except for her pretty face.
Is completely the mascot of the tavern.
Even when Zhang De was asked, he introduced that Artoria was the guard of the tavern, but no one took it seriously, and today he saw her skills. A skinny little girl instantly knocked down 2 big men who were a few heads taller than her. Her neat appearance and even the dull hair on her head made people feel very handsome. In contrast, the running Tatsuya is the weakest one. Even if he pointed a gun at someone aggressively, he didn't feel his prestige at all. As a result, many guests who were also familiar with Zhang De began to boo and laugh at him, teasing him whether he ran every day to practice escaping.
Zhang De also turned his head and roared angrily, You guys are enough. Let me raise the price again. Raise it now.
Woo, these people are not afraid at all, they will go up as soon as they go up. Anyway, the price will go up sooner or later, let's talk about it first when it feels good. They are not afraid of anyone, the 3 little bastards are almost scared out of their wits, so let's eat a king's meal so we don't pull out our guns, right?
And you guys who are watching the excitement, can you calm down? What should the little boss do if he gets angry after being ridiculed? There is something to say, we were wrong. We give money. After being brought down, the three little bastards were very talkative.
They quickly took out the banknotes from their pockets and put them on the ground respectfully.
Zhang Day, it's hard for me to deal with you being so happy.
I thought if I couldn't afford the money, I would beat him up or send him to the magistrate. Yes, there are sheriffs in places other than the illegal area of the Chambord Islands, similar to the sheriff Aegean in Nami's hometown. They are grassroots staff members of the world government.
After all, the Navy's duty is to catch pirates, so there is nothing leave everything to the Navy. Why do you want to eat Bawan's meal when you have money?
Zhang De also knocked on the head of the little gangster, and the money they gave out was almost 3 times the compensation.
Isn't it that our brothers were confused for a while, greedy for petty gain, little boss? Ah no, boss Tatsuya, don't you think?
Zhang De also felt that his heart was not going well. After thinking for a while, he put away the gun and grabbed his back collar with one hand, and the hem of his clothes with the other, lifted him up, swayed twice and threw him out of the door. The man realized his fate but didn't dare to resist, and fell into disgrace. Zhang De also clapped his hands, lamenting that he had not exercised in vain for more than a month, and that he could throw people so easily. Seeing his movements, Tom's eyes lit up, and he picked up the man he was holding with his hands, but the height was a bit low from the ground, but he threw it out smoothly.
Zhang De also looked at Tom's movements and looked up at the ceiling. It's not as good as this cat lying flat after exercising for so long. If you don't feel at ease, let it be a pendant.
This was not over yet. Just as Artoria was about to do the same, Tom stretched out a hand to stop her, motioned for me to do it for me, then picked up the third person as usual, went to the door and kicked his ass. This person also flew out, but he was more unlucky than the other two. He fell directly into the trash can. The lid of the trash can was turned over countless times.
On the head.
Satisfied with his work, Tom clapped his hands and turned back to the tavern. He was greeted by the cheers and whistles of the tavern guests, as well as Zhang De's complicated ice. It was not difficult to lift him up, but it took a lot of strength to kick him 10 meters away. Tom bowed his hands to those applauding, followed Arturia back to the bar to clink glasses, and drank the drink in his hand.
Arturia is in a good mood, because she has completed the work that Tatsuya told her to do as a tavern guard, so eating is more confident, right? Well, this donut is not bad, handed one to Tom. Biting the donut, the dumb hair on his head flicked to show the mood of the owner. To be honest, Zhang De also felt isolated, so he could only pick up the banknotes on the ground with tears in his eyes, and counted the amount. By the way, does anyone know those 3 people just now? Do you really want to have a king's meal on a whim? Zhang De always felt that something was wrong. An enthusiastic guest replied, I know them.
They are the 3 Scott brothers.
Their names seem to be Foster, Seconder and Selder.
They are the 3 rogues of 57 GR.
They are not. It's the first time I've done it.
Usually I only dare to go to small restaurants and make troubles, and many bosses will swallow their anger, but this time I should be so well behaved because I was scared out of my wits by brother Tatsuya and you.
A habitual offender, that shouldn't be a problem? It seems that there is no background influence or anything.
Zhang Di was also relieved, and said with a heartache, thank you, I will give you a 10% discount for this purchase.
It's too stingy. Asterisk and Zhang De's words ushered in unanimous complaints from drinking buddies. Ha, it's a small business, I still have to support my family.
Zhang De said this very sincerely. He really can't afford to support his family with random discounts. As soon as the business is good, it starts to cause trouble. I definitely don't mean to imply some trolls. Sure, thank you for the 100 points rewarded by Longing Bud Wong. Thank you for the 100 point coins rewarded Lao Lao's book Pirate. The Ninetales bombards Mary Joya at the beginning. Today's business ended with laughter and laughter. When the guests left, they were still chatting about something.
Seeing the excitement today means that you can gossip or brag with your acquaintances tomorrow.
Whether Artoria is strong or not, and whether Tom is smart or not, are just talking points to them.
Anyway, they won't give free food, and it's not their turn to be beaten.
Zhang De also closed the door and started to practice late. When the energy is full, stop and draw a prize.
I don't want to think about treasures anymore. It's good to draw something practical.
Today's luck, congratulations, you have won. Tom's classic car *1, Tom's invisible ink *1, it has been stored in the inventory.
Today is Tom's show again. Zhang De also closed the page casually, and reopened the inventory when he found something wrong.
He remembered that Tom used all his belongings in order to pursue a white cat for that classic car, and even signed Aniar Mandanaleg and sold as a slave 20 when he finally borrowed money. Year.
I don't know if it's finally up or not.
Now, of course, the focus is on another prop, Tom's invisible ink. You can't be seen by others if you put it on, be careful not to get water. This is great. Zhang De also took out this prop, a black bottle with the words invisible ink on the red label. After pulling out the cork, Zhang De also dipped his fingers in the ink. I really can't see my fingers. As the ink flows down the fingers to the palm becomes transparent, as if it can be effective as long as it is applied on one side, and there will be no thrilling effect of seeing the internal organs when it is applied to the skin.
Tom lost interest after taking a look at it. It's just invisible ink, isn't it common?
Artoria leaned over and curiously touched Zhang Da's disappearing fingers, but the place where her hand touched the ink also became invisible. Obviously there is no magical breath, but it can be invisible, a magical item. Arturia moved her hand, and didn't feel anything unusual, but the shadow is still there. It's unscientific. Zhang De also checked that the shadow of his hand was still there, decisively gave up his poor knowledge of optics, and began to think about how to use it. First of all, you must not do things that cannot pass the trial, otherwise the content of this chapter will have to be invisible with him.
So maybe it can be used to scout the enemy? Or steal from the rich and give to the poor? What's the use of my invisibility? It's better to sell it to Sanji later.
Zhang De also thought about it, and dipped some ink on the bamboo sword, trying to see if he could create an invisible sword. The result disappointed him. The bamboo sword didn't change a bit, which is acceptable after thinking about it. After all, the ink bottle didn't become invisiblito. I have to take off all my clothes if I want to become invisible in the future? I tried to wipe a little on the sleeves, but the clothes and a part of the arm became invisible together. When I took off the shirt, the sleeves returned to normal, but the body did not. The sleeves that were stained with ink when I put on the clothes are still not invisible. It seems that the invisibility cloak cannot be made.
What's the reason? Is it intelligently recognized?
It can only be said that it is a prop from Tom's world.
Put away the ink, wash your hands and continue exercising.
After a fight with Arturi after being beaten, Zhang De also felt unhappy, and after thinking about it, he shouted, "Tom, come and practice." Tom pointed at himself with a small dried fish in his mouth, showing a puzzled expression.
"That's right, it's you."
Tom shook his head slowly, not wanting to hit. Seeing this lazy cat, Zhang De also promised, "If you win, I will give you my share of milk tomorrow morning." Tom beamed with joy, swished over, picked up the bamboo sword and stood opposite Zhang De, eager to try. Arturia stepped aside and raised her hand and shouted, "Start." The two wielded bamboo swords and crackled together. Each move was orderly, and the key points of the movements completely followed the basic skills taught by Arturia. Although he was very angry, Zhang De also had to admit that he had practiced so hard for so many days. Tom might as well be proficient after just learning it once. After dozens of moves, Zhang De also suddenly felt that he might not be weak at all, but Artoria's swordsmanship is too strong? Tom seemed a little impatient, took a big leap back, and raised his hand for a pause.
Zhang De also stopped and asked, "What's wrong?"
Tom put down the bamboo sword and reached for it behind his back, took out a red robe and put it on, and took out a black wide-brimmed hat with white decorations and put it on.
Is it so ritualistic? Zhang De didn't understand what he wanted to do. Tom picked up his sword again, nodding that he was ready.
Zhang De also noticed that his posture of holding the sword had changed, but he didn't care. After all, I was obviously so strong.
"Look at the sword."
Tom's correct words made Zhang De a little dazed, and he was actually willing to speak. He hastily parried the bamboo sword stabbing at his stomach, but Tom drew the sword quickly and retracted it quickly, and Zhang De also swung it in the air. At this time, Tom's second sword stabbed at him again, and Zhang De also subconsciously bent over with abdominal pain, and Tom's third sword was pressed against his neck.
The winner, Tom. Artoria looked at Tom with admiration, and couldn't tell that he was even good at swordsmanship.
Zhang De also squatted on the ground with his legs crossed and doubted his life. So the reason why I was able to fight dozens of moves with Tom was because he used an unfamiliar sword technique. Is it equivalent to suppressing his strength? Damn, so jealous. Draw a circle and curse him for not being able to catch up with the little female cat.
Tom flicked the sword in his hand, and performed a swordsman's etiquette that Zhang De couldn't understand.
"Okay, I lost, and tomorrow's milk is yours." Tom smiled, turned around and went back to reward himself with another small dried fish, but was stopped by Artoria.
"Compete with me too, Tom. The bet is also tomorrow's milk, or you want other snacks." Tom thought for a while and nodded. "Look at the sword."
Half an hour later, Zhang De also stared dumbfounded at the two of them fighting back and forth, from one end of the small yard to the other. If this hadn't been a sparring session, the tavern would have been gone long ago. On the surface, it was hard to tell which was better.
In fact, Tom didn't want to fight anymore.
He felt tired after playing for so long, but he was still able to quickly evade Artoria's attack.
Artoria herself also finds it incredible that many attacks that she thinks cannot be dodged are always avoided by Tom with incredible postures. Tom's dodging ability is actually very fascinating.
When he is calm, he can be unscathed by bullets and bullets. When he panics, he may not even know to hide aside when the telephone pole falls. Competing with friends is obviously a situation where there is no need to panic. Tom, who is focused on avoiding, has a frighteningly high level of agility. In the end, Arturia still used her intuition and predicted Tom's evasion method before successfully placing the bamboo sword around Tom's neck.
In fact, Zhang De also wondered whether Tom would retract his head directly into his neck in the next second. Little knowledge, Aniar Mandanaleg in some contexts does not seem to be directly translated into one arm and one leg.
Thanks to Ching Weilan for the reward of 1,000 coins, thanks to Trafalgar and Luo for the reward of 100 points, thanks to ABCDHI for the reward of 200 coins. The next morning, Zhang De still drank the milk, because the share that Artoria won was given to Zhang De. But Zhang De also saw Tom's sad look and pushed it to him. Tom resisted the temptation, but only got half of it. I don't know if it was influenced by Tom's emotions. After the morning exercise, I won, the broken diamond bought by Tom when he proposed marriage won, and the wine that Tom drank when he broke up in love 111, by lottery. In order not to hurt Tom, Zhang De didn't dare to look too much. This item bar is solid, and it has not been seen that it has an upper limit for so long. In the morning, I went to several grocery stores and bars, mainly to check other people's prices. After I came back, I marked the prices of the wine on the shelves again according to Graga's suggestion. No, brother, the price has really increased. Someone exaggerated after seeing the price of wine, but he didn't think the current price was outrageous. Zhang Di also said seriously, yes, if I continue to sell wine at the original price, I will soon be unable to afford food.
Ha, it's an exaggeration to say that you can't afford food? Let's just buy it. Others certainly didn't believe it. From their point of view, there were only 2 children and a cat in this tavern, and how much money they could eat. The little boss must be afraid that they would all run away after the price increase.
Then thank you for taking care of me.
Zhang De also responded with a smile. Although their fussing was annoying, the way they paid for money was really cute.
Tom received a bunch of small presents as usual, put on a tuxedo and went to play a song, which won a lot of applause.
Zhang De also now has some doubts about the strange bonuses of Tom's various clothes.
For example, yesterday when he was fighting a gangster, he deliberately changed into a denim suit, and when he was fighting swords, he changed into a swordsman suit, and when he played the piano, he changed into a tuxedo. Every time I change clothes, I can feel the change of Tom's temperament. But the greater possibility should be that he is playful, or has some psychological hints to make him be more serious when doing things.
At the end of the song, a handsome uncle in a black suit and a round cap came to the bar. Brother Tatsuya?
Zhang De also sized him up.
If it wasn't for his slightly curly mustache, he almost thought it was Chaplin. Yes, what do you want?
Star wine.
The handsome uncle ordered the most expensive wine here.
Okay. Zhang De also turned to get the wine, poured him a glass, and asked casually, Uncle looks unfamiliar.
Ha, old Bob doesn't think I'm unfamiliar.
The handsome uncle smiled and introduced himself, just call me Business.
I'm a businessman.
You don't have to come to shampoo once, it's normal if you haven't seen me.
Is that so? As an old customer again, Zhang De also asked curiously, isn't it dangerous to do business on the Great Route? Pirates are so rampant now.
There must be danger, but it's not as serious as you think. After taking a sip of wine, Business said, actually, compared to pirates, our biggest enemy is the sea.
Oh? How do you say it?
Zhang De also followed his lead and asked, facing so many customers every day, it is not enough to not know how to chat. Recently, he is trying to adapt to his identity.
He was forced to start a business without graduating from university. The feeling is quite strange. Arturia also looked over.
She was also somewhat interested in the news. Only Tom focused on counting his gains and kept his ears to the outside world. Business didn't mind chatting with them about his experience. The weather on the Great Route is unpredictable. Even if we find a relatively safe route, we can't guarantee that we will encounter good weather every time. Once we encounter natural disasters, we will be completely finished.
Zhang De also nodded, I understand this, that's why we need a powerful navigator, but you will be doomed if you encounter pirates, right?
No, natural disasters are completely irresistible, but we have many choices in the face of pirates.
For example, we can run away while asking for help from the navy in the nearby waters. My merchant ship is specially ordered in the capital of 7 waters.
Fully loaded with cargo, it will not be much inferior to ordinary pirate ships in terms of speed.
If we can't escape, we can also choose to fight.
I still have a group of good sailors and guards under my command.
The smaller pirates don't have to worry at all.
It seems that this is still a very powerful businessman, Zhang De also asked. What should I do if I meet a powerful character? Business spread his hands. Of course it is a surrender.
Just hand over all valuable goods. As long as you are not extremely unlucky, you can save your life. But don't pirates really know how to kill people and seize ships? Zhang De didn't think pirates had any professional ethics.
Business said with a smile, this is a great route, and the captains of the pirates who can make a name for themselves here are generally not stupid. You must know that every time a businessman is killed, they will have one less person to rob in the future. And we have the confidence to deal with those who have not gained much reputation.
Do the pirates really understand such an advanced idea as sustainable cutting of leaks?
Zhang Di was also lost in thought. That's why I said that as long as the luck is not too bad, I will not lose my life.
Even if the goods are gone, I am confident that I will make money back soon. Business is full of confidence.
If the profit is not high enough, he will work hard. Zhang Di also wants to go into business.
Although the risk is high, the profit is much higher than that of the tavern.
After opening the tavern and saving some money, he can consider recruiting some reliable people to go to sea.
As for the specific time, when he won't hesitate even if he meets Crocodile and Moonlight Mariah? But will you still worry about money at that time?
Then again, it's a matter of whether you can save enough money to buy a boat.
You can't really let Tom make a boat with his bare hands, can you? Amazing.
Zhang De also praised him. This person can be said to be more courageous than him, and he can also be said to be more greedy for money than him, but he has the courage to fight, and he deserves to get rich. There are a lot of businessmen like me. I don't know how my little brother praises you. Business said with a smile, speaking of which, I have a business here that I want to discuss with you, little brother.
What kind of business? Zhang Di also asked. He didn't want to sell wine to me, did he? It's about the cat pianist.
Business glanced at Tom and said, I don't know if this smart cat has any ideas for selling it.
I can give it a high price.
As soon as he finished speaking, a tomato smashed into pieces on his face, red juice dripped down his face, and wet the collar of his white shirt. Tom had already stood up, looking at Business angrily. Okay, Tom, don't get excited, I won't sell you. Zhang De also patted Tom's head to comfort Tom, mainly because he was afraid that if he got agitated, he would take out firecrackers and blow up the tavern to the sky.
Tom glared at Business, turned away from the bar and went upstairs, not even ignoring the half-counted snacks.
Star wine is the wine that Roger drank when chatting with Whitebeard. I see this is what is written on the label on the bottle. If you are interested, please remind me to add a screenshot. Thanks to the Void God Emperor for the reward of 100 coins. Thank you for the 100 point coins rewarded. Thanks to 216G for the reward of 200 points. Sorry, Uncle Business, Tom is not a commodity, and he won't sell it anyway. Zhang Di also took out a tissue and handed him to wipe his face, and continued, I will compensate you for your clothes, by Tom's don't mention it anymore. He is not angry, no matter how smart Tom is, he is just a cat in the eyes of outsiders.
A cat that can play the piano means business opportunities.
Whether it is sold to nobles or made into an animal star, huge profits can be obtained.
It is normal for someone to ask the price, just make it clear.
As for whether there will be Tianlong people coming to make troubles, it should not be so. There are many smart animals in this sea, and Lao Sha still has a sea otter who can sketch. It's okay, it's just a suit of clothes. Business was still polite, took out his handkerchief to wipe his face, hesitated for a while, and finally asked, Are you really not thinking about it? I promise I won't abuse it, and that number can be given. Zhang Di was also not interested in guessing the number. He was gesticulating, and his words were not as polite as before. You can understand that Tom is my family, and it's not about money. That's it, it seems that I took the liberty, I'm very sorry. Business did not continue to mess around, but apologized for his behavior.
Business checked out politely and left. Although his collar was stained, he did not lose his demeanor.
Looking at the back of him leaving, Zhang De also said, Artoria, I feel like I'm suffering from persecution paranoia.
What's wrong?
Artoria decided to sacrifice a little time to eat to care about him. I thought that Uncle would change to threats if he failed to lure him. After all, he is a big businessman, and he might have number 180 sailors and guards under his command. It stands to reason that not only was the deal rejected, but also rotten tomatoes were smashed in the face. Not everyone is like Shanks, who can laugh and not be angry at all after being opened by a wine bottle. Even if he turned his face on the spot, it would be reasonable and reasonable. I didn't expect that self-cultivation was so good.
Artoria put down the teacup in her hand and said, "I'm here."
Zhang De also nodded. Well, so I didn't panic at all, but I was wondering if there would be other people eyeing Tom, and then taking advantage of it or something.
Artoria looked into his eyes and repeated, "I'm here."
Zhang De also silently refilled her a cup of tea. Wang, your boyfriend is beyond the mark. If I were a woman, I would fall in love with you.
Is there something wrong? After leaving the tavern, Business returned to his merchant ship.
His assistant came to report, "Boss, the news of the three brothers has come back."
Business asked, "How is it?"
The assistant said, "All of them were subdued after meeting each other." The blonde girl was the guard of the tavern. She only used a broom when she did it, and the tavern owner had a gun in his hand. Even the cat had a pistol on him.
There are rumors on the island. Mostly true. Business wondered, how could such a powerful person work as a guard in a tavern? Have you found out the origin? Who is behind the tavern? The assistant shook his head, I can't find it at all.
I only know that she suddenly appeared before the opening of the tavern. The little boss and his cat were stranded on this island more than a month ago. It is said that they were shipwrecked. After living in Demand's house for a month, he somehow caught the machete sword, who was offering a reward of 8 million, and then used the reward to buy the tavern. He just has a good relationship with the Goodman family, and is familiar with some boatmen who often go to taverns. He only has business dealings with old Bob and the wine merchant Grogus. In addition, because he often runs on the island, many residents knowing him, I haven't heard of any powerful contacts.
The things he found were not secrets.
Basically, after chatting with some aunts and uncles for a while, they could make up the whole story. After all, it was a new thing on the island that Goodman picked Zhang De back. Among the many rumors, except for the difference in the degree of excitement of the arrest of Sword, everything else is almost true. Business stroked his mustache. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome just to get a cat. The assistant asked, "Boss, why don't you just do it directly? It's just a tavern, no matter how good they are, there are only 2 people. Business denied, it is definitely not that simple to deal with a wanted criminal with a bounty of 8 million.
The sea is so vast, and there are countless strong people who can defeat 100 with one. That girl doesn't think it's easy just by looking at her temperament.
Of course we have to avoid such obvious risks.
Moreover, we are businessmen, and of course we need money to buy things. But don't they want to sell it?" The assistant winked.
"If the other party is willing to sell it, the boss must have brought the cat back." Business said with a smile, "They don't sell it, so naturally others are willing to sell it."
The assistant asked puzzledly, "But is there a second cat like this?"
"Of course the seller will find the source of the goods if they don't have any."
"It doesn't matter how they buy the goods." Business glanced at him. "If there is anything else you don't understand, let's ask together, and then go to work."
"Yes, boss, I just don't understand."
"There are many smart animals.
I heard that there are fur people who are as intelligent as humans.
Is it worth doing this for a smarter cat?"
"That's because you only know that he can play the piano, but you don't know how good he is. Even the world's top music masters are at this level."
"As long as you get it, it will definitely bring me huge profits." Business showed a look of anticipation. Of course, Zhang De didn't know how accurate his intuition was.
That polite and handsome uncle actually deliberately wanted to use others to steal his cat.
To be honest, the impression that the uncle left on people is actually not bad.
How kind you smile in front of your face and how decisive you are when you lie behind your back or talking about people like Business. Zhang De, who has never experienced social beatings, is busy comforting Tom now. You don't know how pitiful Tom is when he hugs your thigh and begs you not to abandon him. He even took out his private collection of snacks and piled them up into a hill, and pushed in front of Zhang De, saying that I don't need these things, but you must want me. Zhang De also felt distressed when he saw it, and he comforted him for a long time, swearing and swearing, before letting Tom feel relieved. Fortunately, Tom also has a big heart, and he ran to compete with Artoria for donuts after a while.
The final winner of this competition is the owner of the dessert shop.
When he saw Zhang De stepping into the shop for the 3rd time today, his old face almost turned into a chrysanthemum. Seeing that Tom is in a bad mood today, let's pamper him. Zhang De also tried to comfort himself in this way, but his heart hurts, and today's day is wasted. A mere amount of money is not as important as Tom being happy. Zhang De also tried to numb himself like this, but his heart still hurts. Actually, if you think about it carefully, making money for the owner of the dessert shop will increase his spending power, which will help stimulate consumption around him.
When people around him make money, more people will come to drink.
I'm not at a loss, right? In order to deceive himself, Zhang De even thought of the superficial economics he had heard.
Save one for me. If you can't stop it, then join. It's not like doing this every day. There will always be a way to make money.
Tom has been wandering for half his life, and only regrets that he has not met the master.
If the princess does not give up, Tom is willing to worship him as the owner. Please use tickets to feed more. Only tickets are what Tom can't touch from behind no matter what.
Thanks to the invincible zero tip for the 500-point coins. After that, a short period of time passed, and Zhang De's life did not change much. Daily exercise, lottery draw, and store opening have brought back a lot of tables, chairs and benches from Tom's house, as well as pots and pans from Amiya's house. Now he can hold a sword and play it well, and he has learned in actual combat, being beaten, and his progress has been obvious. Since the price increase in the tavern, the number of customers has not decreased much, and the 8 wine tables are still full as before. Alcohol sales have fallen slightly, but more money has been made. In the past few days, some people occasionally came to ask Tom the price, but Zhang De also rejected them one by one.
Some, like Fat Business, politely said nothing more.
Of course, some people dropped their cups on the spot, and Zhang De also beat them up when they were about to speak harshly.
That's right, Zhang De also made a move.
It's not for nothing that he has been beaten for so many days.
It's not a big problem to deal with 1 or 2 punks.
In the process of practicing against Artoria, Zhang De also found that his adaptability has improved a lot. When encountering an enemy attack, he can calmly think about how to undo his moves and how to fight back. Especially in the case of borrowing cheats, his fighting style suddenly became abnormal. For example, if an enemy punches him, Zhang De can quickly take out a frying pan from the inventory and put it in front of his face, and he can slap the frying pan on the opponent's face whenever the enemy's hand hurts.
Another example is now, hey, boy, let alone how many glasses of bad wine you drink, I never ask the price when I eat in restaurants in illegal areas.
A fat man said viciously, and he stretched out his hand to give Zhang De a big ear. What answered him was a folding stool, the top of which smashed hard on his fat face, and the huge force made him fall to the ground with a scream. The fat man was cursing and trying to get up. Zhang De also jumped out from behind the bar, stepped on his belly, raised the stool and smashed it. Bad wine, huh?
Don't ask the price, right? You want to hit me, don't you?
Bang 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 hit him more than a dozen times, until he didn't dare to fight back and didn't dare to resist.
I have to say that the bodies of people in this world are really strong.
After cleaning up like this, there are a few bruises on the face, a big swelling on the head, and 2 lines of nosebleeds, and not even a single tooth has fallen out. Moreover, the quality of Tom's folding stool is really good, and it is very easy to use. Zhang De also didn't worry about scaring other guests at all, because those people had a good time watching the fun. Don't watch them laughing and laughing when they were drinking. They fought much harder than Zhang De, and there were quite a few of them. Some people have faced pirates directly, like the incident where the tavern owner beat up the guests who were eating the overlord's meal.
The small scene is just right for drinking. Are you rich or not?
Zhang De also felt that he must look like a villain when he stepped on others to ask for money.
Yes, yes.
Fatty thought he was a reasonable person, and now that the little boss was willing to reason with him, he frantically took out his wallet.
So why do you guys always want to eat and drink for nothing when you are rich?
Zhang De also counted out a few banknotes, and all troublemakers would pay 3 times the price for a meal, which is considered to be some extra money.
After collecting the banknotes, Zhang De also picked up the folding stool again and prepared to put it away. It was so useful that he didn't want to throw it away.
But because the fat man heard his question, he obviously misunderstood his actions, thought he was going to hit him, and quickly covered his head. I'll say it.
I'll say it. Zhang De was also taken aback. What unexpected gains.
Putting down the folding stool, helped the fat man up, straightened his collar, patted the dirt on his body lightly, and smiled kindly. Come on, speak slowly, don't worry, do you want something to drink?
No, no, no.
The fat man was startled, his smile was scarier than when he was beaten.
Actually, I just took other people's money to make trouble here.
The fat man glanced at the folding stool next to him, and told the whole story. I was picking watermelons at the fruit stand that day, and suddenly someone asked me to go with him, saying he wanted to discuss business with me. He was about this tall, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask to cover his face tightly. Not a good person, so I followed. Wait, you don't look like a good person, why do you follow?
Zhang De didn't understand the causal relationship for a while. The fat man was a little embarrassed, and his face was blushing. Little brother, look at what you said, I am not a good person, you are blushing. But that's right, just because the person looking for him is not a good person, it's good for him, go on. Then he gave me a sum of money and asked me to come here to make trouble, saying that this tavern robbed his family's business, and let me make as much trouble as possible. Is there such a big hatred between peers? Zhang De also continued to ask, aren't you afraid of offending ruthless people?
The fat man sneered, I inquired about it, little brother, you have not been here for a long time, at most you only know a few boatmen who are not powerful, and he gave too much, oh I gave too much. Zhang De's smile became more and more kind, then do you know who he is?
I can't tell. It should be the big bars and restaurants on the nearby islands. Ordinary small restaurants are reluctant to spend so much money to find me a little gangster.
Very well, I forgive you. Seeing the joy on the fat man's face, Zhang De also shouted, Tom, work. Tom swished over, took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on, saluted Zhang De, dragged the fat man to the door by his collar, and kicked him away in the expectant eyes of the tavern guests. The waist door of the tavern opened and closed, the screams of the fat man sounded from outside, and the clinking of glasses from the guests sounded from inside. Tom took out his handkerchief and wiped his hands, then handed over the stack of banknotes he just picked up to Zhang De.
Hey, I'm really willing to spend the money.
Zhang De also smiled happily, patted Tom's head and shouted to the guests, I made a lot of extra money today, and I'll give everyone a 9.9999% discount.
Wow, the guests praised Zhang De's generosity.
Regardless of the drunkards, Zhang De also went back behind the bar. I thought it was a conspiracy against Tom, but I didn't expect it to be malicious competition from my peers, but the size of our tavern is here, so it can't be done to this level.
Arturia asked, if it's peer competition, will there be many such things in the future?
Zhang De also thought about it, well, I feel that even if there is no peer competition, there will be a lot of troubles.
I don't have to be afraid, it's just annoying. Zhang De also touched the wad of banknotes in his pocket, as if, not very annoying? Anyway, let's have an extra meal tonight.
Not only can there be extra meals, as long as this kind of person comes 5 or 6 more, he can pay off the debt owed to old Bob. Come on, colleagues who run taverns.
Don't talk about eating your rotten watermelons. Do you keep your melons ripe?
Thanks to the book friend 20191218220739552 for the reward of 100 coins. Thanks to Sheo for the reward of 100 coins. Thank you for showing your chicken feet. For the reward of 500 points. Thank you for the 100 point coins rewarded by the singer Chasing the Moon. Thank you for the 1666 reading coins rewarded by Credding Civilians and Zhao Py. I am a dragon warrior in the dragon clan. She has disheveled hair, a pale face, and a white dress. She always seems to have the sound of howling wind when she moves, and there is endless resentment hidden in her eyes. Zhang De also deliberately turned off the light above the bar, lit a candle, and told Tom ghost stories in the tone of a teacher telling weird stories on TV.
Heck. Tom's upper and lower teeth kept chattering, and he couldn't help stuffing one hand into his mouth, staring at Zhang De intently, trembling all over. Tom has been like this since he started talking about it.
Tom is afraid of ghosts, but he likes to listen to ghost stories.
It seems that many people have this problem.
They are obviously scared to death, but they can't help but like horror stories. When they listen to it, they are so scared that they want to run at any time, but their feet want to be nailed in place and they don't move. Tom was pretty much in this state now, so scared that he wrapped himself in a small blanket and couldn't stop shaking.
Anyway, Zhang De didn't understand Tom's psychology. He was only responsible for talking, mainly to tease Tom to relieve boredom while the guests were not bothering him.
The dim light of the candle flame fluttered and fluttered with the airflow he exhaled while he was narrating, and there were strange clicking noises from the side, which added a bit of horror to the atmosphere. The strange sound was because Arturia was eating the sunbae calmly beside her.
She must not be afraid of any ghosts. If I insist, the heroic spirits are actually a kind of ghosts, which is not surprising to her at all. She crawled towards the camera bit by bit, getting closer and closer, first her arms, then her hair, and finally, she actually came out of the screen.
EA. Tom's exclamation was so penetrating that the entire tavern seemed to be shaken, but it was not over yet. N at some point around the candle, a dozen thick men surrounded the candle, and they also raised their voices following Tom's scream. Startled by the sudden voice behind him, Tom rushed to the back of Zhang De's neck, poking out only half of his head to observe carefully. Zhang De also covered his ears, and when the group of tenors calmed down, he complained, I'm telling stories to my cat, why are you joining in the fun?
It's fine to join in the fun. You're even more timid than a cat.
A group of people blushed at what he said, and stammered, What, there is nothing to be afraid of. The main reason is that emotions are easily influenced by others. When Tom screamed, they accidentally yelled out, and now Zhang De felt very ashamed when he said it.
Zhang De also showed a profiteer's smile, 500 Bailey tickets per person. Why, we didn't listen to the whole thing.
That's right. Then I'll tell Uncle Goodman tomorrow, you guys were so scared by a little story that you almost peed your pants. With his character, I can guarantee that not one day will cause everyone on the island to, brother, this is 500 Baileys, don't be polite to me.
There is no other meaning, I just think the story I told is so good, it's worth the price.
That's right.
Ha, thank you for your patronage. Zhang De was also in a happy mood after paying for the afternoon tea, and asked, do you want to continue listening?
There are more scary ones. Everyone shook their heads in unison, each took a bottle of wine they wanted and returned to their seats, and we are dogs after listening to your story. In the evening, no one came to make trouble until closing time. Zhang De was also very disappointed. He closed the store door and started to practice late at night. As usual, basic training such as physical strength first, and then a fight with Artoria. Crack! 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 The bamboo sword in Artoria's hand exploded suddenly, and the bamboo fragments scattered all over the place. Zhang De also shook his body, sat down on the ground, panting heavily. What's going on?
Tatsuya!
Arturia threw away the hilt in her hand and hurried to help him.
Meow!
Tom immediately dropped the dried fish in his hand, and rushed to Zhang De's side in an instant, faster than Artoria.
Zhang De also suddenly felt a little weak in his body. I'm fine. I just suddenly feel weak all over. Artoria helped him to sit on the chair and said, it was magic just now. Magic power?
Zhang De also thought that he was armed and domineering awakened or something, but he didn't expect it to be magical power. Well, although it is weak, it is indeed the same magic power as mine. The way you taught me swordsmanship is a training method that can exercise magic power? No, Altria denied, I'm just teaching you swordsmanship in general, and there is no way to exercise magic power. Your body naturally produces weak magic power, and then you just exhausted it in one breath, broke my bamboo sword.
Am I a 09 million genius?
No, at this time, you should doubt your cheating.
Zhang De also raised his left hand and looked at the magic circle above. Is it the reason? Artoria nodded and said, it's possible.
You once said that you only possessed unusual resilience after you came to this world. I think it should be said that you summoned Tom. And my body can produce magic power after you came.
Zhang De also followed her words, and his tone gradually became agitated. You mean, I can get your abilities?
Maybe it's ability, maybe it's physique. We need to observe for a while, or wait until the next friend in another world responds to your call to be sure.
That's great. In fact, as long as I have Tom's physique, I can't be killed.
In fact, Zhang De also thought of the test method in an instant. As long as Artoria split him in half, see if we can put them together.
The problem is that he doesn't dare.
If he guesses wrong, he will die. Now in terms of resilience, he is far inferior to Tom, so it may be just a part of his physique or ability. Even so, it is already very good. Having part of their physique means that he has the possibility to surpass ordinary people. As long as he works hard, he can become stronger, which is really a very happy thing. Artoria also thought of this possibility. It's more likely that you got part of our physique. At least for now, it doesn't seem to make you stronger out of thin air.
Well, I will continue to work hard.
Arturia nodded. She believed in this, and she saw Zhang De's hard work every day. She watched it while drinking tea. The excitement subsided slowly, and Zhang De also stroked Tom's hair, recalling the move just now. Well, Artoria, why do I feel that the magic power is not as practical as I imagined? A full blow is just a blow.
It's just a rotten bamboo sword, and then I have no strength. It seems that it is better to use brute force instead?
That's because you just released the magic power roughly. If I used the same magic power, it would be enough to break the trunk of a tree.
It means that I am too good.
Push the historical category. Ing Zheng crosses Emperor Gaozong of Song Dynasty. At the end of the Northern Song Dynasty, the Jingkong change was just around the corner.
Yufei was still a young man, and Ing Zheng gathered the power of the emperors of all dynasties to win Song Gaozong and Zhaogo.
All the emperors, brother Zhang, it depends on you to unify the Central Plains.
Ing Zheng.
In troubled times, heavy codes should be used. A little bit above, yes, a little bit to the left, that's right, use a little more force. Phew. In the bathroom, Zhang De was also sitting on a small stool. Tom held a towel in his two little paws and rubbed his back vigorously. Because I am too tired today, I specially asked Tom to give him a set of scrubbing and massage packages.
Whoever tries Master Tang will know his skills.
After enjoying it, Zhang De also recovered some strength, and in turn gave Tom a set of hair care services.
By the way, Tom, can you take off the fur on your body and wash it directly like washing clothes? Tom turned his head, showing you're teasing me. How can a cat's fur come off? Wouldn't it be dead if you peeled off the skin?
Zhang De didn't believe it either, so he picked up Tom and rummaged up and down, but he couldn't find where the zipper was. It shouldn't be, I've obviously seen such a plot. Tom pushed his face away with his paws in disgust, rinsed himself and picked up a towel to wipe the water off his body.
As a cat, you don't even shake the water.
Zhang De also picked up the hairdryer and carefully dried Tom's fur. Tom, who had just blown his fur, swelled up like a cat ball, and soon became docile again. Back in the bedroom, Zhang De also yawned, waved with Tom, and turned off the lights to sleep. He slept in the big bed, and Tom slept in his own den. After a while, Zhang De also heard a rattling sound, and then felt that his quilt was being pulled by someone.
What's wrong?
Zhang De also turned on the bedside lamp, and saw Tom hugging his little quilt beside the bed, looking around, his teeth chattering. Why are you so scared?
Have a nightmare?
Tom shook his head, made a pleading gesture, pointed to himself and then to Zhang De's bed.
You want to sleep with me? Tom nods. Won't you be scared by my ghost stories?
Zhang De also gave way to Tom, dumbfounded. It's his own fault. Lying next to Zhang De's pillow, Tom felt relieved a lot, and started snoring after a while.
I can actually give Tom a sense of security?
It's really. Zhang De also helped Tom tuck the quilt, and fell asleep himself.
Early the next morning,
Zhang De also opened his eyes. He no longer has the habit of touching his phone as soon as he wakes up in the morning. Instead, he tilts his head and glances at Tom's cat litter.
Not here? Oh yes, it was on my bed last night, but there was nothing next to it. Zhang De also checked the time. It wasn't 6 o'clock yet, so Tom shouldn't have gotten up yet, right? At this time, a cat's claw squeezed out from under Zhang De's back and poked his waist. Zhang De also took a look, and quickly turned over and got out of bed, only to see that Tom had been pressed from a 3D character to a 2D paper man by him. Maybe he turned over at night?
Oddly enough, lying on Tom wasn't uncomfortable at all, and it was even comfortable.
Tom. I'm sorry. As he said, he peeled the paper Tom off the bed.
Tom shook his flat head, took out a hand winder out of nowhere, stuffed the air outlet into his mouth, and pointed to the long arm board. Zhang De would agree, and closed the 2 long arm boards forcefully, and the air in the hand ventilator was blown in along Tom's mouth, and Tom inflated like a balloon little by little. It was difficult for him to understand why the air blown out of such a small hand ventilator could blow Tom into a big balloon, and this Tom balloon could float up unscientifically.
In addition, why doesn't this silly cat let go?
Tom struggled to release his mouth from the air outlet, and took a breath of fresh air to mess up Zhang De's hairstyle. Then the whole cat flew in the air for a while like a leaking balloon, and finally landed on Zhang De's head. Zhang De also took him off his head, and his eyes met. Good morning, Tom. A new day starts with stroking cats, although this way of stroking cats is not quite right. Take Tom and Artoria for a morning run. Tom, who was wearing a red tracksuit, started to play tricks not long after running. He sat down on the ground, stretched out his tongue and didn't want to move. Zhang De had no choice but to put him on his shoulder as a pendant, and asked Artoria about magic power while running. In fact, he was afraid of getting an answer like, isn't magic power natural to use? Won't the amount of magic power increase by itself? Magic power is the energy hidden in the body. It is closely related to your physical strength. If you want to become stronger, you must not let go of ordinary physical training. The usage of it can be called magic power release. Arturia explained to him how to attach magic power to weapons or bodies. The more Zhang De listened to it, the more he felt that this thing was very similar to the internal force in martial arts novels: attack, defense, speed up, the power of panacea. The best way to master magic power is actual combat. That is to say, Zhang De will have to continue to be beaten, and he may also be beaten more severely by being possessed by magic. However, because of his limited magic power now, he should start practicing from the most basic control of magic power release. After the morning run, Tom started to prepare breakfast. At Zhang De's request, he made hot dry noodles. It's not on the recipe. Tom tried to make it according to Zhang De's description. Although Zhang De didn't know the complete method, the noodles lost a bit of alkaline water taste, and the sauce couldn't be fully restored, but to some extent he found a little familiar taste. Everyone had a good meal, which made Zhang De also decide to sort out the food he had eaten before, even if he only knew the ingredients and taste, so as not to forget everything in the future, and then ask Tom to try to restore it slowly. I thought the morning sparring couldn't go on as usual, because Artoria's bamboo sword was broken yesterday, and I haven't bought a new one yet. However, Arturia picked up the children's bamboo sword for Tom and waved it casually. I can use this one for now.
Zhang De was also overjoyed when he learned that he could train normally, and then collapsed.
Because he inexplicably thought of Hawkeye taking out a small knife when he saw Sauron for the first time. Sorry, I don't have a smaller knife than this on me. Patting his own face, Zhang De didn't think about what was there or what wasn't. Ran Kai had to know his own strength, not to mention she was still holding a bamboo sword. Maybe she could bring him down even with a chopstick. After a crackling discussion, thanks to the training these days, Zhang Da's reaction is much faster than before, and Zhang De is no longer at the level of Artoria's casual 2 or 3 moves when she just uses swordsmanship in the case of. Now Zhang De also didn't want to take medicine after being beaten, he just washed it a little and let his body recover by itself. It was just a little pain, just bear it and it will pass. At noon, Tom made a Neptune-like meal. This time, he tried to make a big bone meat, which is Luffy's favorite one. When Arturia picked up the meat, Zhang De immediately thought of a famous saying, "The beautiful swordsman is here with meat." I always thought it was called a blower or a bellows, but it turned out to be an accordion, which seems to be similar in structure to an accordion. Thank you for the 100-point coins rewarded by the singer Chasing the Moon. Thank you for the 100-point coins rewarded. Thanks to Xiao Lao Zhao for the reward of 400 coins. Thanks to Hua Wufei Sakura for the reward of 500 points. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by Zheng Tofu and his wife Yujie. Thank you for the reward of 100 coins. The first guest of the day was a freeloader, but he was not beaten. Because he is Uncle Goodman's son Bayer, it was the first time he came to play after the tavern opened. Zhang De also poured him a glass of fruit juice and asked him to sit in front of Tom first, while he went to greet other guests first. When I came back, I saw that this kid got a piece of cat food from Tom. Although Tom didn't like bear children very much, he took good care of this little brother. At least he was willing to share the delicious food with him. It's a pity that Bayer was not blessed to enjoy it, it's so unpalatable. Facts have proved that not everyone can enjoy cat food. Tom may have both human and cat tastes, and can seamlessly switch, and can automatically enjoy the good taste and block the bad taste. And the reason why Arturia thinks cat food tastes good may have something to do with the food culture of her hometown. After delivering the wine and meat, Zhang De also came back and asked, "Bayer, why haven't you come to play recently?" Bayer had a bitter face, "Because my father took me to the dock and made me saw wood all day, I was exhausted." Zhang De also said with a smile, "Ha, Uncle Goodman is serious, I thought he was just talking casually, and Sister Molly is willing to let you go?" Bayer waved his hands like a little adult. "Hey, don't look at Daddy who usually listens to Mommy and everything, but there are some things that he won't change no matter what as long as he makes a decision." Zhang De also sighed, "Uncle Goodman is so amazing. If he hadn't slept on the sofa for 3 days later, I would have felt the same way." Bayer revealed his father's truth mercilessly. "By the way, brother Tatsuya, is this sister Artoria very good?" Goodman should have told his family about the tavern, so Bayer knew about Artoria. "It's more powerful than you can imagine." Zhang De also casually pointed at the dozens of people in the tavern, and whispered, "Just adding these people together is not enough for her to fight." Bayer opened his small mouth into an O shape, and then asked, "I also heard that brother Tatsuya is also very powerful. A few days ago, he beat up 2 troublemakers with a pan." "Ha, it's okay, I beat a fat man with a folding stool." It's a small scene. Zhang De also understood Goodman's bragging mood a little bit, and it's cool to be looked at with admiring eyes thing, even if the admirer is only a child. But having said that, fighting with frying pans, folding stools, and brooms all day long, Zhang De also worries that one day he will become the god of war in the furniture store and the kind who carries a furniture store with him. I was free and told little Bayer a few stories about the column not getting close to science, which was weird and suspenseful, and at the same time made people feel like they hadn't heard it after listening to it, but it also gave people a very powerful feeling. The person who secretly swore that he would be a dog if he listened to it in the future did not know when he would come over and listen to the story. After being glanced at by Zhang De, they all expressed that they would buy an extra bottle of wine, and asked him to pretend nothing happened. The noon business hours passed quickly, and when little Bayer left, he relayed Mrs. Molly's words, asking him to go to the house when he had time, and Zhang De naturally agreed to this kindness. After closing the door of the tavern, Zhang De also took Altria and Tom to go out shopping on a bubble car. The goal was to buy a few more bamboo swords for spares and purchase ingredients. At the same time, he checked whether there were Neptunes for sale. "Tatsuya.
We're being watched.
Just as she was about to leave the town limits of 59 GR, Artoria reminded her.
Strong? How many people are there? Zhang De couldn't panic at all when he heard Arturia's flat tone.
10 people, I can solve them quickly. Arturia said, they have been following us for a while, and they may want to do something outside the town.
Then let's move on, I really want to gain a little practical experience. Under the condition that I won't be beaten to death.
Arturia nodded and said, then I will give priority to eliminating those with guns, and then try not to let other people interfere with your battle.
That's good.
With Zhang De's current level, guns still pose a great threat to him, but he also doubts whether ordinary bullets can kill him. After reaching the edge of the island, 10 people surrounded them from the left and right sides. 7 had swords in their hands, 2 rifles, and 1 a bow. One of the men with a bow and arrow on his back made a hoarse voice. I thought it would be enough to capture the intended target, but after a closer look, the other 2 are also high-end goods. The speaker is more than 2 meters tall, and the chains and slender legs are completely out of proportion to the tall body.
The face shape is very similar to the little husband in Doraemon.
If he didn't have webbed hands, Zhang De would have regarded him as a fish people. It seemed that he was the leader. After speaking, the younger brothers booed one after another. According to their names, this man was called Pitman. The 3 got off the bubble car, and Zhang De also whispered, Artoria, it seems that they are human traffickers, and it doesn't matter if they die.
Artoria nodded.
Although she always eats and looks cute, her achievements are all from the battlefield, and she will not be soft when facing the enemy. At this time, Tom was the most panicked. He was already very scared when he was surrounded by 4 people last time, but now 10 people scared him so much that he hugged Zhang De's thigh tightly. Tom has no idea of his own strength in his heart, and he is easily afraid when facing human beings, and he always forgets his own abilities unconsciously. Don't be afraid, put on the swordsman costume, these people are weak chickens. Zhang De also tried to comfort him, and at the same time he took out a knight's sword and stared at a weaker one. It's better to be steady in the first battle.
Trembling, Tom took out the swordsman suit and put it on.
The western sword in his hand gave him a sense of security.
Pitman didn't pay attention to where their clothes and weapons came from, thinking that they might have been taken from the bubble car, and persuaded, it's better not to resist, we will have a headache if we hurt important goods. With that said, his men slowly moved forward one by one with their weapons in their hands, with triumphant smiles on their faces. When they got to a suitable distance, Arturia took the lead, holding an invisible weapon in both hands, passing in front of everyone like a gust of wind. Blood burst from the chests of the 2 men holding rifles, screaming and falling down. Down. Everyone else was stunned. What happened? Could it be someone with abilities?
Pitman still has the attitude of a club boss. Don't be afraid, she's just a person with abilities, the price is higher, let's deal with her together first. The younger brothers calmed down and surrounded Artoria. They were just capable people, and they hadn't dealt with them before. Now that they are many, they have a great advantage. Zhang De didn't need to worry about Artoria's safety. If it wasn't for practicing for him, these people would have died. Tom didn't need to worry about Zhang De, he was just cowardly, so let him practice his courage. Zhang De also raised his sword and intercepted the target he had chosen before. Pitman is the leader of the gang of human traffickers who kidnapped the mermaid Kami and bought it at the human auction house. I suspect that Petman is a homonym of Japanese English, and WT was also a homophonic madman when it was named, and their gang is called Hound Pet Group or Hunting Pet Group. I feel that the translation is quite strange, I don't know if there is another version. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by Walking in the Evening. Thank you for the 101 point coins rewarded by Guanwei African Emirates. Thanks to the Silly Watermelon for the reward of 500 points. Thanks to the Book Friend 201907182150478842 for the reward of 600 coins. Thanks to Daihan for the reward of 100 coins. Competent human traffickers have a bit of force value, at least they won't be knocked down by a beginner like Zhang De, but they will use their swords to block them skillfully. After the sword was cut, Zhang De also found that the man's strength didn't seem too strong, and he felt a little sorry for his size, and after parrying, he smiled triumphantly and didn't fight back immediately. He was clearly prepared to adjust his posture after being repulsed, and he had also thought about how he would deal with the opponent's counterattack and how not to be suppressed. But since the opponent didn't fight back, he had no choice but to make the next move, one sword after another, every time, and even the opponent was a little bit unable to resist the tendency to become angry from embarrassment. Zhang De also fought more and more smoothly, but he still couldn't take it down. God is sorry, he still had the upper hand when fighting with a sword for the first time. After all, he usually used messy fighting methods to fight punks, and he didn't throw furniture out when training with Artoria. He often starts to play defensively and counterattacks after the first move, almost forgetting how to take the initiative to attack, and now he is a little uncomfortable with taking the advantage all of a sudden. I thought you were a king, and at worst a diamond, but you turned out to be silver? He was usually hit by Artoria and Tom so much that he always thought that he could only beat up punks, but he didn't expect that this human trafficker was just a little bit better than punks. Now Zhang De also has a solid idea in his heart, and he plans to try the magic power to see if it works well.
Strike Huashan.
He called the name casually, but it was actually just an ordinary downward chop move, adding some magic power to try the effect.
Clang. Ah.
The human trafficker who was fighting with him hurriedly blocked with a horizontal knife, but suddenly felt a pain in the tiger's mouth and his arms went numb.
Zhang De also looked at his sword in amazement.
It was obvious that he didn't use much strength, but he was able to chop off the enemy's weapon. When he looked carefully, he could see a small hole in the blade of the big knife. This feeling was really strange. At the same time, Artoria seemed very busy. She was dealing with 6 people at the same time, acting very hard. To be honest, she always fought with all her strength. She was really not good at counterfeiting matches, even she practiced against Zhang De. After many days, after adapting to the rookie's attacking strategy, he managed to beat these people to death by mistake. Tom, who couldn't be idle, looked left and right, and felt that he couldn't disturb Zhang De and practiced his sword, and didn't dare to provoke Pitman, who looked fierce. After thinking about it, he finally made up his mind, and stabbed Alto with his sword.
Leah's man's ass. Ah oh ho ho, the man uttered a scream similar to Tom's when his butt hurt, and jumped 3 feet high with his hands on his butt. After landing, he jumped out of the battle group and looked at Tom angrily. Seeing him like this, Tom suddenly became unafraid. He assumed a fencing posture, and even showed an expectant expression on his face. Damn it, go to hell. Being provoked by a cat, the man expressed that he couldn't bear such grievances, and had long forgotten that the cat needed to be caught alive, so he raised his knife and chopped it down. Aha! Tom laughed, and drew his sword on the knife body casually, deflecting his attack, and while he lost his center of gravity, he raised his sword and stabbed him in the knee. The next second, he knelt down, because Tom shrank his head, and an arrow flew past Tom's scalp, shaved the middle part of Tom, and took away Tom's black big-brimmed hat by the way. This was not over, the arrow did not stop, but shot Tom's opponent's other knee together with Tom's hat. When Pitman was inquiring about information, he heard that the little girl in the tavern was very strong as a guard, Tom was negligible as a cat, and the young owner of the tavern was said to be the weakest in the tavern, weaker than that cat, so he thought about it and decided to bring with the brothers Reckless come up. But he didn't expect that thin-looking little girl to be so strong. She killed the 2 brothers in a single encounter, and now she can still face 5 or 6 people without losing the wind. The little boss is not as weak as the rumors say, even that cat can use a sword. If he had known that the small tavern had this kind of strength, according to his personality, he would usually disguise himself, approach him secretly, and then run away with a sudden attack. But it's too late to regret it now, the younger brothers are all working hard, of course Pitman himself can't just watch, as the boss, he always remembers that the primary purpose of this visit is for the cat. So Pitman quickly bent his bow and set his arrow, and aimed at Tom's shoulder. He couldn't aim at the vital point in order to catch him alive. He was confident in his archery skills, and said that if he wanted to shoot at the shoulder, he would never hit his knee. Spot the gap between Tom's moves and shoot the arrow decisively. Unexpectedly, Tom has a wealth of experience in being attacked, and he avoided it perfectly when he shrank his head not perfect. At this time, Tom rolled his eyes up to look at the top of his head, and touched his bare scalp with his hands, wanting to cry without tears. And the arrow hit Tom's opponent's knee because of the 3 people's positions and height differences, so the unlucky guy who was hit by the arrow in his left knee and the sword in his right knee simply knelt down twice. Pitman let out a dissatisfied TSS and pulled out a second arrow. Luck? How about this time? At this time, Tom also noticed the culprit who caused his baldness, glared at him angrily, spouted 2 white puffs from his nostrils, raised his feet and stomped heavily and walked towards him. For a moment, Pitman felt as if he had done something wrong, and felt guilty for no reason. He shook his head and felt a guilty conscience. I am a human trafficker, and I do wrong things every day, okay? Tom took 2 steps forward angrily, touched the top of his head again, suddenly remembered something, turned around and walked to the man with the arrow in his knee, pulled the arrow from his knee and took off his hat. Ah! The unlucky human trafficker suffered a second knee injury, causing him to roll back and forth on the ground hugging his knees in pain. After putting on the hat,
Kind Tom saw him in so much pain, he kindly inserted the arrow back. Judging by the rolling speed of that hapless guy, it would be impossible to insert the arrow back with ordinary people's eyesight.
This kind of operation stunned Pittman. What kind of devil cat is this? Is there such a torment? He was so angry that he let go of the bowstring and shot an arrow. Tom walked towards Pittman step by step aggressively, knocking his arrows away.
Pittman didn't believe in evil, and shot 4 arrows one after another, aiming at Tom's limbs respectively. He had a feeling that these would be the peak 4 arrows in his life, the 4 miraculous arrows. However, Tom didn't even change his walking posture. He waved the western sword in his hand a few times, and then heard a scream, ah. *5 The 5 arrows Pittman shot were all nailed to the buttocks of the 5 people who were besieging Artoria. Without exception, the 5 jumped 3 feet high with their buttocks covered, their tongues stretched out, and they seemed to stay in the air for several seconds. Looking back after writing it, the protagonist's battle is so boring, it's not as fun as Tom at all. Why don't you change his label to a supporting role? Thank you for the 1666 reading coins rewarded by Credding Civilians in Zhao. Thank you for the 100 reading coins rewarded by Cred. Is this Big Brother's name a space? Thanks to the book friend 20220828092928846 for the reward of 600 points. Thanks to the special police officer 9527 for the reward of 202 coins. Thanks to passersby WXDXF for rewarding 500 coins. Thank you for the 200 point coins rewarded by the sequence 0. I Fool Arturia was a little puzzled by the strange battle situation. It was agreed to leave a few actual opponents for Tatsuya, but they didn't expect them to start hurting each other. As soon as Zhang De had finished his opponent, he saw the scene of 5 people jumping up in unison. His eyes were really opened, and he nodded to Arturia helplessly, signaling that he should deal with it without delay. Arturia quickly knocked down 5 big men who were about to turn their attention to Tom. Tom's ability to draw hatred is really unique. And Tom was already standing in front of Pittman at this time, stabbing more than a dozen swords in a row with lightning speed, and then hung the sword back to his waist. In a daze, Pittman saw a great swordsman making more than a dozen moves on his body, and when he realized it, he quickly touched his whole body. But he was shocked to find that apart from the broken bow in his hand, he didn't seem to be injured at all. The next second he realized that he was wrong, because the clothes on his body fell down, leaving only a pair of underpants, and as he tried to pick up the clothes, the hat on his head also fell into pieces, and his original black and thick hair fell off with the hat. Tom's revenge is very direct. If you break my hat, I will destroy all your clothes. If you cut off the hair on the top of my head, I will shave all your hair, and I promise not to hurt a little skin. So when Zhang De's sword rested on Pittman's neck, he didn't even resist at all. Zhang De also looked at Pittman's shiny bald head, thinking that Tom's haircut skills are also good, so next time he will ask him for a haircut? Tell me, why are you staring at us? Pittman squatted obediently. 9 of the audience were lying on the ground. He was the only one who was not injured except for a little hair loss. Judging from the speed at which Artoria killed the 5 people just now, he is definitely not an opponent. He is absolutely unable to defeat this covetous cat, but the tavern owner who seems to be the tallest and strongest is actually the weakest one? Pittman gave Zhang De a meaningful look, but he knew this matter in his heart, and he never dared to say it out loud, so he could only answer the question honestly. Actually, we were just following your cat. I paid a high price to buy it, but after seeing the image and temperament of the two today, I thought about making more money. Recently, so many people have asked about the price, so Zhang De guessed that there is such a possibility. The number of Tom's performances has been greatly reduced, and now someone actually hires a human trafficker. Oh? Who is the buyer? Pittman shook his head. I don't know. When that person found us, he was wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. This attire sounds familiar. Didn't the bastard who looked like a fat translator say the same? Are people looking for trouble so cautious these days? Or is it the same person at all? Zhang De also had a bad tone. You dare to fight without knowing who the other party is? Don't you worry about the other party's repentance? Pittman explained, although this kind of thing is very common on this island, there are still many people who cherish their reputations, and it is normal not to want to reveal their identities. And he gave a deposit of 1 million Baileys, which is worth our shot. Even if he reneges after he gets it, it is easy to sell something as special as this cat goods? Tom pouted dissatisfiedly when he heard what he said, and wanted to stab him with a sword. Pittman has sharp eyes and quickly changed his words. I mean, such a smart cat will be very popular. Zhang De also asked, then how do you contact them after you succeed? He left me the phone bug's number. Pittman looked at the pile of torn clothes on the ground in a bit of embarrassment.
wondering if the poor phone bug was still alive. Very good. It is best to find the culprit, Zhang Di also asked. Do you know what to do next? Yes, I'll contact them right away to find out where the deal is. That, Pittman asked hesitantly, I don't know what you plan to do with us?
Zhang Di also thought for a while. Well, originally planned to hack to death human traffickers, it is absolutely not wrong to kill one of them.
Pittman's face was ugly, but he didn't dare to speak out.
Obviously, he knew how hated his profession was, but since he said so, there must be something to talk about.
Sure enough, Zhang Di also said, but seeing how cooperative you are, I can give you 2 additional options. The first option is to send you directly to the human auction house. People don't traffic me, I don't traffic people, what do you think? If you sell me, it is reasonable for me to sell you in turn, right?
Pittman's face was ashen, and it would be better to die than to be sold as a slave. As an insider in the industry, he knew very well that a person as strong as him, with a distinctive appearance, would definitely fetch a good price, and it also meant that after becoming a slave, will face more severe torture.
Slaves can be civilians, pirates, or even princes and princesses from non-member countries. Of course, they can also be bounty hunters and human traffickers like them.
Don't expect the person in charge of the auction to let him go if he knows him. He is very clear about the virtues of those people. He, Pittman, will definitely not get any preferential treatment, so now he can only wait helplessly for Zhang Di to say the second choice.
The second option is that I will suffer a bit and send you to the Navy for a bounty. By the way, do you have a bounty?
Yes. Yes. My bounty is 2 million Baileys, one of those 2 guys is 800,000, and the other is 600,000. Sending them to the Navy at least survived. Pittman was glad for the first time that he was a bounty criminal. Usually I also dislike the trouble of having a reward.
It's so low.
Zhang Di also complained subconsciously.
It's true that when watching anime, the bounty is tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. The previous sword is fine. Thief.
Who would have thought that Pittman and the other 2 bounty hunters immediately confessed their mistake in shame when they heard his words? Yes.
I'm sorry. I will work hard in the future. Don't work hard on this kind of thing.
Zhang Di also slapped Pittman on the back of the head. Good guy, why do these people have inexplicable self-esteem in strange places? It seems that he is encouraging these people to do bad things same.
Okay, call and don't make trouble for me.
Zhang Di also threatened him like the villain on TV.
Yes, yes.
Pittman frantically dug out the surviving phone bug from a pile of clothes on the ground, and dialed the number left by the buyer.
Boo 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 boo.
Gotcha. The call was connected, but the other party did not make a sound.
Pittman had no choice but to take the initiative and said, "This is Pittman.
The phone bug has no other special changes except for an extra pair of sunglasses. It's you. How did you go with the task entrusted to you 3 days ago?"
The purpose of emphasizing the time is probably to allow Pittman to confirm his identity. In Zhang Di. Under the kind eyes of Tom and Artoria, Pittman said honestly, "The goods are ready, where are you going to trade them?"
"I used to read the news that a girl was abducted by human traffickers, and then the traffickers sold her back.
I don't know if it's true or not."
The other party was silent for a while, and replied, "In 2 hours, I will go to the 50 GR East Coast and trade there." Seeing that Zhang Di also nodded, Pittman replied, "No problem."
Katja, hang up the phone.
Pittman said, "That was the voice that day."
"There's nothing wrong with that."
"You see, very good, there is enough time, I will send you to the naval base first." Zhang Di also waved his hand. "Tom, tie them all up. These people are useless, so I plan to pretend to be Pittman in the next chapter, and let Tom make a mask according to Pittman's face. The double he made for himself a few days ago was so good, it wouldn't be a big problem to carve a wooden mask, right? Can you still walk by yourself? If not, I will think of other ways." Zhang Di also saw that they were seriously injured, and wondered whether to use local materials to make a few big bubbles to fill them up, or let Tom make a cart. But this sounds like a threat to them.
Think of another way?
What can I do to deal with these burdens of them? I am afraid that those who cannot leave will die. So one by one, with strength from unknown sources, stood up miraculously. Even the one whose knee was stabbed got up tremblingly, tore off his clothes, bandaged himself to stop the bleeding, and honestly stretched out his hand for Tom to hold him. They are tied in a bunch with a rope. Zhang Di also rode on his own bubble car and sat sideways on the side of the car to prevent them from escaping. Tom was leading the end of the rope, and the 10 men followed one after another. Tom seemed to like the job, walking forward and swinging his arms, looking very happy. Based on the principle of not wanting to make too much noise, they chose to advance on the edge of the town. On the way, Zhang Di also suddenly remembered something important.
by the way, did you say that you received a deposit of 1 million yuan before? Where did you put it? And your deposit will not be used for the time being anyway, why don't you go ahead? Let me keep it for you. A group of human traffickers looked at him strangely. Why can you speak so naturally about robbery? Are you the bad guy or are we the bad guy? A drop of cold sweat dripped from Pittman's forehead, and he said nervously, it's all gone. Ha? Spend 1 million and all the deposits in 3 days? Are you kidding me? Zhang De didn't believe it either. Our food expenses are not so high for now, okay? It's true. Pittman explained, you may not know much about our industry, and you may die every day, so if you have money, you will spend it as soon as possible. You don't have any savings at all, and you were blackmailed yesterday. Now I really can't even take out a coin. You were blackmailed? Zhang De also seemed to have grasped something vaguely. Yeah, yesterday we went to a bar on the 13th GR to have a banquet. The name seems to be Xia Qi's ripoff bar. We saw that it was a black shop and thought that maybe we could get black and white, and then, the more Pittman talked, the more wronged he became, and the other 9 people wanted to cry, but no one would believe that the majestic gang of human traffickers was actually being ripped off. Zhang De also nodded, that's it, then there is no other way. Pittman said, just believe it. After 3 seconds, you believe it. Asterisk 10 people were so surprised that their eyes bulged out. He actually believed such nonsense. Is there a problem? In fact, Zhang De was also upset, feeling like someone had robbed him of his business, but he couldn't call him because of this. No problem. The 10 unlucky ones shook their heads in unison. It would be best to believe it. Now they just want to go to prison safely. A large group of people safely entered GR66, and then met a patrolling navy. After Zhang De also explained the situation, the captain specially sent 2 soldiers to lead them in order to avoid disturbance. I'm going to trouble you again, Major Clow. Zhang De also greeted him familiarly, and he was deeply impressed by this lieutenant commander exuding a lazy atmosphere. On the contrary, Koro looked Zhang De up and down, and looked at Tom carefully before he suddenly realized, it was you who captured Sword's little brother. Why, are you planning to become a bounty hunter? Zhang De also denied, no, it's just that these traffickers came to me. Human traffickers, Major Clow's tone was complicated. He himself hated these people and the slave trade, but the Navy has always turned a blind eye to such things due to the influence of the world government. Take the patrol team as an example. After recognizing the pirates, they will not hesitate to arrest them, but when they recognize the traffickers, as long as the other party does not commit crimes in front of their eyes, they will basically ignore them. The nobles of the world need these people to provide slaves. Decades ago, the world government cooperated with a human trafficker to buy suitable children from her to train senior agents. Even the Navy cooperated with this person at the behest of the world government to play a play to dissuade members of the giant soldier pirates from being executed, thereby defrauding the friendship of the giant race, and only after that did giants gradually join the Navy. This person is Sister Carmelite, the adoptive mother of the 4 emperors Big Mom. She should be said to be the strongest human trafficker. All in all, various factors have led to the state that human traffickers are almost unattended as long as they don't go too far, and their bounties are generally not too high. This is probably Pittman's seemingly professional gang, but the bounty offered is not as good as that of Swade's less capable robber and murderer. The decision of the world government is not something that a small major like Clow can control, and he doesn't want to worry about it. He just waved his hand to ask his assistant to confirm the identity of the prisoner, and then exchanged the bounty for Zhang De. A total of 3 people have bounties, one is 2 million, one is 800,000, and the other is 600,000, plus 8 intact weapons, converted to 200,000 Baileys, a total of 3.6 million Baileys. There should have been 10 weapons, but Zhang De also chopped off a sword, and Tom broke a bow, leaving only 8 intact. Zhang De also nodded to confirm the amount, took the money and left. There were only 360,000 Bailey bills bundled up and put in a bag, not even a suitcase. Major Clow perfunctorily tried to invite them to join the Navy like last time, feeling that this might be the standard procedure for exchanging bounties. Zhang De still used the interface from last time to evade it, since no one had any sincerity anyway. The assistant's eyes twitched, and he always felt that these 2 people were inexplicably in harmony. If this little brother joined the Navy, maybe there would be another character similar to Major Clow. You don't need to be as nervous as last time when you get the money this time. Let Tom hug you and sit on the bubble car generously. If you have the ability, come and grab it. If you dare to grab Arturia's food expenses, look at her cutting you, do not cut you. Next, get ready to meet with that seller. Go back and change your clothes first. We can buy after we deal with him.
Zhang De also smiled happily. Oh, yes, we can pay off the debt owed to old Bob first. Still on.
Popsicle rip-off time, pay your tickets. Popsicle with bruised nose and swollen face. I'm sorry, I spoke too loudly just now. Woo woo woo. Thanks to Daihan for the reward of 100 coins. Thank you for the 200 point coins rewarded. Chapter 46 BW Tatsuya. Artoria was not as happy as he imagined. Artoria asked, if they don't have a bounty, are you really going to sell them? Zhang De also thought for a while, probably not.
I'll just scare them.
If I sell them, wouldn't I be a trafficker? Making money is making money, and there are some things that you really can't touch. If someone doesn't peddle me, that means I don't peddle others.
Simply accepting a reward can be said to punish evil and promote good, and he should receive a small reward, but he cannot accept naked human trafficking, even if the target of trafficking is a villain, scum, or murderer.
You sold yourself to a pirate today and a robber tomorrow. After experiencing such easy and huge profits, can you really stop? If you can't stop, will you one day start targeting ordinary people? Zhang De didn't want to test whether his reason could defeat greed.
He now had a choice, and he didn't want to become the person he once hated.
As for killing him directly,
he has only been here for more than a month.
He has gone from an ordinary student who has not yet entered the society to a decisive and murderous tyrant? How can that be possible? How much suffering does it take for a person to change so much? Since arriving here, Zhang De has been accompanied by Tom. It's a good thing to have your own persistence. Artoria looked into the distance with deep eyes, wondering what she was thinking. What's wrong?
Zhang De didn't hear her for a while, so he turned around and asked. Artoria pointed to a shop in the distance seriously. That great bun looks delicious. This turn was a bit urgent, and the relationship was a bit unsustainable.
Zhang De was silent for a while. Bye. If you want to say this, then I won't be sleepy.
Tom suddenly jumped on the handlebars and danced around, pointing to several shops next to the bun shop. He didn't care whether his master had any persistence or ambitions. For Tom, it didn't matter whether he was a good guy or a bad guy, strong or weak. As long as he was his master, it would be fine as long as he was willing to support him.
I understand. Zhang De smiled and grabbed the back of Tom's neck and stuffed him into Artoria's arms. Great senbei, right? Buy it. Buy the great chocolate too. Buy the marshmallows too.
Taking two foodies to the food court highlights one who was rich and willful. When they returned to the tavern, the three of them brought large bags, and Bailey, who had shrunk a lot. Each of them still held a marshmallow in his hand. Zhang De also uses a bold and unrestrained way of eating, with no beauty or distinctiveness in every bite. Artoria eats in a graceful way, licking it in small bites, truly enjoying the food. Tom, on the other hand, eats in an absurdist way. God knows why he can bite the marshmallows into neat notches like eating apples, and he can still chew them with gusto. After placing the things, Zhang De also started to change his clothes, preparing to pretend to be pitman.
The first thing is the mask.
Master Tang is very good at carpentry, and he quickly made a mask out of wood that was very similar to Pitman's. By the way, he also repaired Pitman's bow and arrows that he had broken, so that they could not be used but could be used for pretense, and he also made a pair of stilts. There was no way that guy was at least a head taller than Zhang De, so he could only stand on stilts and then put on a robe and a mask, so that he would not be seen through at a glance.
The camouflage technique from Tom is simple but effective.
He can move freely among the dogs with a dog headband, probably. Artoria put on a black suit, put on a hat and sunglasses to cover her hair and eyes, and followed Zhang De pretending to be a follower. Tom was put into a cloth bag, with only his head exposed, and hung on the wooden bow carried by Zhang De, refer to the way Chopper hung on the hilt of Luo's sword. The three of them just wandered towards the predetermined place. 50 gr. The East Coast has no port and no special scenery, so not many people usually come. Zhang De just quietly waited for the other party to come over, wanting to see who was plotting to kill him. Just wait until the sun goes down.
What the hell? Why didn't you come?
Zhang De was also a little confused.
This shouldn't be the case. Have you been seen through? Artoria said, but I didn't feel anyone approaching at all.
I shouldn't be able to see through your disguise from a distance. On the other end, after hanging up the phone, business assistant looked at his boss in confusion. Boss, why do you have to wait 2 hours? If I go directly, I can arrive within half an hour.
Business pinched his mustache, throw away the phone bug and get ready to sail. The assistant was stunned. Huh? Why? Business asked, if you get a unique product, what will you do after you contact the buyer?
Of course, you first exaggerate how hard it is to get that thing, or praise the quality of the product, then take the opportunity to raise the price, and finally say that if you don't accept it, there are still many people interested in this product, he said as he said that. The assistant seemed to understand something.
Business nodded, yes, but that guy only paid attention to the location of the transaction, and didn't mention the price.
Either he wanted to trick us into going there to get some money, or he sold us before he was killed, the latter is more likely. The assistant thought for a while and agreed, you really can't expect these human traffickers to have any integrity or other qualities.
Business said, anyway, the original goods have been prepared. The cat was just discovered by accident. If it fails this time, we can wait until next time. Since Pittman, a local snake, can't handle it, we can only try to find a more professional criminal gang. Speaking of the criminal gang, the assistant said uncertainly, you mean B.W?
Yes, it's the Baroque works that has been gaining popularity recently. The assistant was shocked and found that he didn't know how to evaluate his boss.
It was obviously just dealing with a tavern.
First, he asked 3 gangsters to test it, then hired a fat man to make trouble, and finally cooperated with human traffickers. In addition, he always asked people to ask the price deliberately these days, for fear that the other party would suspect him. He was so cautious that he could be said to be timid. But if he was timid, how could he dare to cooperate with such a brutal criminal group? That was the Baroque works. On the surface, it was a bounty hunter, but in fact, it dared to take any job from kidnapping to assassination.
Boss, isn't it too risky to go after them? It's better to, why not knock on the door of the tavern directly?
Business knew what he wanted to say and shook his head. The Baroque works is expanding its power, and it is the time when rules are most important. Although it looks dangerous, they only do things for money. If they break the rules, it will be difficult to make money in the future, so there is no risk in going after them now. As for that seemingly weak tavern, we obviously hired a lot of people to cause trouble, but in the end, not even a plate was broken.
This kind of strength is what makes me worry.
The so-called risk cannot be judged by appearance. Business has been living cautiously to this day with this sentence in mind, and his business is getting bigger and bigger. Business looked at the increasingly distant coastline, as if he saw Zhang Tatsuya, who was furious. Brother Tatsuya, before the people I hired come, you must protect my cat. Baroque Works, or Baroque Studio, also known as Baroque Chinese Society, referred to as BW. This feels more or less problematic in the setting except for Robin. No one knows the identity of the boss, which feels a bit far-fetched.
The same is true for the timeline.
Anyway, I have the final say in my book, so I won't go too far. In a few chapters, the 3rd character will appear, a Chinese comic character, who may be a little niche, and then the 4th character after that should be the childhood memory of many people. Don't expect me to come up with a bunch of funny characters in a row. I'm just a new author, I can't control it. What I'm pursuing now is to ensure everyone's role, don't break the character's personality, and don't force the emotional drama. Thanks to Panda Monica for the 1500 points reward. Zhang De, who waited stupidly for a long time, was also very upset. Now that the force value of the tavern is guaranteed, he is not afraid of having enemies, but he is afraid of not knowing who the enemies are. I thought I caught the person who came to the meeting, asked the boss behind him, and then called and it was over, but the other party didn't show up until now? As a villain, can you still have some credit? After discussing with Artoria for a while, they could only come to the conclusion that the other party probably didn't intend to come over at all. Otherwise, Artoria should be able to detect them even if she just observes them with a telescope out of sight. When Pittman was on the phone before, they watched the whole process and found nothing wrong. Because the guy didn't want to be a slave, he was trying to control his emotions when he spoke, for fear of making mistakes. He must have no courage to deliberately make trouble.
What the hell is going on?
The people who have questioned Tom these days and those who caused trouble are all suspected of attacking us.
Do we have to come to ask them one by one?
Zhang De is also a little confused.
Do you remember who those people are?
Artoria asked a key question. There are only a few impressive ones, and some of them don't even know their names. Zhang De was also a little depressed.
Among the people? Or maybe there is no road at all.
Artoria said, in this case, let's start investigating from those who know the names. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains.
Zhang De also nodded, that's the only way.
Tom released himself from the cloth bag, put his arms around his hips and asked, which pot should we start with? Tom is very concerned about people who want to kidnap and sell him. It is rare for him to say a word, and he has all the fake and sophisticated voice packs. Zhang De also thought for a while, if you want to talk about the impressive one, the fat man who I beat up with a folding stool is definitely hired, and then there is the one whose face I covered with a pan, I don't know the name, and then the three brothers who ate free food are also very strange, and the uncle who was smashed by Tom with a tomato in the end is the least likely to do such a thing, but not necessarily. Based on his experience of watching Conan, the least likely murderer is the murderer, so that uncle has to investigate. He said that he is an old customer of the tavern, and he will go to old Bob to pay back the money tomorrow, so let's inquire about it by the way. After making up their minds, the three of them returned to the tavern. They couldn't suspend business just because of this. Uncle Benchon said that he was afraid he wouldn't grow crops after hearing the cricket call. The guests who came to drink were as noisy as ever, but Tom was not in the mood to play the piano for them today. Tom spent the whole night on the bar lying on his stomach in displeasure, his chin in his hands, his eyes wide open, his tail flicking behind him, looking like everyone wanted to kill him. Zhang De also had a little spare time to recall today's battle. Although he played a crushing game, he still gained some experience. When he had an opportunity but didn't grasp it, when he underestimated the enemy and only focused on attacking. While reading the newspaper, Arturia also devoted a little attention to the people in the tavern. Sometimes force alone cannot solve all problems. Maybe she should know more about other people's thoughts? Boss, 2 more bottles of wine. Coming. Before the first ray of sunlight hit the room in the morning, Zhang De had already opened his eyes, stared at the ceiling for a while, and when the alarm clock rang, he reached out to turn it off and got up. The alarm clock is often not used to wake him up, but to remind him that it's time to get up. Tom rubbed his eyes, crawled out of the comfortable cat bed, stretched himself and greeted Zhang De. When they walked out of the room, Arturia also came out in her pajamas, and the three of them went to the bathroom to wash up. The pajamas are custom-made, the three of them have the same style, with their respective names printed on them as a pattern, and they look like a family of 3 when they are worn at the same time. But Tom didn't like to wear pajamas. At most, he wore a nightcap, the kind with a white pom-pom at the top of the triangle. The restroom was also remodeled later, the original single sink was changed to a longer sink, and several faucets were added. The toothbrushes and water cups of the 3 people are placed on the shelf above, and the conversion portraits of the 3 people are printed on the water cups and towels. While it's incredible to be able to order these things, it's the kind of service that exists on the island. Zhang De and Arturia bent over to brush their teeth at the same time. At this moment, the Chevalier King's cheeks bulged with the toothbrush, no different from ordinary people. But to say that brushing teeth is still the most convenient for Tom, he can expose all the small white teeth with a single grin, so there is absolutely no need to worry about any blind spots that cannot be taken care of. Tom's teeth are also very interesting. Sometimes they are more square and neat than humans, and sometimes they are as sharp as cats. They seem to be completely deformed according to his needs. Perhaps because of this, Tom washes up the fastest and walks briskly downstairs to get today's milk and newspaper. Fortunately, his cat face can be easily dried with a towel, and the hair on his body must be blown dry with a hairdryer when he takes a bath. After Zhang De and Arturia finished washing, they went back to their room to change into their sports clothes and went out for a morning run. Tom had already prepared breakfast when he came back. But recently, because they were worried that someone would steal the cat, they didn't run too far, or they simply took Tom out together. Although Tom is very strong, Zhang De is also worried that his mentality is not good. After all, Tom will be the first to be respectful when he sees humans, dogs, and even old hens. After a full meal and washing the dishes, Zhang De also took out a rice cooker, opened it, took out 2 stacks of banknotes, put it in his pocket, and put the rice cooker back into the inventory. The painting style is so strange because Zhang De is also stuck with a bug. The inventory can only put the things obtained by the lottery, but when he puts the things in the rice cooker, he can also put them in the inventory. This is interesting, although it is not convenient to bring a storage space directly, but it can be used anyway, right? In a few days, I plan to buy another refrigerator, and then fill the big refrigerator from Tom's house that I picked up with ingredients and put it in the inventory as a food reserve. Anyway, the things in the inventory will not deteriorate. In the future, any wardrobe, microwave oven, etc. can be used in this way, but they should be placed in a good place so as not to suddenly throw a box of money at people when they are fighting. When they were ready, the 3 of them went out to 58 GR, where old Bob retired, and Zhang De, of course, knew the creditor's address. But at this time, he is probably already fishing with his old friends. You never know how early an old man who likes fishing can get up. Tom knows the dialect but the author doesn't. That sentence was specially translated by a friend from the author group. There are friends who understand the dialect to see if he said that, and to dub the voice for the fake old man. Secretly push the book The Wind of the Konoha that I have been a Chinese translator for a while. Push back, remember to leave the monthly pass to me, Hia don't vote for expired. Island number 58 is similar to island number 59 where Zhangde is located.
There are many boatmen and coating workers living here.
If the buildings and industries of 59 GR are closer to towns, then 58 GR is closer to the countryside, not because of how poor it is, but because there are farms here. Zhangde no longer wants to complain about the operation of planting other plants on the tree roots. In short, the open environment and leisurely atmosphere here seem to be a good place for retirement. The old Bob's house is a small wooden house that looks very simple. It has a small yard surrounded by a wooden fence.
To raise fish.
I have to say that the hut matches the style of this island very well. Later, I can suggest that he hang a bird cage at the door to raise a parrot. There was no answer when he knocked on the door, and the door was closed tightly. Zhangde also yelled a few times, but he called out the neighbor and told him that old Bob had gone fishing at the beach. A small bay in the northeast. Okay, just go 5 or 6 kilometers early in the morning just to catch a fish? Zhangde also didn't understand the thoughts of these retired old people at all, and he didn't understand the activity of fishing either.
Charm. Perhaps only Tom can understand it.
He once caught Jerry as bait for fishing, and had to carefully avoid the watchdog in the fish pond. Rereading his own bubble car, the task of riding the bike was handed over to Artoria. Unlike Tom, who only cared about speed when racing, Artoria was fast and stable when riding, and she looked very calm. Zhangde also hugged Tom and sat cross-legged in the back of the car, and he could see the scene in front of Artoria's hair.
In fact, he was a little worried that Artoria would suddenly see some food along the way.
The store is good, just drift in park. Fortunately, she still remembered the business, but Tom's eyes would straighten when he saw the fish shop, and his head would follow the receding shop in his vision, turning to 180 degrees and then turning back to find a new target. Zhangde also patted Tom on the head. Let's go shopping here after we finish our business and buy some delicious food to go back. Arturia's dumb hair was moved by the wind, and then the speed of the car accelerated a little. Sunglasses, floral shirts, beach pants, flip-flops, parasols, ponytails, how comfortable and comfortable old Bob is now with a fishing rod in his hand. There are 5 other old men who are dressed similarly to him, and there are buckets, fishing gear, and bait beside each of them, and 6 bubble cars are parked not far away, all of which are of the style with a bucket like Zhangde. The 6 people seem to be concentrating on it, and 2 of them not only held fishing rods in their hands, but also fixed one with a bracket beside them. Zhangde also thought about it and felt that it was not polite to shout when others were fishing, so he walked up to him and said, "Hello, Uncle Bob." Swish, swish, and the 6 old men turned their heads to look at him almost at the same time. The scene was inexplicably weird, which frightened Tom. Fortunately, even if Bob made a sound, he broke the embarrassing atmosphere. It's brother Tatsuya.
Then these 2 must be the beautiful girl knight and the cat pianist? Zhangde also thinks that old Bob is an easygoing person.
He reminded him not to add the modifier of running, so he really didn't add it. But when did the beautiful girl knight appear? And he didn't mention it, someone else mentioned it. The old man closest to him said directly, "So this little brother is running Tatsuya."
Then others suddenly realized, it's the running Tatsuya.
The poor guy who bought old Bob's dilapidated tavern. Brother, you must have been slaughtered by this old profiteer.
Did you come to settle accounts with him?
Brother, don't worry, we will never help.
We will never call anyone. Zhangde? Co-authoring old Bob to retire even without opening the tavern, just to play with these bad friends? Old Bob laughed and scolded, "Fuck off, I'm a stingy man in business, I never make bad money, okay? Go catch your fish." He responded with 5 middle fingers.
Don't pay attention to these guys, they are all bastards as they get older. Old Bob put down his fishing rod for a while, said bad things about his old friends, and then asked, "What's wrong with my brother coming here this time?
Do you understand? Are you still in trouble?"
"Oh, I came here this time to pay back the money." Zhangde also took out 2 wads of banknotes.
"Ha? You saved enough so quickly?"
Old Bob was a little surprised. Although he made gestures with Zhangde when he sold the tavern, he told Zhangde that he could earn this amount a month, but, painting cakes, business he had never thought that he would be able to recover the debt so quickly.
"It's just luck, and I have some extra income." Zhangde also didn't know whether to say luck or bad. "Then I'll accept it bluntly. This kind of luck is really enviable."
Bob glanced at Tom, who was molesting the fish in his bucket, and obviously misunderstood it, thinking it was a cat pianist performing earned.
In fact, it's okay to say that Tom earned the money.
With Tom's strange fighting style, even if Artoria didn't make a move, those people might lose their ability to move inexplicably.
Ha ha.
Zhang De didn't explain anything, but went straight to the point. Actually, I want to ask you about someone else this time.
Oh? Who is it? Zhang Di also said, a businessman named Business said he was an old acquaintance in the tavern and wanted to talk to me about business. Let me inquire about what kind of person he is. Business? Bob asked suspiciously, I haven't heard of such a person. Ha? Zhang Di didn't expect to get such an answer, really not?
Bob thought for a while. I should remember correctly. According to what you said, he has a great merchant ship, has the strength to go back and forth freely in the first half of the great voyage, is cultivated and polite.
How can such a person often go to my greasy ship? The tavern?
Well, there is no need to investigate now. This business has been telling lies since the first meeting with him. If there is no ghost in his heart, it will be strange. But the clues are broken here, and old Bob doesn't know him, so where can I find this person?
Oh. Come on, little cat. Don't give up.
There was a sound of cheering from the side.
Tom was holding Bob's fishing rod.
With his left hand, he was skillfully reeling in and releasing the line rhythmically. The fishing rod was bent exaggeratedly and almost folded in half. Tom was pulled by the force of the fish so that his heels plowed 2 shallow ravines on the ground, and then he tried hard to retreat back to the original place. 5 old urchins formed a circle, and they did not stretch out their hands but kept encouraging Tom.
Bob, who am I? Where am I? Is the quality of my fishing rod so good? Come on, fishing kitty. PY Link, Sunlight Canoa M, it's serious daylight.
Tom was beaten, and the fish he caught slapped his mouth several times with his tail. No one expected that in their lifetime, they would see a cat being beaten by a fish, and a big fish of 60 to 70 centimeters would slap the face, making it painful to watch. So the fish was grilled, and Tom built a fire on the spot. The old people looked interesting, and they took fish out of their buckets and handed them to Tom. Everyone chatted while watching Tom grilled fish. A rich old man asked, Did you just say business?
Bob answered, You know him?
Yes, I used to go to my restaurant often.
You run a restaurant?
Then why? Zhang De also wanted to say why he was not doing his job properly, so he came here early in the morning to fish. What's so strange? Those guys run a grocery store, a seafood store, a milk station, and a clothing store.
Didn't they all come here to play?
Don't tell me I don't know. I was shocked when I said it. It turned out that Zhang De had also been to their store, and many things such as water glasses and towels at home were bought from their store, and the little girl who delivered milk every day was Miao Ku, the granddaughter of one of the old men. These guys almost left the store to their children to take care of, and then ran out to play by themselves. Bob explained, and then urged, If you know that person, tell him quickly. The owner of the restaurant didn't give a shit anymore. I just know that he is a very successful businessman and treats people very politely.
It is said that he will be able to add another merchant ship in a short time.
There are also gossip that the guy has done a lot of disgraceful things behind his back.
This person became more and more suspicious. Zhang Di also asked, Then where is he now?
A 44 GR civilian port? It's usually docked around there, but they seem to have just set sail yesterday. Zhang Di was also speechless.
Is this really a hammer?
This guy must have found something wrong somewhere during the call and ran away.
But you are a big boss of a chamber of commerce, do you want to be so cowardly? Wouldn't it be good to bring 100 or 80 thugs to the door to deliver the head?
The owner of the restaurant kindly reminded, My brother, if you want to do business with him, you must be more careful. Such a person is probably 100 times more treacherous than old Bob.
Damn, who are you calling treacherous? Your restaurant is only Blackheart, okay? You know what a fart, I'm a high-end restaurant, what you sell is the environment, the atmosphere, and the service, understand?
2 old men quarreled, for old men watch to play, and even took the fish cooked by Tom while eating and watching. It's so delicious. But when the grilled fish was handed to them, Bob and the owner of the restaurant stopped arguing. A few minutes later, the owner of the clothing store licked his fingers and said, Brother, bring your cat here to play in the future, and you can pick whatever clothes you want from my store.
Hey, so does my store.
Several bosses chimed in one after another.
I'll come to play when I'm free.
Zhang De also said politely, We'll leave first if we have something to do.
Just kidding, the clothing store is okay. How many food-related stores let us eat whatever we want? You are asking for your own death.
These people are not bad. Zhang De also thinks it's better not to cheat them. Leaving 58 GR, Zhang De also planned to go to the port of 44 GR to ask about the situation, and then went to 57 GR to have a heart-to-heart talk with the 3 Scott brothers who had trouble in the tavern before.
Wait until you get the information you want before going back. Those three brothers were also hired by them.
Zhang De was also a little worried. What kind of enemy did he encounter? Go Chang was like this. And the time of business's merchant ship sailing coincides with the time of the phone call. Artoria felt that this person's style was suitable for an assassin. If he missed a single hit and fled thousands of miles away, the most troublesome thing about such an enemy is not how to beat him, but how to find him.
Then what should we do? Zhang De was at a loss.
Those who had already sailed could not be found even if they wanted to.
Since you can't do anything, then you don't have to do anything.
Artoria said, if he gives up at this point, then it doesn't matter if you look for him slowly in the future.
If he doesn't give up, then you won't let him again next time, ran away.
Even the human traffickers are hired, so I shouldn't give up easily, maybe next time they will be killers. Zhang De also inexplicably remembered a passage, if there are as many benefits as possible, the businessman dares to do so the world might be like that too. Otherwise. Tom, try to make an enemy detector or something, and the whole world will track him.
Zhang De also had a whim. A question mark appeared on Tom's forehead. Did you misunderstand me? Can't you? Well, let's go buy some ingredients and go home.
On the way back, Zhang De was holding large and small bubble bags in his hand like a hydrogen balloon, almost all of which were ingredients, including the Neptune meat that Artoria was thinking of. Suddenly there was a sound of birdsong, and a lot of papers were scattered from the sky. It was a newspaper delivery gull.
Following the exclamation of people around, Zhang De also understood that this thing is called extra. It is a newspaper that is temporarily printed and distributed when there is a major event and you want to report it quickly to the public. The way the extras are expressed in this world is to let the newspaper delivery gulls see people and drop them directly, without money. The president of the World Economic News Agency, known as Big Newsmorgans, is an aspiring media person. Although he sometimes sees money and releases some news with questionable positions, but sometimes he dares to confront the world government for big news. It should still be the period of expansion of their newspaper, and occasionally he is willing to print and distribute some extras for free. Zhang De, like the people around him, grabbed a newspaper. Former Vice Admiral Poliusolino, codenamed Kazaro, promoted to Admiral of the Navy. After former Admiral Zifa focused on teaching recruits, the Navy finally has a new admiral.
The following article briefly introduces Huang Yuan's resume and achievements, and attaches a photo of him when he became a general. Now Huang Yuan does not look as wretched as he will later, although he is not very good looking. At the end of this article, there is a bold guess that Kuzan and Sakaski, who are also known as monster lieutenant generals like Poliusolino, will also become generals in the near future, and the Navy will usher in an unprecedented strength period.
That's it? Zhang De also thought that something happened. Is it worth an extra account for the general's appointment?
But he didn't understand until he heard the cheers from the people around him. For ordinary people, the stronger the Navy, the safer they are.
Having one more general can defeat the aura of many pirates, and even make many people prepare to go to sea. The thieves retreated. Maybe a lot of people will come to the tavern to celebrate because of this today, so I'm busy.
The three Scout brothers, Foster, Seconder, and Selder, are similar to what everyone thinks. Scout is a scout, first, second, third, first, second, third, come to inquire about the tavern information. Then the little milk girl Meow Koo is milk.
Businessman business.
Anyway, my original characters either don't have names, or have more or less meanings. In order to prevent running out of drinks, Zhang De also specially contacted Gragas to deliver a drink. The business of the tavern is indeed very good today, not only his family, but the bars and restaurants of the entire Chambord Islands are doing very well today.
Many people who didn't know each other clinked glasses frequently and laughed loudly because of the same news on the extra account.
For them, the appearance of the new admiral means that the safety of the family is more guaranteed. So as long as you are as happy as me for this matter today, you are my brother. Of course, my brothers will settle accounts clearly, you have to pay the bill yourself. Emotions are contagious, and the joyful atmosphere of the guests made Zhang De feel better, not because he made more money. Even Tom couldn't help playing a piece of piano, and then tuned a magical dance, the dance that dyed Jerry white, sold it and was bought by the owner, and finally Tom dyed himself white. Tom, who swung his arms wildly, revealed joy all over his body.
He is such a cat.
Not to mention that he was almost kidnapped. Even if he died just once yesterday, he can still have a good time today. Tom's performance naturally won applause, and then everyone imitated this dance, but this style of painting is a bit eye-catching. Tom dancing like that is pretty cute. Zhang De also slapped his forehead and couldn't see a group of stingy guys shaking their hands and kicking their legs.
If these people hadn't paid the money, he would have kicked them out one by one. Artoria quietly watched the people making noise. The happier these people are, the more it means that pirates in this world are hateful, right? People's excitement lasted for 2 or 3 days before slowly dissipating and gradually returning to normal, and the following peaceful days continued until the end of June. Since business left, no one has come to provoke trouble these days. Of course, this may also have something to do with the recent activeness of the Navy on the island. The news of the appointment of the new general is also a shot in the arm for them. Recently, the patrol range of the Naval Patrol is no longer limited to the range of the Navy and government agencies from 60 to 69 gr. It is said that even the lawless area has been a little quieter for a while. What made Zhang De also gratified was that none of the guests in the tavern had skipped orders these days. And his strength has also improved a bit. Although the magic power has grown slowly, it is much easier to use. Before punching the wall with all his strength, his hands would hurt, but now he punches through the wall with ease. Zhang De also personally tested it to be effective, but the result of doing so was that he took a hammer and planks to repair the wall for a long time, and Tom stood behind him as a supervisor, occasionally giving some technical guidance. Tom's expression was very angry. I didn't expect that he, a young house demolition expert, would even dislike other people's house demolition. On the night of June 30th, a Navy man rarely came to the tavern, not looking for trouble, but just sitting in a corner drinking alone. The Navy has flaxen hair, a jagged beard on his chin, a dark blue suit, and a light blue shirt. Perhaps because he is spending in his personal capacity, he is not wearing a Navy cape. Zhang De also knew that he was from the Navy because he had seen his photo in the newspaper, Rear Admiral Catalu stationed in the Chambord Islands. On the surface, he is the highest combat power on the island. Until today, Zhang De also thought that Goodman and Bob were bragging when they told him that officials from the Navy or the world government came here to drink. After all, the Navy has its own cafeteria, and even the senbei that they like to eat in the Warring States period has the words "special offer for the Navy" on the packaging, so there should be no shortage of alcohol, and it is estimated that alcohol is not allowed in normal times. Probably only Tekken Funbuti, who is as famous as Tekken Carp and Donghai, would take his sister to the restaurant outside to drink, and he ordered the Etrus Brugestein. Seeing that the closing time was approaching, the guests left one after another. Not only did the Navy uncle show no signs of leaving, he even waved to Zhang De, "Boss, have another bottle." Zhang De also took a bottle of wine and put it down. Looking at the 10 empty bottles on the table, he reminded in a low voice, "Major General Catalu, have you drunk too much?" This person drank 10 bottles of wine in less than 2 hours, and there is no appetizer. Doesn't he need to go to the toilet? Catalu held up the bottle and took a few sips, his face obviously a little drunk. "Don't call me a Major General," hiccup. "I'm not worthy to be a Major General, and I won't be a Major General soon." "Why do you say that? I read about your deeds in the newspaper, and suppressed many pirates. And you were originally a subordinate of General Kizaru, so you should be reused, right?" For the top officer of the local navy, Zhang De certainly has a good understanding of it. Huang Yuan will not forget his old subordinates. Have to go down. Catalu smiled self-deprecatingly, and asked, "Do you know why I was transferred to Shampoo?" Zhang De also shook his head. He really didn't know, and based on what he meant, it didn't seem like a good job to be stationed in Chambord. Catalu gulped himself 2 more gulps, then lay down on the table and wept uncontrollably, "Because I killed the lives of 97 men on the ship." People who are half drunk but not drunk tend to talk too much. Usually in the base, as a Major General, he must maintain his majesty and not show his vulnerable side in front of his subordinates. Today, he will take advantage of the strength of alcohol and take advantage of the lack of people in the tavern to vent his emotions. A few months ago, when I led a warship on patrol at sea, I received an order saying that the ships of the Sun Pirates were nearby. I was asked to lead my troops to monitor and wait for an opportunity to recapture the slaves, or wait for support to wipe out the Sun Pirates in one fell swoop. The Sun Pirates are the Merlot pirates founded by Tiger who rescued the slaves. Zhang De also calculated that they were probably still on their way to send the slaves home a few months ago, but with the fighting power of Tiger and Jinbi, if only one Major General is sent to lead the team, I am afraid it will be a delivery of food. Catalu was still talking to himself. "Slave, you know, right? I also know that it is not a good thing, but as a navy, you must obey orders, and it is only natural to attack pirates." And then the battle broke out, the warship sank, and 97 of my men died in the sea. Only I survived in disgrace. If I could be more cautious, if I could be stronger. The news did not mention this matter, only said that in the end the Navy cleverly set up an ambush and severely injured Tiger, and then Huang Yuan captured Aaron and learned of Tiger's death.
Maybe it's because they sacrificed so much but failed to achieve any results at all. This is easy to boost the momentum of the pirates, and it also damages the face of the Navy in the world government. Perhaps it was precisely because of his big defeat this time that he was transferred from the G2 branch. Unlike Huang Yuan's other old subordinates, almost everyone was promoted to a level. But since the world government chose to conceal this matter, it should not remove him from his position, so why did he say that he will not be a major general soon? Catalu is not an original character. He was not mentioned again after he was let go by Tiger. I arranged for him to be stationed in Chambord, which is a reference to Smoker who was dispatched to the entrance of the Great Airway after he contradicted his superiors. It should be reasonable. Thank you for the reward of 700 points. Thank you E21 for the reward of 100 coins. Thank you for the 100 coins rewarded by Emperor Guangming. Thank you for the 200 point coins rewarded. Thanks to Guitao Yuangxian for the 200 points. Thanks to the book friend 201907240321500345 for the reward of 100 points. Thanks to by K for the reward of 100 points. Thanks to Sheo for the reward of 100 coins. Thanks to the book friend 1609162026239668 for the reward of 100 points. It doesn't matter to me whether I am a major general or a third-class soldier, as long as I can protect justice. But Catalu drank the remaining half bottle of wine in one gulp. The wine wet the beard on his chin along the corner of his mouth and flowed into his collar. His voice became more and more mournful. The Murloc caught by General Poliusolino some time ago was about to be released. The vicious Murloc who participated in the murder of dozens of my subordinates is about to be released. Zhang De also knew that he was talking about Aaron, and the release of Aaron meant that Shiping was about to become the Kueihai under the king. In exchange, all the Murlocs of the original Sun Pirates will be exonerated and given the chance to become civilians again, but this is too cruel for the civilians and naval soldiers who have been hurt by them. He didn't know how to comfort the Major General, so he could only listen quietly. Originally, I hated pirates the most, but now I have to add human traffickers. Without human traffickers, there would not be so many slaves. My subordinates would not die fighting for such absurd reasons as taking back the slaves. And that gang of Murlocs, I will never forgive him no matter what. Catalu put the empty wine bottle heavily on the table, and his speech gradually became incoherent. I killed 10 human traffickers today, 10. Those guys have only been arrested for half a month, and 7 of them will be released without a reward. I can't accept this kind of result, even if they violated the regulations. I am worthy of the justice in my heart. 10 human traffickers were arrested for half a month, and 7 did not receive rewards. It should be that group of people. Zhang De also suddenly felt a little sorry for the Major General, because he did not start to do something. A just-minded navy would do everything in violation of regulations. As if he had drunk enough and said enough, Catalu stood up staggeringly, took out a few banknotes and handed them to Zhang De. Zhang De also stretched out his hand to push the money back, and shook his head. No, it's my invitation. Catalu slapped the money on the table, turned and left. The bell on the door made a crisp sound with his movements, and came in with a firm voice. Do you want me to eat free? What are you kidding? I am Navy. Staring blankly at the waist door, which swings less and less, Zhang De also asked, do you think I did something wrong? The Navy of this world seems to have a rule not to kill criminals who have been captured without authorization. Ordinary criminals will be imprisoned in the naval base for a period of time, and then sent to Judicial Island to go through a process, and then locked in the City of Advancement. For some special criminals, such as Tom, who built Roger's ship, Judiciary Island sent a judicial ship to judge, and then decided whether to send him to Advance City. Tom held a finger in his mouth, not knowing why he didn't like thinking about these twists and turns. Artoria said, we caught them and handed them over to the Navy. We have done what we should do. It is the dereliction of duty of the judiciary that the criminals failed to get the punishment they deserve. However, the consequences of such dereliction of duty should not be determined by such honest the Navy bears it. We still can't change the way the world government is doing, so let's do it more thoroughly in the face of such villains in the future. Anyway, most of the reward orders said Diatroliv, which means that it is reasonable and legal for ordinary people to kill these prisoners without any trouble. I will try my best to adapt to this kind of thing. Zhang De also put away the empty wine bottles left by Catalu one by one. At least he didn't want such a good person to pay for his behavior again. The 3 of them cleaned up the tableware together, and Zhang De also took out a sign saying closed for 1 day and hung it outside the door, closing the door. Tomorrow is the first again, so let's close the business for 1 day to save trouble. Artoria remembered that Zhang De also said that the first day of every month is the day when the Occupational Security Office opens, and asked, is it because of the Tianlong people?
Zhang Di also nodded. Well, whether it's your beauty and temperament, or Tom's intelligence and specialness, they are all things that may arouse their interest. It's okay if it's just hearsay, because there are many beauties and smart animals in the world. I went there, and I didn't see them catch them one by one, but it's hard to say what will happen if they see it with their own eyes. Hearing that Zhang De also said that he was smart, Tom showed a shy smile, his big eyes blinked shyly. Zhang Di also rubbed Tom's cat's head. I'm not praising you on purpose. Hey, what are you doing? Arturia looked at him. Tatsuya, if there is a celestial dragon coming to Chambord tomorrow, I want to see with my own eyes what this so-called world noble looks like. Zhang De also subconsciously wanted to refuse, and tentatively said, but tomorrow I plan to take you to Chambord Park for fun. There are still many delicacies that we haven't tried. With little hesitation, Arturia said, you can eat delicious food later. It's over, it seems that I have made up my mind. But you have to kneel when you see Tianlong people, otherwise it will cause riots. Do you want to hide from a distance and peek? Zhang De also thought of a prop, and looked through the inventory to find it. Maybe this can be handed in. Use. This is invisible ink? Arturia still remembers this magical little prop, and you can observe it at a close distance as long as you use it carefully. Zhang Di also shook the bottle, and said with a smile, it's invisible ink. According to the last experiment, about 10 milliliters of ink is enough for a person to become invisible. This bottle can be used many times. This is a rare prop, Arturia nodded, then use this, thank you. Why are you being so polite? Zhang De also waved his hand. Anyway, he didn't think about how to use this thing. Just taking this opportunity to visit the Tianlong people. Zhang De's mentality at this time is similar to that of wanting to go to the zoo to see monkeys, although I feel a little sorry for the monkeys. As for whether it will be discovered by the knowledgeable domineering, the guards brought by the Tianlong people are not so strong when they come out to play, because not everyone is as brave as Luffy. Since the establishment of the world government, most people in this world have accepted the idea that the Tianlong people are the descendants of the creator, and the authority of the Tianlong people is absolute. Now that 800 years have passed, this kind of thinking makes most people even he dare not resist the Tianlong people even if he dies. Zhang De also didn't understand when he was watching anime before, why the man who was robbed of his fiancée and shot was so cowardly. He only dared to apologize and didn't dare to resist. Now thinking about it, it would be true if he was brainwashed since childhood, not surprisingly. Next, let's think about what to do if there is an emergency. Zhang De also said. Emergency? Yeah, if you happen to see a Tianlong person doing something very excessive, I'm afraid you can't sit idly by. Feel sorry. You did nothing wrong. Zhang De also said, if I have the strength to punch the 4 emperors and kick the generals, I will definitely wipe out those scumbags. The growth-type protagonist has to be deceived by people like business to know the dangers of the human heart, has to be shocked by people like Catalu to understand not to be soft on the wicked, and has to be beaten to the ground by Tom to realize that he is still a weak chicken. I only roughly checked how much area a bottle of ink can smear and the surface area of the human body. I estimated it. If you have data, you can try it out and play around. The next morning, the 3 of them got ready and each applied invisible ink to their bodies. It feels good when applied on the arms and legs, but it feels weird when applied to the face and hair. Fortunately, this thing is as smooth as a body wash, and it disappears immediately wherever it is applied. From Zhang De's perspective, Tom and Artoria's ink-stained hands disappeared first, and with their movements, the whole figure disappeared little by little, like a stick figure being erased with an eraser. Of course, he himself did the same. Zhang De also found a problem after they were all invisible. We can't see each other after being invisible. Not only can you not see other people, but you can't even see your own body. In this case, it's like doing movements with your eyes closed. Without the aid of vision, many movements cannot be completed accurately. For example, after closing your eyes, put your hands flat, stretch out the index finger. It is difficult to make the fingertips touch each other smoothly every time. Zhang De also performed 3 laps to the left and 3 laps to the right, twisted his neck, and twisted his butt, thinking that no one would be able to see even if he danced a set of Compendium of Materia Medica in place now? Tentatively walking 2 steps forward, I suddenly felt the soles of my feet go soft, and then heard a scream. Came Tom's voice, his foot crushed but no one could see it. Tom? Zhang De also quickly raised his feet, groped with both hands to find Tom's head, then groped along the neck to the armpit, and lifted Tom up in front of his eyes. Well, he couldn't see Tom's condition at all. What are you doing? What are you doing stepping on my Geo? It hurts. Tom felt wronged and turned into an old coward, covering his mouth and blowing. For some unknown reason,
The breath went all the way to his feet, causing the toes to bulge out one by one. Although he still doesn't like to talk, but now everyone can't see that he can't convey meaning with expressions and movements, so Tom chooses to bear it. I'm sorry, I can't see it, why don't you squat on my shoulder? Zhang De also put him on his shoulder.
Medium.
Just stomping on his feet, Tom chose to forgive him.
Then where are you, Arturia? Zhang De didn't dare to move anymore.
Then Arturia grasped Zhang De's wrist precisely. It's almost time to teach you the skill of sensing breath.
Okay, it's so convenient to be able to feel other people's positions and movements. Zhang De also felt that this was almost no different from ordinary knowledgeable domineering.
Arturia's voice continued to come from the side, it's really convenient, I can even see the dance you just did. Zhang De couldn't see her expression, but he was still awkward in place.
It's over. She died. Who invented this broken perception skill? Invasion of other people's privacy.
The population auction house is located on GR number 1, not far to the northwest of 59 GR where Zhang De is located. For the number distribution of the islands of the Chamberdine Islands hand-painted by the author, see the Easter egg chapter above.
Some islands that seem to have a lot of different numbers are actually not that far away. They just need to walk there.
If you ride a bubble car, it is unmanned in the eyes of others, and it is easy to scare people. Perception cannot be learned in a short while, and now Arturia can only hold Zhang De's wrist to walk among pedestrians, so as to avoid getting separated and bumping into people. To be honest, the feeling of invisibility is quite novel, even if you walk in front of others swaggeringly, others will not notice it. As for the problem that shadows cannot be invisible, there are so many people on the street who would notice that there are a few more shadows, just pay attention to standing in the shadows of trees when doing business later. Entering the illegal area, Zhang De immediately felt that the atmosphere was different.
Many dilapidated shops can be seen on the edge of the town.
Some door signs have only a nail left hanging obliquely, and some doors have only half a door left.
With bones. I'm not exaggerating, this scene really exists in anime. Is this the lawless area?
Arturia is someone who has seen big scenes, so she wouldn't be so shocked because of this, but the contrast between the scene in front of her and the place she lives in these days is too obvious.
Really?
Zhang De never actually came, after all, the anime is a hot-blooded boy manga, and the pictures given in it should be said to be beautified. They will keep silent when they go deeper, because there are gradually pedestrians on the road.
Most of them are armed and look at people with vigilance. Most of these people are pirates, human traffickers, and bounty hunters.
Except for those with obvious pirate logos on their bodies, it is difficult to directly identify their identities. As Arturia passed by the fierce people one by one, Tom on Zhang De's shoulders trembled, but he soon realized that others could not see him, and his movements slowly became aggressive. Stretch out your hands in front of people and shake them, pull your eyelids and stick out your tongue to make faces, and even pick up the tip of its tail to scratch people's nostrils.
Ah!
A man wearing a pirate captain's hat sneezed, and the hat jumped off his head. He wiped his nose nonchalantly, and when he looked up, he saw a big bald man with a face full of saliva looking at him angrily.
Zhang De didn't know what good deeds Tom had done.
He only saw two people sneeze and picked up a knife to do it. He sighed in his heart that they were indeed people in the illegal area, and their temper exploded like a powder keg. Knowing the truth, Arturia glanced in Tom's direction, shook her head and said nothing. Tom, who was the person involved, turned his head and looked at the camera that no one could notice, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Leaving this area, Zhang De also found that not every place in the illegal area is so chaotic.
In some places, there are also civilians living, restaurants, bars, various shops, and even high-end hospitals. If you can't hear gunshots occasionally, you don't know you're in an illegal area. Ordinary people seem to be able to judge that they are far away from the gunshots, and they still walk unhurriedly, talking and laughing, as if someone just set off a string of firecrackers. Zhang De couldn't imagine and couldn't get used to such absurdity. He subconsciously wanted to get out of here quickly. Arturia whispered, "There is no sign of the celestial dragons nearby." Zhang De also suggested, "Let's go directly to number 1 GR and wait. If the Tianlong people come, they will definitely go there. This is number 2 GR, and you can get there after a short walk. The building in the middle of number 1 GR is the most conspicuous building on the entire island. There are 4 minarets around it. I don't know if they are lookout posts or what." Zhang De also looked at this tall building. "This is the population auction house. Oh yes, the official name is Employment Security Office. Use the best sounding name to whitewash the ugliest deal." Tom found you looking at him, afraid. This seems to have a term in drama,
called breaking the fourth wall.
The invisible ink can make the clothes invisible. I mentioned it when I got the ink.
There will be no water here, and I don't want to write some vulgar undressing plots. Thanks to BK for the reward of 100 points. Thanks to the big 9527 for the reward of 500 coins. The white coat that is more bloated than the spacesuit may also be because of his bloated body, the transparent bubble hood, and the peculiar hairstyle like a raised fishtail. Ordinary people are different. Anyway, this guy looks ugly to Zhang De, and the others didn't wait too long at GR number 1. They just quietly walked around the population auction house, and saw all the pedestrians on the road facing the main entrance of the auction house stop quickly and kneel down on the road. On both sides, he and Artoria stood behind the crowd, watching the Tianlongren quietly. This draconian was young, with a stupid and arrogant face, and instead of walking by himself, he sat on a slave. The slave was on all fours, crawling forward with difficulty. He was wearing a tattered red dress, a hat with a skull on his head, and many scars on his face. It seemed that the pirate captain had been beaten a lot during his slavery. Beside him was a man in a black suit who looked like a butler, and behind him were 4 guards covered in armor. Looking at the simple entourage, you can know how deterrent the Tianlong people are in this world, and no one dares to think about them. Soon someone trotted out of the auction house and knelt down in front of him. "Dear St. Charles Rose, thank you for coming."
In order for the auction house to proceed smoothly, can the kneeling ceremony in the venue be exempted?
St. Charles Rose sniffed his nose, and spoke very slowly and in a naive voice. "I agree."
"Thank you very much, then please enter the VIP seat."
"I'm going to buy a strong slave this time, this guy is too useless."
St. Roswald kicked the slave on the shoulder one by one.
The unknown captain had a painful expression on his face, but he didn't dare to say anything, just gritted his teeth and continued to crawl forward slowly. Seeing such a scene, Tom was a little scared, and subconsciously wanted to hide behind Zhang De's neck, completely ignoring that he was in an invisible state. Zhang De could also feel that the hand holding his wrist tightened a bit, and quickly grabbed her wrist with his backhand, worried that she would explode, and persuaded in a low voice, "That's just a pirate, not worthy of sympathy."
"Well, I know, but," Artoria didn't continue.
Zhang De can probably understand what she wants to say, but this is wrong. Pirates are hateful, and should be punished according to the crime, either death penalty, punishment, or imprisonment. Seeing him being tortured at will by the nobles according to his mood, although he felt very happy at first, but after thinking about it, he always felt that something was wrong. It's better for pirates to suffer than for ordinary people. Zhang De could only tell himself that, in this world where Tianlong people are above everything else, law enforcement agencies can't be expected to do much.
As St.
Charles Rose entered the venue, people outside got up one after another, and some left directly. Some nobles and merchants also followed in to buy their favorite slaves.
Why does that man burn buns and wear a bubble on his head?
Today's Tom seems to like the old coward's vest very much. Because they disdain to breathe the same air as ordinary people, they will wear bubble hoods whenever they leave the Holy Land. Zhang De also explained, thinking maliciously in his heart, maybe it is because their brains are lack of oxygen that they need to breathe at any time.
Wear that thing. Let's go back.
After seeing the ugly faces of the world's nobles, Arturia was a little discouraged. As for whether she has thought about overthrowing the rule of the Tianlong people and saving the people of the world, of course Arturia has thought about it but will not do it, because she feels that she can't even protect Britain, and of course she can't save the whole world. She believes that even if she occupies a piece of land and establishes a country with her ability, she will eventually perish because of her lack of ability. Little did they know that many kings in this world were actually comparing themselves to each other, and she would definitely be much better than those guys if she were the king. Zhang De didn't know exactly what Artoria was thinking, but he could hear the disappointment in her tone, and guessed that she felt uncomfortable because he saw such a thing but was stopped by him and couldn't make a move. After thinking about it, Zhang De also said, "It's already here, why don't we go back after doing something?" Number 2 GR, the entrance of a store with a signboard of human house. "This is," Arturia looked at the shop suspiciously. Zhang De also said, "This is a human trafficking shop similar in nature to a human auction house." Through the open door, you can see that there are many small cubicles the size of public telephone booths in the store, with glass windows installed, and people wearing slave collars are exhibited inside like commodities. Their faces are either numb or desperate. There are labels on the windows. Because there is an auction today, there are not many customers in the store. After all, the quality of ordinary slaves in the store is not as good as the auction. Passers-by are indifferent to the existence of this store, or they are accustomed to it. Most of the slaves here are from non-franchising countries, and some are criminals such as pirates. While the invisibility effect is still there, I want to quietly deal with the owner of this store and release some slaves.
There are reasons for being influenced by Major General Catalu, and there are also reasons for sympathy.
Zhang De also wants to do something for these poor people.
Order something.
It is not a good person to directly catch slaves and sell them, and it is also not a good thing to open a store to purchase and sell them. Artoria and Tom agreed with Zhang De's plan. There is only one boss and one clerk in the store, and the rest are slaves with collars and chains, and there is no security guard. Suddenly, some slaves saw something unbelievable, rubbed their eyes, and some of them let out small exclamations. The boss and the clerk thought that there was a slave who was dishonest, and turned their heads to look. One saw a baseball bat floating in front of his eyes, and the other saw a golf club. Tom's baseball bat, strong and durable, one stick can bring down the big dog Spike. Tom's golf club, a magic tool for digging holes. Give Tom a club, he can dig through the golf course. The boss and the clerk had just shown expressions of astonishment when the club had already landed on their heads. With two bang bang bangs, the two of them fell to the ground, with red envelopes popping out of their heads. The slaves showed surprised expressions, lying on the glass and looking out expectantly. A bunch of keys dangled out of the boss's pocket and stayed in front of the window for a few seconds before opening the window and undoing the collar of the first slave. Clanging, the sound of the collars and chains falling to the ground made the eyes of all the slaves shine with hope, and those whose collars were removed fell directly on the ground, tears streaming down their faces and saying words of gratitude. Although they don't know who these invisible people are, they have heard of devil fruit ability users, so they must be those with good intentions to rescue them.
Not everyone saves it. The labels on the window, in addition to the price, also state everyone's name, age, occupation and other information.
Ordinary people were released by Zhang De and the others, and those who were pirates before being caught should be locked up first. Zhang De and Artoria were in charge of unlocking the locks, while Tom rummaged through boxes and cabinets in the house to find some water basins, towels, clothes, banknotes, and the like and put them in the open space among the supplies. Give everyone a little money, almost enough to buy their boat tickets and food, and then let them choose suitable clothes if they need to leave. I didn't say a word during the whole process, but communicated with them by writing. These people are naturally grateful. They thought that their life would be over if they became slaves, but they never expected to be free one day. The only answer to them was clean up and leave one or two every few minutes in black and white. Seeing their benefactors, they didn't want to talk to them, let alone reveal their identities, so they had to pick up towels and clean themselves up quickly, at least to make themselves look like normal people, and then left pretending that nothing happened. There are also some people who pick out the more expensive clothes from the store owner and put them on, and then find someone to pretend to be the person who bought the slaves and left, and then separate when there is no one else. This store is not too big, with a total of 20 showcases, and only 4 pirates left in the end. They watched others go out one by one, but no one cared about themselves. At first, they begged in a low voice, then turned into scolding, and finally threatened. Looking at Zhang De in their positions is like looking at the most hated enemy because they hold things in their hands, they can know where they are. Some people are like this. They are strangers to each other. If you help others but don't help them, they will treat you as an enemy. These pirates or sea garbage are even more outstanding. As long as you don't do things according to their wishes, you will incur their abuse and even hostility. For these guys, Zhang De also handed the club to Tom for him to deal with, mainly because he was worried that the loud noise would cause trouble. Tom carried the club and opened the cabinet arrogantly, one person with one stick, and the 4 fell to the ground one after another, with a red envelope and small spinning stars popping out from their heads. I don't know how this special effect was created. Even though he used the same club, Zhang De could only knock out red envelopes. After estimating that the people who had been released had gone far away, Zhang De also took out a pressure cooker, prepared some firewood, and worried that the power would not be enough, he placed hundreds of millions of large and small firecrackers around. Tom's secret pressure cooker bomb. It can be detonated by heating it on high heat for 3 minutes, adding Tom's tail for better effect. Tom made this thing by accident, and after the explosion, he sent himself to the sky with the door, which belonged to a demonstration of what it means to close the door when you go out. Really close the door. In the nearly 2 months since I came to this world, I have drawn more than 200 lucky draws. I have drawn many firecrackers from the cat and mouse world, sometimes one, sometimes a box, and even a gunpowder barrel. It's time to test the power of saving so much property. As for whether it will harm other people, the firecrackers produced by Tom and Jerry will blow up their own homes if they say they blow up their own homes, and never affect their neighbors. At this time, I don't know whether it was because of his good physique or because Tom's attack was too light. A burly pirate woke up and saw those firecrackers. Of course he didn't think they were firecrackers. But looking at this scene, he can probably know his fate, and tried to make a final request. Can you give those two people to me? At least let me kill them with my own hands, so that even if I die, I will have no regrets. Jean Day also held up a piece of paper on which it was written, "Why should I help a pirate settle his regrets?" The man was very angry and wanted to curse, and Tom was also very angry. He felt that he had not done a good job, so he walked over and hit him with a stick again. This time it was so hard that the baseball bat broke. Another red envelope grew out of the red envelope on the head of the beaten pirate, and 3 little birds flew and chirped around the red envelope. The world was quiet, and Jean Day also tied up the unconscious store owner and clerk, lit the firewood under the pressure cooker, and walked out of the store with Tom and Artoria. The 3 of them found a suitable place and waited quietly. 3 minutes later, there was a bang, the pressure cooker bomb exploded, and the whole house trembled violently. Then other firecrackers were also detonated, sending an ingenious big firework to the Chambord Islands. Ding! When? Jingle bells, jingle bells. The sound of the explosion inexplicably wove a happy allegro tune, and the house and the air shook with the rhythm. It was not until the firecrackers were burned that the house fell along the original path of ascension to the sky, shattered into a ground of wood dust and glass slag. Of course, such a big movement attracted the attention of many people. Most people stopped and watched, and ran away immediately after reacting. The sound of explosions usually means trouble. It is better for ordinary people to stay away. A small number of people chose to check the situation in the past, probably because they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to reap some benefits or simply watch the excitement. Some people chatted calmly with their companions. There was an explosion over there. Yeah, it exploded. I just seemed to see a house flying in the sky. I saw it too. The two looked at each other. I heard that there is a hospital in 22GR that has a good ophthalmology department. Walk. The people who had just been released also heard the voice and saw the familiar house in the sky. They covered their faces and wept, silently thanking the unknown benefactor, and then headed to the port. They can buy tickets to leave here, and they want to leave this nightmare island, either to find a new life, or to return to their hometown. Jean Day and Artoria didn't care about the gratitude of these people, and they didn't do this to gain gratitude, they just thought they could and should do it. Tom didn't even think about it, he just thought it was fun. When Artoria felt the aura of the 6 people disappear, the 3 of them bypassed the crowd and returned to the tavern. It was already noon. Ha! Is this time limited? As soon as he entered the tavern, Jean Day realized that he could see Tom and Artoria. Tom and Artoria also looked at their bodies in surprise, touched their arms and cheeks. The ink seemed to evaporate out of thin air, and there was no trace of smear on their bodies. Arturia seems to be in a much better mood. It's good luck, it happens to recover at this time. If it shows up on the street, it may cause riots. It's really lucky. Jean Day also took a look at Artoria. Her luck value seems to be quite high, right? That's why it's such a coincidence? But that's not important. The point is, Tom, I'm hungry. I see that some friends mentioned the invisible ink and the pressure cooker that blew up Tom and the props floor. Thanks for the suggestion. Then there are too many advertisements recently, so there are too many other things, which is a bit annoying. I set a limit of 1 point of fan value speech. Anyway, if someone continues to feel disgusted, I will continue to increase it. Thanks to Changkong Zisha for giving me 600 coins. Thanks to Xiaoxiao Song Song ZZ for the reward of 1,500 coins. I didn't do anything else today, so long as the water flows, as long as I don't get caught, I can slowly beat those traffickers' sap in the future. Generally speaking, it feels good to be an unsung hero, and Zhang Di also experienced a little bit of the fun of Peter Parker wearing a mask as Spider-Man, and Lu Xiaoqian covering his face as a flying man. It's a pity that the invisible ink is only 300 milliliters in total. If the 3 of them are dispatched at the same time, they can only use it 10 times in total. Or act at night? Have to think about it. After doing good deeds in the morning and eating delicious food at noon, the 3 of them were in a good mood. Zhang Day also wanted to relax after exercising, so he took out a deck of playing cards and a marker pen. I told Tom and Arturia the rules of drawing joker cards, and they understood them immediately. So Zhang Di also took out a piece of Xiao Wang alone, and began to shuffle the cards. 3 people draw cards, and then take turns to draw the next card. The cards in the hands can be discarded when they make up a pair. When Zhang Day and Arturia picked up the poker cards, they were ordinary and nothing special. But Tom was inconvenient because of his small hands and having only 4 fingers, so he had to wait until all the cards were drawn and slowly spread his hands like a folding fan, and then carefully pick out the pairs, appearing to be in a hurry. Sometimes because two cards were drawn, the other cards lost their support, and a few cards fell with a clatter. Tom hurriedly covered them, for fear that Zhang De and Artoria would peek at them. Zhang De also watched it interestingly, and deliberately pretended to see what the fallen cards were. Tom turned his body anxiously, pointed his butt at Zhang De, and turned back after picking up the cards. In the first round, Tom discarded all his cards early. Zhang De also had an ace and a 6 left in his hand, and Artoria only had a 6 in his hand. The biggest skill and fun of drawing ghost cards lies in how to use one's acting skills to influence the opponent's choice, and guess which card is safe from the opponent's expression, so Zhang De also began to wink. However, Artoria didn't even look at his expression, she just stared at the two cards carefully for a while. Because she didn't find any difference, she randomly drew a card, which was 6. Artoria dropped a pair of SXS, Tatsuya, you lost. Zhang De, you don't draw cards according to the routine. Willing to admit defeat, Zhang De also closed his eyes and asked Tom, the winner, to draw a black line on his face with a marker pen. Oh ha ha ha, Tom pointed at Zhang De's funny appearance and let out a happy laugh. Infected by him, Artoria couldn't help but smile. In the second round, Artoria was the luckiest, she was the first to throw the cards and win the teacup, leaving only Zhang De to face off against Tom. Because the king is in Tom's hands, Tom's expression in this game is very interesting. Whenever Zhang De's cards are drawn to make a pair and discarded, the expression on Tom's face is very happy. Whenever Zhang De draws his cards will be nervous. Which card should I draw? When Tom only had 2 cards left in his hand, Zhang De's hand was hanging above the king, Tom immediately showed a smirk, but when Zhang De also moved his hand away, Tom's expression changed again. Immediately switched to fear. Is this still a guess? Although Zhang De didn't have mind-reading skills, Tom's face could talk, it was really bullying. Zhang De also smiled and took away a good card. So, Tom closed his eyes in frustration, and let Artoria, who had discarded the cards first, draw a stroke on his face. The three of them played for nearly an hour. Zhang De and Artoria drew large and small circles around Tom's nose, eyes and mouth, which were many more rings than the 5 rings. On Zhang De's face, there was an extra king character, 6 beards, and some other patterns, some were painted by Tom, some were drawn by Artoria, but in the end Tom was modified, almost wearing false teeth. You can pretend to be a tiger. Only Artoria's face was clean, not to mention drawing a trump card, even the number of times when the cards were dealt was very few. This luck is simply cheating. At the end of a game, Artoria enjoys the joy of victory, only Zhang De and Tom are hurting each other. After resting, Zhang De and Tom didn't bother to wash their faces, because it was agreed that those patterns would be left until night as a punishment. Zhang De also silently went to the yard, picked up the sword and waved it vigorously, absolutely without any intention of venting his depression. Practice until full of energy, and start the draw as usual. Under Zhang De's astonished gaze, 90% of the energy disappeared instantly, and the screen turned into tiny light spots that fell on the ground in front of him, forming a magic circle with a diameter of 1 meter. This time, the magic circle was white. The white light in the yard attracted Tom and Artoria. They both knew that this meant that a new partner was coming. The white light dissipated, and a figure appeared in the center of the magic circle, white shirt, blue jeans, a red plaid shirt tied around the waist, tall and slender, with exquisite features, thick black hair tied into a high ponytail, slanted bangs blocking half of the right eye. Just don't know why the whole person looks a little weak. Zhang De also stared at him carefully for a few seconds. He didn't recognize who this newcomer was. The newcomer rubbed his eyes, looked around, saw 2 people and a cat, and said, "Hi everyone, I am, hey." With a horrified expression on the newcomer's face, he took half a step back on the spot. "Beauty, are you serious about taking half a step back? Even if our face is not handsome enough to make people fall in love at first sight, it is not scary, right?" Zhang De also touched his face and found that his fingertips were stained black. Then he remembered that he still had a tiger face, and said quickly, "Don't panic, I'm a human, wait for me to wash my face. Alto Leah will help entertain the newcomers." "Okay, come in with me first." Artoria nodded and said to the newcomer. Zhang De also took Tom to wash his face together. "Let's put aside the game punishment for now." Oh, the newcomer calmed down, and hesitantly followed Artoria into the tavern. Zhang De also went to the bathroom with Tom to wash his face, and also read the newcomer's profile. By the way, name, Meng Roy, aliases, Nuashing Sharp Knife, Ribbon Introduction, from Ruijia Village, Ping County, Juxia City, the world of Super Seminary, possessing a super gene named Nuashing Dagger. Before coming here, she was working in a restaurant and met a salty pig's hand. It happened that Rui Mengmeng's super gene was awakened at this time, and she slapped the gangster into the hospital.
Super seminary?
Zhang De also had the impression that the world was very deep. To become a strong person, one must first have a super gene obtained through technological means, and then a lot of resources are needed to support it. Many people can even use their own void engine to directly modify the definition of people or things like a programmer, such as defining a certain space as a vacuum, modifying the direction of gravity and air composition in a certain place, and even changing the enemy's energy sources to find a shit. A battle that relies entirely on technology, but how unreal it looks. But Rui Meng Meng doesn't have such extraordinary abilities. Her combat power is all reflected in melee combat, and now that she has left the world of Super Seminary, she doesn't know how to get the resources she needs for growth. The reason why I couldn't recognize her right away was because Rui Meng Meng's image had changed several times in Super Seminary, and there were too few scenes. When Zhang De and Tom came out after washing their faces, Rui Meng Meng was sitting face to face with Artoria. There was a fruit plate and teacups on the table. The two had chatted for a while.
Artoria was eating calmly. Mo held the teacup a little cautiously. Taking time to sit down, Zhang De also looked at Rui Meng Meng. "Hello, I am Zhang De, 18 years old, I was a student, and now I open a tavern here as you can see."
The more Zhang De talked, the more he felt something was wrong.
Why did it sound like the opening scene of a blind date on TV? He paused and said, "Anyway, you can just call me De."
Oh. Rui Meng Meng nodded seriously, and then introduced herself. "I am Ro Meng Meng, 20 years old, from Juxia City, and I look forward to living with you, making progress together, and saving the world together."
Save the world? Zhang Di also wondered if this sister is a bit of a secondary school student. Rui Meng Meng was a little hesitant.
"Well, I think that summons from another world are usually for saving the world, and it just so happens that I have acquired superpowers."
Zhang Di also ignored her magical brain circuit, and asked curiously, "What is written in your contract?" "The contract, is it a contract?"
"That day, after I sent that salty pig hand to the hospital, I was worried about whether I should pay compensation, and then I got a contract, saying that I will help you, just to work. Then I can learn all kinds of knowledge and skills here, and, speaking of which," Rui Meng Meng lowered her head a little embarrassedly, "there are also wages, subsidies and so on."
The contract between Tom and Artoria is a contract, but is it a contract when it comes to Rui Meng Meng?
Zhang Di also complained in his heart, "Is this an internship contract or a contract from a training institution? He also learns knowledge and skills, and gives wage subsidies, why don't he have 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund?"
Artoria heard this and said, "Tatsuya, you haven't paid your salary yet."
Tom jumped from the stool to the table, stretched out one hand and rubbed it, and signaled Zhang De to pay his salary.
Zhang De also patted Tom's paw angrily. "Don't make trouble, how can pets get paid?"
Of course, who is the pet is still in doubt.
You don't even get paid?
Rui Meng Meng looked at Tom and Artoria worriedly, feeling that she might have been cheated by some Blackheart company, and she didn't even notice Tom's abnormal behavior. Tom and Artoria nodded cooperatively, indicating that they really don't have wages, but they are just joining in the fun, and they usually don't need money.
Zhang De really didn't think about this issue. After all, most of the money earned by the tavern was eaten up, and the wages were not paid.
Strictly speaking, Tom and Artoria should have shares to get dividends, but they usually work together take action. Zhang De is also responsible for paying for everything you buy, so it didn't occur to me to give them some pocket money for a while.
"Well, Meng Meng, is it okay to call you that?"
Seeing Rui Meng Meng nodding, Zhang De also asked, "How much salary do you want?" Rui Meng Meng, like many new job seekers, would be ashamed to talk about salary in the face of a powerful boss or personnel, and said weakly, "The contract says to give me 10 times the original salary. I will do the math, deduct taxes, there should be more than 6,000 yuan a month."
"Does that mean that the previous salary was only more than 600 yuan? Zhang De also felt that Rui Meng Meng was really miserable.
She is from Juxia City, which is one of the largest cities in the country at the mouth of the Yangtze River, and her monthly salary is only 600 yuan. All send, our tavern opened on the 7th, and wages will be paid on the 7th of every month from now on. Zhang De also thought about taking this opportunity to send out pocket money. After thinking about it, Rui Meng Meng didn't seem to have any luggage and said to her, "We have all the board and lodging in the tavern. I'll give you a month's salary in advance to buy some clothes and necessities.
Let us know if it's not enough."
Of course, the wages have to be converted into Baileys. If it is too much, she will be paid 130,000 to 40,000 yuan, which is not enough for the profit of the tavern for a day.
"Boss, you are a good person." Rui Meng Meng was instantly moved. It was the first time she met a boss who paid wages so happily. Then what is my job? Zhang De also silently accepted the good person card, and said, you can just call me by my name. If you are working, you should be a waiter first. Yeah. Rui Mengmeng nodded earnestly. Her family conditions are not bad. She went out to work after she graduated from a vocational high school. She worked as a network manager in an internet cafe and a waiter in a restaurant. It seems that there is not much difference, and the wages are higher here. Then you can learn from Tom about the knowledge and skills you mentioned. Zhang De also made a gesture of invitation, signaling for teacher Tom to appear. Tom stood up on the table, facing Rui Mengmeng, with his hips akimbo, and his head raised, triumphantly. Rui Mengmeng pointed at herself and then at Tom. She only now noticed that the cat seemed to be too clever, and said in surprise, learn from cats? Didn't you learn from Arturia? Just chatting with Rui Mengmeng for a short while, she was attracted by Arturia. Her elegant temperament, exquisite appearance, confidence and calmness when speaking were all the looks she yearned for. In fact, she is just too unconfident. According to the official setting, Rui Mengmeng's image is not bad at all even compared with the real goddess. If you want to learn fighting skills, you can learn from Arturia, and the rest depends on Tom. Zhang De didn't know that Arturia had gained a little girl in a short time, and he was still promoting Tom. Teacher, don't look at him as just a cat, the intelligence of a cat is unimaginable. Arturia nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the fact that Tom's fighting skills were not for normal people, she could actually learn from him. Zhang De also put a doctor's hat on Tom, and stuffed a pointer into his hand, and introduced, Mr. Tom is proficient in various languages, various musical instruments, various sports, and various cooking skills. Tom waved the pointer twice in accordance with Zhang De's introduction, took out the violin and played it a few times, took out the tennis racket and shook the tennis ball, and took out a frying pan and turned over the vegetables inside. After briefly demonstrating all the skills introduced by Zhang De, Tom put away all the props. He really wanted to be a teacher again. He had taught a student before, but he couldn't teach results because of Jerry's trouble. Give it another try. Rui Mengmeng stared wide-eyed, staring blankly. I seem to have come to an incredible place. PY session. Weird internet celebrity company. Rui Mengmeng's ability to accept is not bad. After all, she has superpowers and has traveled the world. It is reasonable to meet a cat who can do everything, right? After Tom showed various skills, Rui Mengmeng obediently called out Teacher Tom. Tom was elated, and patted Rui Mengmeng's shoulder happily. This student was much more cute than the one he taught before. Boss, when will I go to work? Rui Mengmeng is a good employee, or she lacked a sense of security when she was out of work, and now she has just recognized everyone and started to care about work. It's closed today, and I don't go to work until tomorrow. Zhang De also handed over 150,000 Baileys to her, and said, our tavern opens at 11 o'clock in the morning, and opens after dinner until around 2 o'clock. Dinner starts at 5 o'clock in the evening, also open the door after eating, until around 8 p.m., and close on the 1st of every month. That's a lot. Rui Mengmeng hurriedly took the money. She didn't have much idea about the prices here, and the boss, given me such a high salary, isn't the working time too short? It's not that accurate based on the prices of the two worlds. Zhang De also reckoned that there should be only a lot more. Besides working hours, it's time for study or exercise. You can go out to play if you want, but the security here is not very good. I will give you a detailed introduction later. Zhang De also looked at the time. It was past 4 in the afternoon. Today is not suitable for going out to buy things. Let's arrange a room for you first. There is still a vacant room upstairs. Okay. There are 3 bedrooms on the 2nd floor of the tavern, a utility room, a bathroom and a toilet. Right now, Zhang De and Tom share one room, and Arturia shares one room. Or find another way, but it's still early. The beds, bedding, and pillows are all ready-made. Arturia bought them together when she first arrived, and specially prepared an extra set, which can be used immediately. Toiletries such as towels are also available, but there are no customized patterns. It's inconvenient to go out to buy a change of clothes today, Arturia, do you? Zhang De also glanced at the difference in stature between the two, and looked at the ceiling. Sorry for being rude. Rui Mengmeng is 1.75 meters tall, and Arturia is 1.54 meters tall. It seems unlikely that there will be a suitable lender for her. Zhang De also coughed dryly. Hey, let's take you out for a stroll at night. I know the owner of a clothing store quite well, so I probably don't mind opening the door at night. Rui Mengmeng hastily agreed, but in fact, she felt that it was okay to just make do with it, since she had never lived in such a big room after working for a long time,
and she couldn't afford to rent it. This room is said to be a second bedroom, but it's actually not much smaller than the master bedroom where Zhang De lives. There are double beds, wardrobes, bedside tables, and desks. There are also 2 potted plants on the windowsill. Now 3 people and a cat are standing. It doesn't feel cramped at all. Artoria glanced at Zhang De, always feeling that his eyes and tone just now were full of malice. Tom got out the rag and mop and planned to do a little cleaning for his students.
I can do it myself.
Rui Mengmeng is not as blind as Zhang De. He saw Tom's movements and immediately took the rag and wiped it by himself. She has never been taken care of. She has always relied on herself for everything.
It would be nice not to be bullied.
Tom took out another rag as if by magic, and gave Arturia the mop at her request, and both of them helped to clean up. Arturia is not a king who does not eat fireworks, and usually cleans her own room, which is not a problem.
Zhang Di also scratched his head. You have done everything you can, what should I do?
Several people tidied up the room together, and the best one was Tom, a little housework expert.
The polished glass windows were faintly shining with dots of light.
Tom, who was justly applauded by all, went downstairs to prepare supper. Zhang De and Artoria sat at the table as usual and waited for the food to be served. Only Rui Mengmeng followed up in the kitchen and wanted to help. However, 5 minutes later, Rui Mengmeng walked out of the kitchen and sat at the dining table as if she had lost her dream.
Artoria poured her a cup of tea and asked, "What's wrong?" Rui Mengmeng put one hand flat and the other in the shape of a kitchen knife. "Did you know?" "Teacher Tom, dang 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 dang." Zhang De also asked, "What is dang 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 dang?"
Rui Mengmeng said, "Cut the meat. I can't see clearly with the kitchen knife, and then the shredded meat is neatly cut."
"It's normal, isn't it?"
Zhang De also refilled himself a cup of tea, and he liked the appearance of the newcomer who had never seen the world.
"There are more."
Rui Mengmeng waved her hands exaggeratedly. Teacher Tom took out 8 eggs at once, threw the eggs into a circle like practicing acrobatics, and then smashed the eggshells in the air. The yolks and whites fell into the bowl, and the shells go straight into the trash.
"It's pretty common, isn't it?" Zhang De has never seen such a difficult action.
He hasn't watched Tom cook recently. He just played it himself.
"Is this normal?"
How about shaking the spoon with one hand, stir-frying with the other, at the same time using one foot to shake the other frying spoon, and then wrapping up the spoon with the tail to stir-fry? Rui Mengmeng stood up, trying to follow Tom's movements. Although she doesn't have a tail and her body is not as flexible as Tom's, Zhang De still imagined the scene all of a sudden. Well, it's quite reasonable if it's Tom.
Artoria nodded. "Tom is amazing, you will get used to it slowly." "Is that so?"
Rui Mengmeng looked a little unsure. Zhang De also gave her an affirmative answer. "That's right, if you want to learn cooking, you can find him."
Rui Mengmeng shook her head. "It's impossible to learn that kind of cooking, right?" Zhang Di also comforted. "Those difficult movements are just for fun."
Even without those movements, Tom's cooking is still delicious, and he can still learn it with hard work. Taking advantage of this time, Zhang De and Artoria told Rui Mengmeng about the situation of this island and the appearance of this world. Rui Mengmeng listened carefully at the beginning and memorized, but after a little longer, she couldn't do it. Wait, I said too much all at once, I can't remember." "Well, it's not urgent, just get to know it slowly. In short, it's better to become stronger in this world. When you say that you have acquired superpowers, it should be said that the super gene has awakened or activated. It's not like you can become the strongest all at once, you still need to exercise hard."
Zhang De also gave Rui Mengmeng a little science popularization.
"Yeah, I will work hard. I want to become the super god king," said Rui Mengmeng, an older middle school girl, waving her fists.
"You touched me."
In fact, Rui Mengmeng didn't know what the super god king was, but Zhang De also said the word super seminary, and also heard about One Piece in this world, so she spelled out a name that she thought was very cool. She just said that she wanted to save the world with everyone, and she was basically diagnosed with the second disease. Regarding this kind of remarks, Zhang De could only give her an embarrassed but polite smile. But he was about to stop laughing. After Tom's hard work, a table of delicious food was served in front of everyone. Because of the arrival of newcomers, Tom deliberately made more meals for 3 people.
"Come on, welcome Mengmeng to join the tavern."
After having a glass of tea instead of wine, Zhang De also greeted warmly. "Open it up and eat, just like at home, don't be polite." In fact, he knew that the 3 on his side were all big eaters, and worried that Rui Mengmeng would not be able to let go and would not be full.
But, half an hour later, Zhang Di also touched his stomach. "Tom, do you want to make some more?" Tom nodded and went back into the kitchen.
Rui Mengmeng lowered her head and cleaned up the plates. I'm sorry, I ate too much. I don't usually do this. Why don't the food expenses be deducted from my salary? It's okay, you are a super soldier now, and you need to replenish a lot of energy after using power beyond ordinary people. Are you saying that I came here to beat that hooligan? So that's how it is. Rui Mengmeng suddenly realized, I understand this. I will do as much as I eat, and I will work hard in the future. I'm afraid it's not just that. If it's just that one, the consumption won't be so exaggerated. Zhang De also knows that there are super fighters in the super seminary. To become stronger, he needs not only super genes, but also a lot of resources. Judging from today's situation, he may guess the way Rui Mengmeng will obtain resources after he comes to this world. Up. This is the rhythm of raising another foodie. And there is another problem. I have always suspected that Zhang De will also get part of the ability or physique of the summon character. If he gets the physique bonus from Rui Mengmeng, maybe Zhang De himself will become more edible. Now the tavern's business is getting better and better, the price of wine has been raised, and there is still some savings in addition to food expenses, plus there are small gangsters who come to give some extra money every now and then. Make a small profit from the human trafficker shop. Zhang De also thought that he might be able to live a good life in the future, but now it seems that he will have to worry about eating again in less than a month. There must be a way for the car to reach the mountain. At worst, he can continue to beat the human trafficker sap. If it doesn't work, he can also take a part-time job as a bounty hunter. Zhang De also estimates that with his own strength, he should be able to deal with millions of little pirates. After finishing the welcome banquet smoothly, Zhang De and Rui Mengmeng were washing dishes in the kitchen. Boss, are you still washing the dishes yourself? Rui Mengmeng handed Zhang De the dishes that had been washed with dish soap. Zhang De also took the plate, rinsed it with clean water, wiped it dry and put it away. What boss? Tom earned the money to buy this tavern. If I have to say it, I should be working for Tom. Ah? Didn't you say that Teacher Tom is your pet? Rui Mengmeng showed an unbelievable expression at first, and then realized that there seemed to be no problem with Tom's ability. Then how did you meet Teacher Tom? It happened almost 2 months ago. Zhang De also told her about survival at sea with Tom. Sounds so tough. Yeah, but it's better now. The two chatted and washed all the tableware before taking Rui Mengmeng out to buy clothes. The Chambord Islands at night are much quieter than the Earth before crossing, and the light pollution of 59 GR is not so serious, only sporadic shops will be open until late. Of course, there are also places in the Chambord Islands that are brightly lit until midnight, and they are generally concentrated in commercial areas and some hotel areas. There is nothing to say about the process of buying clothes. Even Zhang De found that although Rui Mengmeng looked weak, she was surprisingly good at bargaining. In the future, the task of purchasing may be handed over to her. On the way back, I met a few sleazy guys and saw Rui Mengmeng wanting to strike up a conversation, but after recognizing Zhang De and Artoria, I immediately left in despair. The elder brother who brought them to debut once taught them that when they come out to play around, they must know who can mess with and who can't. This little piece has already spread. The beautiful girl guard in the tavern never made a second move, and running Tatsuya likes to use a folding stool to beat people who have lost the ability to resist until mom doesn't recognize them. Very ferocious, it is better to hide when you encounter it. Some people who have been beaten are already secretly calling him Tatsuya, which is a naming system with machete sword. It's just that there are not enough people who have been beaten by Zhang De, so the nickname hasn't spread. After returning to the tavern, Rui Mengmeng went back to the room to tidy up things by herself, and Zhang De also exercised daily. Artoria and Zhang De also practiced each other for a while and went to do their own things. Apart from drinking tea and reading newspapers and comprehending the way of swordsmanship, she also has a small goal. I bought a notebook a few days ago, and said that I would extract all the things mentioned in the food column in the newspaper, and then use my share of afternoon tea as a reward to ask Master Tang to help. The most comfortable one was Tom, lying on his side, his right hand standing up to support his head, and his left hand holding a piece of snack, watching Zhang De also sweating while eating. When you get tired of reading it, go to the newspaper and find some serial comics and short stories to read. At that time, Zhang De, who was exercising, was almost amused by the magical laughter from time to time. When the energy is full, Zhang De also starts to draw a lottery. According to experience, a new prize pool should be opened, and he is still looking forward to it. Congratulations on getting Rui Mengmeng's shoulder armor, Gu Xiaoluan's personal computer. It has been stored in the inventory. When he saw the first item, Zhang De immediately had a bad feeling. This thing reminded him of many money-making mobile games. a suit can't wait to be divided into 10,000 parts. If you want it, go to liver or krypton. I put everything in the prize pool. Rui Mengmeng's shoulder armor, one of the black armor parts of Rui Mengmeng, a soldier of the Xiangbing Company, with amazing defensive power, and the full set can be used for maximum effect. Sure enough, the full set of black armor has to be assembled slowly. Let's see the next one. Gu Xiaoluan's personal computer, an ordinary computer, which stores games and study materials of Gu Xiaoluan's college days. This computer should be useless, and there is no internet, so the game probably cannot be played. Gu Xiaoluan is a liberal arts student, and his study materials are probably useless in this world. He doesn't know much about culture, so his history and literature can only be used to relieve boredom. After putting away his things and continuing to practice for a while, Zhang De also washed up and rested. Speaking of light pollution, I remember that Judiciary Island also has a setting for the island that never sleeps, but until it was sunk by the demon-slaying order, I didn't know what the use of this setting was. Rui Mengmeng was the first to wake up the next day, and Zhang De Rui Mengmeng had already wiped the tables and chairs when they went downstairs. This was the rule when she worked in the restaurant before, except that the tables were cleaned immediately after the guests had eaten. In addition to tidying up, all the tables and chairs should be wiped down before opening the door, and after closing the door. New employees will always be extremely active in the first few days after joining the company. Some of them will be quickly assimilated by the old employees, and some will maintain their state until the end of the probationary period before slowly returning to normal. Rui Mengmeng is probably still in this state. Zhang De also looked at the hard-working Rui Mengmeng. You don't need to get up so early, anyway, we don't open until after 11 o'clock. Oh, it's okay boss, I feel like I can't finish my energy today. Rui Mengmeng bent her arms, looking full of energy. I don't bother to correct the name Zhang De, the boss is the boss, it may be more in line with Ru Mengmeng's habit. At this moment, Tom ran to the door to get milk and newspapers, put them away, tugged at Zhang De's clothes, pointed to the 3 milk bottles, and counted the number of people in the tavern. Oh, yes, after the morning run, stop by Miaoke to order another milk. Zhang De also touched Tom's head, and said to Rui Mengmeng, we go for morning run every day, do you want to go together? Rui Mengmeng silently remembered that there was still work to fetch milk and newspapers in the morning, then looked at Zhang De and Artoria who were wearing sportswear, and nodded, morning jogging? I'll go change immediately. Judging by her appearance, she may think that running together is a team-building activity, or something like corporate culture, just like those barbershops and hotels shouting slogans every morning. Because he is learning how to fight every day, Zhang De also wears a yellow and black striped sportswear, which looks a bit like Bruce Lee. Occasionally, he will shout fight in the second class. Artoria's sportswear is blue, Rui Mengmeng's is black, and Tom also changed into a classic red sportswear. If another person joins them, wearing a green tracksuit can make up the 5 Fuwa. Now Zhang De's physical strength is not what it used to be. He can run almost 10,000 meters in half an hour, and he can break the world record with hard work. Tom was still the same as before, and he didn't run away for a while, and finally became Zhang De's shoulders. Of course, Artoria has no problem with this kind of exercise, but Rui Mengmeng, who just became a super soldier yesterday, has nothing to do with running 10,000 meters today. As expected of someone who was fined 50,000 meters freestyle by Reina for fighting with Weilan on the Juxia, this physical strength is really useless. I couldn't meet Miaoke directly today, so I had to go directly to the milk station to pay and add an order. Tom still cooks breakfast, and Rui Mengmeng goes to help. She really wants to learn something. Rui Mengmeng spent most of the morning sticking to teacher Tom. Given that Tang's education base had too many majors to choose from, she didn't think about learning anything other than cooking. And Tom wasn't always in the mood to teach, no one could stop him from being lazy, and occasionally ordered Ru Mengmeng to serve tea, pour water, squeeze his shoulders and beat his legs. As long as Tom is a person, there are suspicions of unspoken rules, but in this situation, anyone who sees it can only say that Rui Mengmeng is masturbating the cat. So both of them made blood money, and only Zhang De was sweating from practicing sword practice. When the tavern opened at noon, guests came in one after another, and Rui Mengmeng delivered wine table by table with trays. A familiar guest sat directly in front of the bar, holding a wine glass and asking, Brother Tatsuya, where did you find the waitress? She's so pretty. Why are you asking this question? I just hired you yesterday. Zhang De also answered a bit out of the question, our guards sit here every day and I don't see you taking turns to praise her like this. Isn't she pretty? Tisk, the man took a sip of his wine, looked at Artoria and whispered, it's different, Arturiakan is pretty enough, but... Forget it, brother, you don't understand. He wanted to say that Artoria didn't want anything other than a pretty face, and her temperament was so outstanding that they couldn't even open their mouths to strike up a conversation. But Rue Meng Meng is different, she can get what she wants, and she looks easy to bully. It's just that he was afraid of being beaten when he said this, so he could only stop in time. Zhang De also looked at him with contempt. Let me tell you, don't make any wrong ideas, or you will bear the consequences.
I am not responsible for medical expenses and funeral expenses. Don't be so serious, right? I'm not that kind of person.
Yes, you are just a simple old pervert, the kind who has a lust but no guts. Zhang De ignored him and said to Rue Meng Meng, if someone wants to bully you, just do it directly, you're welcome.
Ah.
Rue Meng Meng had never seen a boss order an employee to hit a customer, so she was unsure, but I'm afraid I'm going to be too harsh, what should I do?
Zhang De didn't care too much and said, it's fine if you don't dare to move your hands. Isn't that heavier?
But in the end, Rue Meng Meng still understood what Zhang De meant. If it was to protect herself, it didn't matter what the focus was. After having roaming Meng, Zhang De felt a lot more free all of a sudden. He could almost sit at the bar drinking tea and reading the newspaper while waiting to collect money. However, he was not really idle, but listened attentively to the guests chatting. Two people chatted about the Tianlongren's visit to Chambord yesterday. It's okay to discuss publicly how big the Tianlongren are, as long as they don't complain. However, chatting on such a topic felt depressing, so I changed to another topic.
The fatter one rolled his eyes and asked mysteriously, have you heard that there was an explosion in the illegal area yesterday? Zhang De also pricked up his ears, this was the information he wanted to know. The thinner disdainfully said, what's so strange, it's big news if the illegal area doesn't explode one day, right? When those guys fight, what can't be done?
The fat man was at a loss for words. That's true, but this time it's different. This time it seems like a human house was blown up, and the house was blown up.
Human house.
The thin man became interested.
That's not a good thing. It deserves to be blown up. Please elaborate.
The fat man smirked, then take this cup.
Okay, tell me quickly.
Hey, that store is miserable. I don't know how much explosives were used. I heard that the whole house flew in the sky for 10 minutes, and finally fell down without leaving a single piece of wood. The thin man first denied part of the facts. Flying for 10 minutes must be a bragging, the power is not small, it is probably true. How are the people inside? The fat man seemed to agree with the thin man's statement, shook his head and replied, they're all dead. 4 of them wore collars, and 2 didn't. They should be slaves, clerks, or customers. Their whole bodies were blown to black. TSK, who can blame those who do this kind of business? It's just that the 4 slaves are very unlucky. Hey, isn't it right, there are only 4 slaves in one store? It is said that they were rescued by someone. Maybe the store took some terrible slaves, and then their relatives came to the door and blew up the store in order to get revenge. After listening for a while, Zhang De also found that everyone was not surprised by the explosion in the illegal area at all, and even thought it was reasonable. Many people have seen the house flying into the sky, but when they say it, it is basically regarded as bragging. If it is so powerful, it will blow up the house in the first time. How can it be floating in the sky? The witnesses were all helpless. No one would believe the truth these days. As soon as the bell rang at the door, 2 men in white suits, black ties, and black hats walked in. One had a taller hat and the other a shorter hat.
Rue Meng Meng hugged the tray, welcome. The 2 nodded casually, sat down in the corner, and whispered after drinking. After Rue Meng brought them drinks and returned to the bar, Zhang De also asked, did you hear what those 2 people were talking about?
Rue Meng Meng thought for a while, one is complaining, why do we need to investigate this kind of thing, and the other is persuading, stop whining, sit here for a while, ask some random people to go back and write a report, it's probably just such a pretext, I didn't hear the rest.
This is not a CP organization, is it?
Zhang De also felt a little guilty.
Do you want me to listen to it again?
Rue Meng Meng looked at Zhang De as if he cared about those 2 people.
No need, just do what you have to do.
Zhang De also signaled Rue Meng Meng not to worry, and then told Artoria to pay attention to those 2 people.
Artoria glanced around, in terms of breath, none of these guests is better than you.
Zhang De also became more at ease all of a sudden. After a while, 2 men in suits were holding cups and leaning casually on the bar counter. The tall hat and Zhang De also talked, and the short hat turned sideways as if watching the wind subconsciously.
The boss looks familiar. Zhang De also put down the newspaper in his hand, me? I just took over this tavern a month ago.
Gal Hat praised, well, in just 1 month, it looks much better than old Bob's business.
It turned out to be an old customer. I am really grateful for your care. How about another drink?
Thanks to all kinds of socially aggressive customers who have been chatting with Zhang Day in the past month, so that he can adapt to chatting with strangers at any time, and he can find a gap to sell drinks without changing his face.
Then let's have another drink.
Cao Mao didn't figure out why he had to have another drink because he was an old customer, but he didn't refuse. Zhang Day also chose the most profitable bottle of wine to open, and poured a glass for each of them.
Short hat, he poured me wine for Mao, but he said I would have another drink, but I didn't say so.
The two took a sip of wine in embarrassment. We want to inquire about the news with you, little boss.
Zhang Day also made a gesture of invitation. Speak. Gao Hat looked around and asked mysteriously, have you seen any suspicious people recently? Zhang Day also blinked, yes. Really? The tall hat came alive, and the short hat listened attentively. Who is it?
Zhang Day also pointed at the two of them, and they were the most suspicious people in the room. The short hat wanted to get angry, but was stopped by the tall hat, and he took out a piece of ID from his clothes and flashed it. We are the investigators of the world government stationed in the Chambord Islands. Please cooperate with the investigation.
Zhang Day also took a look at the certificate.
It was the first time he saw someone show the certificate in this world, and he couldn't tell whether it was real or not.
He could only nod first. Okay, I will definitely cooperate.
Then please remember if you have come into contact with any suspicious people recently.
Gao Hat asked again.
Zhang Di also thought about it, and suddenly had an idea. If you say this, I have indeed met a very suspicious person before. His name is Business, and he is a businessman. Gao Mao carefully wrote down the main points. Zhang Di also said, I came here last month, and lied that I was a regular customer of the tavern and inquired about information.
Boat. Thank you for your cooperation. High Hat paid for the drink and left the tavern with Short Hat. Arturia asked, Tatsuya, who are those two? It's an official of the world government. I don't know which department. I guess it might be CP5.
The main reason is that Zhang Day also heard of this organization besides CP0 and CP9, and CP9 and CP0 definitely don't have them.
They are so good. Are you going to use the power of the world government to find that person?
Zhang Di also said with a smile, it doesn't count, you heard it too, what I said is the truth. Business is indeed suspicious. It's best to add some trouble to that guy. If he can't, he will lose nothing, and cooperate with his work well.
After the two men in suits left the tavern, the short hat asked, didn't you say that you would go back to work after asking casually? Remember why you were so serious.
Gao Mao took out the notebook, drew a circle on the word Water 7 Islands, and said triumphantly, isn't this a windfall?
What did the short hat think of?
You mean? Gao had nodded, hey, our idiot chief is planning to investigate the criminal evidence of a group of boatmen on Water 7 Island. This suspicious guy happens to be related to Water 7 Island.
How can we not investigate?
Ordinary agents like them certainly don't know about Pluto's design. They only know that the chief is investigating that information, and this information is very important. The short hat was overjoyed, and then immediately collapsed. You also said that our officer is an idiot. Even if we have credit, we won't give us any credit. Why are we working so hard? Yes, the chief of their CP5 is called Spandam. As they said, he is an idiot with great achievements, but his background is very tough, and he doesn't take his subordinates seriously at all. He basically takes all the credit for himself.
You can't say that.
As long as he does meritorious service, he will be transferred from CP5 soon. At that time, our hard life will come to an end.
Gao Hat is also very dissatisfied with Spandam.
Since that guy became the chief of CP5, they are subordinates, or they have done a little bit, and they have no credit at all, but his father is in front of the Tianlong people celebrities. Those who have no background have nothing to do.
Okay, then report it immediately.
The short hat agreed with the colleague's idea, and dialed Spandam's phone bug.
Boo 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 boo. Kacha.
The first sentence after the phone bug was connected was not the customary moshi moshi, but a scream, ah.
Hot hot. Bastard. Spilled coffee. Damn it. Why are you calling while I'm drinking coffee?
Phone bug dutifully imitated Spandam's screams and roars, along with the shattering of glasses. The two looked at each other. They were used to the officer's incomprehensible appearance, and they apologized in unison. I'm very sorry, Chief Spandam, this is Theo and Shoot from the Chambord Islands, and we have important information to report. Spandam, a man with a power of only 9, should have an impression. Spandam on the other end seems to have finally packed up, and his tone returned to normal. Shampooland?
What kind of information can there be in that place? I'm busy.
Busy, do you have time for coffee? Special Olympics slandered, and was afraid that he would hang up directly, so he quickly got to the point. It's information related to the City of Water.
What did you say?
Spandam's voice suddenly increased, and the sound of tables and chairs falling to the ground came from the phone bug, followed by Spandam's roar, "Damn chair, why did it suddenly break down?"
After a few seconds of silence, Teo tentatively said, "Sir? Go on."
"Yes."
Teo briefly summed up the matter.
"So that's it, ha ha." The phone bug simulated Spandam's proud smile, whose arrogance is only comparable to that of the Uchiha laughing masters. "You two have done a good job. Go collected, now fax me all the information about this business, and I will investigate this person's route later." Phone bugs can be used as fax machines with a little special equipment, and the phone bugs do their best to help telecommuting.
"Yes, sir. What about the bombing we're investigating now? Let's put it away first." "There's nothing to investigate about the bombing. The place isn't bombed every day." Spandam didn't bother to care about other things. He just wanted to find business and catch Tom's studio as soon as possible. The handle, to press the whereabouts of Pluto's design. You must know that the Sea Train project is almost completed, and the so-called crime of creating one piece's ship on Tom's body will be offset by then, and it will be difficult for Spandam to catch the world's #1 boatman. This kind of person who is famous and has made outstanding contributions to the entire island, even if he wants to cheat, he has to find a reasonable reason. It's rare that there are other possibilities now, and even if the businessman has the slightest possibility of being involved in Tom's studio, he doesn't want to let it go. Anyway, he can't take any new actions until the Sea Train is completed, so check it out. After uprightly framing the old liar who made trouble for him, Zhang De was in a very comfortable mood, so comfortable that he challenged Tom on the spur of the moment during sparring. "Tom, I feel like I'm doing it again."
Tom raised his head, put down the biscuit that had been bitten out by him, and Sir Shiran changed into a suit and went on stage. In fact, according to his previous habits, he would just throw the biscuits away, but after the experience of starvation, coupled with Zhang De's education, Tom developed a good habit of not wasting food. "Put down the biscuits first, eat them later when you come back, and pour yourself a cup of hot tea." By the way, he has heard the story told by Zhang De. This is called "Pour the Tea, and Come When You Go."
Zhang De has also made great progress in fighting.
He had a 30-second sword fight with Tom, and the result, don't mention it. Anyway, it was much better than being solved by Tom with 3 moves. Rue Meng Meng was refreshed by Tom's swordsmanship, so she decided to learn how to use a sword from Artoria. Normal people really can't learn Tom's swordsmanship.
How can you retract your head into your neck in order to avoid the enemy's moves during a battle?
How can there be a hat that falls to the ground while bending over to pick it up while continuing to hit it? How can you ignore the bone structure and turn the joints as you want? It's better to learn some moves that normal people can use. Rue Meng Meng followed Artoria to learn the basics, and Zhang De also studied whether he had acquired any new abilities during his break.
However, nothing was found. Neither the recovery ability nor the magic power appeared immediately.
It may take a while to observe, but there is no need to rush. Zhang De also planned to practice with Rue Meng Meng after she learned the basics, hoping that he would no longer be the weakest in the tavern in the future. It opened as usual in the evening, and yesterday's house incident is still a topic that people talk about. Occasionally, some people mentioned that the Navy had transported several rounds of corpses from the base, saying that the bounty hunters who caught them were too hard, causing these people to be seriously injured and die. Zhang De also said a few words intentionally or unintentionally, and learned that there were 10 corpses in total, and they were all traffickers before being arrested.
It seems that Major General Catalu was fine.
Zhang De also knew that those people were cut off by Catalu, but the Navy should have chosen to help him hide it. I don't know if it was to save face for Huang Yuan who just took office. I still don't want to punish a major general for a few scumbags.
Not long after, an unremarkable old man wandered in.
Zhang De didn't pay much attention when the bell hanging on the door rang, he just regarded it as an ordinary guest. But when he saw Artoria put down the snack in his hand, the expression on his face became serious, so he followed her line of sight to observe carefully. He has white hair, deep wrinkles on his forehead, round glasses, a scar on his right eye, and a beard on his chin that looks like a barcode. Anyone who doesn't know his identity will think that he smiles very kindly. And Zhang De also gestured to Artoria, worrying about how to speak so as to appear that he didn't know him at all. Artoria saw that Zhang De also gestured for the number 13, and remembered that Zhang De also told her that the strongest person on the island was the Pluto Cerbez Raleigh who lived in seclusion on the 13th GR of the Chambord archipelago, the right hand of One Piece.
A bottle of star wine.
Rayleigh sat down in front of the bar. He was wearing a yellow long-sleeved shirt, a large white cape, and a pair of beach shorts underneath.
Zhang De also turned around and took a bottle of wine, opened it, and put it in front of him. It is normal for Layli to like the wine that Roger liked back then. The little girl over there, don't be nervous, I don't mean anything malicious. Layli noticed Artoria's guarded look, and the smile on his face remained undiminished. Artoria stood next to Zhang De. With such a strong aura, and he is a pirate, he should be on guard. Layli picked up the wine bottle and took 2 sips directly. His eyes turned around Artoria, Rui Mengmeng, and Tom, and finally fixed on Zhang De. Brother seems to know me? Ah. What's your surname? This is the first time I've seen you, uncle. Are you a regular customer of this tavern? Zhang De also felt bad. Seeing that Layli looked like he came here specially. Ha, I am. Hey, isn't this the coated old Lay? I heard that you lost all your gambling money a few days ago, and now you have money to drink again? A boatman greeted Layli with a friendly arm around his shoulder. Now Zhang De also confirmed one thing, this guy didn't even trim the shape of his beard, and didn't change his name, so he just became a coating craftsman, so perfunctory and secluded. If the Navy didn't know that he was here, he would definitely be too lazy to care if he didn't cause trouble. During retirement, Layli was actually quite free. He just gambled and drank every day, doing some work as a coating craftsman to earn some wine money. Sometimes he would sell himself to pay off his gambling debts if he lost a bet. If there is anything else to do, it is to read the newspaper, or listen to Xiaoqi talk about any new pirates worth paying attention to. Rayleigh met Shanks last month, and learned from him that the boy named Luffy in Donghai might be the one they were waiting for. At the same time, Shanks mentioned a powerful girl, a special cat, and an ordinary boy. The powerful girl refers to Artoria, who has the aptitude of a king, superb swordsmanship, and the ability to hide the weapon in her hand. The strange cat refers to Tom. Facing Shanks, the domineering look dares to bark his teeth and claws at him just by blowing his hair, which is more fierce than the king of the near sea. The strange thing is that the girl with the aptitude of the king and the peculiar cat are centered on that ordinary boy. Shanks can't see anything special about him. According to the situation perceived by the color of knowledge, it is estimated that they can't beat the monkeys on their boat. After hearing the news, Layli just kept it silently in his heart, and asked Xiaoqi to pay a little attention to this information. After a month, Rayleigh discovered that the other party had just opened a tavern and was living like an ordinary person. The biggest thing he has done is to catch a robber with a reward of 8 million and a few human traffickers. The most famous one is the cat pianist. Raleigh couldn't figure it out. How could this running Tatsuya look like an 80-year-old retiree when he looked at most 18 years old? To this day, Xiaoqi told Layli that the thing about the house going up to the sky yesterday was not an exaggeration but a real thing, and the person who did it seems to have the ability of invisibility. Transparent fruit ability user, this was his first thought, and then he thought of what Shanks said, Artoria can hide the weapon in his hand, so can it also make people invisible? It can only be said that it was a coincidence that although he guessed the wrong direction, he found the right person. Having nothing to do, and just happened to be a little interested in this tavern, Rayleigh wandered here. Do you know each other? Zhang De also looked at the boatman who was shoulder to shoulder with Layli, his eyes twitched. He seemed to be one of Goodman's bad friends. If Layli's identity is exposed in the future, he can brag for a year, I hooked shoulders with Pluto Layli back then, and revealed my faults face to face, and I was not beaten to death in the end, the boatman introduced, this is Layli, a coating craftsman. His craftsmanship is not to mention, and he can drink well. Unfortunately, he is a bad gambler, and he loses everything at every turn. Layli was not angry at all when he was exposed, and chatted with him directly, it's mid-year, I made some extra money yesterday, which is enough for drinking for the time being. Is there any business you can recommend to me recently to earn some gambling money? Yes, not only yes, but also the other party's bold shot, it depends on whether you dare to accept it. The boatmen who can make such a statement are usually the business of coating pirate ships. It is not easy to put this matter on the surface. And doing this kind of business has the possibility of being reprimanded by others. The advantage is that you can earn a lot. The income from coating a ship is several times that of a merchant ship. If there is anything you dare not accept, just tell me when and where. There is no business that Layli dare not accept. If you dare to go, you have to work for nothing. Midori patted him on the shoulder, since you said so, I will take you to the dock in 3 days, remember to buy me a drink later. No problem. Raleigh readily agreed. Just like this, Zhang De watched the black intermediary introduce a business to the retired old pirate under his nose, and then walked away. Are you so bold? Zhang De was also very curious. Even if they said it in a cryptic manner, it was easy to hear the problem. Is it really okay to talk about this kind of business in a place like a tavern where there are many people and eyes? Raleigh smiled and explained, the Navy usually doesn't care about this kind of thing. Even if someone reports it, it's just a symbolic inspection to express their opinion, unless it's a particularly vicious criminal.
Before Zhang De could figure out the tricks, Layli explained, there is a 50% mortality rate in crossing the red clay continent from below with a coated boat. No matter how strong you are, you cannot guarantee 100% safety. The Navy is hoping that half of the pirates will die directly because of the shipwreck. How can they stop the coating?
It seems to be the reason?
Zhang De also nodded, but he didn't believe that the death rate was 50% because of strength. There are so many people in the extremely evil generation, and none of them died because of the deep sea.
Not to mention anything else, just a domineering color can avoid the infestation of many sea beasts.
There were fewer and fewer people in the tavern, and finally there was only one Rayleigh who lingered. Zhang De also began to think about what to do if he didn't give the money. Artoria was guessing what his purpose was. Tom and Rue Mengmeng just looked at him helplessly. They wanted to get off work.
Layli asked a little abruptly, what plans does brother Tatsuya have in the future? What are your plans? Zhang De asked inexplicably, is this old pirate trying to guide my career planning? Do you need me to write a 3000-word plan? With great strength, are you willing to just open a tavern?
While speaking, Rayleigh's glasses reflected white light.
It's night now, the lights in the tavern are obviously dim. Zhang De could also hear the meaning of his words. Maybe he wanted to encourage him to go to sea, right? This bad old man is very bad. You old man is so strong, why don't you make a living here by coating people? What am I doing these 2 times?
Layli smiled, knowing my strength but still saying he didn't know me. I'm old, I've seen everything I should have seen when I was young, and I've known everything I should know, but you are still young, you should go out and see this world.
Zhang De didn't take it seriously either. There are so many young people, why do you have to come to persuade me? I just heard about you from a younger generation. I have time to stop by today.
Layli looked at him. Sure enough, there is no one in your tavern, from your boss to that waitress, who is an ordinary person.
Even the weakest one of them is enough to defeat those naval captains in the branch. Don't arbitrarily put the Navy on the opposite side of us. Zhang De also said, who is the junior you just mentioned? Redhead, Shanks. It really was him, but he didn't bet his arms on me. Why did Ma want to mention me to Layli?
Seeing that Zhang De did not speak, Layli was ready to make a big move. Why does the slave trade exist? Why do pirates emerge endlessly? Why are the Tianlong people able to be superior? Don't you want to know the truth about this world? In Raleigh's view, since the young man in front of him would attack human traffickers, rescue slaves, and was willing to do good deeds, he did not join the Navy. Knowing his identity, but still able to chat calmly for so long, then he probably has no special prejudice against pirates, and must be dissatisfied with the world government. It's just that he is still young, and may not know what to do, and needs some correct guidance. Intermediary, the boatman who introduced Rayleigh to business, the 2 CP5S in the first 2 chapters, tall is tall and short is short, the name Ghost is me. Then I saw the new information of the One Piece manga today, saying that the ability of the Empress was taken away by the Blackbeard. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, if the Blackbeard uses the ability of the sweet fruit, the scene must be very beautiful. I'm a little curious. Zhang De also looked at Layli's old face. Don't you know the truth, old man? Why don't you just tell me? You don't play the cards according to the routine. I said so much to let you pursue your dreams and break through the level by yourself, not for you to come to me to ask for the password to clear the level. Raleigh stood up and was about to leave. He found that this young man had no dreams in his heart, but the other 2 people and a cat seemed to listen to him very much, and they probably would not take the initiative to go to sea. When Zhang De also asked that question, Layli knew that he would not be able to chat with him. Apart from accepting a business order, there was probably nothing to gain from this trip. Before Layli left, Zhang De also asked the question he was concerned about. Hey, yes, you said that the weakest member of our tavern can beat the general branch colonel, so what level do you think I am? Layli really laughed. Before he left, he gave Zhang De a meaningful look. He found that this young man not only had no dreams in his heart, but also had no B number. The old pirate did not forget to pay the money before he left. Combined with what the boatman said before, Rayleigh lost everything in the casino. This guy might have sold himself yesterday and got the money from some unlucky nobleman. Zhang De was also not interested in the pirate's dream. He still had the same look in Pin Lely's eyes when he was leaving, and suddenly understood something after a while. He looked at Rue Mengmeng in disbelief. Boss, why are you looking at me like that? Rui Mengmeng looked timid and weak, without any demeanor of a strong man.
It's okay. Zhang De also asked directly, Artoria, is Mengmeng better than me?
Artoria thought for a while. Mengmeng's fighting skills are still far behind yours, but in terms of physical fitness alone, she is stronger than you, and she is growing rapidly.
Well, they started higher than us and grew faster than us. It's a sad story. Zhang De also asked, how fast? Arturia used a very vivid statement, it grows as fast as her appetite.
Oh, she gained 3 bowls of rice today, and Zhang De also learned a new unit of measurement.
Boss, the tavern won't be bankrupted by me, right? Rui Mengmeng blushed.
Since she came here, she has eaten a total of 4 meals, and each meal has eaten more than the other meal. She ate so much that she was too embarrassed to move her chopsticks.
It's very early.
Later, let's start a side business and earn some extra money. Zhang De also wanted to wait for the house to the sky storm to subside completely before continuing to do things.
Okay, I'll help too. Hopefully you'll get used to it. Adaptation? It won't be something illegal or criminal, right?
Even with superpowers, Rui Mengmeng still thinks of ordinary people, similar to when Zhang De first came. It is to fight against some criminals, such as human traffickers, pirates, and so on. Zhang De also remembered something. Oh yes, you said that you can't remember the introduction to the world before, let's continue.
Oh, good. Rui Mengmeng nodded.
The laws and law enforcement agencies here are not very good, and many villains are not punished, such as those human traffickers. Zhang De also talked a lot with Rui Mengmeng, basically telling her to be tough on the villain here, and finally ended the topic before she lost her head. Obviously, he was still struggling with this and that a few days ago, but now he persuades others to work hard. Take you out for a walk these few days, let's take a look around. I will try my best to adapt. Rui Mengmeng clenched her fists to encourage herself. Zhang De also believes in her adaptability, and she is also a super soldier who can fight aliens. While chatting, they cleaned up the tavern. Tom took the empty milk bottle and put it outside the tavern door, put another coin in the letterbox, and finally closed the door, and the day's business was officially over. Zhang De, who is the weakest in the tavern, did not give up on himself, but continued to practice more. As long as he works hard enough, he will always become stronger.
At least there is hope for him to be stronger than Rui Mengmeng, right?
Isn't it the second generation of super fighters? Isn't it just that they can hit aliens a few meters high? Isn't it just so sour? Zhang De also shook his head. Tom, look at the sword. Although I saw it yesterday, I still think it's amazing, like a fairy tale. Rui Mengmeng caught a bubble rising from the ground, let go of it and let it float up, and it can still be done into a car.
Want to try riding it? Zhang De was also introducing the bubble car to Rui Mengmeng. Is it possible?
Rui Mengmeng was very curious. This bubble car looks like a hover car in a science fiction movie.
Come on, you will be the driver today. Actually, it feels similar to riding a bicycle.
Zhang De also released Tom into the frame in front of the handlebar. The glorious task of navigation is entrusted to you, Tom.
Tom saluted upright, and then squatted in the frame with his arms folded. He wanted to be an emotional cat AI. Zhang De and Arturia sat sideways at the back to back.
If the two of them curled up their legs a little, they would definitely be able to bring a clothing brand to life.
Rui Mengmeng was a new driver on the road.
The bike was a little wobbly, but she quickly got used to it. She walked in the direction Tom pointed, and stopped next to the vegetable stand at the first stop. Tom took out a shopping list, which was longer than Tom's height and dragged all the way to the floor. Pick out a bunch of vegetables according to the list. The boss happily weighs the quotation. Zhang De also pays for the goods. Tom checks off the bought items on the list, and then starts again.
Rui Mengmeng couldn't help asking, Boss, don't you even bargain for the price?
Zhang De was also silent for a while. Those things have price tags on them. In a clothing store, he might try to cut in half, but it may be a habit developed in the supermarket, and he is embarrassed to haggle when he sees vegetables with clearly marked prices. The person who was tricked by the ice cream assassin probably has a similar personality, but if the personality is a little stronger, let him go back directly. But it will be very bad if you don't bargain when buying things in the vegetable market. Rui Mengmeng said from her own experience, Why don't you let me come?
Zhang De also smiled and said, Okay, do you want a commission? No need, no need.
Rui Mengmeng refused. She still felt that she ate too much and cooked too little. The car started, and the passengers sat down and helped each other. The next stop was the fruit shop. For the next purchase, Tom is in charge of taking the list and selecting the ingredients, Rui Mengmeng is in charge of bargaining, Zhang De is also in charge of paying, and Artoria is in charge of the tasting of ingredients. It seems that each ingredient can only save a lot, but they purchase a large amount, which is considerable when added together. As Tom swiped the long list from top to bottom and back to top, it was finally determined that there was only one item left. Tom licked his lips and drooled. Meow wants to buy fish. I heard that some old accounts have dozens of referral tickets every day. Rui Meng Meng rode a bicycle according to Tom's instructions, and went around several fish shops on Island 59, but she couldn't find any fish that interested Tom. Either it was not fresh or she had eaten it too many times. Let's go to 58GR. Didn't old Bob have a bad friend who opened a seafood restaurant there? Zhang De also suggested. By the way, you can go to the beach and see if you want to buy some of them just caught fish. Tom thought of the 6 old men fishing, and remembered that fishing with their rods was fun, and nodded in agreement. As for being beaten by a fish, Tom selectively forgot about it. Arturia remembered that the grilled fish that Tom cooked on the spot that day tasted great, and she would have no problem going there again. It was the same small bay as last time. Rui Meng Meng stopped the car steadily. Sure enough, the 6 old men were there, and Zhang De also jumped out of the car. Meng Meng pinched the bell twice. Okay. Ding 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 ding, the crisp sound caught the attention of the old men. Old Bob turned his head impatiently, his face quickly clouded and cleared. Isn't this Brother Tatsuya? It's Brother Tatsuya, you're finally willing to come here. The other 5 old men also showed joy, and they set up their fishing rods and came up to him. Too polite, Zhang De was also a little flattered. When did I become so popular with the elders? Some are embarrassed to think whether they should surrender their hands or shake hands with them. Then 6 old men passed by him and surrounded Tom. Tom looked left and right, looking at these old men. They were not easy. Hurry up, we have a good harvest today, come and take a look, pick whatever you like. As they spoke, the 6 old men carried Tom over to the side of the bucket. Zhang De is also awkward in place. Why are you calling me by my name if you don't welcome me? Artoria has already followed, because she understands that following Tom can make a living. Rui Meng Meng poked Zhang De. Boss, they don't seem to be here to greet you. Ah, I see, Meng Meng. Zhang De also felt that his heart was stabbed by Nuoxing's sharp knife. On the other side, Tom was already lighting a fire. Although he had just eaten, how could the cat refuse the temptation of fish? A few old men helped to deal with a few fish, so they could talk to Zhang De. Brother, is there anything else you want to inquire about? Zhang De also replied, nothing special. I just came out to buy today. Tom wants to find some fresh fish or rare special fish. Isn't this just passing by? Come over to say hello. Fresh fish is ready-made. I gave Tom all the buckets. I'll take those too, you're welcome. The old men were very generous, so Zhang De also declined. You guys have worked so hard for so long, what should I do if I take it away? We don't fish for food, and even if we bring them back, most of them are given to neighbors. Old Bob smiled and watched Tom turn over the fish, and what we give Tom is none of your business. That's right. The others chimed in. Rui Meng Meng whispered, Boss, you seem to be disgusted. Ah, I see, Meng Meng. Zhang De really wanted to deduct her salary. Why didn't he know that she was so good at making up when watching anime? The small fire was covered with 10 fish, and 9 people sat in a row to watch Tom perform. The 10 fish are of different sizes, types and thicknesses, but Tom can control the heat one by one. I often turn the fish from one end to the other, and sometimes take out a knife to mark the fish and sprinkle seasonings on it. Smelling the fragrance slowly coming out, Bob choked and asked, by the way, I haven't had time to ask, is this a new employee? Zhang De also nodded, yes, isn't the business doing well recently? The bad friend seized the opportunity to retort, look at how good people are in business. Bob, you were so right to retire, such a good location was wasted. You bastards are no better than me. These few arguing, no one is convinced. The owner of the seafood shop turned around and said, I just said that I want special fish, you can go to my shop to have a look. I just got an elephant tuna last night fish, that is a special fish in the South China Sea, which is rare here. After taking the time to advertise for his store, he turned around and continued bickering without waiting for Zhang De to reply. Elephant tuna. Zhang De also knows that it has a nose like an elephant. The Straw Hat Group once got it. It was eaten by Luffy until there were no bones left. In reality, it is an ornamental fish, but it seems to be delicious here. Several people kept arguing until Tom divided the fish for everyone before calming down and enjoying the food. It's a pity that there is no wine for such a good grilled fish. The restaurant owner sighed after taking 2 bites of the fish. Bob grinned, took out a portable wine jug from his pocket, opened the lid happily and took a sip. His snarky appearance made the other people want to hit him.
Old man, good things need to be shared. Yeah, what's the point of eating alone?
Bob began to make up his mind. When you guys hurt me just now, it's not what it is now.
Now you know how to drink too much.
The owner of the restaurant, who is the most particular about food and drink, knows that Bob is holding a good wine as soon as he smells it.
He smiles and says good things, so he wants to drink it. The other few also followed suit, and a few old and young children made a fuss.
Zhang De and the others only cared about eating, especially Artoria, who had the most elegant appearance and the fastest speed. Knowing Artoria's appetite, Tom specially gave her the biggest one. Even so, she ate half of the time in small bites. After several people finished eating the grilled fish and wiped their mouths, Zhang De also said goodbye. Then let's go first and go to the shop to see that elephant tuna. At the request of several uncles, Tom picked some fish he liked and put them in the car to be taken away. Zhang De also saw that he would not be polite and thanked him for him, but the elders felt that they actually made money. After putting away the things, Tom squatted back into the car basket. Zhang De also jumped into the car from one side, and Artoria jumped out of the car from the other side, as smoothly as a displacement reaction equation.
Is this despising me? Zhang De asked inexplicably, what's wrong? Artoria looked at the sea in the distance. A ship is coming. Really, there is a black shadow that is getting bigger and bigger.
Rue Mengmeng saw the boat Artoria was talking about.
Zhang De set up the awning and looked into the distance. Tom stood on Zhang De's head and looked into the distance in the same posture. I can't see what kind of ship it is. I might need a telescope.
As soon as the words were finished, a pair of binoculars were handed down from above, and Zhang De also took them and held them up in front of his eyes. Thank you. After observing for a few seconds, Zhang De also put down the binoculars and looked up. Just as Tom was looking down, his eyes met.
When did you go up?
Tom spread his hands, got off Zhang De's head and sat on his shoulders. Zhang De also felt that he might want to say stand tall and see far. But now is not the time to care about these. Zhang De also said, the white flag, I can't see what sign is painted on it, and the sail says Brack Chamber of Commerce.
Is this what merchant ships look like?
The only merchant ship Zhang De knew was the business, and he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so he really didn't know what the merchant ship looked like. But he didn't understand, and some people understood. Bob said, merchant ships are almost like this, some hang the flag of their own Chamber of Commerce, and the sails say the Chamber of Commerce, and some don't hang anything.
But merchant ships usually come from the west, right? Ours is the most easterly. Why did it come from this direction? Could it be a merchant from Fishman Island?
The Red Earth continent is to the east of the Chambord Islands. Bob shook his head. It's impossible to say, because the Chambord Islands are not islands in the true sense, but the roots of the Alcuman mangrove tree, which itself has no magnetic force. To get here, you have to rely on pointing. A pointer to Murloc Island, or a life card of someone on the island.
Zhang De also nodded. He knew all these common senses.
The geomagnetism in the Great Route is chaotic and the compass fails. Even a genius navigator like Nami can only navigate with the help of the recording pointer, the eternal pointer, or the life card.
What does it have to do with this?
Bob explained, because the pointer points to the Murloc Island, and the Murloc Island is directly below the Red Earth continent. There is still a big deviation from the Chambord Islands, so some ships may miss the Chambord Islands and go directly to the island. Go to the Red Earth continent, and then follow the signs to find the Chambord Islands, so no matter which direction the ship comes from, it is not surprising.
It seems, makes sense?
Zhang De also raised his binoculars to observe the approaching ship. I always feel that something is wrong. The hull looks a bit dilapidated, which is normal, and it is only natural to have damage while sailing on a great route.
There seems to be a cannon on the bow, which is reasonable. Even a merchant ship has to be able to protect itself.
The problem is that the writing on the sail is really ugly, and it looks like it has just been painted with paint, and the paint has flowed down in small strands before it dries. In addition, the one standing at the bow, with a big belly and thin legs, looks sloppy. The suit on his body can't even be fastened with the bottom button, and there is a pistol pinned to his belt. It feels like he is wearing someone else's clothes, where there is a bit of a businessman.
Zhang De also talked about this, and Bob and the others also hesitated. Could it be a merchant ship disguised as a pirate?
Although it's rare, it's not impossible.
Pretend to be a merchant ship approaching the island, and then launch a surprise attack. Why don't we leave here first? Whether it's true or not, Bob suggested to withdraw first.
His retirement life has just begun, and he doesn't want it to end like this. Several other old men also agreed.
Zhang De also didn't want to leave. Pirates who can play such small tricks are probably not that strong. For example, Crick of the East China Sea, You guys go first, let's stay and see how good these people are. Might as well earn a bounty. Bob persuaded, brother, don't be impulsive. If you are really a pirate, it is not so easy to deal with. You should call the Navy over. It's okay, we can take care of it, Uncle Bob, don't forget how I got the money to buy the tavern. You guys go away, don't be accidentally injured in a while. Zhang Di also urged, in fact, if it wasn't because he couldn't confirm his identity, he would. I want Arturia to test the power of the light cannon directly. Brother, remember to call me if you can't hold on anymore. As soon as the phone rings, I'll call the Navy for you. Bob didn't say that he came to save people or anything. Not for that sake, a few words of persuasion are enough. This isn't some bloody romance drama. The 6 old men left without talking nonsense, and didn't clean up the pile of fishing things. Anyway, if you run out of fishing gear, you can buy it again, and your life is more important. Instead of packing up these things, it is better to go home and bring valuable things to a safe place to hide. After the 6 left, Rui Mengmeng asked a little uneasy, Boss, do you want to fight? Zhang Di also said, if you are a pirate, you have to fight, aren't you afraid? Rui Mengmeng shook her head, rolled up her sleeves and bent her arms. Don't be afraid, I'm going to be a super god king's man, or woman, so I won't be frightened by such things. Of course Arturia was not afraid, she just asked, how can I be sure if they are pirates? Zhang De also thought about it, and took out a rice cooker from the inventory. After opening it, there were more than a dozen stacks of banknotes inside, which seemed to be a lot, but in fact it was only more than 2 million Baileys in total. Since the guests of the tavern don't use 10,000 Bailey bills every time they pay their bills, and Zhang De didn't change them on purpose, there are a lot of 1,000 and 5,000 bills among them, so the 2 million Baileys are there. The momentum of 20 million. Poured out the money and piled it into a small pile. Zhang De also said with a smile, we are fishing to enforce the law, pretending to divide the money. If it is a businessman, it will probably sell us goods. If it is a pirate, it is impossible to bear this kind of temptation. Tom stroked his chin. He took out a stack of green notes and put them in the money pile to contribute to Zhang De's fishing career, and then waited for praise with his hands. That was the private money he brought with him when he ran away from home. It must be worthless in this world, so it is better to use it as a prop. Tom is very thoughtful. Zhang Di was also amused by him, and stroked the cat's head. Are we using counterfeit money? Tom rubbed Zhang De's palm, and sat on the ground to play with building a pyramid with banknotes. Unfortunately, the money was still too little for him to display his artistic talent. Zhang De also pulled Arturia and Rui Mengmeng to start a money-sharing performance. You piled up and I piled up, and then put them back to stack blocks for Tom after the distribution. After stacking, Zhang De also split the money. This is the most extravagant game he has ever played in his life. After waiting for a while, the boat approached slowly. Due to the depth of the water, they parked the boat a little far away, and some 30 people rowed a few small boats to dock. The captain, Brack, was about to go up to make love, and asked Zhang De to introduce the situation to them and lead the way, but he was held back by one of his men. Captain, look what that is. Blake looked over and couldn't take his eyes off. All of a sudden, a lot of money. A man, 2 women, and a kitten divide money here? Isn't this a chance to make money right at your doorstep? Brack waved his hand, surround up. All the subordinates had the same idea as him, this is simply money falling from the sky, and they walked forward eagerly. Zhang De also looked at these menacing people with fear. What are you going to do? I'm going to call someone. In this kind of place, no one will come to rescue you even if you call your throat. Brack pulled out the pistol pinned to his belt. I am a big pirate with a bounty of 76 million. If you are sensible, just put down the money, it's okay, give you a way out. There is actually a reward of 76 million yuan. Zhang De also felt that he could not continue acting, because his smile was almost uncontrollable. That would be great. Does the setting of record pointer, permanent pointer, and life card need popular science? Facing 30 or so pirates armed with weapons, the combination of 2 women, 1 man and 1 cat seemed weak. As the besieged party, Zhang De was also helping Tom tidy up his clothes. Tom put on a denim suit, and Zhang De also helped him straighten his hat. Then Tom pulled out his revolver and played a gun game, very handsome. Rui Mengmeng took the night sword that Zhang De also handed her, holding it with both hands, still somewhat uneasy. Arturia held the oath of victory in her hand. She couldn't see it, and she didn't mean to use the magic armor. The 76 million pirate didn't feel very strong to her. Brack felt despised. 32 of us surrounded you. What are you doing? A woman with a weapon almost has the words easy to bully written on her face. How much fighting power can she have? The man is teasing the cat there? He was also carrying a folding stool. I didn't pay attention to it just now. Was it when I was fishing on the shore? The little girl with blonde hair is even more funny. The hair on the top of her head is dangling in the wind, but she has a serious expression on her face. Can you pull out your stupid hair and stab us to death? Brack fired a shot into the air. Boys, bring Bailey back to me. Oh, 31 young men rushed forward. Hey, come here, come here, come here. Rue Meng Meng looked at the person rushing towards her and swung her sword instinctively. There was a clang, and the sword collided. The unlucky pirate did not expect this weak woman to have such great strength. The knife in his hand was chopped off, leaving a deep bloodstain on his chest. This guy is really useless. The pirate next to him immediately stepped forward, slashing his big knife at Rue Meng Meng's head with a ferocious expression. It's fierce. It's scary. Rue Meng Meng had an expression on her face that she might cry at any time, but her body nimbly dodged the knife to the side and forward, and then stabbed the pirate in the back with a backhand sword. Back. It seems dangerous, but in fact it is not stable. In line with the principle of allowing Zhang De and Rue Meng Meng to gain more combat experience, Arturia paddled openly and perfunctorily chopped down the pirates who attacked her actively with one sword after another. Zhang De also took out a folding stool, one on the left and the other on the right, and knocked out 2 pirates who were pounced on him, and began to practice prop warfare. The attacking movements of these little guys were really not good enough for him. He hit a pirate on the face with a folded stool with his left hand, and slapped a pirate on the back of the head with a frying pan with his right hand. When he found a chance, he took out a bowling ball and threw it out. This bowling ball is very evil. It is not heavy, but it can smash people into the ground when it is thrown lightly. It seems that the unlucky guy can't get out for a while. Tom's bowling ball. Tom once used it to smash Jerry's eldest cousin into the floor, although he also received 1,000,000 points of revenge later. Blake was sweating coldly watching from behind. What happened to these people? 3 fight more than 30, can you still gain the upper hand? No, there were more than 3, and that cat was not right either, with its tongue lolling and 2 guns in its hands, beating bang 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 bang. The strange thing is that although they can hit people from time to time, they don't see any blood, and shouldn't that style of pistol only have 6 bullets? Why did you not finish after more than a dozen rounds? Tom's marksmanship is actually quite average. When shooting wild ducks with a shotgun, he fired 8 shots in a row before hitting the wing of a duckling. But now at such a short distance, with so many enemies, he just needs to shoot, as long as he doesn't hit his own people. As a result, people were often hit in the foot by Tom, jumping up and down screaming for pain, and finally Rue Meng Meng, who was suspected of being overly frightened, made up for it. It didn't take much time for the little ones to be cleaned up. Zhang De also set his sights on Brack, who hadn't acted all this time. The 76 million pirates didn't know if they could handle it? Zhang De also glanced at Arturia, who nodded, just try it, I'm here. Blake was a little flustered now. Seeing his men being brought down one by one, he felt that he might fall, so he backed away sneakily step by step, turned around and prepared to run away. Hey! Who is that? Because Blake only mentioned his bounty and didn't give his name, Zhang De didn't know what to call it. What is this? Brack heard Zhang De's shout, turned his head subconsciously, and then saw a stick. No, it was a street light pole smashing down his head and face, directly pressing him to the ground. Until he completely fainted, he didn't even think about why there was a lamppost here. But when he fainted, it was Zhang Da's turn and couldn't figure it out. This person really has a bounty of more than 70 million yuan? Or is my street lamp actually a treasure? After all, when the street lamp was drawn, the introduction said it was the throne of Gilgamesh. No, it's just an ordinary street lamp, and it's broken. Arturia broke his fantasy. It can be solved so easily, just because he is too weak. All the pirates lost their ability to resist, and Zhang De silently put away all kinds of props thrown by him, including street lamps, which are quite cool to swing, and he can just control them with his current strength. Tie them up first. Get up, I want to see their ship. To tie up the pirates, the method of tying people is still learned from Arturia, because Tom prefers to tie people into caterpillars, and tie a beautiful bow at the end. The 4 people swung their oars, and the small boat pushed away the waves and approached the big boat. It was the first time that Zhang De also had the opportunity to observe this kind of ship up close, and he was quite looking forward to it. As if responding to his expectation, the big ship fired a shell from the muzzle. Sure enough, someone was staying on board. Wind King Hammer. The compressed wind released from the sword in Arturia's hand and hit the cannonball, detonating the cannonball in the distance because she was not sure about the power of the explosion. She chose a safe long-range attack. Afterwards, Artoria jumped off the boat and ran on the sea surface. After getting close to the big ship, she jumped up and brought down the two pirates who were about to fire a second shot. Why can she run on the sea? Rui Mengmeng asked in surprise.
She was blessed by the fairies in the lake to walk on the water, Zhang De also explained. As soon as the words fell, Tom jumped into the water and sank. Zhang De subconsciously reached out to pick him up.
Holding Tom's destiny by the nape of his neck, he lifted him up in front of his eyes and looked at each other. What are you playing again?
Tom stared at innocent big eyes, pointed to Artoria, then pointed to himself, and made a running motion in midair.
Zhang Di also understood in seconds. Do you want to run on water like her? Tom nods.
Forget it, it's her own buff, she can't learn it. It seems that the words can't be too rigid.
Tom is a cat that can walk in the air unconsciously, so it's not certain.
Then let him go. Anyway, Tom can swim. Zhang De and Rui Mengmeng continued rowing. Tom jumped into the water and climbed into the boat again and again. Whether he can learn to walk on water or not, anyway, he had a good time. After rowing to the side of the big boat, Zhang De also took off his coat and dried Tom's body. Even though Tom is a magical cat, he still catches a cold.
You say it's magical or not?
Zhang De and Rui Mengmeng climbed onto the boat along the soft ladder, and Tom, who was tired from playing, took the day elevator lazily.
This deck is dirty and rotten.
After Zhang De stepped on the deck, the wood under his feet creaked. If this kind of wooden deck is not cleaned frequently, it will be easily corroded and damaged. It seems that these people don't like to take good care of the ship. The whole ship was ruined by them. Rui Mengmeng went to tie up the two men that Artoria had cut down, and looked around curiously.
There is no sign of anyone else on board.
After standing here for a while, Artoria felt that she already knew how to steer the boat.
Well, let me call the Navy to pick up people. It's not easy for us to deliver so many people.
Zhang De also took out his phone bug. The contact number was written down when he went to the Navy base to exchange bounties last time.
The call was connected, and the operator's plain voice came out. This is the 66GR Naval Base of Chambord Islands, what can I do? This is the east coast of 58GR.
We have subdued a group of pirates, a total of 34 people, but there is no way to escort them.
Can we send someone to take them away?
Worried that they would not come, Zhang De also emphasized, the captain claims to have a bounty of 76 million, but I don't know him. Please take care of them as much as possible, we will send someone to help them immediately. The operator's tone suddenly became urgent. The more than 70 million bounty criminals are already worthy of attention for a branch like them. After scrapping off the phone, Zhang De also wandered around the boat, ready to go to the cabin to see if there were any unexpected gains. However, the smell in the cabin was hard to describe, and it almost smoked him as soon as he entered the door. Not every pirate group is as clean and tidy as the Straw Hats. For example, the ship of Bartolomeo, the #1 fan of the Straw Hats, has chewing gum all over the deck.
Now this ship is obviously more exaggerated than them.
Tom jumped off Zhang De and ran outside in disgust.
It was too stinky and he didn't want to go in.
There are several large rooms in the cabin, and it seems that each room can accommodate 8 to 10 people. The conditions inside can only be described as dirty, messy, and poor. There is only one single room on the ship, which is the captain's room, and the environment is no better than that of the crew. There is a single bed in the room, a desk and chair, and a very simple chart and a record pointer are placed on the table. Zhang De was also a little interested in these two things. He picked up the recording pointer, which looked like a watch with a hollow glass ball inlaid on it, and a compass hanging from a thin thread inside. The red end of the pointer pointed downward obliquely, which should be the direction of Murloc Island. On the chart, there are no scales, longitudes, and latitudes. It just marks the location of the Red Earth continent and their routes.
Put it away and go back to study it.
This pirate group is very poor. After searching the cabin, they found hundreds of thousands of Baileys, no gold or treasure, scum. Zhang De also left the cabin in disappointment, and took a few breaths on the deck before feeling that his nose belonged to him again. Seeing him coming out, Tom walked over to salute. He was wearing a blue sailor suit and a little white cap on his head, with a very serious expression on his face.
Zhang De also followed Tom's example and returned a salute.
Then Tom put down his hands and walked around on the deck as if he was on patrol.
Taya, come and listen to me too.
Artoria greeted. She was telling Rui Mengmeng how to steer this kind of boat, how to furl the sails, and how to heave anchor. Zhang De also found it interesting, and Idwa didn't overwhelm him, so he listened carefully, and tried to reef and sail with Rui Mengmeng under Artoria's command. This thing actually pays attention to how to tie the rope. Tom didn't come to join in the fun, he knew all these things. He was a cat who had been a sailor, and although being a sailor on a cruise ship had nothing to do with these old-fashioned sailing ships, he just knew it. Beep Tom, a sailor who was on patrol, climbed onto the lookout at some point and blew his whistle to remind others of the situation.
Artoria's small sailing class is temporarily suspended. It's the reinforcements from the Navy.
Zhang De also picked up the binoculars Tom gave him, and saw a group of Navy soldiers running forward.
Let's go ashore first.
The Navy leading the team is 2 meters tall, and the long sword in his hand looks taller than Artoria. His black curly hair hangs over his shoulders, and he looks a little scary. I'm Lieutenant Colonel T-Pen of the Navy headquarters, and I'm here to receive the pirates. The Lieutenant Colonel spoke in a loud voice, and although he looked terrifying, he gave off a very reliable feeling.
Ah, hello, I'm the owner of a tavern in 59 GR.
I met these pirates when I was out shopping, and I've subdued them all now. Zhang Di also has an impression of this person, and his nickname seems to be Ship Slasher. I'm so sorry for not being able to spot the pirate in time. T-Pen sincerely bowed and apologized, bending his whole body at a right angle.
The Lieutenant Colonel actually apologized for us.
It should be our responsibility for the unfavorable inspection. The sailors were moved to tears, and the scene was very exaggerated.
What stupid things are said, the responsibility of the subordinate is my responsibility. Lieutenant Colonel T-Pen.
Zhang De was also a little at a loss. This group of people was exaggerating.
T-Pengen looked at Zhang De's hand. Excuse me, what's the matter with the blood on your hand?
Ha! Zhang De also noticed a little blood on the back of his hand. Oh, it's from those pirates, maybe it got on by accident.
It's our Navy's dereliction of duty to let civilians' hands be stained with blood. T-Pengen tore off a piece of cloth from the white cloak behind him and handed it to Zhang De. If you don't mind, please use this to wipe it clean. Lieutenant Colonel T-Pen. The sailors continued to cry.
Zhang De also took the rag in a daze.
What are these people doing here? It's an exaggeration. T-Pen took the soldiers to count the pirates and confirm their identities.
A man who looked like an adjutant wiped away his tears and leaned over. Please don't mind, Lieutenant Colonel T-Pen is the most spine-chilling man among us. The most unbearable thing is that his subordinates and civilians are hurt. He often said, "You bleed, it was my heart that was broken." It may be that T-Pen's deeds were too touching, and he couldn't stop crying while talking.
Zhang De, your feelings are too rich, but this kind of navy is cute.
After a while, a soldier ran over and saluted. I'm very sorry, the identity of the pirate you arrested is wrong.
Ha! Aren't they pirates? Zhang De was also stunned. He couldn't hit the wrong person, right? They say they are pirates. No, they are indeed pirates, but the captain is not the 76 million big pirate you said when you reported the crime, but the slick Demarbrak with a bounty of 16 million. As soon as the name of the Black Chamber of Commerce was written, some people knew that it was a fake Luffy.
I really admire it, obviously feeling quite unpopular.
Demarbrak, nicknamed Three Tongues?
It is also translated as glib, which probably means that he is good at deceiving or putting on airs.
T-Pingen is T-Bone. I remember it was directly translated as Tbone Dazwa in the early days. A bone is a bone. A man with backbone uses right-angled swordsmanship. The Navy came prepared this time.
After hearing the reward amount reported by Zhang De, they brought all the eligible reward orders, but after comparing them one by one, none of them could match. The wiser soldier poured a basin of cold water on Brack to wake him up, and asked him where he came from. He confessed that he lied about the bounty. He added a sum to his bounty order, turning 16 million into 76 million. A group of his men were all cheated by him. When a group of little-known little pirates docked, he was bluffed with a 76 million name, and he took the gang to snatch it. Of course, this person is not without strengths, at least he knows a little bit of navigation, allowing them to sail smoothly on the great route for several months, and also snatched a lot of things by relying on bluff. Because there has been no big incident, the bounty has not been increased, and those little guys who don't pay much attention to intelligence have never known the true level of their boss. Recently, Brack heard that there is an illegal area on the Chambord Islands, and no one cares about what to do. He plans to take his hands down to grab a piece of land, and then slowly use his strengths to trick more powerful men to help him fight. World. Unexpectedly, he fell to the ground as soon as he landed on the island, and threw himself at T-Pengen's feet, crying, I regret it now, very much. Please let me go. The righteous Lieutenant Colonel T-Pen would not listen to his nonsense, and kicked him over. Save these words and tell the judges on Judicial Island. If you are released, what will happen to the future of civilians? Zhang De, who learned the truth, was also disappointed, but he still remained polite. I'm sorry, Mr. Lieutenant Colonel, for reporting the case without knowing his real bounty.
It's not your fault. There are still many cunning pirates in the world.
It is the duty of our navy to find out their identities and arrest them. T-Pen said seriously, although the amount is different, he is still a bounty criminal. Please follow me to the base to receive the bounty later.
Okay, so what should I do with this pirate ship?
Zhang De also had the impression that all the ships in the set were sunk directly, and he didn't know what a real bounty hunter would do after getting the pirate ship.
T-Pen said, the pirates were defeated by you, so the ship and everything on it belong to your property. If you don't intend to keep it, you can hand it over to the navy for recycling, or sell it to a nearby dock. The Marines who came this time were all real people, and they didn't take advantage of Zhang Da's lack of understanding and just fooled the ship away. The adjutant also kindly reminded him that if he was handed over to the navy, he would be given a low price, but he was guaranteed not to suffer a loss. If he was handed over to the shipyard, how much he could sell would depend on his own ability.
Zhang De really doesn't intend to keep it for himself. Even if he wants to go to sea, he can't drive this broken boat, so let's sell it. We have acquaintances in the dock. Zhang De never expected that the first time he took a boat at this time was to go to the naval base. Because there are a lot of pirates, and some of them are seriously injured and unable to move, Zhang De also proposed to lend them the boat. So T-Pen commanded 20 or so naval soldiers to lift more than 30 pirates onto the ship, lifted the anchor and set sail, and drove along the coast to the naval base.
Zhang De's bubble car full of goods was not forgotten either.
The movements of the sailors manipulating the ships were well regulated, similar to the standard movements Arturia spoke of, and it was obvious that they had been trained diligently. Taking advantage of this little time of sailing at sea, the enthusiastic sailors also cleaned the deck. By the way, it is really uncomfortable for them to look at the dirty deck after getting used to the clean and tidy warship. Drive along the waterway dedicated to the world government until you reach the harbor behind the naval base. Because the rewards were collected in front of the base building before, this was the first time Zhang De had seen a warship. There are 4 warships, 1 large, 3 small, and 4 small, in the military port. There are only a few soldiers on guard on the big ship, and dozens of soldiers on the small boat are practicing.
Even a small warship looks much stronger than the ship under his feet.
The blue seagull logo was painted on the neat white sail, and the hull covered with special camouflage was neatly mounted with muzzles. The more Zhang De compared it, the more he disliked the ship under his feet. Tom stood on Zhang De's shoulder and looked left and right, looking like a curious baby, and even jumped on the deck, running, standing at attention, and saluting with his backhand like a navy. A few sailors looked at Tom's appearance and thought it was very interesting, but it's a pity that these privates can't bring extra things when they go out on missions, otherwise they must feed Tom. Most of the soldiers stationed at Chambord were directly dispatched from the Navy headquarters. There was nothing to say about their spirits, and Arturia nodded secretly after seeing their training. Before coming here, T-Pen called the base, checked his identity when entering the port, and allowed temporary docking, and the sailors moved the pirates down one by one.
T-Pen said, please follow me.
They were not allowed to enter the base building casually, so Zhang De and the others followed T-Pen around the building to the front. A familiar person in the exchange office, Major Klaus still looked lazy, but he sat up straight when he saw T-Pen. It was annoying to be lectured by this upright and rigid lieutenant colonel.
Meet you again, little brother Tatsuya.
Major Klaus greeted Zhang Te after saluting T-Pen. Zhang De also responded politely, yes, I have to trouble Mr. Major again. T-Pen helped to explain the situation. Major Klaus personally filled out a form and handed it to T-Pen for signature, and then paid the bounty. Dimar Brack's bounty, plus their weapons and some weapons in the cabin, totaled 16.5 million, and this time the bounty was finally worthy of a black suitcase containing money. By the way, brother Tatsuya, this is my phone bug number. You can let me know before you come to redeem the bounty next time, so I can prepare in advance. Major Kuro handed Zhang Tatsuya a note. Will this be too troublesome? Zhang De also felt that Major Klaus' enthusiasm today was abnormal. No trouble, this can improve the efficiency of work, Klaus said. T-Pen praised, as a Navy, you should be so motivated, Major Klaus, work hard, I believe you will be equal to me in a short time. Crow apologized, and when T-Pen left with Zhang De, Crow's assistant happily said, Major, do you finally want to be promoted? Promotion? What a fart promotion. Kuro murmured, promotion means transfer, and transfer means more dangerous tasks. I just want to settle down until I retire. Then you gave him the number for, in the future, he will call you to remind me that I will ask for leave and find someone to take over.
Even if it's just helping to exchange the bounty, it's a credit. It doesn't matter if there are millions of little pirates, but how long has it been since this guy started catching tens of millions of pirates? Can he still get it in the future? Koro calculated that if he sent a few more big pirates over tens of millions, his credit would really be enough. I went back to my hometown for the festival. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival and a family reunion. Declining T. Pengyan's offer to take them out, Zhang De and the others sailed away by themselves. Zhang De and Rui Mengmeng are in charge of sail control, and Artoria is at the helm. In fact, after the sails are raised and tied, you don't have to worry too much, and the rest is left to the helmsman, and Artoria's steering skills and riding skills are familiar, and she can control any vehicle as proficiently as riding a horse. Zhang De also suspects that as long as the wind and waves are suitable, Artoria can drift on the sea in a sailboat. As for Tom, he ran to the watchtower a long time ago, set up a pergola to watch around, and seemed to like the position of watchman. It's actually not far from the 59GR dock, and it didn't take long to arrive. This was because Zhang De and the others thought it was fun and asked Artoria to take them for a walk on the sea. I didn't dare to run too far, because once I left the climate range of the Chambord Islands, the bubble car would break down. The 59GR dock is a bit like the Navy's port. There is a waterway for ships to enter and exit. After entering, there is a regular arc bay. There are 10 docks evenly distributed in the dock, which should be called docks. Ships of all sizes are docked, some are under construction, some are under repair, and there is also a special dock responsible for dismantling ships. In the past, I often passed by the dock when I was running, but I didn't bother to come in and visit it. I was worried that it would delay Goodman's work, so this was the first time I entered the dock. Dock here, dock here. Someone shouted instructions on the shore as soon as they entered the dock. Arturia followed the man's command to turn the rudder and landed, while Zhang De and Rui Mengmeng dropped anchor and reefed the sails. Tom tried to jump down from the lookout, but his right foot tripped over the edge of the lookout, and he fell face in bewilderment. Tom. Zhang De also stretched out his arms to pick it up calmly. The position is very accurate, and with his current eyesight, he will never make a mistake. Tom obviously thought so too, and he stopped panicking all of a sudden, turned over in midair, put one arm behind his head, raised his legs, and was about to lie comfortably and fall into his master's arms. He even found time to light a cigarette for himself, and exhaled a round smoke ring. As they expected, Zhang De's hands perfectly supported Tom's head and feet, but the middle part of his body fell to the ground. Teacher Tom! Rui Mengmeng cried out in fright. Tom! Arturia had never seen such a scene. Even Zhang De, who was a little psychologically prepared, was equally stunned. He had only seen a squash Tom, an elongated Tom, and a balloon Tom. This was the first time he had seen Tom divided into 3 pieces. Tom raised his head, saw the expressions of the 3 people, and looked back at his own state strangely. Please inhale to read the next 2 words. Had Tom sucked in a breath of cold air, jumped off Zhang De's hands with his head and feet respectively, hurriedly put himself together, and wrapped 2 rounds of tape around the joint. Rui Mengmeng looked at Tom in disbelief. Is this all right? Tom nodded confidently. The pain is no longer in his body. It should be fine, right? Artoria stepped forward to check anxiously, stretched out her hands up and down, but she didn't find out why, and her breath felt the same as usual, as if she was really all right. Zhang De also took a water bottle from the bubble car and handed it to Tom. Try a sip? Tom obediently took a sip of water, and then several thin streams of water came out from the gaps in the tape and fell on the deck. Isn't this scientific? Rui Mengmeng's 3 views were shattered again. Artoria is getting used to it, and Tatsuya said that Tom has an immortal body. It seems that he is really not joking, and this immortal body seems to be different from the painting style she imagined. Tom looked at the water sprayed out of his body in amazement. Is it leaking? Zhang De also patted Tom on the head lightly. Calm down, it will be fine after a while when you stop leaking. Hey, isn't this the boss Tatsuya of the tavern? The boatman who was directing on the shore just now seemed to have been to the tavern, so he recognized Zhang De at a glance. But he probably didn't see the way Tom broke and put himself back together, otherwise he couldn't be so calm. Zhang De also stood by the boat and waved. It's me, is Uncle Goodman there? Of course, wait a moment. The boatman turned and shouted, Goodman! Someone is looking for him. This person's voice was so loud that Zhang De also recalled when he was in high school. When he went to other classes to find someone, the students at the door seemed to be calling him in the same way. Here we come. Goodman's voice was no lower than his. Thank you, I'll go to the tavern when I'm free, and I'll treat you to a drink. Zhang De also expressed his thanks sincerely.
probably because he had a lot of income today, so he was willing to say that he bought someone a drink.
That's great. The boatman didn't say anything more, and went about his own business.
When Zhang Day and the others got off the boat and went ashore, Goodman also came over. Brother Day, long time no see.
Yeah, why don't you go to the tavern? Is it because Sister Molly is too strict? Zhang Day also joked.
It's 100 years too early for her to take care of me.
Goodman spoke very forcefully. It's just that you never go home for a walk.
There are always various things. I will visit these 2 days.
Zhang Di also continued to ask, how is little Bayer? Didn't you say that he will be an apprentice?
Give him a holiday today, and it's okay for children to be restrained. After talking for 3 sentences and not finding a chance to brag about his youth, Goodman was a little bit dispirited. Then the little brother is coming to the dock today.
What's the matter? What's the matter with this ship?
Zhang Day also told him exactly what happened, and specially emphasized that the number of pirates is 34, so as not to become 3,400 if he spread the word. Now Zhang Day also thinks that it is better to spread a little reputation properly, lest some scumbags think about his cat beyond their means.
If you are a little low-key, you can pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, but if you are too low-key, you can only pretend to be a pig and eat a mouse, which is very annoying.
Anyway, there's no use for me to keep this boat, so I might as well sell it.
The price should be fair, uncle. Anyway, I'm not very short of money now.
Goodman swallowed. 34 pirates, one of them has a bounty of more than 10 million. To be honest, this lineup came to their dock, and they are sure to solve it.
The combat effectiveness of the boatman is not limited.
But brother Tatsuya, there are only 3 people and 1 cat in total, so it can be solved if it is solved?
It seems that you have a great companion. Goodman sighed.
Zhang Day also nodded. Of course it's a big deal, after all I'm the best in the tavern.
Oh yes, today is Teacher's Day. Will any teacher read my novel?
I wish all teachers a happy Teacher's Day. After learning about Zhang Day's reason for coming, Goodman said, this matter is on me. Then boarded the ship and carried out a professional inspection inside and out. The old-fashioned sailboat, with a total length of 20 meters, has a slight damage to the keel and is still within the reparable range. The mast is relatively intact. The hull has impact marks and explosion marks, and the sails are damaged. Graffiti, severe corrosion damage on the deck, and inside the cabin. These bastard pirates are obviously a great ship, and they don't know how to cherish it at all.
As a boatman, Goodman became angrier the more he inspected it.
Obviously there were many damages that could be avoided, but it was still in tatters. Zhang Day also became angrier the more he listened. These bastard pirates don't know how to protect my ship at all. How much is the price for so much damage?
Tom was also very angry.
Seeing that Zhang De was also angry, he followed suit. Goodman said, if the ship is in good condition, the second-hand ship can be sold for more than 100 million berries, but the current appearance requires us to overhaul it and add some wood to meet the selling standard. The price may be lower, probably 30 to 40 million. The psychological gap is a bit big, but it is still acceptable.
Anyway, it is just a windfall.
Zhang Di also feels that Goodman's character will not deceive him in this kind of thing. Then let's sell it like this. Actually, there is another option, brother. You pay a fee and send the ship to us for repairs. Afterwards, we will recommend it to customers who come to buy ships.
The price may be negotiated higher.
Of course, the shipyard will start from the turnover. The disadvantage is that it may not be sold for a long time, and may not be sold at a higher price, so it is best to think carefully.
This Zhang Di also understands that repairing a ship is risky, so investment needs to be cautious.
According to the principle that I don't manage money, and the money can't leave me, he waved his hand. Don't bother, let's just sell it to the shipyard.
Then I'll take you to see the boss. Goodman blinked. I'll help you negotiate the price.
Zhang De also immediately remembered the scene when the uncle helped to argue for the reason when he bought the tavern. But your tough guy face is not cute at all. Zhang De also hugged Tom and rubbed it to heal his soul, and decided to go back and see Artoria to heal his eyes.
Goodman truthfully explained the situation to the boss.
Even if he wanted to help Zhang De, he would not hide the real situation of the ship.
This was his responsibility for his identity as a boatman.
He would at most have a hard time with the boss when negotiating the price. Daoko, the owner of the shipyard, originally planned to directly lower the price to the lowest price, but he couldn't bear Goodman's misconduct with him, so he finally decided to give Zhang De 38 million, saying that he would go back to the tavern for a drink. Zhang De also naturally patted his chest and said to let him come anyway. Good wine is enough. After bidding farewell to Goodman, Zhang De and the others boarded their own bubble car again, and the goods purchased before were still in the car. Rui Mengmeng was riding a bicycle, and Zhang De also sat in the back holding the cash box and dialed the number of old Bob.
Yes, the pirates have been dealt with and taken away by the Navy.
Yes, your fishing gear is still there, you can continue fishing.
Hey, why are you being polite? We're not here for the bounty. By the way, say hello to that friend of yours. Please keep the elephant tuna for me. I'll go buy it right away. No need, just sell it to me normally, and you can't let them lose money, right?
Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Di also said, let's go, let's take the things back to the tavern first, and then go buy fish. This time there was no trouble, and the strange fish was obtained smoothly. It is nearly 2 meters long, with a black striped back, thick lips, a long nose like an elephant, and even 2 tusks. But this pair of short tusks is certainly not worth 900 million.
Is this fish really edible?
Rui Mengmeng was a little skeptical looking at the strange ingredients.
Artoria nodded with certainty, and opened her notebook. It's definitely edible.
It was written in a report that this kind of elephant tuna, which mainly lives in the South China Sea, can be steamed or fried. It has both the firmness of beef and the tenderness of fish, especially the nose part, which has a unique and unforgettable taste. As she spoke, Arturia's eyes almost shone, and the dull hair on the top of her head trembled in anticipation. Her expectant tone was so contagious that Tom couldn't stop drooling. After working for a long time, it was almost time for lunch. Zhang Di also swallowed expectantly. I will eat it for lunch, part steamed, part fried. Anyway, even if we want to steam the whole thing, we don't have such a big steamer.
It's also troublesome to cut.
Tom rubbed his hands expectantly, beckoning Rui Mengmeng to help carry the fish in. It was too big for one person to carry. After a while, the aroma came from the kitchen, and Tom and Rui Mengmeng came out pushing the serving trolley, and put the fish on the dining table.
Zhang De also picked up the chopsticks. Huh? Is it an illusion? Why do I feel that the elephant's trunk is too short?
Tom put his hands behind his back, his eyes fluttered, and he whistled, pretending not to know anything. The witness Rui Mengmeng remains silent in embarrassment. But she doesn't need to say anything, the truth is already clear. Zhang De and Artoria both choose to forgive him. What's wrong with cats eating fish? The silver light flashed across, and a small table knife cut off the elephant's trunk and divided it into 4 parts, which flew into their respective plates. While the others were in a daze, Artoria had already used a fork to put a small piece of meat into her mouth, happily chewing on it. After enjoying a delicious lunch, Zhang De also lazily opened the door of the tavern, always prone to sleepiness after a full meal. Zhang De also sat behind the bar with his chin in one hand, listening to the guests chatting boredly, trying to extract useful information from a bunch of bragging chatter. Most of the time these people talk about trifles. The boss is upset and wants to fire him, so Anso's child is crying loudly after being beaten today. What kind of big meal do you want to eat tonight, etc. If the topics are not enough, let's point out the news from the newspapers. Except for the world's nobles who dare not speak ill, they dare to beep about anything. This is especially good at people who are drunk. If these are not enough to talk about, I will take out the incident of the house flying in the sky 2 days ago to exaggerate how many possibilities there are. It seems that the impact of this incident has not been completely eliminated. Zhang De also reflected on the case that he had no experience last time. He set off too many firecrackers. He must pay attention next time. Listening and listening, someone finally shook out a slightly more explosive news. I heard that there was a disturbance in the Occupational Security Office this morning. It's a lie, right? That's the Job Security Office. Hey, Mid-Autumn Festival, work in the field. I went back to my hometown and caught up with the autumn harvest. My hands were shaking a little when I was typing at night. The Employment Security Office is also known as the Population Auction House. Because of its unique role and status on this island, very few people have wrong ideas there. Of course, the Occupational Security Office has to deal with lawless guys like pirates and traffickers every day, and it also has a certain degree of defense force. Ordinary small forces will be pressed to death if they want to make trouble. The other thing is that it is backed by the big bosses of the underground world, which may be the kings of the underground world who appeared at the Ants' Tea Party, or it may be other people. And if someone dares to take action on the population auction, it means that the person who did the action is either a stunned young man, or wants to intervene in the transaction of the underground world. As for who did it, it was a coincidence that someone mentioned that they saw a strange ship nearby, which looked like a flamingo. Gathering these clues together, Zhang De also immediately figured out that Doflamingo had come to cause trouble on the Great Route, and had already arrived at the Chambord Islands, and the population auction house might change hands. But there was one thing he couldn't figure out. Doflamingo's pirate group has always been active in the North Sea, occasionally being chased by Lieutenant General Crane and running around. If he crosses the windless belt from the North Sea, he can directly enter the New World in the second half of the Great Route. Doflamingo and the others should have this strength. And he doesn't want to be the One Piece. There's no need to go upside down mountain to complete a week around the world, so why did he come to Chambord? The profit of a mere population auction house should not be enough to attract this careerist, right? Unable to figure it out, Zhang De also decided that if he saw them, he must stay away. Doflamingo's ultimate goal is to destroy the world. From the perspective of ordinary people, it is not wrong to regard him as a lunatic. A villain with strength, scheming, and lofty ideals like this should not be killed until he can easily crush him. It's better to have a relationship with him. The guests in the tavern will not think as much as Zhang De. No matter how big things happen in the illegal area, it is just a bragging capital for them, and they can only worry about any big pirates in the world. Scolding the navy is incompetent, and then it should eat and drink. Occasionally, some world government officials who are on vacation come to sit in the tavern, and they don't take it seriously when they hear these laughing and cursing. After finishing the business at noon, Zhang De also remembered that he still had important things to do. That was the first time Roe Mengmeng had experienced a battle, and she had seen blood, and she hadn't given her psychological counseling. Although Zhang De didn't know it either, he should be concerned about it anyway. So, Roe Mengmeng sat obediently on the round stool, with her upper body straight, her knees together, her hands neatly placed on her lap, holding the teacup in both hands. On the opposite side of her was a long table with 3 chairs. Tom, Zhang De, and Arturia were lined up. The 3 of them put their left hands on the table and rested their chins on their right, staring straight at Rue. Meng, each had a cup of tea in front of them. 5 seconds later, the 3 of them switched to resting their chins with their left hands at the same time, placed their right hands flat, and tapped their fingertips on the table lightly. Oh yes, because the chair is too low and the long table is too high, Tom put the 4 cookbooks he bought before on the chair, as well as books such as Marine Life Illustrations and Common Terrestrial Life Encyclopedias, so that he can put his arms on the table smoothly superior. Rue Mengmeng felt uncomfortable being watched by the 3 of them, and carefully wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere. Is that what you mean by being invited to drink tea? Ha, it seems to be a bit similar, maybe a desk lamp is missing. Although he is an old meme, only Zhang De can understand what it means when he hears it. The atmosphere is a bit strange because of him. Let's get straight to the point. Meng, you didn't seem to be in the right state when you were fighting this morning? Zhang De was also in charge of asking questions. Tom and Arturia next to him were mostly in the atmosphere group. Is there something wrong with my state? Rue Mengmeng tried hard to recall the battle process, blushing a little, as if she had been shouting so scary, oh my god, don't come here, isn't it too embarrassing to be disgusted by the boss? That's too wrong. Although this girl looked like a frightened rabbit when she first started the battle, she was fierce and decisive when she shot, shouting that she scared me to death, raised her hand and slashed her sword straight to the point. With a panicked expression it just appeared, and the person has already made a surprise attack behind the enemy, and the backhand is a backstab. Huang Yuan's frightening bites were all pretending, but Rue Mengmeng was really scared. She was the one who said the most cowardly words and fought the most ruthless fights. When making up the knife to the person injured by Tom, she didn't hesitate to take the shot. At that time, her face was stained with a little blood, and she looked a little crazy, and this word should be used to describe it. That's why Zhang De put up such a big battle, worrying about her psychological problems. Then, did you have any uncomfortable feelings after that? For example, after killing so many people, you were afraid of yourself. Rue Mengmeng thought for a while. No, right? Boss, didn't you say that those are all bad guys, and if you don't kill them, they will kill me? Does this count as self-defense? I heard that self-defense is not against the law. It's not breaking the law, it's better to say it's a beautiful job. After chatting for a while, Zhang De also found that Rue Mengmeng's attitude was very good, but he seemed a little hypocritical in comparison. Porp, the sound of the phone bug startled Tom, who had nearly fallen asleep listening to the gibberish of the conversation, and now woke up with a start and fell from his chair. The tall stacks of books lost their balance and fell with a clatter, burying Tom. Tom's head drowsily emerged from the pile of books, with an open book on his head. Are there so many books on the chair just now? Zhang De also temporarily put aside his doubts and answered the phone. Hi, this is Diaz Tavern. As soon as the other party opened his mouth, the phone bug immediately displayed a caller ID and grew a big beard. Brother Tatsuya, I am Gragas, and I will deliver goods near you in the afternoon, and I want to ask if you want to replenish the goods. I'll take it for you by the way. Zhang De also calculated the inventory and said, then let's send them together. the quantity is still the same.
No problem.
Gragas replied, and a quick stop along the way would save a lot of trouble.
By the way, is there any good wine suitable as a gift?
Please bring me 2 bottles, it doesn't matter if it's expensive.
Zhang De also remembered that it was time to visit Goodman's house.
It was not far away, but he had moved out for a month and hadn't gone back to see him.
He took such good care of him back then, so he couldn't forget his kindness, right? Ha, leave it to me. Gragas smiled and hung up the phone.
At almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang De also saw Gragas and several of his trucks at the entrance of the tavern. It seemed that he was indeed going to deliver goods nearby. Said it was delivered by the way.
Ah, brother Tatsuya, here I come. Gragas with the beard was still enthusiastic and forthright. Wait for you for a while, it looks like there is a big business.
Zhang De also pointed to several fully loaded trucks. It's indeed a good business.
Gragas greeted the workers with a smile, don't be dazed, hurry up and unload. Zhang De also asked casually, why is there a new tavern open nearby? Order so many drinks at once. Gragas laughed and said, it was ordered by a passing ship. I can't tell you the exact identity.
Anyway, I don't have to worry about someone robbing you of business. It's hard to say the identity, isn't it the same as saying it, it's nothing more than a pirate.
Zhang De also whispered, you dare to do such a business, aren't you afraid that you will lose money and money? Hey, since I dare to do it, of course I am sure.
Gragas patted his round belly, my body is not only made of drinking.
Zhang De also looked at his thick limbs and burly body, and nodded.
It is estimated that he has traded with pirates not once or twice, then you should be more careful.
Gragas grinned, why doesn't my brother seem to reject this kind of business?
Zhang De also thought for a while and said, I'm just the owner of a tavern, so I can't control so much. Besides, even if the guests in my tavern are not guaranteed, there are such people.
If they don't cause trouble and don't sign up by themselves, I agree. What is the identity of the family? It's good if you can think about it, this world. Forget it, let's take a look at the good wine I brought you.
Gragas found 2 bottles of wine from the car he was riding in, and specially packed them in a gift box. This is Captain Morgan, a kind of rum from the West Sea. It's not expensive, but it's rare on the Great Voyage.
It's the best gift for someone.
Because this wine is very popular among sailors and pirates in the West Sea, so it can also be called Binks wine nut.
Does Binks's fine wine refer to this kind of wine? Zhang De also asked in surprise.
Most people who have watched One Piece must have been impressed by the song Binks's fine wine, but Binks fine wine, it seems that there has been no conclusion as to what wine it refers to.
That's okay.
After all, the famous song, like this wine, originated from the West Sea. It can be called the Song of the Sailor, or the Song of the Pirate. It symbolizes adventure, hope, and the love of the boy on the sea.
Heroic.
Gragas explained, the so-called Binks wine in the song does not refer to any specific wine. On the sea, as long as it can bring sailors together to sing and dance, it can be called Binks.
Oh, I have learned a lot.
Zhang De also accepted 2 bottles of wine, 1 bottle of 50,000 Baileys, which seems to be very expensive and not very expensive, and most of it is estimated to be transportation costs. No, I'm the one who has gained insight. Gragas stared blankly at the few people in the tavern moving wine boxes inside, forgetting to count the banknotes in their hands. He already knew that Artoria, she was the guard of the tavern, and it was not surprising that she carried 3 cases of wine. The relatively tall girl is said to be a newly recruited waiter, and it is acceptable to carry 3 cases of wine effortlessly.
But what the hell is going on with that cat? When I came here before, I only moved 1 box and it was wobbly. Why did I move 3 boxes this time? Brother, don't you really need to help your cat?
Gragas asked. Although it had already been sold, he would still feel distressed if so many good wines were broken in front of his eyes.
Don't worry, it's fine. Zhang De also took a look.
Tom moved 3 boxes because the other 2 people moved 3 boxes, and he felt that he had to be out of the group. Although Tom's legs were trembling, although the 3 boxes were shaking and might fall at any time, and he could even hear the sound of wine bottles colliding lightly in the boxes, he still walked into the door without any danger, and stumbled towards the wine cellar.
Direction forward.
Zhang De also believed in Tom. Even if the upper box fell, Tom would find a way to catch it with all parts of his body. After clearing the money and goods, Zhang De also watched Gragas' convoy go away, and murmured, that direction, this is going straight to the illegal area, I hope everyone is okay. Zhang De also carried the last full box of wine back to the tavern and closed the door. After 2 days of Uncle Goodman's vacation, he brought gifts to see them. This box just happens to be red wine, Tom,
how about making red wine fried steak tonight? I remember we bought beef. Zhang De also opened the box and took out a bottle of red wine.
Tom made an okay gesture, then stretched out his hand and rubbed his fingers, making some money gestures.
Zhang De also asked, want money?
Tom gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay. At noon, he was only engrossed in the elephant tuna, and he didn't arrange the money properly. Zhang De also spread 2 newspapers on the table, and poured out all the banknotes. There were $5 in total.
More than 16 million.
Most of them are 1 million piles, and 50 or 60 stacks of banknotes piled up randomly are quite visually impactful. Zhang De is still quite calm, after all, he has held the money in his hands for so long, so he is a little immune. Arturia is also quite calm, but she has a tendency to drool. She is not someone who was blinded by money, but the pile of banknotes on the table is constantly changing shapes in her eyes, chicken legs, cake, chocolate.
Rui Meng was a little excited.
She had never seen so much money in her life. In the past 2 days, she had some understanding of Bailey's purchasing power. She knew that this money was already a lot for ordinary people.
Tom was more direct.
He put his heart in his hands, his eyes popped out of their sockets, took the shape of Bailey and then retracted, and then he plunged into the pile of money and rubbed and rubbed. Zhang De also thought for a while and said, most of this money is the income from killing that pirate group today, why don't we share it equally? When Tom heard this, he hugged his quarter very happily, and ran upstairs in a hurry. Arturia shook her head, I'll forget it, anyway, every time I go out to buy something, you are paying for it, Tatsuya. Rui Meng also said, me too, usually I don't have much money to spend, and the salary is already quite a lot. That's what you say. Forget it, just store it with me first. Zhang De also picked up 2 stacks of banknotes and handed them to Arturia and Rui Meng. You should take some money with you, maybe there is an emergency.
Zhang De put the rest into the rice cooker and stuffed it back into the inventory.
By the way, this rice cooker is a little small, and it is a bit laborious to stuff it all in.
I have to change the container next time.
Well, it's decided, go buy a new refrigerator, and use that Big Tom's refrigerator for money. I dare not spend a cent of the money in the refrigerator.
Tom once had a dream of becoming a rich man.
He would lie on the pile of money and sleep, with endless good food and endless high-end wine. There must also be a beautiful little female cat pinching her shoulders and beating her legs beside her. But now Tom has money and doesn't know what to do. Buy food? Now the family wants to eat and buy almost every day. There are 4 cookbooks plus Artoria's food notes waiting for him to try slowly. Buy wine? There is a tavern at home, and with the degree to which the master dotes on him, he can definitely drink as much as he wants.
Such a beautiful little cat?
Forget it, if Tom wants massage or other services, he can find his little apprentice Rui Meng, and as long as he asks, even Artoria will not refuse to smooth his hair. As for a partner, Tom, who has experienced many emotional blows, no longer wants to provoke those vulgar cats. He believes that one day he will meet a gentle and lovely partner who treats him wholeheartedly. So in the end, Tom spread all the more than 1,000 banknotes in his small nest, and experienced the feeling of sleeping in the pile of money.
At night, Zhang De also saw Tom buried in the pile of money, and couldn't help laughing. A pile of paper shouldn't keep you warm, right?
Zhang De also took a small blanket and put it next to the cat's litter, so that it would make Tom feel uncomfortable if he covered it directly with a pile of banknotes, but when Tom was cold at night, he could touch the quilt with his hand. When he opened his eyes the next morning, Zhang De also found that more than a dozen bundles of banknotes were neatly stacked beside his bed, and Tom was sleeping soundly in his nest wrapped in a small blanket. There is also a note on the pile of banknotes, which is what Zhang De said once written by Tom, I am not interested in money. Zhang De also shook his head, and put the money away with a smile, Tom, the owner will keep the money for you first, and it will be used for you to marry a wife when you grow up. In fact, Tom woke up in the middle of the night, and it didn't feel good to sleep lying in the pile of banknotes. So he had to sort out the scattered banknotes, and then went back to the den to catch up on sleep. The blanket was the best, with the smell of sunshine and the smell of the owner. Tom snuggled up comfortably in the den and decided to sleep late today. Zhang De also got up quietly, turned off the alarm clock in advance, and walked out of the bedroom without opening the curtains.
Morning, boss.
Rui Meng came out of the bathroom just after washing up.
Morning.
Zhang De also yawned, let's make breakfast today and let Tom sleep a little longer.
Okay, what does the boss want to eat?
I want to eat fried dough sticks and tofu now, but unfortunately I don't know how to make it.
Zhang De also sighed.
Rui Meng said, I can fry deep-fried dough sticks, but I can't make tofu, how about drinking soy milk?
Zhang Di also nodded. It's okay, you soak the soybeans first, and I'll come to help after I wash up. Okay, don't you need to ask Arturia?
No, she's not picky eaters. There are several steps in making soy milk. Soak soybeans, turn on the soy milk machine, put soybeans in, add water, and press the switch.
So here comes the problem, there is no soy milk machine here.
When Zhang De was also worrying about how to grind the soybeans, Arturia stood up and said, since you are worrying about food, then leave it to me. Zhang De also stepped aside suspiciously. Apart from chopping vegetables, he had no hope for Arturia's culinary talent at all.
He couldn't use swordsmanship to completely chop soybeans, right? Atom split?
I saw Arturia picked up a metal basin, asked Rui Mengmeng to put soybeans in water in proportion, and put a glass lid on it, and then said, Wind King barrier.
The metal basin became transparent, and Arturia whispered, that's not the case, the wind should enter the interior and crush the soybeans inside.
The metal basin reappeared, but the water and beans inside could be seen through the glass lid, swirling violently. Each bean was ground by the fine wind blade and water flow, and the water in the basin gradually turned white. It's not enough, it should be faster and more disorderly rotation, Arturia's magic power surged, Fenghuang soy milk machine. Zhang Di was also dumbfounded, how could this have a sense of sight of practicing spiral pills?
In less than 2 minutes, the water stopped churning, and Arturia lifted the lid. It's done, can I drink it? No, it can't be done. It needs to be cooked for a while, and it will be ready soon.
Rui Mengmeng took the soybean milk basin, ready to pour it into the pot for cooking. Arturia walked out of the kitchen contentedly, and today she can eat her own cooking. Although it was only a small step, it was very satisfying for her. When Tom got up, breakfast was already on the table, a big bowl of fried dough sticks, a bowl of soy milk, and a few small cold dishes. Then put a small bowl of sugar, and add it according to taste when drinking soy milk.
Tom happily tried new food, and Zhang De also enjoyed the long-lost taste.
Rui Mengmeng didn't have any special feelings, she had only been here for a few days, and her usual eating habits were different from Zhang Da's, so she didn't have any special feelings about deep-fried dough sticks. Arturia is indeed not picky about food, but because of her own labor in it, she eats very happily. But no one drank the milk that was delivered this morning, and Zhang De also put it in the refrigerator. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, and he thought it would be weird to drink milk while eating fried dough sticks. In the morning training, Zhang De also tried sparring with Rui Mengmeng, and Zhang De also beat his own team rarely. The main reason was that Rui Mengmeng couldn't let go, her speed and strength surpassed Zhang De's by a fraction, but I might have thought about beating the boss before, but I still didn't dare to practice it after all. Arturia has already been teaching Zhang De how to perceive breath, but it is quite difficult to learn, after all, it is a power similar to knowledge, and it is normal that it is a bit difficult. In the afternoon, I went to purchase a large refrigerator and came back, which was bigger than Tom's large refrigerator. It is estimated that it was specially designed for people on long-distance voyages, and it can store food for many days.
In addition, it can even be customized. For example, Sanji's refrigerator has a password, which is specially designed to prevent Luffy. Zhang De didn't have this need anymore. Tom would let him rummage through the refrigerator if he liked.
Anyway, after Zhang De's preaching, Tom would no longer waste food casually, and would tidy up after messing around.
At noon and night, the guests talked about new things. For example, the lawless area seemed to be extraordinarily chaotic in the past 2 days. It is said that a large-scale battle broke out in the morning. There is also another piece of news that a certain tavern owner led his staff to kill a pirate group of dozens of people. So, Brother Tatsuya is too strong. It can actually kill tens of millions of big pirates. Please, brother. Zhang De also looked at them with a smile, even if you praise me, I won't be happy, bastards. This line is a bit familiar. But it doesn't matter, just want me to treat you with a few compliments? Think beautifully. Is tofu now sweet or salty? What kind of fillings should be used for mooncakes, and dumplings? What kind of fillings for zongzi, whether it is glutinous rice balls or yuanchao? Please don't draw your sword in the comment area. In addition, a little knowledge, Sanji's refrigerator unlock code is 7326, Nami and Robin's birthday. Friends who want to travel to the Straw Hats, please memorize it. It is known that Doflamingo is on the island, and the illegal area has not been peaceful for the past 2 days, so it can be concluded that Brother Ming has been doing trouble recently, which means that the tavern is not suitable for doing trouble recently. On July 6, 1510 in the lunar calendar of the sea, it is sunny, it is advisable to visit relatives and friends, and it is not advisable to make troubles.
So Zhang De and the others honestly opened a shop, exercised, and ate, and did not do unnecessary things. In the past 2 days, I have drawn 2 valuable items, Rui Mengmeng's breastplate, and the broken sword of Cameron Battlefield. Leaving aside the breastplate, Zhang De also took out the broken sword and handed it to Rui Mengmeng, asking her to see if she could recast the broken sword. It was a relatively wide sword. Although it was broken, its quality was much better than ordinary swords, but it didn't look good when it was taken out.
Rui Mengmeng studied with the broken sword for a while before asking dryly, "Boss, have I made you angry recently?" "No, then why are you trying to make things difficult for me?"
Rui Mengmeng remembered that when the former boss wanted to make things difficult for others, he would just find a difficult thing to arrange and then make use of it. "I'm just playing tricks." Zhang De is also at a loss for words. "Don't think too much. I'll just try to see if you have this kind of superpower. If you don't have it, forget it. Broken sword will be given to you."
"Oh."
Rui Mengmeng didn't know what the broken sword was for, so she waved it casually a couple of times, unexpectedly feeling very comfortable.
"Get ready to go out. I have an appointment to go to Uncle Goodman's house today."
Zhang De also said hello and went back to the house to change his clothes. He changed into casual clothes from the sportswear he wore for exercise in the morning. Tom had already taken out a small comb and combed himself a middle part, and then smoothed it back to its original shape.
I don't know what the meaning of his hair combing is. Artoria and Rui Mengmeng also changed into their regular clothes, and their hairstyles were the same as usual, because it was not a serious social occasion, so they didn't pay much attention to it.
I didn't ride a bike when I went out this time, and they were all in the same town, not far away. Rui Mengmeng saw that Zhang De was also carrying the special wine bought 2 days ago and asked, "Is Uncle Goodman the one I saw at the dock that day?"
Artoria nodded. Well, Tingda also said that the Goodman family gave him and Tom a lot of care.
But she had only seen it twice, so she didn't know much about it.
Goodman is an uncle with a good personality and enthusiasm. He just likes to brag occasionally.
His wife, Mrs. Molly, is very gentle and good at home. And their son is called Bayer. He is a very energetic child.
He likes cool stuff.
Zhang De also gave a brief introduction, and continued, "Tom and I stayed at their home for a month. At that time, they not only took care of us, but also took my self-esteem into consideration.
They offered me a job."
"Really?
They are very nice people. The boss is lucky."
"Ah,
I'm really lucky."
Zhang De also looked around. "Why don't you buy some more fruit?" When it comes to buying food, Tom and Artoria are very mobile. They picked a big bag together, all of which they liked to eat.
"But, have you forgotten that this is a gift, not food for you?" Boom, boom, boom.
Zhang De also held something in both hands, and Tom stood on his shoulder and knocked on the door. "Oh, it's brother Tatsuya and Tom."
It was Mrs. Molly who opened the door. "Who are these two?" "Excuse me, they are Artoria and Rui Mengmeng."
Zhang De and his party were let in by Mrs. Molly. Artoria and Rui Mengmeng greeted politely, and Tom waved gently like a lucky cat to show his courtesy.
Zhang De also handed over the gift at the right time. "You're too polite." Mrs. Molly happily took it and shouted inside, "Honey, brother Tatsuya is here."
Goodman took Bayer out together, and he seemed to be telling Bill about the glorious deeds of his youth. After exchanging greetings, Mrs. Molly brought tea in a fruit plate, and then pulled Arturia and Rui Mengmeng to talk. Little Bayer and Tom got together apprentice for a while, and he was going to show Tom the wooden toys he had made himself. That is to say, Tom didn't bother to move, he just played with those little things to cooperate with him, otherwise he must let him know what it means to be a master.
Goodman saw the gift Zhang De also brought at a glance. "This kind of wine is not common."
Zhang De also said with a smile, "As long as you like it, I specially prepared it for Uncle Taguragas."
"Guragas, has my brother been buying from him?" Goodman asked.
"Yes, the contact information left by Uncle Bob at that time."
Zhang De also asked curiously, "Is there any problem with this person?"
"It doesn't count, but I have heard some rumors about him." Goodman recalled and said, "It is said that when he was young, he was reckless and impulsive, often made troubles after drinking, and once fought with a big pirate. I don't know how it turned out, but it didn't take long for him to become a wine merchant, and his personality gradually became a lot more kind."
"The big pirate? Who is it?" "Even if you read the comics, you can't know every big pirate, such as Silver Axe and Wang Ji.
You don't know what abilities they have or what they have done."
Goodman shook his head. "That's not clear."
"In short, it should be nothing to do business with him, but just don't provoke him."
"I see."
Zhang De also nodded and smiled. "I'm in business, so there's no reason to offend suppliers."
"Ha, it's true."
Zhang De and the others didn't stay for too long. They just had a brief chat about the recent situation and said goodbye. On the way back, Zhang De also asked curiously, Artoria, do you feel that Gragas is strong?
I don't have a special feeling. But some people are good at hiding their aura, so I might not be able to detect it as long as I don't do it. Artoria asked, do you need to test it? Zhang De also waved his hand, that's not necessary, we are not a snakeshield bureau, and we don't care about other people's special abilities. Hey, by the way, what were you two talking about with Mrs. Molly?
Rui Mengmeng didn't want to talk about it, Artoria said straightforwardly, just ask our origins what we like, and then praise you most of the time.
Zhang De, this way of chatting is a bit subtle.
Zhang De didn't delve into the specific content anymore, feeling that the two of them wanted to talk about what to eat for lunch more than this topic.
Just chatting briefly like this, Zhang De also grabbed Tom, who was about to float into someone's shop smelling the fragrance. A rhythmic sound of footsteps caught their attention.
The Navy is probably the only one on this island that can make such disciplined footsteps.
Is there any action?
Zhang De also turned his head, the scene in front of him surprised him, female soldiers, the Navy in this team is all female soldiers, such a unit is rare in the Navy. Sure enough, the leader was an old woman with gray hair and a kind face, a veteran of the same era as Garp in the Warring States period, Vice Admiral Crane. In addition to Lieutenant General there was a beautiful woman in the team who was particularly eye-catching, with black hair, a beauty mole on the corner of her mouth, a peach-colored blouse, a long knife on her waist, and a spider tattooed on her slender and fit thigh. The later general candidate, Lieutenant General Guion, was codenamed Momotu, but I don't know what rank she is now. Zhang De also sensibly stopped on the side of the road to make way for the Marines. Such a big battle seemed to be aimed at the Flamingo, but judging from the original trajectory, Lieutenant General He's action is estimated to be frustrated. When passing by Zhang De and the others, Lieutenant General He's eyes stayed on Artoria and Rui Mengmeng for a few seconds longer, and what was revealed in his eyes was probably
appreciation? This grandma doesn't want to poach a corner, does she? Probably because he had a task ahead of him. Lieutenant General He didn't say anything, and didn't stay long.
The follow-up of this incident, Zhang De also heard about it in the tavern, ignoring the part of a bunch of drunks bragging and the obviously unreliable part. The facts pieced together are roughly like this. Doflamingo led a group of miscellaneous soldiers and was surrounded by Lieutenant General He's troops.
The two sides fought almost one-sidedly, and Doflamingo's miscellaneous soldiers were quickly wiped out.
And Doflamingo himself suddenly disappeared without a trace, and none of the cadres of the Don Quixote family showed their faces from the beginning to the end. In other words, the one that was eliminated was probably a clone created by Doflamingo with the ability of string fruit. After sacrificing a group of subordinates and delaying enough time, he himself and the cadres had already fled. This guy should be working hard to become Chihuahua now.
If I remember correctly, he robbed the heavenly gold and then threatened the world government to get the position of Chihuahua? By the way, Doflamingo came here specially for this purpose, right?
If the gold in the sky is to be transported to the holy land of Marie Joya, it must go through the bubble elevator to rise to an altitude of 10,000 meters. And Doflamingo can fly. If he just grabs and runs at an altitude of several thousand meters, no one will be able to stop him, right? Of course, it is also possible to set up an ambush to snatch the Tianshangjian before it is sent to the bubble elevator. After all, it is difficult for him to get so much money by himself. I don't know how much money there is in Tianjin, but it is enough property for all Tianlong people to squander.
In short, after He Zhongfu's trip, Doflamingo should have run away. He seems to have been unwilling to confront Lieutenant He.
At noon on the second day after this incident, Admiral He brought a blonde-haired female sailor to the tavern. Although he was not wearing a Navy uniform, many guests in the tavern recognized the famous Lieutenant General, and they started talking about her after she walked past him. Lieutenant General He was wearing a lavender shirt, black cropped trousers, and ordinary women's leather shoes on his feet. He walked straight to the bar and stopped. The blonde-haired female sailor stood behind her neatly.
You won't really come to dig a corner, will you? Zhang De also greeted quickly. What would you two like to drink?
Lieutenant General He had a kind smile on his face, looking like an ordinary old lady next door. She looked at the teapot in front of Artoria and said, "Give me a cup of tea if you can." Zhang De also laughed and said, "You are the first one who came to the tavern to ask for tea."
Lieutenant General He smiled and asked, "Is it inconvenient?" "It's convenient, of course it's convenient, you've already opened your mouth, so why don't you show some face?" Zhang De also said a few words to Artoria. Artoria nodded, took out the teacup and poured 2 cups of tea, put it in front of He Zhongjiang in them, and brought out a tray of snacks to set it up. "Thank you." Lieutenant General, he held up his teacup and blew. It seems that the little boss knows me? Of course I do. I saw you on the street yesterday, the famous Lieutenant General he. After being influenced by the guests in the tavern for a long time, Zhang Dai's polite words came out, I'm listening to you. Stories grow. Really? Lieutenant General, he took a sip of tea and asked, then what stories have you heard about me?
Zhang Dai was also stuck, so I just said it casually.
I only know that you are very powerful, but Oda didn't tell me what you have done.
Seeing Lieutenant General He's playful eyes, and the way the female sailor behind her covered her mouth and snickered, Zhang Dai was also a little embarrassed. I learned from other people's glib tongue at a young age.
Lieutenant General, his tone seemed to be lecturing his juniors. Ha, ha, ha.
Zhang Dai also smiled awkwardly. Anyway, I know you are a very powerful navy.
May I ask why you came this time? Then let me just say it straight, I want to invite you to join the navy.
In addition to dealing with various incidents caused by Doflamingo, he Zhanglai also asked the navy of the Chambord Islands to ask Zhang Dai and the others. Case. Although she doesn't even know Zhang Dai's name, the characteristics of the group are too obvious, not to mention the two beauties, especially the expressive cat, which impressed the navy deeply, and the leader Zhang Dai is also with the most non-existent little transparency. Through the local navy, Vice Admiral he easily learned about this tavern, a boy who was drifted here in a shipwreck, a clever cat, a powerful and elegant guard of unknown origin, and an ordinary-looking waitress. Lieutenant General he did not overly explore their origins, but paid more attention to their quality and what they have done. They have caught bounties several times, and they even directly captured the entire pirate group a few days ago, but they don't seem to rely on these come to life, just at the right time, and they don't speak and act like most bounty hunters are arrogant and vulgar. When they see the navy performing a mission, they will take the initiative to retreat to the side of the road to make way. From Lieutenant General He's point of view, the young man in front of him and the two employees in the tavern are not bad people, which is much more important than the origin. In addition, it was Admiral Crane who valued Artoria's strength that he came to invite him in person.
Join the navy?
Zhang Dai was also thinking about how to politely reject her. After all, he had a good impression of Lieutenant General He. Joining the navy means that someone else has to work hard for an order, and the person who issued the order may be very unreliable.
Why did you join the navy? Zhang Dai asked after thinking for a while.
As soon as he spoke to Lieutenant General He felt that this trip might not go so smoothly. But this is normal. If she agrees as soon as she mentions the other party, then they have already joined the navy when they exchanged the bounty. After all, there are routine inquiries. Of course, Lieutenant General He didn't know how perfunctory the routine inquiry of the major who was in charge of exchanging the bounty here was. I'll post a picture of the main character next time for you to see. Joining the navy is of course to uphold justice, protect civilians, and fight against pirates. Lieutenant General He gave a nearly standard answer, persuading, I've heard of some of the things you have done recently, and I think you have something to do.
If you want to protect civilians, joining the navy is the best choice.
Hearing what she said about what she did recently, Zhang Dai also subconsciously felt a little guilty, but thinking about what she said, it should be about grabbing the fake straw hat. You may think highly of me. I'm making sure we can win the battle. Those who provoke those people, if they can't beat them, they would have run away long ago. In fact, it's okay if I covet the bounty.
The assumption you made doesn't exist. All I know is that you defeated the pirates and avoided the harm of the nearby people. That's enough.
Admiral He looked at him and continued, from your tone, it seems that you don't trust the navy enough.
Don't worry about that. Even if you become a navy, you won't be forced to deal with an enemy that is absolutely invincible. I just can't believe it. The matter of Major General Catalu was there. But this can't be said, because Cataluna was drunk and accidentally said something that shouldn't be said, and Zhang Dai might have tricked him by mentioning it. At this time, a cat's paw stretched out from the side, touched a piece of snacks and wanted to leave. Zhang Dai also grabbed Tom, hugged him and rubbed him twice, looked at Arturia and Rue Meng Meng, and then glanced at the chatting and laughing guests, and instead of answering Lieutenant General He's words, he said, compared to joining the navy, I still prefer the current life. I have a cat, a house, and friends. When I am free, I listen to the bragging of the guests, and when I encounter troubles, I beat them out. The navy is not as reserved as you said. In fact, even in the headquarters of the navy, there are many mavericks. With your abilities, after joining the navy, it's no problem if you want to keep pets, drink and chat. Lieutenant General He said I have seen so many strange things in the navy in the past year. As long as I have the ability, my personal habits and hobbies don't matter at all. Hey, I didn't expect there to be so many beauties in this kind of tavern. It's just right, come and have a drink with me.
The three people who were flamboyant saw Arturia, Rue Meng, and General He Zhong bring to the female sailor, then opened her mouth to tease her.
The guests in the tavern all showed expressions of watching the show.
The tavern itself is already very difficult to mess with.
Now that there is a vice admiral present, the next thing will definitely be very exciting.
These few people seem to have gotten used to the attention of others, not only do not feel uncomfortable, but also very proud.
Who the hell, why don't you hurry up and get some wine?
One of them slapped the table and saw the profile of Lieutenant General He sitting in front of the bar, but he didn't recognize it for a while, and shouted, "The old woman is too old to learn how to drink wine."
When people come to the tavern, aren't they afraid that the wine glass will knock their teeth off?
The other two followed suit. Arturia glanced at Zhang De, meaning she was asking who would do it. Zhang De also shook his head lightly to say that he didn't care, then stared at Lieutenant General He, also with an expression of wanting to watch the excitement. The female sea soldier behind Lieutenant General He was about to make a move when Lieutenant General He laughed and cursed, "Bad boy. I don't know if I'm talking about Zhang De or those little gangsters." Anyway, in the blink of an eye, there was an extra rope for drying clothes in the tavern, and the three punks were all hit by dimensionality reduction, and were caught on the rope by small pink clips like 3 pieces of clothes. The three of them were renewed, with water stains on their bodies, and their hands and feet were floating in the air weakly. "It's been washed.
It's hung up. Sorry, we were wrong. Lieutenant General Crane is a person with the ability to wash fruits. He can wash anything like clothes. Even the evil in the heart of the person who has been washed will be slightly removed. Therefore, for many evil pirates, Lieutenant Crane it may be more troublesome than the Admiral. It is precisely because of this ability that Doflamingo runs away when he sees her. Getting rid of evil thoughts is more terrifying to him than cutting his flesh." Zhang De also reached out to touch the clothes. "It's amazing." Arturia also poked it curiously. This was the first time she had seen the ability of a devil fruit, and it felt like magic. The 3 washed ones are really soft to the touch, and they are still wet clothes. "I don't know how to restore it to its original shape, after drying?" Tom broke free from Zhang De's clutches, chose a piece of clothing that was closest to him, and licked it back and forth, as if playing with a cat teaser. The guests of the tavern stared wide-eyed. Not everyone knows about devil fruits. Such a magical ability is also very new to them. And Lieutenant General He, who lost a few minions in seconds, acted as if nothing had happened, and didn't care that they were bullied by Tom and screamed from time to time, and continued, "You said that you like the life you have now. One of the reasons why our Navy fights is to let more people live a peaceful life. Are you willing to do such a thing? I admire a Navy like you who dedicates its youth to justice, and those who sacrifice their lives to protect the people, but I can't do that." Zhang Di also expressed his attitude, frankly not so noble. "As for upholding justice, I heard that the generals in the Navy believe in all kinds of justice. If it were me, it might be justice within my power. At least if my neighbors or acquaintances are unlucky one day when I meet a pirate, I won't stand by and watch." General He Zhong left, and she understood that Zhang De was also the kind of person who put his own safety first, and would be willing to help others if he had the ability. Being poor cares themselves, being wealthy cares the world. There is no such sentence in this world, but Zhang De's attitude is clearly expressed. Lieutenant General He doesn't dislike such people, at least such people will not take the initiative to do evil, and if they want to divide camps, they can be classified as friendly forces. She didn't try to persuade the other 2 people anymore, because they didn't show any interest in the conversation between her and Zhang De, and their attitude was probably that of everything is decided by the boss. I really don't know how a small boss with mediocre ability can find such employees. Before leaving, Lieutenant General He took 3 pieces of clothes he couldn't do without them, because the cat had already taken off 1 piece of clothes and spread them on the table, and took out the iron to do housework. Punks like this can be punished for re-education, and they can almost be let go. They are not serious enough to be tortured, and those of their level, after being washed by the ability of Lieutenant General He, may be able to correct their mistakes directly. Renew. When they were taken away by Lieutenant General He, the 3 of them cried miserably, "That cat must be a devil, and never dare to do bad things again." Is it justice within one's power? Lieutenant General He glanced back at this ordinary tavern, and said with a chuckle, "As long as it is justice." I didn't think Lieutenant General He was tall before, but after checking the information, I found out that she is 204 centimeters tall. The reason why she doesn't look tall is because her old friend Sengoku is 278 centimeters and Carp is 287 cm. The arrival of Lieutenant General Crane made the guests of the tavern watch the excitement, gained a lot of knowledge, and gave them a little more to talk about.
In the end, it slightly boosted the sales of drinks, so Zhang De was quite happy. But Tom was not happy because he took out the iron and neither ironed the clothes nor hit anyone.
Unhappy Tom wants to go surfing, and also wants to go fishing.
Zhang De also waved his hand. Sure, go to the beach this afternoon, surf if you want to surf, fish if you want to fish, and swim if you want to swim.
This decision was unanimously approved by everyone in the tavern.
As for the exercise task in the afternoon, swimming can be used as physical training.
Back then, Zhang was also a master at dog paddle swimming.
So Tom changed into his swimsuit in 3 seconds, found a surfboard and a whole set of fishing tools from nowhere.
Don't worry, we have to make some preparations first.
Zhang De also touched Tom's head with a smile.
In fact, he was a little curious about where Tom hid his tail when he put on his clothes. Tom tilted his head, a question mark popped up on his head. What are you going to do? He is ready. For example, if I don't have swimming trunks, I have to buy them. Zhang De also turned his head and asked, do you two have swimsuits? Artoria and Rui Mengmeng shook their heads. They never thought of buying swimsuits when they were shopping for clothes before. Then let's buy it together.
Zhang De also counted the things he needed to bring with his fingers. Then you can also bring a barbecue grill, some drinks, fruits, ice cubes, etc. Well, before I use the large refrigerator to freeze assets, let it continue to play the role of a refrigerator. Artoria raised her hand. That, Tatsuya, actually, I can't swim.
Ah? But don't you have the blessing of the fairy in the lake? Can you run on the water? Rui Mengmeng asked in surprise.
Artoria explained, it is precisely because of this blessing that I can fight on water without learning to swim, so I won't.
Rui Mengmeng seems to have discovered a blind spot. Then can you take a bath? Artoria nodded. Of course, I can enter the water as long as I want.
That's right. Rui Mengmeng suddenly realized. Zhang De also summed it up in his heart, that is to say, that blessing is not a passive aura, but an active skill, which can be turned on or off if it wants to. Then it's not bad to take the opportunity to learn. How about buying you a swimming ring?
Artoria nodded.
Even if she didn't learn to swim, she was still interested in going to the beach, but she would not take the initiative to ask for such a request. After discussing it properly, everyone packed up their things and rode out on the bubble car. I heard that the bubble car has recently launched a new model. It can move forward without pedals.
It is roughly equivalent to a suspension motorcycle. I just don't know what the power is. I can go and see it another day.
When choosing his swimsuit, Zhang De also chose a suit casually, and bought a pair of swimming goggles. By the way, is the kind of person who can't keep his eyes open in the water.
Does Tom want to buy a new suit? Zhang De also asked. Tom shook his head. He kind of liked his red bathing suit.
But Tom walked around the shop, and then he held a water gun and smiled flatteringly in front of Zhang De. Of course Zhang De bought it for him, and finally bought 3 more. After waiting with Tom for a while, Rui Mengmeng and Arturia came out of the changing room. Rui Mengmeng chose a very conservative one-piece black swimsuit, even though she still blushed a little, ashamed to show her good figure. Arturia didn't have so many worries, maybe she didn't care at all, and chose a white 2-piece swimsuit.
Zhang De didn't know what style it was. He just looked at Arturia and thought maliciously, she didn't choose a children's swimsuit. What's wrong? Arturia asked after noticing Zhang De's gaze. Ah, it's okay.
Zhang De also had a guilty feeling of being found out for speaking ill of others behind his back, so he remedied, it's pretty.
Thank you.
Arturia smiled and accepted the compliment frankly. Everything was ready, everyone put on their coats except Tom, and rode to the beach. Because I often choose different routes to get familiar with the environment when I run every morning, so I have run all over the island, and it is not a problem to choose a suitable beach. I don't know if a beach without sand like the Chambord Islands can be called a beach. Tom held the surfboard and looked from a distance, but failed to see the expected big waves, so he had to put down the surfboard first, do warm-up exercises, and prepare to swim around in the water.
Before swimming, you must do warm-up exercises to prevent cramps.
Even Tom will subconsciously abide by this. Zhang De was also in charge of parking the car and tidying things up, letting Rui Mengmeng and Artoria warm up and get into the water first. Spread the picnic cloth, take out the large refrigerator from the inventory, arrange all kinds of food and drinks, and then put beach chairs and umbrellas. Although there is no beach, the atmosphere must be raised. By the time Zhang De had packed up his things and started warming up, Tom had already jumped into the water with a plop and swam in the sea with a very standard breaststroke posture. Rui Mengmeng tested the water temperature with her feet in an ordinary way, and then slowly entered the water.
Arturia is amazing, put on the swimming ring first, and then slowly walked to the surface of the sea. Wow! Arturia let out an exclamation that would never appear normally, and she sank quickly, floating on the sea surface with the help of her swimming ring. Arturia, who just entered the water, seems to have changed her style of painting, with her hair drooping softly, her upper body lying on the swimming ring, as if she has lost her dream, and the whole person looks a little cute. Zhang De also completed his warm-up and jumped into the water with a plop. If you compare his diving posture with Tom's, then one is the Philippine diving team and the other is the Dream Team. Dream Team Tom put his arms behind his head and paddled back to Zhang De with only his legs, ready to watch his performance. Zhang De also confidently showed off his dog planing. Because his physique has been getting stronger after coming here, his speed is very fast and his endurance is also good. He feels that he may be able to win the world championship with dog planing swimming. After swimming around, Zhang De also confidently asked Arturia if she wanted to learn. However, Arturia, who looked cute at this time, was not dumb at all. Her little head was shaking so dumbly that she almost couldn't keep up. I always think it's better to learn normal freestyle with Meng Meng, or learn breaststroke with Tom. In other words, ugly rejection. Zhang De also received a critical blow, retreated, and then received ridicule from Tom. Oh ho ho ha 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 ha. However, Tom, who was amused by Zhang De's swimming posture, was not happy for long, and jumped directly from the sea to the shore with a scream. Ah wah! Tom screamed, took a crab off his butt, and looked at the crab angrily. So the crab swung its pincers and caught Tom's nose. Oh ho ho oh 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 oh! Zhang De, who was a little depressed at first, was immediately amused by Tom. Sure enough, where there is Tom, there is never a lack of joy. I don't mean to ask for welfare when I write here. Your dear author has passed the exam and will not drive without a driver's license. The crab was finally thrown into the bucket by Tom and temporarily closed. Then Tom took the cheat net and went into the water, preparing to catch more crabs and cook them in a pot. Tang never takes revenge overnight unless he can't beat him. Arturia, whose painting style has become cute, asked Rui Mengmeng to hold her hands to learn swimming, and Zhang De, who was bored, also chose to fish some shrimp, crab, and shells with Tom. Tom is really a swimming master. In addition to the basic methods such as breaststroke and backstroke, he can also imitate the slow floating of sea turtles and the swinging body of various fishes. Tom's body is more flexible than a snake and can support him to complete various tasks of difficult action. Zhang De was also wearing swimming goggles and followed Tom. He planned to help, but found that he couldn't keep up with Tom's movements in the water, so he had to watch Tom's performance while touching the fish. About 10 minutes later, Zhang De was also surprised to find that dear Tom was so focused on catching crabs and shells that he never changed his breath during this period. He didn't even notice that he was staring at Tom underwater for 10 minutes without taking a breath. When the small net bag was full, Tom felt that the time for holding his breath had reached the limit. He covered his mouth and floated up quickly. When he reached the bank, he tilted his head and bounced, and patted his ear with his hand to let the water flow out from the other ear. I don't know whether he got water in his ears or in his brain. Tom poured all the harvest into the bucket, and felt that it was almost enough to cook a pot, so he put down the net bag and picked up the fishing rod to prepare for fishing. The hook was thrown far away by Tom, and there was no movement for a long time. Tom was not in a hurry either. He put on a pair of sunglasses and lay on the beach chair, taking a sip of juice from time to time, very comfortable. The surfboard was kept within easy reach by Tom, and he was looking forward to surfing when he had the right waves. Zhang De, who was disliked because his swimming posture was too ugly, also decided to learn other postures. Relying on his good physical strength, he can toss around in the sea alone. Looking at Arturia and Rui Mengmeng practicing swimming, and Tom enjoying himself, Zhang De also has a bold idea whether to pretend that a big fish is hooked and let Tom catch it once, and try to see if he can catch himself go up. This idea was not implemented in time, because there was movement on the sea surface, and the waves gradually became denser and more turbulent. This seemed to be a harbinger of big waves. Zhang De also rushed towards the beach quickly. He was worried that he would be photographed on the beach. Arturia hugged her swimming ring tightly, drifting with Rui Mengmeng to the shore with the current in a little ignorance. Only Tom got excited. Isn't this the big wave he was waiting for? Tom picked up the surfboard and rushed to the sea with a swish. The sunglasses he was originally wearing stayed in the original position due to inertia and turned a few times and fell on the chair. By this time Tom was already lying on the surfboard, paddling with both hands close to the center of the big wave. When it felt like the time was right, Tom turned around and put his feet on the surfboard, trying to keep his balance. Immediately afterwards, the sea water did what he expected, pushing him up together with the surfboard. Tom happily posed several handsome poses on the surfboard.
But Tom soon realized that something was wrong, because his position had not moved the whole time. Hesitantly bent down and glanced down, Tom happened to meet the sea beast below. It turned out that there were no big waves at all, but a large sea beast came out of the water. The sea beast looks like a giraffe as a whole, but its mouth is full of sharp teeth, and one of its eyes is already bigger than Tom's body. At this time, the eyes of this sea beast were turned up, and its eyes were fixed on the little thing on its head. Its face was full of fierceness, and it might run away at any time. And Tom stared at the sea beast under his feet for 3 seconds, raised the surfboard, slapped it on the top of the sea beast, and then ran away, the kind of running that borrowed power from the air without realizing it. The giraffe-like sea beast had a red envelope bigger than Tom's body on its head. Of course, it was not worth mentioning compared to its huge body, but the pain still irritated it, and opened its bloody mouth to bite Tom in the air. Tom! Zhang De, who was turning back to the shore, subconsciously turned back and swam twice in Tom's direction, but immediately realized that something was wrong. In fact, without him shouting, Artoria had already jumped out of the swimming circle, stepped on the sea with her bare feet, and quickly ran towards Tom with her hands in a sword-holding posture. But it was too late, the distance between Artoria and Tom was too far, and the sea beast was too close to Tom, and this sea beast, which resembled a giraffe, had a long neck. Poor Tom couldn't run out of its attack range and was swallowed in one gulp. Even though he thought Tom couldn't die, Zhang De felt his heart tighten and swam faster. Arturia was also a little nervous, but she wasn't flustered. She could still be saved after swallowing it. Haha! Arturia jumped up high, swiping the sword with both hands and slashed at the base of the sea beast's neck. A cloud of blood burst out, and the giraffe-shaped sea beast screamed, its long neck snapped off at the root, and Arturia squatted on the sea beast's back. At this time, something interesting happened, probably because the sea beast had just finished swallowing. A small bulge slid down its throat, and finally reached the broken neck. A kitten covered in mucus fell from it, and then the sea beast's neck fell into the water with a splash and floated on the surface of the sea. Tom stopped in midair without giving Newton any face, with an ignorant expression on his face, and looked out of the screen with his hands spread out, as if he was asking what happened. For him, the experience just now is probably similar to riding a slide, right? Zhang De also finally swam to Tom's side, caught Tom who was slowly falling down, first checked whether Tom was missing any arms or legs, and then put him into the water to wash off the mucus on his body in disgust. Artoria and Rui Mengmeng also gathered together, and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Tom waved his hands and feet innocently. The behavior of the unscrupulous master reminded him of those people who were treated as clothes at noon. He was afraid of being hung up. Of course Zhang De was not that cruel, he just turned Tom over and over to see if he was clean. Although sea water is not suitable for bathing, it is better than getting drenched in sea animal saliva. Ah! I'm saved. It was an unfamiliar voice. Everyone stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. A small figure jumped out from the broken neck of the sea beast, drew a beautiful parabola in the air, and landed on Tom's head. So Tom, who was held by Zhang De, was slammed into the water with a bang, and that figure happened to take Tom's place. The three of them stared blankly at the object that suddenly fell into Zhang De's hands. Although it was a little smaller, the upper body was a human and the lower body was a fish, mermaid. *3 Confucius said, "Isn't it a joy to vote if you have a vote?" With green hair and pink fishtail, she looks like a teenager, but she is definitely a mermaid. Yes, my name is Kaimi, and I'm a mermaid. Thank you for saving me. Little Kaimi thanked me very politely, because I sometimes get confused, so I'm easily eaten by sea beasts. I was almost eaten by sea beasts just now. Digested. Although I know that there are mermaids in this world, I still feel surprised when the mermaids appear in front of me, so Kemi is watched quietly by 3 people. 2 seconds later, Kaimi's eyes suddenly protruded, his mouth opened wide, and he shouted in a terrified look, "Yes, it's human. I'm scared to death." Zhang De also let go of Kaimi's hand, and picked out his ears. The pretty little loli just spoke in a startled voice, "Don't be so loud, we won't do anything to you." Kami fell into the sea and smashed Tom, who had just poked his head out, but she didn't realize it. "Won't it hurt me?" "That's great." Rui Mengmeng looked at the little mermaid girl. "Is it so easy to believe it?" Artoria said solemnly, "I feel easily deceived." "Hey! I was cheated." Kami's expression was exaggerated. "I didn't lie to you." Zhang Di also raised his forehead. "Is this a mermaid clan or a Dongtada clan? The simplicity makes people want to complain. Since you are so easy to be eaten, why do you want to run around by yourself?" "That's because it hurts so much." Kemi jumped up from the sea at a height of more than 3 meters. If you look carefully, You can find a cat hanging from her tail. Zhengde quickly caught the two of them. Tom, let go, she's not a fish. Tom hugged Cammy's tail, his small eyes seemed to say, you lied to me, this tail is obviously a fish. Mermaids really can't be eaten. Zhengde was also helpless. Come down quickly and let's study how to eat that sea beast. Tom reluctantly let go of Cammy's tail, and Zhengde also apologized to Cammy. Sorry, my cat treats you like an ordinary fish. Cammy hid behind Arturia with teary eyes. She felt that this older sister could give her a sense of security. It hurts, is this a cat? It's scary. The mermaids living on Murloc Island are largely isolated from the outside world. They have almost never seen any animals and plants on land, and cats are probably one of them. Arturia touched Cammy's head and comforted, don't be afraid, Tom cooks delicious food. What kind of wonderful comforting method is this? Why don't you have to be afraid of cooking delicious food? Zhengde also complained in his heart. Oh, so you don't have to be afraid. Cammy patted his chest and relaxed. Tom pulled out a kind smile at the right time, and Cammy was completely unafraid. It's really comforting. Zhengde still couldn't understand their strange brain circuits, so he glanced at Rui Mengmeng, only to see that she also looked shocked. There are still normal people. Zhengde is also very pleased. A few minutes later, everyone set up a barbecue grill by the sea, watching Tom roast sea beast meat and some shellfish. Of course, Tom didn't forget the crabs he had worked so hard to catch, and set up an extra pot beside him, preparing to cook them in one pot for revenge. Of course, the meat of the sea beast was obtained on the spot. Zhengde also deliberately took out a sword because he was curious about his attack power, and slashed at the body of the sea beast with all his strength. A large gash more than 1 meter long and tens of centimeters deep appeared on sea beasts. Zhengde also estimated that unless such an injury hit a vital point, it should not have much effect on a sea beast of this size, but he should be able to deal with smaller sea beasts. Cammy carefully followed Arturia ashore. For her, going to the Chambord Islands was almost a dream. After all, she was taught since she was a child that she must never go to this island. Mermaids and murlocs would be discriminated against. Many people would think that they had infectious diseases, and this phenomenon was particularly serious in the Chambord Islands. In fact, as early as about 200 years ago, Murloc Island had established diplomatic relations with the world government. Since then, the discrimination and persecution of murlocs by humans around the world has gradually disappeared. But on the Chambord Islands, murlocs and mermaids are still considered by almost everyone to be fish and low-level races, and they can be sold and hunted at will. So this place is a forbidden zone for most murlocs and mermaids. If Cammy is the only one now, she would not dare to go to the island no matter what. It smells so good. It turns out that Tom is really good at cooking. Everyone had already introduced themselves, and the nervous Cammy quickly integrated into them. Tom had a smug look on his face. He liked to hear people praise him. Zhengde also asked back to the previous topic, I haven't finished talking just now, since there are so many dangerous sea beasts outside, why did you come here by yourself, Cammy? I sneaked out to play. In fact, the fastest swimming creature in the sea is the mermaid. If I don't stay in a daze, I won't be eaten. Cammy felt a little embarrassed. Tom pricked up his ears, the fastest swimming creature? Find her for a while. Cammy continued, then, here is my dream. Dream? Just landed on this island? Rui Mengmeng has only been here for a short time, so she doesn't know much about the discrimination against murlocs. Well, it's not the first time I've floated to the surface of the sea. I've always dreamed of going to Chambord Park to ride the Ferris wheel. Speaking of this, Cammy was very depressed, and she moved her pink tail, but it doesn't work. Tom put the scallops on the grill. After a while, the scallops would open their mouths one by one. The meat was roasted by the heat from the shells. Garlic vermicelli was placed on top of the scallops, and the aroma was tangy. Raw oysters, or oysters, can be grilled in the same way, or eaten raw by prying open the shell, but Zhengde can't stand this way of eating, and is still used to cooked food. Putting a plate of grilled scallops in front of Cammy, Tom smiled, not knowing whether it was out of politeness or apologizing to Cammy. Thank you. Cammy tasted a scallop carefully. The moment the scallop meat entered the mouth, all the frustration just disappeared. It's delicious. Cammy does not eat fish, but has a special liking for foods like shellfish and wakame. According to her, the usual recipes are grilled wakame, seaweed souffle, scallop sandwich, clam pizza, etc. Tom baked scallops just to her liking, and she could feast on them. Afterwards, everyone else started to move, happily picking up the skewers, but it's a pity that the ordinary sea beast meat is not a sea king, otherwise it can be sold at a good price even if it can't be eaten up.
The joys and sorrows of humans and cats are not the same.
Tom is now in distress, facing a large pot of boiled crabs. The green crabs after cooking have all turned into red crabs.
Which one is the nose? How can this be revenge?
When she was a child, Kaimi actually secretly floated to the surface of the sea and looked at Chambord Park, looking forward to it, and she was swallowed by various sea beasts more than 20 times, and was caught by human traffickers more than 30 times. It is a miracle that she survived. Popsicle is not halfway through writing the book, but it is on the shelves in the middle. Today, the online articles are a little bit, and the colleagues are exhausted.
This is really a crisis of life and death. The above is pure nonsense.
I won't talk about Sanjiang. I sincerely thank the book friends who have been chasing me until now. Then I would like to thank Pang Lai, the editor in charge, perfunctorily.
When did he recommend it to me?
I would like to thank you sincerely. The point is, it will be on the shelves at noon tomorrow. So posting the next chapter will probably be at 5 or 10 minutes past 12 noon tomorrow.
I hope everyone will continue to support. I repeat, it will be available tomorrow at noon.
The theme of this book is the story of our false protagonist Zhang Dai, with the real protagonist Tom, summoning a character to live together in the world of pirates. There will not be too many summon characters, because I am also worried that I will not be able to grasp it. I am trying my best to shape the character image of each character. Even the supporting characters and villains, I also hope that they are doing things according to their own logic and emotion. Then everyone has seen the style, which is mainly relaxed and happy, and will write some daily life. The pace is quite slow, because when I wrote the last book, some plots were too taken for granted, too abrupt, and many things were not clearly written, and there was no foreshadowing.
This time I learned a lesson and plan to write more detailed and substantial.
Some book lovers will care about what will happen to their relatives and friends in the original world after the protagonist summons people over. You can think that the original world continues to operate normally according to the needs, or it can be regarded as a time suspension. At the end of the story, they can go back and forth between the two worlds according to their wishes, or they are all awakened by the protagonist from the story.
The problem is what Zhu Tianlu has to consider.
I didn't intend to write it into the stream of the heavens.
It's better to downplay the issue of summoning. If someone really wants to read the story of the original world, can I write an extra episode for each summoned character after I finish?
The timeline of One Piece in this book refers to the videos and columns of many up masters of Xiapozen. In fact, we should thank these ups who like textual research, which makes it much easier for us to find information when writing novels. Of course, the time of some events will be slightly changed according to the needs of the plot. In the end, there are similar words I said before the last novel was released: I am a reader turned author. I like stories that are lighter and more joyful than bitter and bitter. It would be great if there could be any line or page of the text I typed out one by one, which would make you laugh from the bottom of your heart in front of the screen. According to the tradition of testimonials on the shelf, the following is the list of sacrifices. 1. I am a dragon servant in the Dragon Clan. The old author of the Dragon Clan, the female protagonist Xiami, and the male protagonist is a dragon attendant who plots against the master. 2. In the next 4 generations of Naruto, Orochimaru travel through Orochimaru to see how he became Hokage and how he changed the ninja world. 3. Pirate, the Ninetales bombards Mary Joya at the beginning behind Thessine's flow, Vest flow, harvesting emotions to extract character cards, turning the world of pirates upside down. For Uchiha's Taijutsu Supreme, this is a story about a member of the Uchiha clan who has become supreme in Taishu. 5. Marvel, I have a serious mental illness. This is a story about a protagonist who suffers from mental illness but doesn't know it, going crazy in the Marvel universe. 6. The 4 generations of Hokage of Konoha. Put my own old books to make up the number, slightly poisonous, so be careful. Excited heart, trembling hands. Trembling, Tom picked up a glass of drink and downed it, burped comfortably, and lay on the ground with his stomach in his hands, with a satisfied smile on his lips. He was overstretched again, to the point where his waistline far exceeded his height. It wouldn't be like this if it was just a pot of crabs, but Tom felt that today's sea animal meat was particularly to his taste, so he accidentally ate too much.
It's amazing, I can eat so much.
Kemi picked up a branch from nowhere and poked the side of Tom's belly. Hey hee hee, oh ho ho. Probably because of being poked in the tickle, Tom let out a funny laugh, and the others were also amused by Tom's appearance.
Judging by his appearance, the matter of finding Kemi to compete in swimming can probably be put aside for now.
Since Tom couldn't move for the time being, he was not taken to play in the next water fight project. Zhang Dai also picked up Tom and put him on the beach chair, letting Tom lie down and watch them play. It was so cruel.
Tom raised his short hand with difficulty, and finally he could only hiccup helplessly, too lazy to move.
As for the water gun he picked out specially, he handed it over to Kaimi, and now he is having fun with Rue Meng and Artoria. Arturia still has to rely on the swimming ring to float on the water, and her painting style has returned to a cute look. This moment is probably the lowest point of her combat effectiveness. So in the beginning, Artoria was hung and beaten by other people, until Zhang De shot her dumb hair with a water gun. It's strange to say that every day, whether it's just after taking a bath or just waking up, the dull hair on Artoria's head is very firm and slightly curled up, even if it was accidentally wet by water when she was learning to swim. It's okay. But this time, after being wet with a water gun by Zhang De, that handful of hair immediately stuck to his head limply. At that moment, Arturia's aura changed completely, and her eyes became much sharper, but others didn't notice it for the time being, because she lowered her head at this time. Water fight? Battle? War. If it's a war, I will definitely win. Look at the trick. It's over. Arturia's desire to win has been aroused. Zhang De also felt that something was wrong, and then he was shot in the forehead. It was obviously just a thin jet of water, but it made him feel like someone hit his head with a hammer, and his whole body was thrown on the sea. Rue Meng and Kaimi didn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Seeing that Artoria started to fight back, they continued to aim at her with water guns, but she dodged them nimbly. Artoria waved her hand and shot twice. Rue Meng and Kaimi were shot one after another, but they were not as powerful as Zhang De's shot. It hurts. Kaimi rubbed her forehead. Why is Arturia's water gun so painful? Rue Meng rubbed her forehead, turned her head and shouted, "Boss, are you alright? It hurts a little but it's okay. Fortunately, my body has improved a lot. If I changed to the previous one, I might faint for a while." Zhang De also adjusted his body, and he felt that Artoria was not in the right state and shouted, "Altolia, are you alright? It's okay, I feel better than ever, let's go together." Arturia waved the water gun. "Victory belongs to me." Drink. Zhang De also saw a faint magical glow on the water gun at a glance. This state is definitely not right. I think so too. Rue Meng dodged the attack in a panic. Sister Arturia is so scary. Kemi got into the water and dared not stand up. For the next few minutes, the battlefield was dominated by Arturia, limited only by her poor swimming skills. Fortunately, she was just a little more determined to win, not really blackened. After Zhang De and the other three conceded defeat in embarrassment, the big devil on the battlefield stopped. The sun shone on the dazzling blonde hair, and a gentle sea breeze blew by. Artoria's dull hair bounced mischievously, and the whole person seemed to be immersed in the joy of victory. Zhang De also lay on his back on the sea, drifting past Arturia along the waves, and complained, "It's too much, Arturia, it's not really a war." Rue Meng sat on the bank and straightened her messy hair, and also complained, "Yeah, it feels like the place where I was hit is still hurting. Sister Artoria's appearance just now is really scary." Kami didn't expect that the gentle and elegant sister before suddenly became so fierce. "I'm sorry, I became serious by accident." Artoria thought about her performance just now, and kept shouting, "Let's go together, is it only this level, cheer me up if it's like that, I blush a little, it's really, too gaff." Everyone didn't blame her, they just thought that they would definitely not play such fierce confrontational games with Artoria in the future, which is just a water fight. If they were playing beach volleyball or something, they would have to lie down and go back. Zhang De also thought unscrupulously, if Artoria really wanted to play, then let Tom accompany her. It was a mistake to let Tom eat so much this time, not to bring him along. Seeing that it was getting late, Kemi bid farewell. "Thank you guys today, I had such a good time on the sea for the first time." Zhang De also smiled and said, "So do we, nice to meet you. If you are going to visit Fishman Island, please let me treat you well." Kemi waved to everyone in the water, "Goodbye. We'll go to Fishman Island if we have the chance." In fact, Zhang De is also very interested in Fishman Island, but he definitely doesn't dare to take risks without any safety guarantee. "I'll trouble you to take care of it when the time comes." Arturia was very interested in the deserts of Murloc Island. Rue Meng thought for a while, and warned, "When you go back, cheer up, don't be eaten by sea beasts again." Everyone also waved goodbye to Kami. Only Tom, who had regained his normal shape, was waving a white handkerchief, and his style of painting was incompatible with the others. Before leaving, Zhang De also gave Kaimi a small phone bug, so that Kaimi can call him if he comes again in the future. "We are now friends." He is really worried that this confused little mermaid Loli will be easily abducted by human traffickers. Of course, in order to prevent the phone bug from being drowned, Zhang De also put a small bubble on it. This bubble is very unscientific, it will not be crushed even if it reaches 10,000 meters underwater, and the oxygen in it seems to be inexhaustible, allowing people to dive in the deep sea for a long time. It was also at this time that Zhang De also suddenly realized that his swimming goggles seemed to be bought for nothing. If he wanted to dive, he would just wear bubbles. Far away, a figure was holding a binoculars. His eyes stayed on Tom for a few seconds, and then he locked on Kemi's tail. It turned out to be a mermaid. It's interesting. Maybe there will be something extra this time. Chapter 82 ALLBLUE. Zhang De and the others did not notice anyone peeping from a distance, but they saw a warship sailing from a distance. It was a large warship, with a big word crane written on the main sail. Lieutenant General, he returned. Because she temporarily lost the clue to Doflamingo, she did not continue to pursue him. Also, because the Navy headquarters was very close to the Chambord Islands, she did not stay here to recuperate, but returned directly to the headquarters. The warship slowly moved away, and Zhang De also rode on the bubble car inside. It's great. You have both strength and a ship. You can basically go wherever you want. Zhang De also wanted to ride a bike today. Artoria and Rui Mengmeng sat in the back, looking at the pile of luggage behind. Does Tatsuya want to travel? Artoria asked. This kind of question made Zhang De feel a little scared. He remembered that there was a person in Kaweihai who liked to ask people where they wanted to travel. After asking, he would slap him and fly away. Artoria tilted her head, as if she wanted to see Zhang Tatsuya's expression in front of her. What's wrong? Zhang De also came to his senses. It's okay. I do have many places I want to go when I travel. There are many interesting islands and interesting creatures in this world. I really want to see them. Arturia nodded with a longing expression. I want to go to that island full of delicious food you mentioned. Zhang De is helpless. Why do you only remember to eat? Rui Mengmeng asked curiously. Do the interesting creatures refer to mermaids like Kemi? Zhang De also replied, yes, in addition to the Fishmen tribe, there are also fur tribes, giant tribes, and small human tribes. In addition to these human races, there are also many strange creatures. There are even dinosaurs on some islands. Rui Mengmeng had a look of anticipation on her face. Dinosaurs, they should be rare, right? Zhang De also smiled. There is no such thing as protecting animals in this world. Even if it is a dinosaur, we can still taste whether their meat is delicious. Gulu. Zhang De also seemed to hear the sound of swallowing, but everyone was calm and composed, as if nothing happened. Tom jumped up and down in the frame in front of the car and gestured with a few letters, indicating that he also had places he wanted to go. Zhang De also barely understood what Tom meant and asked in surprise, you actually know ALLBLUE? Tom nodded quickly, imagining many fish swimming together in his mind, and then he could catch whatever he wanted to eat. The strange thing is that Zhang De also vaguely saw this scene above Tom's head. What is ALLBLUE? Rui Mengmeng asked. Zhang De also explained, it is a legendary sea area. This world is divided into 4 seas because of the Red Continent and the Great Sea Route. The fish in the 4 seas are different. It is difficult to obtain fish from other places in a certain sea area. And there is a legendary sea area where fish from all over the world come together, that is ALLBLUE, a paradise that chefs dream of. Tatsuya, let's go find ALLBLUE. Artoria seemed to be suddenly filled with energy. Zhang De also shook his head and poured cold water on her. Unfortunately, the legend about ALLBLUE has existed for a long time, and no one has ever found it. I feel that it may be the same as One Piece, and it will only appear if certain conditions are met, otherwise everything will be in vain. Just like Roger the Pirate King, even if he found the final island after all the hard work, he could only come to one conclusion in the end: he came too early, and the person the world is waiting for has not been born yet. Such deceptive fatalism. Arturia was a little disappointed when she heard Zhang Tatsuya's words, and her stupid hair was a little wilted. Tom is also disappointed. Will his dream of catching all kinds of fish be shattered? He originally believed that such a strange world must have such a magical sea area, but he completely believed in his master's words. So Zhang De also met the cat who had lost his dream squatting in the basket in front of the car. He rested his elbows on his knees and held his chin. His eyelids were drooped loosely, his eyes were dull, his eyebrows were curved into a splay, and his ears were wilted. He looked like he had suffered a huge blow and couldn't bear it. Hey, no, Tom, don't be so depressed. Zhang De also found that something was wrong. Why was this the same state as when Tom was broken up in love? Why not do it for a legend that cannot be confirmed for the time being? Tom shook his head, saying he didn't understand what it felt like to lose a dream. At this time, Zhang De also felt two sharp eyes staring at him from behind. He could roughly guess without asking back that Artoria and Rui Mengmeng must have complained about him for beating Tom like this.
I'm anxious too, sisters.
Zhang De also quickly thought of a way to remedy the situation. Don't give up hope, Tom, no matter whether there is ALLBLUE or not, we can still eat all kinds of fish in the world. Tom looked up at him with a little more interest. Zhang De also hurriedly said, we can travel around the world, eat all over the world, and taste all the fish.
What difference does it make if we can find ALLBLUE at that time? Tom thought about it and felt that this was the truth? So it can still be like this. Artoria also suddenly realized, then when can we start?
First of all, we need a ship, and it must be a ship of super high quality to adapt to various harsh environments. Zhang De also thought for a while and said, then first set a small goal to earn 1 billion.
Okay. Altria and Tom's fighting spirit was burning, while Rui Mengmeng was counting on her fingers how much money 1 billion was.
Zhang De also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that these two foodies were easy to deal with, because the meaning of ALLBLUE is that any ingredients you want can be easily obtained, which is completely different from traveling around the world to eat all the fish. You know, even ordinary chefs in the East China Sea can get ingredients from the Grand Line. It's just that they need some channels, and the cost is high and inconvenient. That's why chefs hope to have such a dreamy sea area, instead of simply and crudely going around the world. Of course, Zhang De said so much not to fool them, but really planned to go out and see, but before going out to sea, he hoped that he could become stronger and hoped to have a few more reliable partners. Back to the tavern, everyone prepared to take turns to take a shower and wash off the salt grains left on their bodies.
At this time, Zhang De also realized that the tavern should be expanded or renovated, at least to build an extra bathroom or equip each room with an independent toilet.
Otherwise, it is inconvenient for everyone to take turns to use the bathroom in a situation like now.
Teacher Tom, come and take a bath with us.
I heard that cats will get skin diseases if they are not bathed in time after being exposed to seawater. As she spoke, Rui Mengmeng picked up Tom, and Altria did not object.
Zhang De, it seems that I am the only one who was inconvenient. As I was writing, I suddenly felt that maybe One Piece and ALLBLUE are really the same thing.
One Piece translates to a piece, which may mean that after the secret of the great treasure is revealed, all the continents and islands will gather together to form a country.
There was a huge kingdom 800 years ago. Could it be like this?
The 10,000 kingdoms established by Big Mom wanted all races to live together in peace.
Maybe it is a microcosm of the huge kingdom. The translation of ALLBLUE should be combined with the original name of the four seas. The East CEASTBLUE, the West Sea West Blue, and the South and North Seas are similar. Then ALLBLUE should be translated into all seas, which may mean that all seas are connected. When the secret of One Piece is revealed, all the land will be gathered together, and the four seas will naturally no longer be divided, and all the food can be found in the same sea. If Oda has not revealed the secret before I finish the book, I will set it like this. Puru port por. Kacha. Zhang De also answered the phone. Hi, this is Day's Tavern, who is it? Ah. I really spoke. The phone bug's eyes protruded, his mouth opened wide, his tongue curled into a wavy line, and what came out of his mouth was Cammy's voice. Zhang De was also helpless, the girl was still so startled. Is it Cammy? Yes. I'm Cammy. The phone bug dutifully imitated Cammy's appearance and tone. I was taken aback. From the very beginning, the phone bug became Tatsuya-san. This is really the first time for you to use a phone bug. By the way, what does the phone bug you're talking about look like when it becomes me? Zhang De also asked. He was curious about which features the phone bug would select. How to put it is better. Cammy thought for a while and replied, the hairstyle and eyes are exactly the same, and then it seems to be holding a folding stool in his hand? But what the hell is a folding stool? And does the phone bug have hands? Zhang De also looked at it, as if there were short arms on both sides of his body, and his image might be completely hopeless. Forget it, it's not important. Did you call back to Murloc Island? Well, I have safely returned to Murloc Island, and I have not been eaten by sea beasts. Cammy spoke, looking very proud. The second half of the sentence sounded so sad. Zhang De also said, it's good when we arrive, the speed is quite fast. It's only 10,000 meters, and it's still a dive. It's very close to me. It seems to be true. 10,000 meters is 10 kilometers. It seems that the mermaid doesn't need to consider the change of water pressure when diving. It really doesn't take long. That's it. If I haven't been locked up at home recently, I will go to play with you in a few days.
Little Cammy seems to have a lot of sneaking experience, and she is very clear about the consequences after sneaking out to play, and she is even ready to be beaten. Okay. Zhang De said helplessly, but it's best to tell your family when you come out to play. Cammy happily agreed to come down and hang up the phone, but children in their teens often forget to eat and not to call, and they might sneak away next time they come out. After hanging up, Zhang De also called the owner of the seafood shop and asked him to go and see if the sea beast would be accepted when he had time. After all, Zhang De and the others only ate less than 100 catties of meat, and before they came back, they cut off a whole lot of meat in the refrigerator and stored it. It would be a pity to throw away the rest. Boss, we've finished washing. Rui Mengmeng wrapped herself tightly in a bathrobe, yelled from upstairs, and then went back to her room to change. I see. Zhang De also responded. To be honest, from his perspective, Rui Mengmeng, whose hair was not tied up, looked like a tomboy. Tom also wrapped a bath towel around his body in a decent way, and wrapped a towel around his head like an Indian, and walked slowly down the stairs. He doesn't need to change clothes, just wait until the fur on his body is dry. Tom? Didn't the water on your body dry up immediately? Zhang De also wondered. Tom took off the towel on his head, showed Zhang De his wet hair, and put the towel down again. There was really nothing to do with this idealistic guy. Zhang De also went to take a bath speechlessly. Just open the door when the two of them come down, don't wait for me. It's time to open the door, and Zhang De also estimated that it will take more than 10 minutes for him to take a shower, so it's better not to make the guests wait too long. When Zhang De also took a shower and changed his clothes and went downstairs, there were already 2 tables of people sitting in the tavern. Tom's towels and bath towels were thrown somewhere, probably because he felt that his hair was about to dry, and then he did it. After serving wine to the 2 tables of guests, Rui Mengmeng got together with Tom to read a book, which was about the geography of the world and other things. Artoria was still sitting quietly in front of the bar as usual, but today her hair was loose and not tied behind her head as usual. She seemed much weaker. The guests in the tavern thought so too, but they immediately shook their heads. It must be an illusion. Miss Artoria can easily knock down several big men with a broom. We must be weak with a hammer. Drank too much. There were also some bold ones who came forward to make fun of her, not Artoria, but Zhang De. Little boss, why don't you take a shower before it's dark? It's just like this during the day, isn't it good? The person who came up to talk to him was called Halsey, and he liked to spread some random gossip. Although he always came to drink alone, he seemed to be a social cow, and he could easily mingle with unfamiliar people, and he could often use his own exclusive news for someone else to buy him a drink. Zhang De also glanced at him, feeling that this person must have something bad to say next. Is there any problem with taking a bath during the day? Percy smiled cheaply. Hey, I see that except you and Miss Artoria, the waitress's hair is not dry yet. Which of the 2 is yours? Zhang De also sighed. I think you can get 12% off today's consumption. Ha, please forgive me, there is not much left in this month's salary. Percy still had a playful smile on her face. Hey, little boss, let me tell you an interesting piece of information. How about giving me a 20% discount? Zhang De also secretly said that he was really uneasy and kind, and wanted me to discount it, so he said perfunctorily, that depends on whether it's worth it. Why don't you tell me first? It's definitely worth it. Let me tell you, the business of the tavern may become very good in the next few days. Percy was mysterious, as if you had earned it. Oh? Why? Zhang De was also very interested in news that would affect him. If it's true, I'll give you a discount next time. Then it's settled. Percy drank the rest of the wine, put the glass on the bar, put one hand to his mouth and lowered his voice. A few days ago, the great pirate from the North Sea, Don Quixote Doflamen brother, quietly came to this island. I also know that it is Lieutenant General he who came to hunt him down. Zhang De also looked at him with funny eyes. The atmosphere was so mysterious. And this is the end? Don't worry, let me finish. Halsey continued. In the past few days, Doflamingo has killed many leaders of criminal gangs, and made a mess of the lawless area. This sounds very strange. A big pirate ran to an illegal area and killed many bosses of criminal gangs. How could he have a sense of superhero? Go on. Of course, he definitely didn't do this for good deeds, but for other purposes. Maybe he wanted to use this method to get in touch with the dark forces behind those gangs. This has little to do with us ordinary people. But what is certain is that because of his riots, many gangs will take advantage of the time when the opponent's boss is killed to fight and grab the territory, and then the lawless area will be in chaos for a while. Then there must be a lot of people who don't want to cause trouble to run out to avoid the limelight. Places like 59GR that are close to the naval station are simply golden areas.
Little boss, tell me, will the business be good by then? Zhang De also nodded. This person is probably a commercial talent. He can analyze business opportunities from such a small amount of information, which is convincing. But such a good talent is actually used to cheat food and drink. If that's the case, maybe.
Zhang De also opened a bottle of wine and poured it for him. Come on, I've bought this glass.
What is the dark force you just mentioned?
The dark forces are not mentioned much in the anime, and Zhang De only remembers that a few bigwigs from the dark world showed up at the Ants' tea party. The one who impressed me the most was of course the Queen of Joy Street, Stussy, definitely not because she was beautiful, but because she was an agent of CP0. As for the other few, because they didn't have many roles, they were all treated as extras by him, and they didn't even remember their names. Naturally, he didn't know if they had anything to do with the illegal area in Chambord.
Percy took a sip of the wine that Zhang De also poured for him, and he couldn't stop drinking without paying for it.
As for revealing information, for him, it is equivalent to bragging about his own knowledge. If he can exchange for some wine, he will make a lot of money. Speaking of the dark forces, there must be one in Joy Street.
Happy Street is in Chambord? It can't be said that. The business of Happy Street usually involves casinos and other shady entertainment venues.
The headquarters is not here, but there must be branches. Percy put the emphasis on the word other, always feeling that there is a lot of information. Great look.
Oh, that's true.
Zhang De also remembered that Rayleigh often gambled and lost himself, and casinos may often involve other transactions. Not to mention other things, the shadow of the king of loan sharks, Du Feld, is definitely indispensable in the casino. And those who have not paid the loan sharks may have their entire family sold.
Zhang De also frowned.
He would definitely be sold if he owed a loan shark on this island. The gamblers themselves were not worthy of sympathy, but their family members were really too innocent.
When it comes to human transactions, it will probably involve big-handed undertaker Piccolo.
I heard that in addition to being a killer and selling slaves, he is also involved in organ trafficking. Speaking of which, Percy retched a bit. It's better not to mention him, the wine will become undrinkable if you mention him. Besides them, there is Gibson, the hidden master of the storage industry.
Can the warehousing industry be considered a dark force? Zhang De also asked casually, and then immediately figured it out. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary warehousing?
That's right, of course it's the warehousing industry that involves all kinds of prohibited items and smuggled items. He's called the hidden master because no one knows where he put XZ before the transaction.
So besides those pirates, bounty hunters, and gangsters, there are also super complex dark forces.
Hidden in the lawless zone, this is also a matter of course. This should be one of the reasons why the Navy has not directly cleared the illegal area.
I have improved my knowledge, thank you very much.
Zhang De also thought about whether the human trafficking shop he bombed last time might also be owned by some big boss. Percy waved his hand indifferently, and said with a smile, these are not secrets, and it is easy to find out.
I earned it in exchange for a glass of wine.
Oh, that's right, then just pretend that I didn't say that I treat you just now. Zhang De also tried to imitate Garp's example and launched the withdrawal fruit. Percy turned her head and spit out the wine, shouting, don't bring such a thing. Tom, who was reading a book next to him, was lying on the gun innocently, and was sprayed with alcohol for no reason.
Teacher Tom.
Rui Mengmeng took out a towel to help Tom wipe his body. She felt that Teacher Tom seemed to be unlucky today. In the afternoon, he was caught by crabs, eaten by sea beasts, and smashed by Kemi. People sprayed wine all over. Tom stood up and stretched out his hand to push Rui Mengmeng away, walked up to Hersey, drank the remaining wine in the bottle before he apologized, and sprayed it all on Hersey's face.
Hersey was in a mixed mood, not knowing whether to continue apologizing or not.
Zhang De also knew that Hersey was unintentional, and he didn't want to make things stand still, so he reached out and handed him a towel. Sorry, it's not Tom's reason. Zhang De also got stuck. Tom did it on purpose.
It's okay. We're even.
I sprayed the cat pianist with wine. I don't know if I will be beaten when I go out.
Hersey took the towel and wiped his face, then turned to Tom and asked, I just wanted to apologize. Well, Mr. Tom shouldn't blame me, right?
Tom had already returned to his original position and resumed a leisurely side-leaning posture, and nodded cheerfully when he heard Hersey's words. He is a big cat, even though you sprayed me, as long as I spray it back, I won't blame you. Even if the matter was over, Zhang De opened a bottle of wine and handed it to him, and Hersey happily took it to find someone else to brag about.
It's worth bragging for the stingy little boss to invite back customers, right?
After closing the door, Zhang Di also arranged tea, snacks, and fruit plates on the bar counter, and called the bar members to hold a brief meeting. For Artoria, there was no big difference, she just sat on another stool and continued to eat. Rui Mengmeng took the tableware from the last table into the kitchen to soak, washed her hands and came over to sit down. Tom didn't sit on a stool, but lay down on the bar counter, propping his head with one hand, and chewing an apple with the other. Every time he saw Tom eating, no matter what he ate, he felt very delicious. The reason why the bar is used instead of the wine table is because Zhang De is also worried that having a meeting next to the round table will bring back bad memories for Artoria.
Today's topic is about whether or not our human trafficker crackdown plan should continue.
Zhang De also took the lead in speaking. You should have heard the chat with Hersey before. The situation in the illegal area seems to be very complicated. After speaking, Zhang De glanced over one by one, starting with Tom. Tom finished eating an apple, threw the core behind him, hit the edge of the trash can, bounced, fell into the bucket, then picked up a banana, cut the banana skin into 4 pieces and continued to eat. Seemingly noticing Zhang De's gaze, Tom stopped chewing and passed the banana forward, as if asking Zhang De if he wanted to eat it. Zhang De, well, you can't count on this one, Rui Mengmeng is the next one.
Ha? Me?
Rui Mengmeng waved her hands a little flusteredly. Boss, you can decide.
It's not a bad thing anyway, right? I'm an employee, and the boss just tells me what to do. Zhang De also didn't know whether he should be happy or not. He explained, I think this should be done, but isn't it dangerous? If you expose it, you might be beaten to death. That's why I want to ask for your advice. Opinion, you should think about it carefully. Rui Mengmeng thought about it, and said seriously, it's okay, if you want to save someone from the bad guys, how can you not take any risk? Besides, didn't you say that the boss is the weakest in the tavern? You dare go, I won't be afraid, don't worry. Zhang De, what you said makes sense, but I really want to hit someone.
NND's latest talk, after Masterim drew a cross on the map, the island where Sabo was located disappeared, and it was even cleaner than the demon-slaying order. I don't know if it was the ability used or the king, or something else. What black technology. I hope the fighting power will not collapse.
Chapter 85. If nothing unexpected happens. Tonight's training will be doubled.
Zhang De also decided to work hard, and one day I will get rid of the title of the weakest in the tavern. Although it hurts, it is also a reply from Rui Mengmeng. Zhang De also turned his eyes to Altria. Altria swallowed the snack in her mouth, picked up the napkin to wipe her mouth, and then said, Tatsuya, you said that the situation in the illegal area is complicated recently, which may be more beneficial to our actions.
Ha? Fishing in troubled waters? That's about it.
As long as we don't reveal our identities when destroying the villain's den, even if we move some powerful people, they will only think that it was done by competitors.
After all, Altria is a person who has experienced many battles. He knows a little about war and strategies. That's right, we can try to do a few more stealth jobs.
Altria asked, also, are those emperors of the dark forces you mentioned strong? Zhang De also thought about it. I feel that those people should not be good at fighting. They are more strong in their own power, connections, and channels. There should be some powerful people under them, but they are probably not at the top level. I remember that there seemed to be a fat man among the emperors of the dark forces who was killed by Stussy with a single move of the gun. He was so weak. Then, there is nothing to be afraid of even if you are discovered.
What you want to do now was originally caused by me.
Altria was referring to the last time she saw the actions of the celestial dragons, and Zhang De saw that she was in a bad mood and dragged her to take down a slave trade store. Altria looked at him. I came here as a guard, my duty is to protect you, so that you can do what you want without worries. Please believe in my strength.
You can say that, it really makes me feel at ease.
In fact, the main reason I want to do this is because I can't stand such things. To be honest, Altria is super charming like this. Zhang De also looked away, picked up Tom and stroked him twice, and then concluded, well, since everyone agrees, let's take advantage of the break time to smash the place tomorrow. If possible, Zhang De also hopes to ensure that the life and business of the tavern are normal while smashing the place. As for the alibi, Zhang De, who has watched hundreds of thousands of episodes of Conan, said that he understands this and is very familiar with it. Tom, who was suddenly picked up and stroked twice, looked innocent. Tom broke free from Zhang Da's arms and yawned. He was sleepy after listening to such a long speech for so long.
Zhang De smiled and patted the cat's head. Okay, let's adjourn.
The next morning, Zhang De and his friends went out for morning exercise as usual, thinking that if nothing unexpected happened, they would go and do something after the morning exercise. Then,
something unexpected happened. Tatsuya, someone has been staring at us. Altria reminded. In fact, every day when they go out for a run, many eyes will fall on them, but they will either pass by or stay for a while because of curiosity or appreciation. Altria usually ignores this situation. After all, with their popularity and image on this island, it is normal to be stared at. But this time is different. She feels that someone has been staring at her since she went out, and it can be basically confirmed that there is hostility. However, people whose stalking skills are so crude are either too strong to care about being discovered, or they are really bad. Zhang De also estimated that it was most likely the latter. Then let's find a secluded place to see if we can lure them out. Why do I feel this plot is so familiar? Because the traffickers did the same thing last time, they followed us all the way out of the town before they took action. Altria said, but this time I only felt 2 people, maybe there are accomplices hiding somewhere else. Ha! So this gang is more professional than those scum last time? Zhang De also thought of someone. Could it be that business is back? As everyone talked, they didn't stop running, but just slightly adjusted the direction. Rui Mengmeng asked, Boss, is business the person you said wanted to abduct Teacher Tom? Yes, although I still don't have any definite evidence. That old fox is too cautious and threw a lot of smoke bombs, which is annoying. Zhang Di also gritted his teeth. I hope it's someone he sent, so that I can quickly follow the clues and deal with him. Not long after, they arrived at the beach where they played yesterday. Altria on the left, Rui Mengmeng on the right, Tom standing on his shoulder. Zhang De folded his arms and posed in a handsome pose. After thinking for a while, he put Tom on the ground. Tom's ignorant look on his shoulder was too detrimental to his momentum. Perhaps because of the delay, 12 armed men jumped out before Zhang De could think of a domineering line. Zhang De noticed that most of their weapons were daggers, 2 of them were holding guns, and 2 were holding sickles. Ah, you actually passed by here. Hey, kid, you are unlucky today. Hand over your heart. And liver and pancreas. Zhang De, these 2 sentences contain a lot of information, and it sounds like they have investigated his movement patterns and morning jogging routes and ambushed him in advance, although they just decided to choose here at the last minute. Zhang De asked casually, are you an organ trafficking group? It's good to know. Someone has set their sights on your organs. It's better not to resist. If they break them, we'll be in trouble. You? Damn it. These people don't follow martial ethics. Before Zhang De could finish his words, 2 gunmen had already fired 2 shots. What was fired were not ordinary bullets, but rope nets. It seems that they really want to capture them alive and dig out their internal organs. 2 sword lights flashed, and the rope net was cut into pieces. Altria and Rui Mengmeng stepped forward to fight with the enemy. At this time, a sickle with a chain swept towards Zhang De from the side. Zhang De subconsciously took out a folding stool to block it, and the tip of the sickle pierced into the stool surface. The stool surface was made of wood, not iron. Although it came from Tom's house and the quality was guaranteed, it still had some basic laws. The big man opposite pulled the chain in his hand, and with a creak, the sickle scratched a deep mark on the folding stool surface and flew back to his hand. My folding stool. Zhang De was heartbroken. He had only this one folding stool after so many draws. It was very easy to use. I didn't expect that it would be damaged today. If I had known, I would have enchanted the stool surface. Angry Zhang De took out the street lamp pole and swung it. With his not-so-strong physique, he swung the 4 or 5 meter street lamp pole, which was quite like Lin Dayu pulling up a weeping willow. But this time, the opponent was obviously not the kind of scum that could be killed in one move. The big man pulled with both hands, and the chain tightened to hold the street lamp. Although Zhang De was very strong, the chain in the big man's hand only bent downward and then straightened again. Ability user? The big man remembered that the young man in front of him had nothing in his hands, but now he suddenly took out a folding stool and a street lamp. What kind of ability is this? But it's not a big problem. He feels that his strength is average. He can use this reason to raise the price to the employer. The more the big man thought about it, the happier he was, and he swung the sickle in his hand again. Zhang De put away the street lamp and took out the knight's sword. It seems that he has to fight the opponents seriously this time. At this time, Tom was forgotten in the corner. Because the war started suddenly and Zhang De did not help him choose clothes in advance, Tom was struggling with how to appear this time. Clang! Zhang De also swung his sword to accurately deflect the sickle that flew over again, and rushed forward. If the enemy wanted to fight in the middle and long range, he had to bully him. The lock sickle has a chain in the middle, a sickle at one end, and a metal ball at the other end, which is a bit like a meteor hammer. When the sickle was knocked into the air, the big man quickly shook the chain, and at the same time retracting a section of the chain, the sickle roared and flew behind Zhang De again. But this time, instead of cutting him with a sickle, he wanted to wrap an iron chain around his neck. Soft weapons such as whips and chains are not easy to block with swords. Zhang De also leaned down and let the iron chain pass over his head. Fine. After the chain flew past, Zhang De also saw a small iron ball flying towards him, swung his sword and slashed at the connection between the iron ball and the chain. With a sound of ding, sparks flew everywhere, and it was obvious that chopping iron could not be easily done by brute force alone. At least Zhang De's current strength was not enough. The distance between the two of them kept getting closer during the collision of weapons. Seeing that Zhang De also wanted to get close, the big man had no intention of retreating, because the lock sickle itself can also fight in close combat, and it is more convenient for him to capture the opponent alive with chains. However, he made a mistake. Zhang De also immediately used Nie Renwang's unique skill after getting close, sweeping thousands of troops. It's the move that shouts to sweep away thousands of troops, but in fact it's a top-down slash. The big man cursed shamelessly, and quickly raised the small sickle in his right hand to parry, but when the swords collided, the small sickle was easily cut off, and the tip of Zhang De's sword slashed across his chest, leaving a bloody wound. You are actually a swordsman? The big man knelt on one knee, with an expression of disbelief on his face. How could a swordsman fight with a folding stool at the beginning? It's an insult to the dignity of a swordsman, okay? Of course not. Zhang De's kendo talent is only average, and he was able to cut off his scythe because he cheated with magic power. Is this considered a swordsman? The big man didn't listen to what he said at all, but stood up and ran. The neuropathy chatted endlessly with the enemy when he was injured. It is the last word to run as soon as he is sure that there is no chance of winning. He knew the strength of his group, he was kneeling, and others had no hope, so he had to run quickly, and the others could only wish for luck. That's what he thought. Until he fell and ate shit. What's going on? The big man lay on the ground struggling to turn his head, and saw a cat retracting its legs. Are you kidding me? His mentality was a bit broken. Even if the cat stood upright, it didn't reach his knees. The length of one leg was not as long as his feet. Normally, it should have been kicked by him and broke its bones. How could it trip him? The cat is named Tom. Tom, who had a little difficulty in choosing because of too many things he knew, finally didn't decide which clothes to wear. When he was struggling, he noticed that someone pointed a gun at his master. This was unbearable. Tom swished over, and pulled the muzzle of the gun the moment the man pulled the trigger. There was a bang and the netting from the muzzle caught another man with a gun. Coincidentally, that person also accidentally pulled the trigger, and the same rope net covered the person who had just fired. Damn cat! The two struggled in the net and shouted at the same time, "What are you doing?" *2 Tom spread his hands, looking helpless, then grabbed a gun, held the barrel of the gun, and beat the two men with the butt of the gun. The beating lasted until the two of them passed out, and little stars were flying around their heads. Then Tom wiped his forehead with his hand, waved off a few drops of sweat, and let out a long breath. I probably want to express my hard work. Hard-working Tom didn't rush to rest, but checked who needed help. Of course, Artoria didn't have to worry. She first knocked down the little master who also used the lock sickle with 2 moves, and then fought 3 moves with each of the 5 besieging her. This precise point control technique made the little master who fell to the ground the first to vomit blood with anger. I am the strongest, so why am I the first to be killed in seconds? Rui Meng Meng on the other side didn't need any help either. When the enemies saw that she had taken out a broken sword, they all laughed and bent over, mocking her to the fullest. Rui Meng Meng was not the kind of person who could ignore other people's opinions, and her face was flushed red by their ridicule. In fact, Zhang De also gave her 2 swords in total, an ordinary double-edged sword and a broken sword from the Cameron battlefield. The reason I used broken sword today is because Rui Meng Meng remembered what Zhang De also said: the day the broken sword is reforged, the night returns. She is a middle school girl, and she feels that fighting with a broken sword might be extra handsome, and the quality of this broken sword is much better than ordinary swords. Rui Meng Meng feels that it is very easy to use. As a result, the enemies laughed as much as they laughed at first, but now they are crying miserably. Unexpectedly, this little girl who looks easy to bully is so cruel in fights. Every move is aimed at the vital point in various senses. The moment she swung the first sword, the little sister next door immediately turned into the head of the big sister on the battlefield. It felt that even if she was accompanied by a few wild laughter, she would definitely not look abrupt. Tom watched for a while, and saw that the only person in the room who might need his help was one person.
The big man tripped by Tom might not understand what happened, but Zhang De could see it clearly. The moment the guy turned around and ran away, Tom, who was 2 meters away, stretched out his legs and made a gesture to trip someone. It was definitely out of reach in terms of distance, but Tom's legs were like chopsticks in water, snapped in the middle, and extended just enough to trip him. It is reasonable for a kitten leg that looks slender and soft to trip over a burly man over 2 meters tall. Zhang De also rubbed Tom's head, and put the sword on the big man's neck. Tom did a great job. Zhang De also praised with a smile. Although he can definitely catch up with his speed, he can't live up to Tom's kindness, right? Tom grinned, his good mood usually comes so easily. Is this an organ trafficker? Can you tell me who the person you mentioned earlier was interested in our organs? Zhang De was already thinking about how to torture him if he didn't speak. To scratch the soles of Tom's feet with the tip of his tail? Or reproduce the injuries Tom had suffered on him? The latter one is too brutal to be determined. It's a man with an afro. The big man wisely didn't make Zhang De too much effort. In fact, he felt that he was cheated. With the strength of 12 of them, even a big pirate of 40 to 50 million could kill them. There was no reason to lose to a small tavern. The employer must have concealed something. Guessing that he will not end well, it is better for Dora to go to the water by himself than to help the employer keep it secret. When writing about the battle with iron chains, I always think of Uchiha Obito tying Namake's Minato with iron chains, and then being taught to be a man in an instant. In addition, don't worry about whether the lines are the return of the night or the return of the power. You can take it as whichever you like. Speaking of afro, the first thing that Zhang De thought of was Brook. After all, he was a person who only had a skeleton left when he was resurrected. It is reasonable to find some organs from organ dealers. Shit. That funny sex skeleton can't do this kind of thing, and he should still be floating in the Devil's Triangle. Then there is the current Admiral of the Navy, the future Admiral Sengoku. He is also an afro, and he can become a golden afro after transformation. It is even more impossible for him to murder Zhang De for no reason. The last one is Usopp. If he takes off his turban, he will actually have an afro, but he should be in his teens now, and he is still playing pirate games at home. The rest of Zhang De didn't have much impression. Maybe he wasn't the main character, so he continued to ask, are there any other characteristics? Apart from wearing a pair of sunglasses, there is nothing special about him. When he came to us for a deal, he came alone without a companion. The big man explained everything clearly in a bachelor's manner. The group of them was originally doing some small business near island number 3, and they planned to take advantage of the recent chaos in the illegal area to make a little more profit. Then I met that afro yesterday, saying that he fell in love with the organ of the owner of a tavern, and the remuneration was negotiated to be very generous, but in fact he didn't even give a deposit. The reason why they dare to take it is because they are not afraid of losing money at all. Anyway, as long as someone catches it, they will never worry about selling it. So they briefly investigated the tavern, and the news they got was, the guards in the tavern can beat 10, the owner of the tavern is weak, the cat in the tavern is very smart, and the waitresses in the tavern look easy to bully. That's scary. The strongest guards can only fight 10, who can't fight 10. After further inquiry, running Tatsuya is also known as Jisho Tatsuya. This person has very regular living habits and runs in the morning on the island every day. It is not easy to find opportunities to ambush. So there is today's thing. Zhang De also continued to ask, so where is the transaction place you agreed on? In your tavern. Huh? Zhang De also dug his ears and asked, I may have misheard just now, where did you say? You heard me right, the delivery is at your tavern. The big man explained, if we succeed in catching you, then we will burn down the tavern as a signal, and then on the third night after the fire, we will deliver the goods in the tavern. Complete the transaction before the ruins. Zhang De was also speechless. This is too ruthless. In this way, even if Zhang De wants to pretend to be this group of people to complete the transaction, he has to weigh carefully whether he is willing to do so. Even if he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and burned the tavern by himself, it would be a big deal to build it later. He had to consider where to hide for these 3 days, and whether he would be seen through. And what he was most afraid of was the possibility that if the so-called employer didn't come for the organs at all, but just to destroy the tavern, it would be too disgusting. Why do all the opponents I meet have this style of painting? Can't you just stand up and attack me, heathen? Zhang De also felt very tired. The big guy lying on the ground slanders, the fate of confronting you, heathen, is right in front of your eyes. If I knew that you were so powerful, I wouldn't come to confront you, heathen. Zhang De also kicked him,
I always feel that your eyes are full of malice, and said, is there something else to hide? Tom looked left and right, picked up a dagger and ran to help threaten him. That's really not the case, I've already said everything I know. Hey, watch your cat, it's very dangerous. The big man knew that he was in danger, but at least he didn't want to die at the hands of a cat, and he didn't want to be in the cat's hands. Tossed by a cat before dying. Then how much is your bounty? Zhang Di also decided that since he couldn't find out the employer through them, he would kill him to receive the bounty. This kind of organ traffickers are not much better than human traffickers. The big man replied, no, not one of the 12 of us was offered a reward. Impossible? Wouldn't a criminal gang of your strength offer a reward? Zhang Di didn't believe it at all. Pittman and his gang, who are obviously better than them, have offered rewards. These guys are so much better than those people, how could there be no rewards? It can't be that today is the first time they have done something bad, right? Speaking of this, the big man's expression suddenly became a little serious. Please don't insult professional criminals like us with your suspicious eyes. In my opinion, a truly successful criminal should complete the crime skillfully and covertly, and never be caught by the law enforcement officers. Even if he dies, he should die in obscurity. It is because we have always adhered to this principle that even if we have committed countless crimes, we can still come out and act openly. Even if we are stalking the target person, we can still pretend to be ordinary people and walk into the crowd without fear of being recognized. I always teach them that a criminal is doomed to be a loser when he is famous and faces numerous pursuits. Even One Piece is no exception. These few words were spoken loudly and impassionedly, as if they were stating his life creed. Rui Mengmeng raised her hand and said weakly, Boss, why do I think what he said seems quite reasonable? Zhang De also wanted to say that I felt the same way. This guy is actually a philosopher among criminals, but what are you, criminal, so proud of? Zhang De also hit him on the head with the hilt of his sword, knocking him unconscious. Don't be tempted by him. It's better to kill a scum like this as soon as possible. To some extent, he is more dangerous than those notorious people. Oh. Rui Mengmeng nodded, Boss, what should we do next? If we don't find out who is behind the scenes, someone will ambush us in the future, right? Yeah, I'm also worried about what to do, Zhang De also said helplessly. I can't really burn down the tavern to see if I can catch them out. I'm afraid it will be useless even if it is burned. Artoria said, those who can come up with a Shochu tavern as a code may have other ways to confirm whether these people have succeeded. Then we can only wait for them to attack next time? Zhang De also said depressedly, maybe next time there will be as few clues as this time. Arturia said, it is also possible that these people are used by them to test us, and they will show up in person next time. I can't help it, let's just wait. I've been more careful when I go out recently. Zhang De also felt that this style of doing things is very business. Maybe the man he sent this time is an afro? Then, boss, what should these people do? Rui Mengmeng asked, pointing to the organ trafficker lying on the ground. Tom was holding a twig, poking this and that, a bad habit he must have just learned from Cammy. That guy said that they have committed countless crimes, but they have not been caught by the law enforcement officers. Then we will satisfy their wishes and let them die in obscurity. Speaking of which, I didn't even ask their names. Don't insult my noble personality with your suspicious eyes. Wang Tianba, the final destination of the corpses of the 12 organ traffickers, was the sea, and Zhang De didn't want to give them any chance of surviving this kind of trash. The battle left no trace of exaggeration and didn't need much treatment. But the two guns that could shoot nets and the scythe, Tom thought it was fun to put them away. Afterwards, everyone returned to the tavern, and was delayed by these guys for more than half an hour. Of course, most of the time was spent on interrogation. Artoria looked at the time and asked, Tatsuya, do you want to continue with today's plan? Yes, there is still enough time, and after seeing those organ traffickers, I want to go even more. Let's count one less of those who don't treat people as human beings. Zhang De also took out the invisible ink and began to spray it on himself. Smear. Arturia and Tom also followed suit, especially Tom, who jumped on Zhang De's shoulder wisely this time, fearing that his feet would be trampled like last time. It's so amazing. It was the first time for Rui Mengmeng, who was surprised to see other people disappear a little bit, and then imitated their appearance and painted ink on her body. Zhang De also knelt down and painted on his feet while watching his feet disappear. Treasure it, use this thing less. I plan to use this method to familiarize myself with the business first, and change it to dispatch at night later. The ink can be kept, it will be used for investigation in the future. Oh. Rui Mengmeng hurriedly smeared herself into an invisible state. Let's go when you're all ready, aim at island number 3.
Zhang De also remembered that the organ trafficker said that they were operating near island number 3, so this time he should go to island number 3.
Artoria took Zhang De and Rui Mengmeng one by one, and led them out over the wall.
In fact, there is no need to dispatch all of them, it is enough to bring Artoria and Tom as last time, but Zhang De also thinks that it is better for Rui Mengmeng to see these things with his own eyes. At least let her know what they are doing and why they want to do it. Time went back a little bit, after Zhang De and the others left that coast. A bald eagle circled in the sky, then went straight across the entire Chambord Islands, flew to the other side and landed slowly. Interestingly, the bald eagle also carried a sea otter on its back. The sea otter is wearing a white with purple spots, sunglasses, and holds a paintbrush and sketchbook. On the shore where they landed, there was a set of white tables and chairs. 2 men and a woman were sitting at the table drinking black tea. The woman was wearing a yellow dress with lemon patterns, a yellow hat, and an umbrella in her hand. She looked pretty and had a good figure, but her demeanor was not flattering. One of the 2 men was the Afro Zhang De also wanted to find. He was wearing sunglasses, dark complexion, and a long brown trench coat. He looked very unfriendly. This Afro could really explode. The last one is amazing, wearing a blue and white vertical striped top, and the bun on his head is somehow shaped into a number 3. Although he looks a little ugly, he looks very elegant when drinking black tea. They were senior agents from Baroque Works, chatting at this moment. The man with the afro asked, "Mr. 3, haven't you chosen a suitable partner yet? It's not that easy to find. My partner must know art, preferably a painter who can color my works." Ahahaha, the unlucky duo is back. The woman in yellow laughed indifferently. Speaking of Mr. 3, is it really necessary to deal with a tavern so complicated? Me and Mr. Point 5 just go there once. If the task is just to kill the tavern owner, then it doesn't matter if I let you go. The man called Mr. 3 put down his teacup and adjusted his glasses, but our goal is to capture the cat and the accidentally discovered mermaid alive. If we're lucky, this mission can earn at least 100 million Baileys. So we still need to use our brains. Mississippi Valentine's Day. While talking, the vulture carrying the sea otter had already landed on the table and folded its wings. Beaver hopped down and tore a few sheets from his sketchbook and scattered them on the table. There are scenes of Zhang Tatsuya and the others fighting the organ traffickers on the paper, and there are also scenes at the end of the battle. The unlucky duo is the name given to these 2 intelligent animals, the sea otter codenamed Mr. 13, and the vulture codenamed Mississippi Friday. Because in some countries, 13 is an unlucky number and Friday is an unlucky date. If the 13th of a certain month happens to be Friday, then they will think that something unfortunate will happen on that day. So Mr. 13 and Mississippi Friday's partner is called an unlucky duo. The duties of the 2 of them are generally to spread the word and punish members who are not doing things well, and occasionally they are also responsible for investigative tasks. Among them, the sea otter's sketching technology is comparable to that of a human camera, and it can draw portraits of several people in an instant. Perhaps it was because the client gave too much this time, so the Baroque Work Agency was so motivating in the early days of its business. Several people looked at it for a while, and Mr. 5 with the explosive head said disdainfully, "It really is a bunch of trash." Mississippi Valentine's Day smiled and said, "Ahaha, if it can be solved with something like this, that person won't find us on purpose." I didn't expect them to succeed at first, it's enough to test the strength of the target. Mr. 3 said, "Are all 3 swordsmen? Mr. 1 will probably like this task." Mr. 5 noticed the weapons in the hands of the 3. Artoria did not use the Wind King barrier to hide the sword in her hand this time, because there is no need to hide her real name in this world, and no one knows her treasure. Mr. 3 doesn't have a good impression of Mr. 1, the ruthless killer. He has always been proud of his art and mind, and he is a little bit dissatisfied with that guy who only knows how to hack and chop. The reason why I didn't rush to grab the code name was mainly because I couldn't beat. Don't think about what is there. Mr. 3 arranges the next task. Since it is a task given to me, I will definitely complete it perfectly, and the unlucky duo will continue to pay attention to their movements. If you see that mermaid again, let us know immediately. Mr. 5 asked, "What if the mermaid never appears? If it doesn't show up within 10 days, we can only catch the cat first, and we can't wait here forever." Mr. 3 has a plan in mind. Judging from the battle scene drawn by Mr. 13, the destructive power of these people is not as good as Mr. 5's bomb, and their strength should be limited. At that time, no matter whether you do it directly or use a little trickery, it will not be difficult to snatch a cat. However, a cautious person like him decided to go to the scene to inspect the traces of the battle in person, so as to ensure that the prediction of the tavern's combat power was not wrong.
My motto is small investment, big crime. The best way is to solve the enemy without fighting.
Mr. Three's lens shone with wisdom, but if the enemy is weak to a certain extent, then instead of thinking about tactics, it is better to think about what kind of art to make them into.
The bald eagle flew away with the sea otter on its back. The environment here is very suitable for their covert detection.
Mississippi Golden Week was 16 years old when she appeared on the stage, so she is only 6 years old now. Let the third brother play by himself first. The store that was blown up last time was on Island 2, but this time it is Island 3, which is also an illegal area, and the atmosphere on the island is similar. The fringes of town look dilapidated, with many damaged houses crumbling because they haven't been repaired for a long time.
Here, knife marks and bullet holes have become the most common decorations. What is outrageous is that there is a dead body in a Navy uniform hanging on the door of a certain house, and the sign next to it reads something in vague handwriting, roughly meaning a warning such as Navy entrance die. The tattered white uniform fluttered in the wind, making it particularly glaring. Here a Navy soldier died here without knowing when, and no one even restrained his body. According to Zhang Dai's understanding of Rear Admiral Catalu and Lieutenant Colonel T-Pen of the 66GR Naval Station, these two people are the kind of people who love their subordinates very much, probably what happened before they were transferred. Perhaps the former chief of Chambord's Navy felt that there was no need to go to war for a small soldier. I feel that the atmosphere here is so depressing. Rui Meng Meng said in a low voice.
Zhang Di also said, this is an illegal area, hiding most of the ugliness in the Chambord Islands. Taking advantage of the lack of people on this section of the road, they can chat in a low voice, but it is still inappropriate to speak loudly, because there may be people living or hiding in the dilapidated houses on the side of the road. Artoria dragged Zhang Dai and Rui Meng Meng forward without saying a word. Her role now was to prevent them from getting separated. Tom squatted on Zhang Dai's shoulder and looked around. Although it was not the first time he came here, he still didn't like the atmosphere here.
Tom couldn't help but grasp Zhang Dai tightly.
Hiss, it hurts, Tom, please lightly, retract the tip of the claw. Zhang Dai also felt that his shoulder might be pierced by the sharp claw, and reached out to touch Tom.
Ha! Why did it blow up? Did you see anything scary?
Zhang Dai also felt that Tom was shaking a little, and there was nothing scary about it, it was unscientific.
Rui Meng Meng reminded, Boss, don't you think that when the wind blows through those dilapidated houses, the sound it makes sounds like a ghost? It's true to say that the weird sound of the wind combined with these dilapidated buildings does have the atmosphere of a ghost movie. Zhang Dai also comforted, don't be afraid, it's just the sound of the wind. No matter how scary the atmosphere here is, you can still scarier than the ghost stories I told you? Tom remembered the ghost story and trembled still more. Boss, it's better not to say it.
Zhang Dai, fortunately, it didn't take long to enter an area with residents, and the terrifying and gloomy atmosphere dissipated, making Tom a lot more stable. Most of the houses here have closed doors and windows.
Even if ordinary people want to buy some necessities, they are in a hurry.
They don't even dare to look around, for fear of bumping into someone. Only those with a fierce aura would stride forward unscrupulously, but from time to time someone would fight over a little friction. This is probably the confusion that Hersey was talking about. At least ordinary people didn't have to worry so much when they went out. Soon Zhang Dai and the others found a slave trade shop, slipped in quietly and closed the door, and thoughtfully helped the boss put up a sign that the shop was closed. This shop was different from last time, it was a bit bigger, there were more than 30 slaves in the showcase, and when the door was closed, there was still a customer in the shop.
I decided on this one. It looks the strongest, and it should be very durable. The man looked like a little nobleman, with a butler-like entourage by his side. After picking and choosing, he finally chose a tall man. The shop owner praised with a flattering smile, "Oh, my guest, you have a good eye. This is one of the best slaves in this shop. According to the identification, he may have the blood of the long-legged family. It is definitely a rare type." In fact, he was bragging. If the long-legged race had been sent to the auction house, those rare races have always been popular commodities, and they would definitely make more money than putting them in his store. But the buyer seemed to take it seriously. At first, I just saw that he was strong, but I didn't expect to have such a rare bloodline. No wonder he is so tall. The slave who was pulled out of the display cabinet by the clerk looked desperate.
He didn't know what kind of torture he would face in the future, but he still had concerns and was reluctant to commit suicide. Those who were not selected were relieved, but then became sad, because they will have this day sooner or later.
Bang!
With the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, the shop owner, the clerk, the little nobleman and his entourage fell to the ground together. The four of them stretched their arms forward neatly, raised their feet, and fell in a standard flat posture, but they were not cute at all. Crashing, the iron chain fell to the ground, and the slave who was led by the clerk staggered and regained his footing, looking at the scene before him in amazement. Although he looked happy, he didn't dare to laugh or even move, for fear of being angered and retaliated against. Ah! Hateful! It hurts! What happened? The four of them climbed up clutching their foreheads for no apparent reason, trying to see what tripped them up. Tom in stealth held his head high, raised his legs, and moved his toes mischievously, stumbling. He is a professional. Immediately afterwards, the brooms and chairs in the store flew up one after another and landed on the heads of the four people respectively. The three of them fainted on the spot, and only the clerk cried out for pain while clutching the red envelope on his head. The chair that hit him paused for a moment, and then fell on his head again before successfully smashing his head full of little stars. The slaves in the store were silent for a few seconds, and immediately understood that someone might be coming to rescue them, and immediately boiled over. "Help me! Please save me! Benefactor!" Hearing the noisy voice, Zhang De also found a pen and paper from the table and wrote, "Let them be quiet," and handed it to the slave who was let out before. The man took the note, was stunned for a moment and understood, and immediately showed the note to everyone, making a silent gesture. "Calm down, attracting attention from the outside will cause trouble for the benefactor. Rue Meng Meng has already found the key from the owner of the store, and according to what Zhang De said, he will release the slaves selectively according to their identities." The money on the little nobleman was almost the travel expenses of these people. Seeing them leave with gratitude, Zhang De also began to think about how to deal with the store. Because there are ordinary shops on the side, using firecrackers or fire prevention is worried about hurting innocent people. After thinking about it, Zhang De also thumped his palms. "We have professionals here, Tom. Next is the demolition link that you are best at. Come on, demolish this house." A few question marks appeared in the void in front of Zhang De, and they were from Tom's head. "How did you make the cat innocent out of thin air? I'm just a cute kitten. When did I become good at housebreaking? I, Tom, can only catch mice, not tear down houses." Anyway, Tom just didn't think he had any talent for tearing down houses. Zhang De had no choice but to put it another way. "Then can we design a super strong and super complicated large-scale mousetrap in this house?" As soon as Tom heard this, he immediately became motivated, and he lay down on the table and picked up a pen to quickly draw more than a dozen complicated drawings. Every line was carefully measured by Tom with a ruler, which is very accurate. A few minutes later, Tom picked up the blueprint and nodded with satisfaction, then picked up the hammer and saw and started working. Wooden boards, ropes, buckets, scissors. It seems that all materials in sight can be used by Tom. Even if there is no suitable thing in the room, Tom can find a substitute by touching it from behind. 5 minutes later, the space in the house was almost filled by Tom with all kinds of things. In some places, the walls were removed by Tom and sawed into suitable planks. He said that he would not demolish the house, but in fact the inside of the house was already riddled with holes. In order not to interfere with Tom's arrangements, Zhang De and the others had already retreated to the corner with the idle people. Finally, Tom drew a red cross on the specially vacated floor in the middle of the room, announcing the completion of the trap. "Boss, Artoria, do you think Mr. Tom made this? Is it really a mousetrap?" Rue Meng Meng maintained a shocked expression the whole time, although no one could see it. Artoria said calmly, "He thinks so let's do it." Zhang De also nodded. "That's right. Anyway, let's move these guys there." The owner of the store, the clerks, the customers who came to buy slaves, and several people who were pirates before becoming slaves, were all piled up in the place where Tom drew the red cross. Those who can buy slaves here so naturally are no different from human traffickers, so we should clean them up together. Then the question is, how do we get out? Zhang De also glanced. The back of the front door was blocked by Tom's trap. He wanted to leave, but there was no way. In the end, the four had no choice but to open a hole in the corner before going out. After leaving a certain distance, the four of them stood beside a tree, letting the shadow of the tree hide their shadows. Zhang De also asked in a low voice, "How did this trap trigger?" Tom gestured, but because no one could see him because he was invisible, he had to wait 2 more minutes with his finger on the ground. 2 minutes later, the sound of an alarm clock sounded. It was an old-fashioned alarm clock with a pendulum. The pendulum swung quickly from side to side to hit the bell above, and at the same time drove a thin iron rod. The other end of the iron rod is connected to a saw, and the saw twitches back and forth with the iron rod, sawing through a framed log, and one end of the log falls down and hits the handle of a pair of upright scissors.
The scissors clicked together, cutting a line, and a hammer that was suspended by the thin line fell down, hitting a lever and prying away a billiard ball placed in the tray on the other end of the lever. The black number 8 billiard ball drew a beautiful parabola in the air, and fell on a high platform that Tom built with wooden boards, and hit a small wooden board, or it should be called a domino. After the dominoes turned many turns and drew a beautiful cat's head pattern, the last one fell into the bucket below. Just that little bit of weight upsets the balance of the seesaw on which the bucket rests, and as one end of the seesaw falls, the bucket tips over. The water in the bucket is accurately poured into another bucket suspended by a line. As the weight increases, the line connected to the bucket pulls a very complicated pulley block. In the end, the thin wire at the end of the pulley block broke, and a huge iron ingot hanging from the roof beam was mercilessly smashed down. The word 100T was written on the iron ingot, and underneath were those scumbags piled on the red cross. Boom! The scene was not bloody. A group of people were smashed into paper figurines at the same time, and were deeply embedded in the ground together with the iron ingot. Since the trap designed by Tom is a mouse trap, not a murder trap, it is not fatal. If they have the same physique as Tom and Jerry, they will be able to return to their original shape soon, and if they don't, I don't know what will happen. As the big iron ingot fell to the ground, the whole house shook, and then, perhaps by coincidence, cracks began to appear on the wall at the place where Zhang Day and the others made the opening. The walls in the house where Tom had removed the boards also cracked, and finally the whole roof collapsed, setting off waves of smoke and dust. The sudden change startled the passers-by on the road. They, who often encountered emergencies, instinctively took a big step in the direction away from danger. Some people had already drawn their weapons, and they were staring vigilantly at the ruins, as well as the people across the ruins who also drew their weapons. They must have been responsible for the collapse of this house. They want to kill us. The two sides have confirmed their eyes, and they are members of the hostile group. The two rivals, who were originally blocked by the house, began to confront each other quietly. Not long after, the gang guarding the store also got the news and rushed over. Except for Tom himself, no one was surprised that Tom's agency had made such a big noise. After all, the trap was so ostentatious, and whoever said it was less powerful would believe it. Zhang Day also found the position of Tom's head, and patted it lightly. You also said that you would not demolish the house. Tom shook his head vigorously. It's impossible, I didn't dismantle the house, I really just made a mousetrap. Okay, let's withdraw, there may be a big fight here. Zhang Day also calculated the time, and it was almost time to go back and open the shop. What happened here didn't spread until the evening, and Zhang Day also heard people talking about it when he opened the shop at night. Generally speaking, dozens of people from the two gangs fought, and then a third party intervened strongly. As a result, the two small gangs that started the war were all killed. It is said that swords and guns came out together, and the fight was very fierce. However, no one mentioned the shop that was suspected to be demolished by two small gangs, probably because it was nothing compared to the gang war. For this kind of thing, Zhang Di can only say that a bunch of villains have died, which is gratifying. I don't know who the final winner is. It sounds like they are covering the store. I don't know if they can find out their lair and kill their boss. At this time, Zhang Day also wanted to kill the person who was listening to the report of his subordinates through the phone bug. I'm very sorry, I lost a store today. As the person in charge of the left-behind Shamboard, he was a little worried about being punished. What's the reason? The voice on the other end didn't fluctuate. It is suspected that it was destroyed due to a fight between two small gangs, but because all the slaves and shop assistants are missing, it is also possible that someone came to rescue the slaves on purpose. Since the other shops under our banner are safe and sound, it should not be a special action against us. They couldn't find where the shop manager and shop assistants were. Although there was a suspicious large iron ingot inlaid on the ground in the middle of the ruins, a dozen people couldn't lift it out together, so they don't think that someone used this thing to destroy corpses and wipe out traces. Then it's up to you to handle it yourself. It's just a shop. I don't have the energy to take care of these trivial matters now. Yes. The phone was hung up, and someone next to him asked, "Is there something wrong at Shampoos? Don't we need to send someone to deal with it?" It doesn't matter. Getting involved in that field is just a springboard to get in touch with the dark world, and that kind of business will be abandoned by the time sooner or later. The most important thing now is our next plan. Let us give those people a surprise. Fur. Zhang Day also pissed Brother Ming out of the air without his knowledge, and he might piss him off more often in the future. But even if he knew it, that is, he did it a little more covertly. Although he was cowardly, he didn't go to the point of detouring when he heard Doflamingo's name. I don't know how many human trafficking related industries are related to Doflamingo in the illegal zone.
Zhang De also knows this.
As long as his actions are not too big, Doflamingo probably won't bring the entire pirate group to fight.
And if only 1 or 2 cadres are sent over, then they can happily prepare to receive the reward. In the next few days, Zhang De also maintained his ordinary life of opening a store, exercising, drawing prizes, and going out for purchases. Compared with continuing to go out to make troubles, he actually wants to wait for the person who murdered him to come to his door. In order to create opportunities for them, the morning running routes for the past few days have been chosen to pass through remote areas from time to time, but unfortunately no one came to ambush them.
Why don't I go out alone next time and create opportunities for them?
Zhang De also thought that maybe it was because he had been mobilizing in groups, and the other party didn't dare to act because they felt they couldn't beat them.
It's dangerous, right? Even if you lure someone out, wouldn't it be more troublesome if the boss is taken away? Rui Meng worried. I always feel that you are implying that I am not good at fighting.
Zhang De said unhappy. I also know that there are risks, so how about this, I go out to buy, and Arturia follows stealthily?
Arturia nodded, you can give it a try. So Zhang De also took the shopping list made by Tom, rode the bubble car and left the tavern.
Along the way, I picked from various stalls against the list, just like normal purchases. It's just that when passing by a shop selling snacks and refreshments, Zhang De occasionally felt his clothes being pulled slightly. Zhang De also understood in seconds, stretched out his hand and pointed in front of the stall, this, and this. The boss was amused when he saw it. He was an acquaintance, and he was a big customer. It's brother Tatsuya. I understand. I don't want these, the other ones are 10 kilograms, right? Zhang De was also silent for a while, always feeling that he was being taken advantage of by him.
The boss spoke while weighing, why is my brother out shopping by himself today?
Zhang De also said casually, they have other things to do today, so they are too busy.
The boss was a little disappointed. Hey? I can understand that people are busy, but why didn't you bring Tom along? I thought you cared about us, but you wanted to lick my cat. Do you like Tom that much? Who wouldn't like such a clever little cat? I even specially prepared dried fish for him.
The boss pointed to a bag he kept under the counter.
Oh.
Zhang De also said calmly, leave the dried fish to me, and I can help you bring it to him.
Hey, the boss sneered and said, you have to pay for it.
Zhang De was not happy and said, bring it, pay as soon as you pay. After visiting the market area of 59 GR, Zhang De naturally rode his bicycle to 58 GR. We have to go through a desolate and remote place in the middle. I hope they can give us some strength.
Did I get tricked just now?
Riding the bike, Zhang De also stared at the bag of dried fish in the front basket, gritted his teeth, and said, businessman. Until Zhang De also finished shopping and returned to the tavern, no one jumped out to scold him. Obviously there are many terrains suitable for hiding on the road.
Why didn't you take the bait? Did I make it too obvious?
Zhang De also said depressedly. No one would have guessed that he had such a cheating item as invisible ink. Arturia said, maybe it's because their goal is Tom, not you.
That's not right. If the target is Tom, shouldn't you attack the tavern while I'm away?
Rui Meng reminded, in their eyes, boss, you have left, but Arturia and I are still here.
Oh, yes, I may not be considered combat power in the eyes of the enemy. I thank you for reminding me. Zhang De also said strangely, that's not right, since I am so weak, shouldn't they kidnap me and force you to hand over Tom?
For a while, everyone couldn't discuss the reason, and they could only think that they didn't notice that Zhang De also acted alone today. The unlucky duo is actually squatting on the top of a certain mangrove tree, faithfully performing their task monitoring the actions of the tavern, and reporting when the mermaid appears. Because they didn't see the mermaid, they continued to monitor, and changed trees to continue to squat every once in a while. Reconnaissance, they are professional. In the evening, they went back to eat and handed over a few pieces of paper, which showed Zhang De also going out to shop alone. After looking at a few sketches, the black tea in Mr. 5's mouth sprayed Mr. 13's face, that is, the sea otter. This guy can even explode boogers. I don't know if the water sprayed from his mouth can explode. The little sea otter didn't care about this, he just took out 2 shells silently, 4 sharp blades popped out of each shell, and stared at Mr. 5 with a bad expression.
The little boss acted alone, why didn't he come and notify immediately?
Of course Mr. 5 would not coax him. He patted the table and asked, as long as you catch him, you can directly force him to hand over the cat and mermaid. The little sea otter lowered his head and retracted his weapon, as if he knew he hadn't done a good job. The good friend Vulture rubbed him to express comfort, although she was also one of the people who made mistakes. Ah, the unlucky duo responsible for punishing others has done something wrong. I don't know how to punish myself.
Mississippi watching the excitement on Valentine's Day is no big deal.
In fact, these two clever little animals are not very popular in the organization. After all, they are responsible for punishing others.
Don't be so excited, Mr. 5.
Mr. 3 said calmly, the purpose of our waiting here is for the mermaid. Catching him and interrogating him is the last resort. You must know that there are some people in this world who would even die for their friends. Yes, the best way is to let the mermaid appear by itself.
Then if there is such an opportunity in the future, what should we do? Will it be wasted? Mr. 5 asked. You also said that unnecessary battles should be reduced, and it is best to do it when he acts alone. Bar? You thought it was the best chance. Maybe the other party was fishing?
It's just that he put in the wrong bait. Mr. 3 took a sip of black tea, with a confident smile on his face. And if you want to fish, you must have enough strength, otherwise, if you catch sea kings, you will die.
Let's eat Neptune tonight.
Zhang Di also found a large piece of meat from the pile of goods he bought. It's rare that there is something in the store. I almost missed it. The depression of the failed plan can only be soothed with delicious food, so Zhang Di's proposal was unanimously approved by the members of the tavern.
Neptune, it's delicious. Neptunes are one of the most unscientific species in the world.
With their size, quantity and food intake, I really don't know how the ecosystem here maintains balance. Perhaps the number, diversity and reproduction rate of species are all far higher than those on Earth. For pubs at this stage, the most important function is delicious food. And it is very beneficial for Zhang Di and Rui Mengmeng, two people whose bodies are far from reaching their strongest state. After a hectic meal, Zhang Di had not left any of the dozens of kilograms of meat and other side dishes that he had bought. Even the remaining soup on the plate was eaten clean by Tom, dipping it with steamed buns.
Washing the dishes may be a lot easier today.
After swallowing the last bite of food, Tom burped, and white air came out of his mouth that was visible to the naked eye. Then he patted his bulging belly with his hand and lazily sat on the chair. Zhang Di also rubbed his belly.
He didn't know if it was an illusion.
He felt that his belly seemed to be swollen like Tom's, but it was not obvious enough. Whenever he was overeating, he would envy Artoria. No matter how much she ate, her body shape would not change. It was the physique most desired by foodies.
But it can also be sympathetic to a certain extent.
It was now the digestion period after the meal. Both Zhang Di and Tom were stretched out on the chairs, feeling that it was very difficult to get off the ground. Arturia left her seat to find tea leaves and a teapot, while Rui Mengmeng hurriedly cleared the table.
Mengmeng, are you okay?
Zhang Di also remembered that she ate a lot, but she wasn't affected at all.
Rui Mengmeng wondered, me? It's okay. It's my first time to eat such delicious food. It feels better than the meat of the sea beast last time. Moreover, Teacher Tom's cooking is so good that I can't eat it enough. Look at you running back and forth, you don't look full at all. It doesn't matter if the table is cleared later.
Zhang Di also felt that he was bullying others by sitting and watching her work in such a swagger.
It's okay.
I feel endless strength every time I finish eating.
It's even more obvious today than before. Maybe it'll be okay even if I run a marathon now. Rui Mengmeng bent her arms and lit up.
Muscles that are not developed on their own. It's just that her slender arms hide power that ordinary people can't imagine.
Okay, I'll leave it to you first.
Based on my previous experience of overeating, I estimate that I will have to lie down for another 3 to 5 minutes. Zhang Di also looked lazy, looking like he was looking for an excuse to be lazy. 5 minutes later, Zhang Di also came back to life, helped tidy up the tables and chairs, and started the evening business.
Hey, Major Koro, that's rare.
Not long after he opened the door, Zhang Di also saw a familiar figure. It turns out that your tavern just changed the brand of Bob's Tavern.
How is old Bob?
Major Klaus simply sat in front of the bar.
He knew Bob.
After all, Bob has been thinking about retiring like him in the past 2 years, so they probably get along very well. Zhang Di also said, he is very good. Now he fishes with a few old friends every day.
I don't know how comfortable he is. It's such an enviable life. Klaus looked at the price of wine. Why has the price increased so much? I asked, is there any discount for acquaintances?
Zhang Di also thought for a while, then next time I go to redeem the reward, can you give me a discount?
It's a beautiful thought.
Yes, that's a good idea. Zhang Di also joked with him without any scruples. He felt that this man had a good personality.
How heartless. Koro ordered some wine at random, watched Zhang Di also open it for him, and said smoothly, do you mind if I ask you about someone? Inquiry? What kind of search mission is it? Just ask. It's not really a mission.
Kuro explained, actually, a nobleman disappeared in the Chambord Islands a few days ago.
As a result, his elders went to the naval base today to ask for him. They were annoyed to death. What does his disappearance have to do with the Navy?
Zhang De felt a little confused in his heart. It's hard to say whether this matter has anything to do with the Navy, but there is a high probability that it has something to do with him. If possible, I would also like to ask this, but the family insists that his son was kidnapped by pirates, and they blame the Navy for failing to eradicate the pirates on the island. Their family has a little energy, and it will be very difficult if they leave it alone.
Trouble. Okay, you guys have worked hard enough. What kind of person is that? Here, this is it. Kuro handed Zhang De a photo. Let's see if you have any impression.
Tom glanced inadvertently and seemed to recognize the man, so he came over curiously to take a closer look. Zhang De also took the photo with one hand, held down Tom's cat head with the other and touched it, fearing that he would reveal the details. This was more than just an impression, it should be said that he was deeply impressed. Not only had he met this man, but he had also buried him. Zhang De also looked at the photo, composed his words, and handed the photo back. You look unfamiliar, you must have never been to my tavern. He was very confident when he lied to the truth, and he believed that there was no flaw in his expression.
Oh. Kuro put away the photo and continued drinking his wine without looking at Zhang Tatsuya's expression. This is a waste of my feelings. Zhang De also said, didn't you say that their family has energy? Why do I feel that your investigation is so perfunctory? I didn't plan to put much effort into the investigation.
Otherwise, the team should be led by the serious Lieutenant Colonel Tiepen, not me who likes to be lazy. Zhang De is also speechless. You really have a clear understanding of your position. Ku Luo explained casually, we are also very busy recently.
Major General Catalu is not in the mood to care about these nobles these days.
Forget it, you will know the details when you read the news tomorrow.
So what kind of news is it?
I was most annoyed by people who only spoke in half. In short, my mission has been completed, and the investigation of the missing nobleman failed.
In case someone questions my laziness later, remember to testify for me.
Ku Luo put down the 2 banknotes and turned to leave. Get off work, get off work. Boss, will we be discovered? Rui Mengmeng asked in a low voice with a guilty conscience.
It's not like that, but anyway, the Navy doesn't plan to investigate further.
Zhang De also thought about it. I think it's best to recycle Tom's 100-ton iron ingot when I have time.
The next time you demolish the house, it's better to be simple and rude, and don't be skinny.
Rui Mengmeng sighed, it's so weird to be sneaky when you're obviously doing the right thing. That's why some people say that the world is sick, so let's get stronger. When we are strong enough, we don't have to look at other people's faces when we do things.
Zhang De was also thinking about whether to increase his training. See up. Well, I see. Rui Mengmeng nodded vigorously. By the way, Arturia, is there any big news in the newspapers recently? Is there any news about the recent naval movements?
Zhang De is also curious about what Klaus said.
Arturia replied, it's nothing special, but he mentioned Major General Catalu. Maybe it has something to do with the Kuehai that Catalu mentioned last time when he was drunk?
Finally, on the second day, the 4 heads of 3 people and 1 cat got together and looked curiously at the front page headline of the latest issue of the newspaper. The captain of the Sun Pirates, Jinbi the seaman, has been invited to become the king of Shichibukai.
Sure enough, this is the matter.
There should be a proposal for a long time ago, and it's only now that it's settled. Zhang De also reached out to help Tom round his crushed head again.
Tom's head feels super good, whether it is rounded and flattened, or kneaded into a donkey's head, it is more fun than plasticine.
Tom pushed away Zhang De's evil hands in disgust, and patted himself twice to return to the original state.
Is there any relationship between this Jinping and that Major General? Rui Mengmeng asked.
Zhang De also explained, before you came, the Major General said that all his subordinates died because of attacking this pirate group, but the original prisoner became a legal pirate, so it was hard to accept of.
It seems to be too much.
Zhang De also added, however, what he was ordered to do at that time was to take back the rescued slaves.
In fact, it was not very authentic.
It should be said that he and his subordinates were cheated by the Tianlong people and the world government.
So in that incident, the pirates were not completely wrong, and the Navy was not completely right? What a complicated relationship. It's almost like this.
It is written in the news that after Jinbei took office as Shichibukai, all members of the Sun Pirates can restore their civilian status according to their own wishes, and the members who were originally arrested will also be released. These days, Major General Kataru, they might just be busy with these things, it's really torture for him.
Zhang De also remembered that Eren should have been released in this way. Do you want to inquire about the handover location and kill him on the way? It doesn't seem to work. Eren is innocent now.
Before he formed his own pirate group and went to sea, killing him would make him a criminal.
This is really disgusting. Let's let it go beforehand.
The person who wanted to murder us hasn't been caught yet.
Continue with the fishing plan today.
It's been 5 days since we took care of those organ traffickers, and there's been no movement at all.
You can't just give up, right?
Zhang De, who doesn't believe in evil, also took Tom out today alone, and Arturia still followed secretly.
It's a pity that no one came out to make trouble from morning to noon. When it opened at noon, Tushio naturally became a hot topic.
Some people think that Kuehai is a force that obeys the orders of the world government, and they can reduce many pirates. Some people also think that it is not a good thing to have one more legal pirate.
Among them was Uncle Goodman, who came to Zhang De for the first time. Did you see today's news? Did you say the one about Kuehai? Look at it.
Zhang De also put 2 plates of cold dishes in front of him first, watching him eat a little, and then poured a bottle of low alcohol and good-tasting wine. Last time, Mrs. Molly asked quietly that if Goodman came to drink with him, let him take care of him a little bit, which is really an enviable feeling. Goodman picked up his glass and took a sip.
Oh, there is another big pirate that can be robbed legally, and I don't know what will happen to this island.
Zhang De also said, whether he becomes Kuehai has little to do with us ordinary people, right?
Goodman said, but he is a Murloc. You also know how the Murlocs are treated on this island. Maybe they will take the opportunity to take revenge.
If he became Shichibukai with a personality like Eren's, there is a high probability that he will really take revenge, such as demolishing Chambord Park or something, but Shiping probably wouldn't do such a thing. That fat blue man had spent half his life working hard to protect Murloc Island, and he couldn't do something that would aggravate ordinary people's hatred of Murlocs.
Zhang De also thought for a while and asked, don't you also dislike Murlocs, uncle? Goodman gave him a strange look. Of course not, I'm a boatman. What does that have to do with the boatman?
Mr. Tom, the #1 shipbuilder in the world, I admire the most is a Murloc.
How could he just hate Murlocs? Meow?
Tom poked his head, he seemed to hear someone calling his name.
Not about you. Zhang De also pushed Tom back. Goodman continued, brother, don't be prejudiced like some people. I think it's the same as human beings. There are good people and bad people. Murlocs have good people like Mr. Tom, and there are vicious pirates.
It's just that we see most of what I heard was about Murloc pirates, so I got the impression of being vicious and cruel.
Zhang De also nodded. Uncle Goodman is a sensible person.
Most of the kind-hearted Murlocs lived honestly on Murloc Island. Even if they floated up to see the outside world like Kaimi, they were all sneaky. And those who come out to be pirates to burn, kill, and plunder are not safe guys in themselves. Uncle, if you encounter a vicious Murloc or something, remember to call me. Zhang De also said, the guards in our tavern are really super strong.
10. Ha, you don't have to worry about me. The boatmen in our dock are not easy to mess with. Thinking back to when I was young, it would be no problem to beat dozens of them.
Goodman thought to himself, even if he wanted to use the phone bug to ask for help, he would still call the Navy for help. Oh yes, he should also call the little brother and tell them to be ready to take refuge at any time. Zhang De was also a little anxious when he saw that he didn't listen. The people in the Eren Pirates claim to have 10 times the wrist strength of humans. But the boatmen here don't seem to be ordinary boatmen. In terms of strength, they shouldn't be worse than ordinary Murlocs. If Eren's gang really dared to go there to make trouble, maybe even those cadres might be killed. Just in case, let's go to the beach to exercise these 2 days. I always feel that Uncle Goodman is setting a flag. Zhang De also made a decision, so that by the way, he can create more opportunities for those who want to murder him, which is really considerate.
Uncle, you've already drunk a lot.
It's just a little wine, brother, how come you are as verbose as Molly? Oh, I will convey this sentence to her exactly.
Let's not.
2 days later in the morning, Tom lay on the beach chair with a fishing rod and yawned, because it was still early, and the warm sun shone on Tom, making him feel a little lazy. But the crackling noise next to him made Tom unable to sleep. It was Zhang De and Rui Mengmeng fighting with bamboo swords. Crack! The bamboo sword in Ru Mengmeng's hand was interrupted from the middle, and the two stopped temporarily.
It's broken again. Zhang Di also said helplessly, do you want to change to a real sword?
The strength of both of them has increased a lot recently.
Ordinary bamboo swords can only be used to practice moves.
Once they fight with all their strength, they will be easily interrupted.
It is obvious that they still think that their toughness is quite good before.
But if you want to use a real sword to aim at your own people, and you can't let go of your hands and feet, the practice effect is not good, and it is very worrying.
Tom, too, was worried.
He rested his chin and tapped his fingers on the arm of the chair in succession. Because the broken sword that was blown away hit him on the head again, it was evil, and he had changed several places, but no matter which of the two of them had the broken sword, it was as if it was aimed at him. Hit him with precision. Tom rolled his eyes upwards, looking at the Himalayas that had been smashed above his head, and felt so wrong that he wanted to cry.
Puru por por. Kacha.
Zhang Di also took out the phone bug from his clothes, connected the phone, and Kame's voice came from inside, Brother Tatsuya, I'm Kemi, and I ran out again, can I go play with you?
Chapter 94 Boom Boom Boom. Kaka Kami? Didn't you say that you were locked up by your family? Zhang Di asked.
Yes, but today Boss Jinbei returned to Fishman Island.
Many people can go home and no longer be pirates. Everyone is celebrating. I took the opportunity to run away. Not all the people in the Sun Pirates volunteered to be pirates.
A considerable number of them were branded with the Sky Dragon hoof mark, which symbolizes slaves. They had to cover it with a new sun-shaped mark and were forced to become pirates.
They can't go home.
After Jinbei became a shichibukai, many former slaves were able to go home openly without being hunted down. For them, Jinbei is definitely worthy of the title of Sea Knight. In addition, the title of shichibukai can indeed deter many pirates, which is indeed a good thing for ordinary residents of Fishman Island.
So it is normal for many people to celebrate this. So why don't you participate in the celebration? Why do you have to sneak out to play? Zhang Di held his forehead. This is simply a naughty child. Kami replied, because it's more fun outside.
The celebrations on Fishman Island are always the same. It feels like even if she refuses, she will run out to play by herself. Zhang Di also said helplessly, okay, then be careful on the road.
Let's go to the bay last time. Do you remember the way?
Kami said confidently, no problem.
Even if I get lost, I can ask the fish school.
Kami is a kissing mermaid. She can summon a school of kissing fish to let them show the way or execute some simple commands.
It is really a convenient ability in the sea. Jinbei has also demonstrated this ability.
As a whale shark man, he can summon a school of whale sharks. Whether it is to save people or act as a boat, it is very useful. Zhang Di also feels that this ability of mermaids and fishmen is a bit like a weakened version of Poseidon's ability, one of the ancient weapons. Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi, as the Sea King, can summon sea kings, while ordinary mermaids or fishmen can summon their corresponding fish. If many types of mermaids gather together and use this ability at the same time, it may play an unexpected role.
After the call was hung up, Zhang Di said, let's take a break. With Kami's speed, it won't take long to get there.
I'll go see what Tom has harvested.
Altria walked quickly to Tom's side, squatted down and looked at the bucket next to him. There were a few palm-sized fish in the bucket.
Altria curiously stretched out her finger to poke the water surface, and the fish in the water immediately panicked and ran around like they saw a lion. As usual, these fish would become snacks for her and Tom before going back. Zhang Di and Rui Mengmeng would only come to share some to replenish their physical strength when they were exhausted. If it was not enough, Zhang Di would also carry a large refrigerator with him. Because he had drawn the wardrobe of the Tosaka family a few days ago, Zhang Di had no shortage of boxes for money for the time being, and the large refrigerator of Tom's family could finally continue to be responsible for the main job of storing food. This wardrobe was probably from the Fifth Holy Grail War, and it was full of Tosaka Rin's clothes, and the size seemed to be the same as Altria's.
So apart from the wardrobe, Zhang Di left nothing behind, and all kinds of clothes were handed over to her for disposal, all kinds of.
Rui Mengmeng helped pick up some firewood and watched Tom light a pile of wood with a match. The fire grew from small to large without even a second, and then it remained at the most suitable level for grilling fish. This skill of making fire is not something that ordinary people can learn, but she has gotten used to it and started to worry about other things. Is it really okay for Kami to be alone? She was eaten by a sea beast last time, and I am a little worried about her. Zhang Di also said, as long as she doesn't stare blankly in the deep sea, she will be fine. I guess she was swallowed because she was distracted by looking at the Ferris wheel alone before.
It feels quite pitiful.
Her dream is just to ride a Ferris wheel once. Rue Mengmeng felt a little sympathetic to Cammy. Although she had never done it, she was reluctant to go instead of not being able to go. Maybe we can take her there once, but we have to disguise it a little. Zhang De also felt that the problem was not big. He was not as unreliable as Luffy. A group of people went shopping and left Cammy alone, which gave the traffickers an opportunity. Besides, Tom's camouflage skills are very strong. He can even cross species and disguise himself as an eagle in women's clothing. I just don't know who laid those eggs that Tom was knitting and hatching at the end of that episode? Zhang De stared at Tom. Although he was a male cat, it seemed that if Tom laid eggs one day, it would not be completely unacceptable. Tom shuddered, and the hair behind him trembled from the top of his head to the tip of his tail. He turned around and saw Zhang De's inquiring eyes. Tom blinked and handed a grilled fish to Zhang De. "Thank you." Zhang De took the fish and started to chew it. There was not much meat, but it was very fragrant. While turning his head to spit out the fishbone, Zhang De accidentally saw a small hand quietly reaching into Tom's fishing toolbox. "Altria." Zhang De also reminded, "That's the bait." Altria pinched a small piece of bait and answered absent-mindedly, "Oh." Zhang De also stared at her. "Although the bait made by Tom is also very fragrant, let's eat some normal food, okay? Otherwise, I will give this fish to you." Altria blushed a little and put the bait back reluctantly. "I don't know if Cammy will like the taste of the bait." Zhang De was also shocked. "What kind of devilish idea is this?" "It's simply, hee, I think the same thing as you. Let's ask later." Rue Mengmeng tried to reduce her presence. She must not make the boss and Altria unhappy in the future, otherwise she would be punished. Tom didn't get much today. It didn't take long for him to finish eating. Zhang De also calculated the time. Why hasn't it arrived in so long? It won't be eaten by sea beasts again? I'll make a phone call to try. Pulupupulu, pulupupu, ka. It was a strange sound that had never been heard before. Everyone else looked at the Den Den Mushi strangely. Zhang Da's face changed and he tried to dial again, but he couldn't dial it out. In other words, the sound of the first dial was not the sound of hanging up after the call was connected, but the sound of Kimmy's Den Den Mushi being found and killed after it rang. Altria asked, "Did anything happen to Cammy?" "It should be, and she was probably caught by human traffickers." Zhang Di also frowned. "This shouldn't be possible. Cammy herself would definitely not dare to go ashore. Could it be that she was caught by someone just after she showed her head above the sea? Jinbei had just become a shichibukai, and someone caught a mermaid. Isn't that too disrespectful? Generally speaking, if you want to catch mermaids, you can only do so in two places. One is Fishman Island, where you can catch them while they are active on the shore. Second, near the beach, there are occasionally curious children who can't help but feel the real sunshine on the sea. After all, the sunshine on Fishman Island is transmitted by the sun tree Eve. They have a desire for real sunshine that ordinary people cannot understand. This is probably one of the reasons for the name of the Sun Pirates. Zhang Di also speculated that Kemi might have been kidnapped by a passing human trafficker in the nearby sea. "Artoria, can you feel Kemi's breath?" Artoria closed her eyes and concentrated. After a moment, she said, "No, it might be too far." "What about the boss?" "Going to an illegal area, based on the price of mermaids, the average selling shop probably won't even be able to give you a deposit. The human traffickers will definitely send Kemi to the auction house in order to sell it at a high price. We will go directly to block them." The incident happened suddenly, and the three people and the cat immediately ran in the direction of GR number 1. The people they met along the way did not show much surprise. It's just that the running Tatsuya is running again, there's nothing surprising about it. On the other side, Mr. 3 reached out and took the 3 pieces of paper handed to him by Mr. 13, the little sea otter. One is a picture of Zhang De and the others grilling fish together, one is a picture of a fishman carrying Kemi, and the other is a picture of 3 people putting Kemi into a bag. What? The mermaid was captured by someone else? Mr. 3 slapped the painting on the table. This was a situation that was completely unexpected by him. Did he get caught before meeting up with the target? Wait a minute. Mr. 5 discovered the blind spot and pointed to the picture of the trafficker carrying Kemi. The place where the fishman appeared is the coast of 49 GR. It should be How Did You, who were under surveillance in 59 GR, see her. Mr. 13 and Mississippi Friday turned their heads to both sides. Do you want us to tell you that it was because they were too greedy to watch them grilling fish, so they flew to a distance to catch fish to eat, and then happened to see it? Mr. 3 said, it doesn't matter.
Do you know their route of action? If you stop them now, it might still be too late. The little sea otter picked up the sketchbook and quickly drew an overhead view of the Shampoo Islands, marking the landing place and direction of the traffickers on the map. Mr. 3 said, "We rushed there immediately. Mr. 13 in Mississippi will continue to pay attention to their movements on Friday and notify us immediately if there are any changes." Following Mr. 3's command, the vulture picked up the sea otter and waved its wings away. The opponent is a murloc whose wrist strength is rumored to be 10 times that of a human being. Don't be careless. Mr. 3 raised his palm, and a small ball of wax liquid flew up from his hand, quickly turning into 3 murlocs, and then again immediately melt. Ha ha ha, I wonder if I can lift 10,000 kilograms with 10 times the wrist strength? Mississippi Valentine laughed. As a person with abilities, she was very swollen. Mr. 5 pushed up his sunglasses. My explosions don't care how strong the enemy's wrist is. The 3 of them also walked towards the auction house. Nearly an hour later, on GR number 8, Zhang Di also saw 3 fishmen, one of whom was carrying a twisting bag on his shoulder. The 3 of them were all slightly disguised, and you couldn't tell they were fishmen unless you looked carefully. Although it was very uncoordinated, there were strange-looking people everywhere here, so it wasn't a big problem. This place is still some distance from the downtown area, and there is a large abandoned house next to it. No one present knew that this was actually the base of Pittman, the trafficker who was captured by Zhang De in exchange for a bounty and later killed by Major General Catalu. One of them said, "Hey, brother, if nothing happens, it's better not to stand in the middle of the road. It's very annoying." Zhang De's hand grasped the hilt of the sword. "It's not impossible to give way. Please put my friend down." Probably because he heard Zhang Tatsuya's voice, Kemi struggled harder in the bag, but because his mouth was sealed, he could only make a woo-woo sound. The leading fishman laughed and said, "Friend? Ha 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 ha. What are you talking about? This is our precious cargo." Zhang De, who was about to say something at this time, also noticed the red sun marks on the 3 people. "Are you from the Sun Pirates? Would Jinbi allow you to do such a thing? This is unscientific. Why would the Sun Pirates kidnap a mermaid?" But Arturia has confirmed that it is Kami in the bag. "Oomph, don't mention that name. We, Maculo, are just a pirate group that we only joined because we admire Brother Tiger. That guy Jinbi is not worthy of being our boss." Marculo expressed his disdain for Jinbi very straightforwardly. "There is absolutely no intention of borrowing the name of Shichibukai to scare people. That's right, that guy is just a lackey of the world government." Marculo's younger brother Gallo echoed. "If it hadn't been for Brother Tiger handing over the pirate group to him, we would never have spared him." Tansy, another younger brother, said. Zhang De also looked at them speechlessly. "What is your self-confidence made of? How many milligrams can you give me? Is it because he is a fishman that Jinbei can't bear to kill you? And human traffickers still have the nerve to mock others as lackeys of the world government? One person per person, be careful not to hurt Kemi." After knowing their origins, Zhang De had nothing to say to them. He rushed forward with his sword in hand. He was quite curious about the level of these fishmen. Artoria and Rui Mengmeng also took action, but Artoria was a little distracted. Someone was watching in the dark. Did they meet by chance or had they planned it? Only Tom stays where he is, and you are alone. What about the cat? In this case, it would be good to capture a few extra humans. Maculo put down Kemi and came forward with his 2 younger brothers. Facing Zhang Tatsuya was Gallo, who was wielding a sword. This man had round eyes and he was some kind of goldfish fishman, goldfish swordsmanship, stab. Clang! Zhang Tatsuya separated Gallo's long sword with a sword. Due to his size, the sword Gallo used was longer and heavier than Zhang Tatsuya's, and this guy was indeed very strong. But for Zhang De, that's 10 times the wrist strength? It's normal to feel this way, because he is now someone who can wield a lamppost like an ordinary stick, and is no longer an ordinary person. And when he heard the moves shouted by the other 2 fishmen, Murloc Karate, 300 watts righteous fist. Murloc Karate 500 tiles. These few are probably novices on the same level as the cadres of the Arlong pirates. They can use 1,000 tiles as a big move. Their power is probably not as powerful as Jinbi's flat-eyed Gallo, who was fighting against Zhang De, actually felt a little guilty when he heard Zhang De's words. They were usually embarrassed to talk about 10 times the wrist strength, because although this thing is considered an innate advantage in the Grand Line, it is not worth it at all. Boast. In other words, the fishmen of the Aran pirates had never seen the world bullying the villagers of Donghai, so they kept talking about it all day long. Tom, who was left alone, bit a finger, and finally decided to do something he could do.
which was to save Cammy. The bag containing Cammy had been left on the ground when the two sides fought, and now she was crawling all over the ground like a big caterpillar. So Tom walked across the field like no one else was there, and walked to the bag, as leisurely as if he were walking in his own backyard. Tom held Cammy's head through the bag, raised his finger and popped out a claw, and cut the rope at the mouth of the bag with a slight cut. If you look closely, Tom's claw actually shone like a knife. A small head with green hair protruded from the pocket, and as the bag slipped down, it revealed a fishtail. Whoa! Cammy's hands were tied behind his back, his mouth was also sealed, and he looked at Tom expectantly with big eyes. Tom untied her, and then took out the swordsman's suit.
Ugh, Cammy gasped, "Thank you, Tom. I'm suffocating."
Tom changed his clothes and took off his hat in a gentlemanly manner, and then began to think about whose ass to poke. In fact, with the strength of Marculo's group, Tom's help is not needed at all, and they can't stand it now. But at this moment, a group of disruptors appeared.
Aha, 10,000 kilograms of weight.
Mississippi Valentine aimed at Rue Meng Meng and Tansy, the dragonfish and fishman, who were fighting in midair, and smashed them down. Her trick is to first adjust her weight to 1 kilogram, jump into the air and open her umbrella to float briefly to adjust her position, then close the umbrella and adjust her weight to 10,000 kilograms and drop it to hit people. Although this ability is unscientific, it scientifically follows one physical law, that is, she has a process of accelerating her fall.
The time between her shouting and landing was enough for Rue Meng Meng to react.
After all, it was a move that Zoro could dodge at will while chatting with others. Rue Meng Meng quickly jumped back out of the range where she could be hit, but Tansy was not so good and was hit straight on. There was a loud pop, and Tansy fell to the ground, one hand weakly grabbing something forward, so heavy.
Ah ha ha ha.
Mississippi Valentine sat proudly on Tansy's back and started to introduce her abilities like many villains in the pirate world.
I am a person with the light fruit ability. I can weigh from 1 kilogram to 10,000 kilograms. Change it at will, now it is 10,000 kilograms, enjoy it. Light piao fruit is a bit like porcelain piao fruit.
It is actually the fault of the translation team. Normally it should be translated as kilogram fruit, because it is actually the lower fruit of the ton-pressed fruit. It is the one under Brother Ming who can increase his weight to 10,000 tons. Tans, who was weighed down by a weight of 10,000 kilograms, rolled his eyes before Mississippi Valentine could finish her words. Rue Meng Meng stared at this new enemy warily. Don't be impatient, it will be your turn next. Mississippi Valentine smiled and jumped up again. Tans, the other two fishmen screamed. Zhang De also looked at her in surprise.
This person looked familiar. The next second two voices sounded at the same time, booger cannon. Extra large candle wall.
A large amount of white liquid spurted out from the side and quickly solidified into a wall, which was more than 30 meters wide and more than 10 meters high. The huge wall blocked Tom and Cammy on one side, while the others were on the other side, and also provided a foothold for Mississippi Valentine in the air.
At the same time, a small black unknown sphere flew towards Artoria's back.
Arturia sensed the danger and first knocked down Makura with one sword, then instinctively turned around and slashed backwards with the sword.
As expected, the small black sphere was chopped into two halves and flew towards Artoria's sides and back respectively.
The sword was precise and perfect. But when she saw clearly what it was, the hand holding the sword shook a little. Cut down the booger. Artoria has experienced hundreds of battles and has killed people and tentacle monsters, but this is definitely her first time with this kind of thing.
How can anyone attack with a booger? Boom! Boom!
The booger that was cut in half still exploded. The hot airwaves blew Arturia's hair and skirt, and also caused secondary damage to Marculo, who fell to the ground.
When the explosion sounded, Zhang De also knocked down his opponent with one sword.
The goldfish swordsmanship he shouted was full of flaws.
Then, Zhang De also saw the afro and sunglasses posing as if he was popping boogers.
If the two of them were not enough to remind him of something, then the man with his hair tied into a number 3 was definitely enough to stir up his memory. Brother 3?
No, Baroque works? Mr. 3 and Mr. 5?
Mr. 3's unique hairstyle and the fact that he almost became the royal deputy are impressive, and Mr. 5's boogerman is also very distinctive. On the contrary, it was the beauty who could change her weight.
Zhang De couldn't remember whether her code name was Valentine's Day or Christmas.
The two people were a little surprised when their origins were revealed, but it did not affect them from continuing to implement the plan. You actually recognize us, you have some knowledge. Mr. 5 picked his nostrils again. But Mr. 3 ignored him at all and quickly flashed behind the candle wall. Candle shackles.
Candle ball.
The white wax liquid turned into shackles and locked Tom's hands and feet in Kemi's hands. The two lost their balance and fell to the ground, and then a white candle ball wrapped them both. Tom was poking his finger at the white wall that suddenly appeared, and he didn't notice someone sneaking up, let alone Kemi. The two of them were wrapped in candles in such an ignorant way, and their eyes fell into darkness. However, none of them uttered a scream, because Kemi had the experience of being swallowed by a sea beast before, and this feeling was very familiar. Needless to say, Tom is very experienced. It's a small scene, so it's not a big problem. When Zhangde also saw Mr. Three's movements, he immediately understood that their targets were Tom and Kemi, and he hurriedly chased after him. In fact, after he reacted subconsciously, he suddenly thought that it seemed unnecessary.
Very urgent. Booger cannon.
Mr. 5, regardless of whether he was really anxious or not, he just popped the boogers in the direction Zhangde was heading.
Boom!
The small boogers exploded with great power. Zhangde also took 2 steps back before exploding and covered his face with one hand. The heat wave of the explosion made Zhangde's clothes rattle. Although he didn't suffer any injuries, he felt extremely sick when he thought that it was the air wave after the explosion of boogers that covered his face. This is definitely one of the representative skills that does little damage but is extremely insulting. Rui Mengmeng also wanted to go around the candle wall to save Tom and Kemi, but Mississippi Valentine jumped down from the wall, 10,000 kilograms of guillotine. This move is to increase the weight to 10,000 kilograms and then jump down from the air. If it was used to deal with Brooks' perverted skeleton, he would be willing to stand still and let his bones be broken under Mississippi Valentine's Day skirt. But Rui Mengmeng doesn't have such weird hobbies.
It's not difficult to dodge her attacks. All she needs to do is find the right opportunity to fight back.
And Zhangde also set his target on Mr. 5. He remembered that Mr. 5's physical skills seemed to be quite bad, so he raised his sword and rushed over. Sure enough, we should chop this disgusting guy first. Artoria, Tom and Kemi are in your hands.
I see.
Artoria recovered from the blow of cutting her booger with the sword of the vowed victory just now. A skirt made of magic power emerged from her body, and the sword body was covered by the Wind King barrier. These devil fruit ability users are very weird, because they don't know the specific situation of the guy with 3 on his head, so she has to be a little bit prepared. She will never cut that disgusting thing directly again.
Makoro and his gang are not original characters. They are indeed mermaid traders and former members of the Sun Pirates.
After Jinbe became Koehai, the Sun Pirates were divided into 3, Jinbe, Aaron and Maculo. Among them, Marculo is the best one, his real strength, can't beat Octopus Shiba. In this way, I feel that there are not many Sun Pirates who can fight. Maculo once took advantage of Hachi's injury and kidnapped him, and then threatened Kami to replace him. At that time, Kami happened to meet Luffy and the others, so it goes without saying. In addition, in the story on the title page, there is a story about them exchanging the map about the secrets of takoyaki from Shao Hachi for Kemi.
This is the reason why Shao Hachi can make takoyaki.
The shortest straight line between the 2 points was the shortest.
Facing the tall candle wall, Artoria did not choose to take a detour.
Instead, she went down with 2 swords and cut a triangular hole that could allow people to pass through.
My candle wall is as hard as steel after solidification, how can it be cut off so easily? Mr. 3 was shocked, but looked at Artoria's empty hands. I see, is he an Esper? Look, it's going to take a little more effort.
Forgive him for not being knowledgeable enough to know that there are swordsmen who can easily cut through steel. After all, he is just a criminal with a background of loan sharking in the South China Sea.
He really has never seen a real strong man.
Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter, so what if you come over? My plan has been successful. Mr. 3 quickly adjusted his mentality and kicked away the candle ball wrapped around Tom and Kemi. While the tavern was fighting with the Murlocs, Mr. 5 and Mississippi Valentine launched a sneak attack to attract attention even if they couldn't be killed. Mr. 3 was responsible for making the wall of candles, which not only blocked other people, but also protected the mermaid and the cat from the explosion. Then he captured the mermaid and the cat, kicked them away, and then the unlucky duo took over the candle from a distance. Ball. After doing this, whether they retreat calmly or destroy the tavern, they can decide according to their wishes. This is the battle plan that the resourceful Mr. 3 came up with in a short period of time. Now it turned out that most of it was as he expected, and Mr. 3 was so proud that he wanted to laugh with his hands on his hips.
Instead of chasing the candle ball, do you want to knock me down?
Once my companions take it away, it will be too late to chase it. Although he thinks he has the advantage, Mr. 3 still has to use psychological tactics. If the opponent really pursues him, he can sneak attack from behind.
If he doesn't pursue him, he will definitely become impatient, thus expanding his advantage. Brother 3, what he pays attention to in combat is stability. It's a pity that Artoria was unmoved. Tom will naturally find a way to get out of that ball. I just need to deal with you. Come out? Are you kidding? My candle is, what?
Mr. Three's eyes widened because he saw a thin sword piercing the candle ball. The rolling candle ball suddenly stuck into the ground like a lollipop and swayed back and forth a few times.
Tom's sword was extremely tough.
Then the rapier retracted and thrust out from the other direction, cutting the candle ball in half like a saw. Tom and Cammy rolled out, but they were both lying on the ground, not because their hands and feet were fixed by the candle locks, but because they were knocked unconscious in the ball, and now there are still spiral lines in their eyes.
Mr. Three's mentality is a little bit broken. What if my candle is as hard as steel after it solidifies?
It's okay if he can't stop the tavern guard. After all, he seems to be a person with abilities, but why can a cat be cut open with a sword?
Originally, I wanted to reduce unnecessary fighting.
In this case, I will deal with you first and then deal with the cat. The three-shaped bun on Mr. Three's head lit up with flames. With a wave of his right hand, a large amount of liquid wax spurted out and solidified into a sword as tall as two people. He aimed it at Artoria and slashed it diagonally, melting carving candle sword.
Is it the ability to produce candle-like liquid from the body and then shape it at will?
Artoria did not dodge and smashed the candle sword made by Mr. Three with one sword. Mr. Three jumped back and waved his left hand at the same time, forming a spear and shooting it towards Artoria, melting carving candle spear. Artoria moved slightly to dodge the attack, raised her sword and slashed at Mr. Three himself.
The enemy's details were almost revealed.
While his abilities are interesting, his fighting skills are worse than Tatsuya's, as are his speed and strength, so it's almost time to call it a day. At this time, Zhang De, who had poor combat skills, also encountered a small problem. Mr. Five is like a hedgehog who can't be touched anywhere, because his whole body can explode. Zhang De also dodged the booger that popped out of him, and slashed at his head with a sword. Mr. Five directly threw his fist and detonated it before it touched, explosive punch, boom. The big explosion centered on the fist made Zhang De also take a few steps back. Mr. Five took a step forward and kicked Zhang De at the waist, and Zhang De slashed at his calf with a sword.
Foot blast, boom.
Mr. Five covered his calf, red blood seeped from between his fingers.
You can actually hurt me, I underestimated you.
Perhaps it was because the sword directly contacted his body that Zhang De was also blown away and rolled back to the ground. However, except for his body being a little embarrassed and the sword being a little blackened, he still suffered no injuries.
What is the use of this explosive ability?
Zhang De also thought for a while before putting down the sword, took out a big firecracker half the height of a person and a match, lit it and threw it over. Mr. Five just took out a revolver and blew into it. Even the air he exhaled could be used as a bomb to detonate. But seeing the big firecracker thrown by Zhang De, Mr. Five smiled mockingly, straightened the firecrackers, and stood beside him with his arms folded. Let you see it, I am the explosive man who ate the explosive fruit. Any part of the body can explode, and the explosion has no effect on me.
Oh.
Zhang De also responded indifferently, and then imitated Tom's way when he fired the cannon, and blocked his ears with his fingers. Sizzling, the fuse burned out. The expected explosion did not go off. The half-person high firecracker split in half from the middle, and shed its outer shell. Inside is a smaller firecracker. The fuse continues to burn. When it burns out, it rotates and peels off the second outer shell, revealing a smaller firecracker inside. Then the firecracker crackled again and performed a fancy shelling process until it was only the size of a fingernail.
Jerry's prank firecracker. Maybe you can call it a Russian matryoshka firecracker. What do you think is the power of the innermost ultra-small firecracker?
Mr. Five's mentality was also a bit explosive at this time. Every time he was prepared to withstand the explosion to show off his ability, the firecracker peeled off a layer of skin. Every time he repositioned himself, the thing did not explode.
Is it an insult to his abilities to have only such a tiny bit of size left?
Mr. Five picked up this small firecracker.
Even if he could withstand it, he couldn't show his strength, right?
He raised his hand and wanted to throw it at Zhang De's face. But,
boom!
A deafening loud noise suddenly erupted, but what was extremely inconsistent with it was that the smoke range of the explosion only covered the small space around Mr. Five, and the ground was only blackened without much damage. When the smoke cleared, Mr. Five's windbreaker was torn to pieces and his whole body was blackened. In contrast, his lips were as red and swollen as sausages. Hiccup. Mr. Five's body shook, and he spat out a stream of black smoke from his mouth. I am a user with explosive fruit ability. Explode, for me. Poof, Mr. Five fell to the ground. I feel that Mr. Five is also an example of a wasted superpower. If this was developed and put into the Wano Country chapter, 1 or 2 Yonko would not be killed. Speaking of which, Brother Ming also has a cadre with explosive ability, and the fruit name translation team of these two people has to take the blame. It should be explosive fruit and bursting fruit. Maybe there are explosion fruit and explosive fruit, right? In addition, Lao Sha has an old woman who can dig holes into the ground, and Brother Ming has a pervert who can swim on the ground. Lao Sha has a man with a maximum weight of 10,000 kilograms, and Brother Ming has a man with a maximum weight of 10,000 tons. Lao Sha has a man who can turn into a knife, and Brother Ming has a man who can turn his whole body into various weapons including knives. Lao Sha has a third brother who pursues art, and Minggu also has a Qiao La who is an artist. Comparing the combat effectiveness of both sides, Lao Sha is too difficult. Compared to Mr. Five, whose whole body can explode in various ways, Mississippi Valentine's attack method is too simple. Just keep losing weight and jump into the air, then change various positions to increase weight and fall back down. She still has no sprained ankles, definitely because of the hidden strengthening of her body caused by the devil fruit. Once Rue Mengmeng gets used to her moves, he can pinpoint her landing point, dodge the attack, and then slash her with a sword. Mississippi. On Valentine's Day, I used an umbrella to block it, but the umbrella broke and I lay down. There is no need to worry about Artoria. To sum it up in one sentence, it can be said that Brother 3 used to be a decent person. Before falling to the ground, Mr. 3 used his special skilled candle champion, covering his whole body with wax to form candle armor, which looked to be 4 meters high. This move can increase his strength in a very unscientific way. One punch can cause the ground to collapse and crack. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. The seemingly thick defense was not enough in front of Artoria. The entire armor was split in half with a sword, and the person was seriously injured and passed out. After the battle, Zhang De shouted, "Meng Meng, go to the broken house over there and see if there are any big wooden barrels that can hold people. Fill them with seawater and bring them back. If not, you can just tear down some wooden boards and come back." "Oh, okay." Rue Mengmeng trotted away. Zhang De first inflicted wounds on each of Maculo's group, then brought the Baroque trio together and gave them to Artoria to watch, and then ran to the distance to pick up Tom and Kemi. After these two silly children recovered from the dizzy state, because their hands and feet, of course Kemi had no feet, were fixed by candle locks, they flopped on the ground like fish. They didn't know whether they were really uncomfortable or having fun. "Brother Tatsuya, how do you untie this?" Kami asked, and Tom looked at him expectantly. Zhang De also said, "Can't we just let Tom cut it with a sword?" But Tom shook his head and shook his hands up and down, indicating that his hands were tied and he couldn't use the sword well. Zhang De also slapped his forehead, "Silly cat, then how did you cut the candle ball?" Tom tilted his head, and a question mark appeared on his head, probably because it was so dark inside, and I didn't see how it was cut. Zhang De also said helplessly, "Although this thing is a bit hard, it is still a candle. It will soften and melt when roasted with fire." Tom jumped on both feet and jumped to the side of Mr. 3 who fell to the ground. He took out a match with difficulty. He remembered that this man's hair could catch fire and would never stop burning. Simply lighting his hair on fire saves you the trouble of finding firewood. Miao is such a clever little guy. Arturia, who was in charge of the care, did not stop him because she was also curious about whether this man's hair would still look so magical after he fainted. Brother 3 did not disappoint, his 3-shaped bun lit up like a candle, slowly but surely melting the candle locks on Tom and Kami. During this period, Mr. 3 did not even wake up, and Zhang De also felt that his hair must have been mixed with wax made by his own ability, real hair wax. "Boss, the barrels are here." Rue Mengmeng rushed back holding 3 large wooden barrels. The 3 buckets were all filled with seawater, and she held the finished glyphs in front of her, without any sign of any difficulty. Zhang De also greeted, "Put it here, come and soak the 3 of them in, and Tom will help make a cover later." The barrel was just big enough for the Baroque trio to squat inside. When Tom nailed the lid with a hole in the middle, only one head of the 3 people was exposed, which was very joyful. Since there are no seafloor stone handcuffs, Zhang De can only use this method to deal with them. In fact, the other 2 are just gimmicks, mainly to prevent Mr. 5 from blowing up. Mr. 5 did not move at all when he was put into the bucket, but Mr. 3 and Mississippi were miserable on Valentine's Day. Both of them had a sword wound on their bodies, and they woke up immediately after being soaked in seawater.
It hurts. What's going on?
Mississippi Valentine finally figured out her situation. Let me go quickly, or I will definitely crush you all. Although she screamed loudly, she didn't even have the strength to break the barrel now. Because when most of the body of a devil fruit user is immersed in seawater, they will become completely weak and unable to actively use their abilities.
Be quiet, Mississippi Valentine.
Mr. 3 is not as stubborn as she is, and simply shouting will do no good. Since the other party doesn't kill her immediately, there is still room for maneuver. Although the opponent is far more powerful than expected, Mr. 3 feels that we are not in a desperate situation yet. If force is not enough, we can rely on wisdom. Zhang De also looked at this guy with his eyes rolling around and asked, Mr. 3, you said before that you still have companions, right?
How many people are there, what are their code names, and where are they now?
We still have 2 companions, codenamed Mr. 13 and Mississippi Friday.
As for the current location, Mr. 3 acted very cooperatively.
He tried his best to look around and asked, excuse me, how long have I been unconscious?
Zhang De also vaguely guessed something and said, about 10 minutes.
A proud smile appeared on Mr. 3's face, then there is no need to look any further.
In fact, the true identities of Mississippi Friday and Mr. 13 are a bald eagle and a sea otter.
They are both as smart as your cat, animal. In fact, they were watching nearby before the battle started. If our plan succeeds, they will be responsible for responding, but if the 3 of us are defeated, they will immediately report back to the organization.
In 10 minutes, how far do you think the vulture can fly?
When he said the last sentence, Mr. 3's glasses seemed to be shining with the light of wisdom, although one of the lenses had been cracked in the battle.
TSK, it seems a little troublesome?
Zhang De also remembers the combination of vulture and sea otter. The sea otter that can draw sketches and the vulture that flies with it are the 2 animals responsible for delivering messages in the Baroque works. If they run away, it means that their portraits will appear in front of Mr. 0, the boss of Baroque works, Crocodile. I accidentally provoked a Shichibukai, no, he provoked me.
It's not just trouble. If we die here, you will be hunted down by the Baroque works. Judging from your appearance, you should know something about the Baroque works, right? Why don't we have a good talk?
Mr. 3 directly moved his backstage to prevent the young man from killing him in a hurry, even though he had no idea who his real backstage was.
Aha, that's right, let us go, or you'll have a good time. Mississippi became crazy on Valentine's Day. Mr. 3's head is full of black lines. Can this woman die if she doesn't speak? I'm trying so hard to appease him, but you're trying to make him angry? Pig teammates. Exhausted.
I feel like some people may have doubts about whether espers can use their abilities when soaked in seawater, and then for example, Luffy can still be stretched in the water. Zhang De also asked for a baseball bat from Tom, and knocked Miss out with one.
Valentine's Day has no intention of sympathizing with each other.
This woman really has nothing in her heart, and she has been arguing there endlessly.
It's much quieter now.
Zhang De also tapped his palm lightly with a baseball bat and showed a kind smile to Mr. 3, since you want to talk, let's have a good chat.
I'll ask you questions, okay? Is this a threat? This must be a threat, right? Okay, no problem at all.
He must be hinting to me that he is not afraid of the Baroque Cooperative.
If you don't cooperate honestly, you will be beaten or even killed. Mr. 3 has a strong desire to survive.
Then please listen to the first topic.
Oh, by the way.
Zhang De also took off his coat and handed it to Kaimi, first block the tail.
Well, good. Kaimi took the coat obediently.
She is only 10 years old now, and Zhang De's coat is enough for her to cover her tail.
After all, this is a lawless zone, not your own home.
It would be very troublesome to be discovered by others.
During the battle, the explosion was loud. Now that it is quiet, someone will come to check the situation.
Zhang De also thought about it and still felt that it was not safe, so he finally moved the place of conversation to the abandoned house next to him.
Then the first topic, where are you from, where are you going, and what is the purpose of coming here? Zhang De also asked 3 philosophical questions.
Mr. 3 was taken aback by the question, and then understood that this was for him to explain the cause and process of the matter clearly. The thing is like this, about 20 days ago, someone contacted us and left the address of your tavern to snatch a cat. Originally, not only were we not interested in this kind of boring task, but we also wanted to teach that guy a lesson. However, the pay is too high to be enough to sell several of our senior agents together, so Zhang De also expressed his understanding, because he gave too much. Then why didn't you take the opportunity to act when I took Tom to act alone? That's because not long after we came here, we noticed that you were related to the mermaid, so we wanted to take the opportunity to make more money. Mr. 3 revealed a series of his plans without reservation. Zhang De also followed his train of thought and thought about it. Except for the wrong estimate of the tavern's force, there seemed to be no problem. So I hate these enemies who can use their brains the most. Who sent the task? Zhang De also wanted to confirm his guess. Mr. 3 didn't mean to keep the client's secret at all. It's a businessman named Business. No, he is such a cautious person, he shouldn't negotiate with criminal gangs in person, right? How did you find him? Indeed, he sent his subordinates to contact us, but with the unlucky duo around, it was easy to find him. I've checked everything. He's so rich, why don't you just kill him? Zhang Di also said with some disappointment, you don't even know how to fight against gangsters. You are the worst criminal organization I have ever seen. Ha, ha, Mr. 3 smiled coquettishly, secretly wondering why this person looked more like a criminal than me, and then gave Zhang De some knowledge about their rules of doing things. We are investigating him just because the transaction amount is huge. If he can't pay, we also need some protection. Under normal circumstances, we still won't do anything to our customers. You said what should I do if I want to solve this business? Zhang De also estimated that Business would not dare to come to Shampoo Islands before learning the news that the tavern was solved, so he asked casually. Click on Professionals. You can leave this to us. Mr. 3 felt like he had grasped a glimmer of hope. As long as you let us go, I promise to perfectly deal with him and his caravan within a month. Zhang De also looked at him with contempt. You just said you wouldn't do anything to your customers. He broke the rules first. Mr. 3 apologized with a smile, but it looked like a sinister smile. He lied about the number of people and the specific strength of the tavern, which caused our work company to suffer huge losses, so we have to hold him accountable. Yes, that's it. Mr. 3 thinks this is the best way. After all, even if Zhang De lets him go today, he will still face the punishment of mission failure. But if the responsibility is put entirely on that business, and after killing him and getting back the money he deserves, considering that there is no loss, the punishment should not be too severe. But Zhang Di also broke his assumption. I refuse. Ha? Why? Mr. 3 thinks this is something that is beneficial to both parties. You don't have to worry about me not being trustworthy. Under the current circumstances, I will get rid of him completely even for myself. Because you are a criminal. I don't know how many people will be harmed if I let you go. Let's exchange it for the bounty. Zhang De also thinks that is not good. That Business will always have a way to solve it. There is no need to let these people go. If an individual goes back to do evil, he may continue to seek revenge. It feels like even if they are not released, Baroque Works will not make things easier for Business. After all, it is because of him that he lost 3 senior agents with top code names. It's better to leave these people to the Navy. If the Navy gets the news about Baroque Works and cooperates with Alabasta, it might be able to add some trouble to Crocodile. Please think about it again. Mr. 3 wanted to persuade him again, but Zhang De was already asking Tom to demolish the house and build a car on the spot. Mr. 3 resigned himself to the fate of the rapidly prototyping cart. Then please at least fulfill my last small request. Let's hear it. Zhang De was also curious about what request he would make. Could it be that he wants to finally use his ability to create a wax figure to satisfy his artistic pursuit? After all, he is an artist. Mr. 3 said pitifully, can you help me blow out the fire on my head? The above is actually a shape made by using my ability to create wax liquid mixed with my hair, because I can't use my ability to replenish it now. If this continues, your hair will burn off. Zhang De, I misjudged you, Mr. Artist. Kaimi jumped over dragging the fishtail, and looked at Zhang De expectantly. Huh? Is this a candle? Can I make a wish when blowing out the candle? I'm not a cake. Mr. 3 wanted to yell like this, but he still tried his best to smile. No problem, I don't mind. Make a wish on my candle, maybe it will be effective. Great, thank you, Mr. 3. Kemi folded his hands together, closed his eyes and began to make a wish earnestly. After seeing this, Tom stopped working temporarily and came to join in the fun. Seeing the seriousness of the 2 cute creatures, Zhang De also shook his head and laughed. Or maybe I would like to let my dear roommate wear something? Come on, the beginning of the next book is here. Tom and Kemi made a wish with a pious look on their faces and then blew out the small flame on Mr. 3's head. When Zhang De asked them what they wished for, Kemi still said confidently, the wish won't work if you say it.
Tom exaggeratedly covered his mouth and shook his head.
This made Zhang De also more curious about what kind of wishes Tom could make after eating, drinking, playing and sleeping all day long.
If you don't want to say it, forget it. Let's go to the naval base.
Zhang De also greeted the others to load the 3 barrels into the car and leave the abandoned yard. Zhang De was also responsible for pulling the cart. This was his second time pulling this simple cart made by Tom, and he still missed the feeling of making his first pot of gold. Arturia and Rui Mengmeng walked on both sides, both as guards and to be careful not to let the car suddenly fall apart, because it looked too crude. Kemi and Tom sat in the car, Kemi because it was inconvenient to walk, and Tom just because of laziness. It was a little ostentatious for a group of people to walk like this, but because they were carrying weapons and people were in the car, they basically regarded them as bounty hunters, and no one came forward to provoke them rashly. Of course, if Kemi didn't cover his tail, he would probably have to use Wuxuan to get out of here. Because Mr. 3 was very sensible, Zhang De also asked Tom to knock him out.
The effect was good and there were no side effects.
The swelling on his head recovered quickly. That's right, even a sensible person has to be knocked unconscious.
No matter what, he is still a villain and cannot be taken lightly.
When leaving the illegal zone, Zhang De also stopped. Arturia, please take Kemi back to the tavern first.
Arturia asked, will the Navy also take action against Kemi?
Zhang De also said, it's not a big deal to take action directly, but I can't guarantee that all the Navy are good people.
It's better to be a little more vigilant. Arturia nodded and said, I understand, Kemi. How about you come back to the tavern with me first? I can show you around just in time.
Yeah. Kemi agreed, and then said with self-reproach, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for running around and causing trouble for you.
Arturia picked up Kemi and touched her head, we are friends.
You just came to play with us.
What's wrong with that? That's right, Kemi, don't think so much, let's go to the pub first, we'll go back in a while.
Zhang De also comforted, I'm telling you secretly, Tom has hidden a lot of snacks behind the wine cabinet, you can find them out eat.
Kemi looked curious, and Arturia's eyes sparkled. Meow? Tom's little head had a big question mark, why was I the one who got hurt?
Tom jumped up and down and waved his hands to deny it, demonstrating for himself what it meant that there was no 300 taels of silver here. Zhang De also nodded, pretending to be suddenly enlightened, oh, it turns out Tom didn't hide it, so it doesn't matter even if he eats it all. Tom showed a shocked expression, then grabbed Zhang Tatsuya's clothes with both hands, shaking his head with a pleading look on his face. Haha, the crowd divided into 2 groups amid laughter and laughter. Zhang De also remembered Major Kulo's instructions. If you want to exchange the bounty, you can call him first and let them prepare in advance. It can save time by following the procedures then. Porlu Porfer, Kacha. A lazy voice came from the phone bug, hello, this is the bounty exchange office at the 66GR Naval Base.
I am Kuro. Hello, Major Clow, my name is Zhang Tatsuya. It's Brother Tatsuya, what's the matter? Major Kuro asked.
Zhang De also said, oh, I caught 3 criminals with bounties on them, and I was about to redeem the bounties.
Kuro was silent for a moment, how much is the total bounty?
Zhang De also said, I forgot to ask before I knocked him unconscious.
I guess it's tens of millions?
Squeak crack, the sound of chair legs scraping violently against the ground came from the other end of the phone. Zhang De also seriously suspected that this man put his legs on the table to drink tea, read newspapers, and fish leisurely during working hours.
What's wrong? It's okay, you can come here now, just look for my adjutant, you've seen him.
Major Clow replied in a hurry, and then hung up the phone. Zhang De also looked at the sleeping phone bug, I always feel that something is wrong.
Could it be that 180 swordsmen jumped out as soon as we passed by and chopped Tom into pieces?
Tom was a little scared, and Rui Mengmeng asked for him, why Teacher Tom? Because he is the only one who can chop it into pieces.
If we can't hold on, we will die.
Zhang De also laughed as he spoke.
Rui Mengmeng was silent for a few seconds, boss, your joke is so cold.
Tom decided to add a spoonful of salt to his master's rice bowl during dinner. We came to the familiar naval base again. The Navy soldier standing guard at the door saw the strange appearance of the 3 people in
the car and asked what was going on.
Zhang De also explained, the 3 of them are very dangerous ability users. We can only soak them in water for the time being.
I see. The soldier was in awe.
He seemed to be a very powerful person who could capture people with abilities.
Please follow me.
Zhang De also pulled the car and followed him to the familiar bounty exchange office, but he didn't see the familiar person. Sorry, Mr. Tatsuya, Major Clow has something to leave, so I will be in charge of the exchange this time. The adjutant who had met a few times before said with some embarrassment. Zhang De also didn't understand what there was to apologize for. It doesn't matter, it's the same for everyone.
But how long has it been since the phone call? This temporary incident feels very strange. Are you avoiding me? In fact, it doesn't matter if Crow is here or not. Anyway, it's someone else who is doing the work.
The adjutant quickly found out the reward orders of the three of them. Gardino of Black Gold, born in the South China Sea, has a bounty of 24 million Baileys. Gem of the Frontier, born in the South China Sea, has a bounty of 10 million Baileys. The smuggler Makita, born in the West Sea, has a bounty of 7.5 million Baileys. Zhang De was also very surprised. He only knew that these three belonged to the Baroque Work Club. It was the first time he had heard about them before they joined the club, and even their names were unfamiliar. Listen to this, Mr. 3 is a loan shark, Mr. 5 is a mercenary at the border, Mississippi Valentine is a smuggler? Not to mention Mr. 5's temperament and explosive ability, it is indeed very suitable for being a mercenary or a terrorist, and Mr. 3's loan sharks are barely acceptable, but can that woman's careless appearance really be a smuggler? The adjutant did the math, and said with a shocked face, the total amount is 41.5 million Baileys, and all three of them are devil fruit capable users.
Good, so amazing.
The soldier who was leading the way just now was also shocked. In fact, they have seen big pirates with higher bounties, but it is really rare to send three capable people in one brain.
Maybe they didn't realize it themselves.
When they looked at the three pirates in the barrel, there was a hint of contempt in their eyes. It was a waste that the bounty for a capable user was so low. They are not ordinary bounty criminals. As far as I know, they joined a secret criminal organization called the Baroque Work Society, and they have been using the code name to act since then. That is to say, there may be many evil deeds under the code name that have not been caught by the Navy.
Record.
Zhang De also rubbed his hands expectantly, so if their crimes are found out, can we give them some rewards or something?
Rui Meng Meng was shocked, the boss would actually bargain.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tatsuya, I will report the information and request you provide it truthfully, but the compensation and bounty. There is no such precedent. Forget it, please report the Baroque works to the police, and hope that the Navy can eradicate them. This kind of criminal organization makes us law-abiding residents sleepless. If you need to cooperate with the investigation, then I will never refuse.
Zhang De he also looks like a good and enthusiastic citizen.
The adjutant, the soldier who led the way, and the soldier who was ordered to bring the handcuffs of Heilushi were very moved. It is my dereliction of duty to let this kind of criminal organization threaten the safety of civilians.
Thank you for your support for the work of the Navy. This is what I should do.
Zhang De also straightened his chest, and aimed at the Heilushi handcuffs in the hands of several soldiers. I don't know if those special handcuffs will allow me to buy a pair or two for self-defense. The title of this chapter has nothing to do with Mr. Kim, I promise.